Heavenly Tyrant Martial Soul Chapter 482 to Chapter 564. Of course, the integration of the Earth Spirit Core into his body was also an accident. But the result was good. Now, the Moon Lady was continuously transferring her vigorous vital essence into Ling Zhao's body to control the domineering Earth Spirit power. Although the Earth Spirit power was domineering and violent, it was still something that no one could control. However, the Moon Maiden was a Yin-Yang realm expert, and it was naturally not difficult for her to tame a wild horse like an outstanding horse trainer. Under the guidance of the blue vital essence, the Earth Spirit power continued to merge into Ling Zhao's martial vein. Every time it merged, it would make Ling Zhao's vital essence thicker and make the space of the martial vein bigger. People who were not martial artists would not be able to understand why the martial vein did not look big, but it could accommodate a sea of true essence. In fact, the reason was very simple. The martial vein itself was something like a mustard seed space. It was very similar to a storage ring, but it could only hold and produce vital essence. Therefore, in theory, the space of the martial vein could be expanded infinitely. This required a large number of heaven and earth treasures to constantly strengthen it. The larger the martial vein space, the harder it was to break through. However, every breakthrough would increase one's strength by a shocking amount. Moreover, as one's cultivation increased, the total amount of vital essence that a warrior could produce would also increase, and the speed of filling the martial vein space would greatly increase. To put it simply, when the martial vein was only the size of a wine cup, the warrior's cultivation might be very low. At that time, the energy produced by the martial vein in a month would not be enough to fill the wine cup. When the martial vein became as big as a water tank, the warrior's cultivation might have increased by a lot. At this time, the energy produced by the martial vein in a month would be enough to fill a water tank. In other words, under normal circumstances, the larger the martial vein space, the more vital essence would be produced. Although the cultivation increase would be slower, it would not be too slow. Therefore, it was really beneficial. No matter which warrior it was, they all hoped that their martial vein space could become bigger. Originally, the martial vein space of a warrior in the martial vein realm could increase as his cultivation increased. At the peak of cultivation, the space of a martial vein was about 1 cubic meter. Whether the energy in one's body was in a gaseous, liquid, or solid state, it could only be stored in such a large space. Therefore, the true essence of a top martial vein expert was at most 9 cubic meters. After reaching the transcendent realm, the space within the 9 martial veins would slowly expand as one's cultivation improved. Basically, every realm increased the space by 1 cubic meter. This was the direct reason why the higher one's cultivation was, the more vigorous one's true essence would be. Logically speaking, Ling Zhao's cultivation was at the mid-stage transcendent realm 5th layer, so his martial vein space was only 14 cubic meters. But that wasn't the case. Due to the fact that he had fused with the golden dragon blood and other natural treasures, his martial vein space had been greatly strengthened. Now, his martial vein space was about 17 cubic meters. In other words, he was equivalent to an 8th layer transcendent realm cultivator. This was the reason why his true essence was much denser than other martial artists of the same realm. This time, the Earth Spirit Core helped Ling Zhao increase his martial vein space. The Moon Maiden could clearly feel that as the Earth Spirit energy continued to enter his martial vein space, Ling Zhao's martial vein space was also constantly expanding. However, even though the martial vein space was constantly expanding, the speed at which the true essence was being filled was still astonishing. "I'm afraid you're the only one who can make a breakthrough while unconscious." The Moon Maiden shook her head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. The terrifying Earth Spirit energy was forcibly suppressed by her into Ling Zhao's martial vein and began to fuse with Ling Zhao's true essence. Late Transcendent Realm 5th layer, Peak Transcendent Realm 5th layer, it continued to climb, when the Earth Spirit energy completely fused with Ling Zhao's martial vein. Ling Zhao's cultivation had also broken through to the early stage of the Transcendent Realm 6th layer. While he was unconscious, he had unknowingly broken through a major realm in his cultivation. Moreover, his martial vein space had now reached 20 cubic meters. This meant that Ling Zhao's total true essence was now not inferior to a half-step heavenly venerable. The size of his martial vein space was also comparable to an ordinary half-step heavenly venerable. This was the terrifying aspect of the Earth Spirit Core. Not only that, the Moon Maiden also discovered that Ling Xiao's body had already become an Earth Spirit body. In other words, this Earth Spirit energy was only a remnant. Little guy, you're really different. The Moon Maiden withdrew her jade-like hands and helped Ling Xiao wipe his body. Then, she helped him change into a clean set of clothes. After that, she brought Ling Xiao back to the cave from before. When Ling Xiao woke up from his coma, the first thing he saw was the Moon Maiden, who was looking at him with concern. However, because he had woken up in a hurry, he accidentally kissed the Moon Maiden's lips. That was my first kiss. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly. The Moon Maiden hurriedly retreated to the side with a flushed face. Little brat, what are you doing? Sister Moon Maiden, you're so beautiful. Ling Xiao said with a smile. He realized that the Moon Maiden did not react too violently. Instead, she began to flirt with him. What nonsense are you talking about? Do you believe that I won't kill you with my sword? The Moon Maiden wanted to show her fierce side, but she could not do so in front of Ling Xiao. Hee, sister, can you bear to do that? Ling Xiao laughed. Little rascal. The Moon Maiden said in annoyance, I really lose to you. She did not know what was wrong with her. She had lived for more than 100,000 years and had never fallen in love with anyone. In the past, she had only admired the human king. Why was she so reluctant to part with this little brat? Hee, sister, don't worry. I'll take responsibility. Besides, I've never kissed a girl before. This is my first time. Sister, you're taking advantage of me. Ling Xiao said. Humph, who doesn't have their first time? What? Ling Xiao was shocked. No way, Sister Moon Maiden. You've never kissed anyone before? Nothing. You're making a fuss over nothing. Alright, since you've woken up, I should go back. Now that the evil beast Demon King has been killed, I should go back and prepare for the Moon Arrival Pagoda Ascension ceremony. Do you want to go back with me? The Moon Maiden hurriedly changed the topic. Otherwise, she really did not know how to face Ling Xiao. No, I still have something to deal with. Now that his cultivation had broken through to the Transcendent Realm's 6th layer and he still had the all-evil beast soul spear in his body, he wanted to kill Wang Shi, Qin Wu, and Wu Yang. He would not leave any of the people who wanted to kill him alive. Do as you wish. Just be careful. The Moon Maiden said. Sister Moon Maiden, I've made up my mind. Ling Xiao suddenly said something that did not make sense. What have you made up your mind? The Moon Maiden asked doubtfully. I'm not going to worship you as my master. Ling Xiao said seriously. You're not going to worship me as your master? Hee, I want to take you as my wife. Ling Xiao added. What? The Moon Maiden looked at Ling Xiao with her mouth agape. She had never been so surprised before. Do you know what you're saying? I'm the Moon Maiden of the Yuehua school. I'm a Yin-Yang realm powerhouse, an old monster who has lived for 100,000 years. So what? Are you unwilling? Ling Xiao stared at the Moon Maiden and asked. Me. As long as you're willing, everything else is not a problem. If you say that you're the Moon Maiden of the Yuehua school and a Yin-Yang realm powerhouse, then I'll become the sect master of the Yuehua school. We'll both be Yin-Yang realm powerhouses. Ling Xiao's eyes were filled with confidence. Lunatic. The Moon Maiden smiled bitterly. Then, she walked to the entrance of the cave. Goodbye, Yuehua school. Her mind was in a mess. She didn't know how to answer Ling Xiao's question. She didn't agree. She felt uncomfortable if she didn't agree. Seeing the Moon Maiden leave, Ling Xiao shouted, if you don't say anything, I'll take it as a yes. However, shouldn't you change the reward you gave me previously? In any case, I won't acknowledge you as my master. That's what you asked for. The Moon Maiden's voice had already faded into the distance, but Ling Xiao smiled. She didn't refuse, so there was still hope. Anyway, he was still young. He had plenty of time to catch up to the Moon Maiden. However, he had to speed up. As for the Moon Advent Pagoda Ascension ceremony, he would definitely get first place. He couldn't acknowledge the Moon Maiden as his master, but there were other benefits waiting for him. He couldn't acknowledge her as his master, and he couldn't marry her for the time being. However, he could at least live with her, right? Ahem, don't misunderstand. They would just be living in the same place at the same time. Although he wouldn't be her master in name, he would still be her master. He could still receive guidance from the Moon Maiden, but he didn't have to give up pursuing her because of her master's identity. If he wanted to do that, he had to at least get first place in the Tower Ascension ceremony. Otherwise, he wouldn't have the right to negotiate with the Moon Lady. Smiling, Xianxia sat back down and checked his current condition. After confirming that there were no problems with his body and that his cultivation had stabilized at the Transcendent Realm's 6th layer, he stood up with relief. It was time for revenge. There were less than 10 days until the Moon Arrival Festival, so he really had to hurry. He extended his golden dragon wings and flew out of the cave, towards the direction of the Xia family castle. After a few minutes, Xiao landed. Although he could use the golden light dragon wings to fly for a little longer, he still couldn't keep it up. However, he was about to reach the Xia family's castle. He intended to find someone to ask about the current situation in the Xia family's castle. Otherwise, if he were to blindly go there, wouldn't Wangxi be there for nothing? Right now, it was still early. In the Dragon Submission Mountain Range, there were still quite a number of martial artists moving about. After all, he had stayed in the Thousand Ghost Forest for a long time. Even if there were cultivators who didn't dare to enter the mountain range because they were afraid of him, they weren't afraid anymore. There are people over there. Xiao looked over and saw that about 1 li away, there were 4 people walking in the mountains. It looked like they were heading towards the Xia family castle. They were probably here to gather herbs or hunt. They had already finished their day's work and were preparing to return. Using his Cloud Dragon Divine Travel, Xianxia chased after them. Although he didn't need to fly, his movement skill was still outstanding and his speed was still very fast. It wasn't until Xiao appeared beside these 4 people that they suddenly noticed that there was an extra person behind them. The 4 of them were all startled. They all drew their weapons and pointed them at Xiao. Who are you? Why? Are you following us? The one who asked was the strongest of the 4, an early Transcendent Realm 6th layer cultivator, the same as Xiao's current cultivation. The other 3 were only at the Transcendent Realm 3rd layer and had probably been brought out for life experience. Hey, don't be so nervous, I was chased by a vicious beast and just ran out of the forest. I just happened to run into you, I didn't follow you. Xiao hurriedly waved his hand. Words aren't proof. Who knows what you're doing? Did you try to sneak attack us but were discovered by my big brother? The one who spoke was a young girl, about 15 or 16 years old, only 1 or 2 years older than Xiao. Her cultivation was naturally not as good as Xiao's, but she was definitely a genius. Her weapon was actually a crossbow and at this moment, it was aimed at Xiao, as if she was about to attack at any moment. Being misunderstood like this, Xiao was quite unhappy. If this young master really wanted to sneak attack you, none of you would be able to survive, yet you're still standing there and talking? Another arrogant little girl. Geniuses are bound to be arrogant and self-righteous. Xiao Jiao, shut up. The leader of the group was more astute. He was a veteran of the world and could tell that Xiao was strong. Although he didn't know his exact cultivation, since the other party didn't attack, he didn't intend to offend him. Brother! Didn't you hear me tell you to shut up? Humph. The girl snorted coldly and kept her crossbow. She stood aside angrily and stopped talking, but the way she looked at Xiao was still wary and suspicious. The leader laughed bitterly and said, Brother, don't mind her. Xiao Jiao is just a little more cautious. After all, your sudden appearance really gave us a shock. It doesn't matter. Xiao shrugged his shoulders and said, Why would I care about such a small matter? It's just that I need to make a trip to the Xia family castle. I wonder if you guys can tell me about the current situation here. It's my first time here, so I'm not too sure. Although Xiao was a little unhappy with the girl's overreaction, but thinking about it carefully, it was understandable. Xiao couldn't be bothered to bicker with her and went straight to the main topic. Brother, why are you going to the Xia family castle? The leader asked warily. I'm a pharmacist. I've collected quite a number of medicinal herbs from the depths of the Dragon Submission Mountain Range. I'm going there to sell them. I heard that Fairy Ling Long is buying them. Ling Xiao replied. As he spoke, he deliberately took out some rare herbs that were over 100 years old from his storage ring. This was also to reduce the other party's wariness. So that's how it is. Coincidentally, we're also going back to the Xia family castle. Why don't we travel together? Seeing that you're quite skilled, it'll be safer for us to travel together. The leader looked at the herbs in Ling Zhao's hands and suggested. Thank you very much. However, since I want your protection, I'll give you these 4 high-grade vital elemental dawn as a gift. By doing this, he still wanted to get closer to these 4 people, hoping to get more accurate information from them. High-grade vital elemental dawn were insignificant to him, but to these martial artists, they were still very precious. These are perfect high-grade vital elemental dawn. Its medicinal effect is almost comparable to the highest grade vital elemental dawn. It's too precious, we can't accept it. The leader hurriedly shook his head. Brother, are you afraid that I poisoned the herbs? You'll know after you go back and test it. Ling Xiao said lightly. No, no, no. How could that be? Since brother is so kind, I'll accept it. My name is Zhang Lei. How should I address you? Obviously, the 4 perfect high-rank true elemental pills had completely opened Zhang Lei's heart and made him trust Ling Xiao. That was why he asked for his name and what Ling Xiao's name was. Yu Ling. Ling Xiao made up a name, taking the surname Yu Niu and his surname. Good name, but what does brother use cultivation? You actually dared to venture into the depths of the dragon-subduing mountain range alone? Zhang Lei asked again. Early Transcendent Realm 5th layer. This was the template Ling Xiao redefined. He planned to use this template after returning to Yuehua School, otherwise, a 6th layer cultivation would be too exaggerated and would scare a lot of people and easily cause unnecessary trouble. Moreover, Wu Yang and Qin Wu both knew about this cultivation and had probably already told Meng Yuan about it, so it was best to temporarily set the template at this stage. Transcendent Realm 5th layer. You're just bragging, how old are you? The little girl named Xiao Jiao looked at Ling Xiao suspiciously. She is my cousin Lin Jiao Jiao. She was spoiled when she was young, so her temper is a bit bad, but she is still very kind. Zhang Lei introduced, the other 2 are my cousins, Zhang Long and Zhang Hu. The 3 of them have just broken through to the Transcendent Realm 3rd layer and came out with me to gain experience. Although Ling Xiao was not very interested in the origins of these people, since they had introduced themselves, he might as well listen. My cousin Zhang Lei is an early Transcendent Realm 6th layer cultivator. He is only 26 years old this year and is the most outstanding genius in our family. Lin Jiao Jiao coldly snorted and said proudly. And then? Ling Xiao didn't quite understand why this little girl was saying this. And then? I just want to tell you that if you have any bad ideas, you should give up as soon as possible, otherwise, you will definitely not be able to escape my cousin Zhang Lei's thunderous means. The difference between you and him is like heaven and earth. Lin Jiao Jiao seemed to like her cousin Zhang Lei very much and worshipped him. It seemed that with this cousin of hers, she had nothing to be afraid of. Ling Xiao couldn't help but smile. What a naive child. He didn't bother to bicker with the girl, but looked directly at Zhang Lei and said, Brother Zhang, can you tell me what I just asked you? You mean the Xia family castle? Zhang Lei sighed and said, now that Fairy Ling Long has been killed, it's useless for you to go. Now, the Xia family castle has become the territory of the Beast King Palace. Their core disciple, Wang Shi, is sitting there and has taken over all of Fairy Ling Long's territory and inheritance. However, what's strange is that Wang Shi doesn't seem to care about it. He still continues to put a bounty on Ling Xiao. Hearing this, Ling Xiao was glad that he had put some makeup on his face. It was very different from the original portrait on the bounty poster. Then it should be fine for me to sell it to Wang Shi, right? No problem, but the price might be lower. Zhang Lei reminded. Ling Xiao smiled and didn't say anything else. The 5 of them continued on their way. Along the way, they encountered several waves of attacks from ferocious beasts. Ling Xiao secretly helped and did not expose his strength. However, this made Lin Jiao Jiao very dissatisfied. With Lin Jiao Jiao's eyesight, she couldn't find Ling Xiao's help at all. Therefore, she felt that Ling Xiao only knew how to hide all the way and refused to deal with the ferocious beasts. She wanted Zhang Lei to drive Ling Xiao out of the team. Zhang Lei rejected her request on the grounds that Ling Xiao was a pharmacist. Zhang Lei was calm. Although he didn't find Ling Xiao's help, he always felt that after Ling Xiao joined the team, it seemed that dealing with the ferocious beasts had become easier. Therefore, he naturally thought highly of Ling Xiao. Lin Jiao Jiao, that brainless girl with big breasts, really couldn't be compared with this person. Cousin. Zhang Lei, how can you help outsiders? Lin Jiao Jiao wiped her tears and ran forward quickly. This silly woman, they haven't left the dragon subduing mountain range yet, does she think she's safe? Just as Ling Xiao shook his head and smiled bitterly, Lin Jiao Jiao ran into someone's arms. Haha, I didn't expect a beauty to throw herself at me while walking on the road. Looking carefully, she's really beautiful. This uncle wants her. The person who spoke was a bald man with a ferocious appearance. At this time, the words coming out of his mouth were even more vulgar. However, Ling Xiao didn't know this person and had no interest in saving that silly woman. This Lin Jiao Jiao deserved to suffer a little, otherwise, she really didn't know how dangerous society was. Oh no. When Zhang Lei saw the bald man, his face suddenly changed. Who is he? Ling Xiao asked curiously. Because the other party's cultivation was only at the middle stage of the transcendent realm, slightly stronger than Zhang Lei. If Zhang Lei teamed up with his cousin, it was possible to defeat this person. Why was his expression so horrified and scared? Flower Taisui. Zhang Lei replied. I don't know him. Brother Yu is from outside, so you may not know. Flower Taisui was originally a famous flower thief in the Xia family castle. He has done a lot of shady things with Fairy Linglong. The only brothel in the Xia family castle was jointly opened by him and Fairy Linglong. He can be considered one of Fairy Linglong's men. Zhang Lei smiled bitterly, this person is cruel and vicious. Most of the women he has played with are worse than death. He especially likes women who practice martial arts, saying that it's exciting to play with them. Oh, he's a scumbag. Ling Xiao nodded. Not only that, but recently, this guy submitted to Wang Shi and became Wang Shi's chief steward. He's in charge of the brothel business. He's crazier than before. If little sister falls into his hands, it's over. Zhang Lei's face was a little pale. He's actually one of Wang Shi's men. Then he should have also chased after Ling Xiao, right? This guy is very cunning. Among the cultivators who chased after Ling Xiao, he's the only one who's safe and sound and hasn't left the Xia family castle. The rest are either dead or escaped. Zhang Lei replied. That's easy to handle. What? Before Zhang Lei understood what he meant, he saw a shadow pass by him. Then, Lin Jiao Jiao was thrown over. Little girl, remember, think more with your head when you go out in the future, don't just use your mouth. Bang, when the voice fell, Huahua Taisui had fallen to the ground, with 4 swords inserted in his limbs, deeply pierced into the soil. A shrill scream followed. When you hurt those women, you should have heard this scream. What do you think now? Isn't it more enjoyable to shout it out yourself? Everything happened too fast. It was almost a blink of an eye. Zhang Lei looked at Lin Jiao Jiao in his arms and listened to the scream of Huahua Taisui. His eyes were completely dull. Just now, he was still worried about how to save his cousin, but now, he found that the ferocious man who held his cousin and touched her with a big hand had been subdued. He's really not an ordinary person. After a long time, Zhang Lei came back to his senses. He always felt that Ling Xiao was not ordinary, but he really didn't expect that Ling Xiao would deal with Huahua Taisui so easily. As for Lin Jiao Jiao, she felt even more incredible at this time. She has always looked down on Ling Xiao. She has repeatedly mocked and ridiculed Ling Xiao. In the end, she was saved by this person. Otherwise, if she fell into the hands of Huahua Taisui, her life would be worse than death. A very complicated expression immediately appeared on her face. Self-mockery, shame, shock, there were probably all kinds of emotions, but there was no contempt and disdain. Thinking about the things he had done before, he really felt like a child who had never seen the world throwing a tantrum. It was so embarrassing. Thank you for saving me. Lin Jiao Jiao said. Save you? Ah, don't get me wrong. I just think you are an eyesore, so I threw you over. It's not saving. Don't be grateful. I dealt with him for other reasons. Ling Xiao was really not so kind to save a person who mocked and ridiculed him, but this woman took up too much space. Throwing her to Xianxia was just a matter of convenience. You. Lin Jiaojiao really wanted to find a hole to hide in at this time. She thought she was a blessed girl, but it turned out that he didn't care about her at all. Her face was pale, and she lowered her noble head. The young man who looked useless at first seemed so tall in her eyes at this time. On the other side, Huahua Taisui, who was screaming, also came to his senses. Bastard, you dare to attack me. Do you know who I am? The pain made it difficult for him to speak. His face was full of pain and anger at this time. I am Huahua Taisui. You dare to attack me, I will kill your whole family. TSK, if I didn't know your identity, I would be too lazy to do it. Ling Xiao sat directly on Huahua Taisui, and then continued, Ling Long Fairy's gigolo, Wangxi slave, haha, look who I am. At this moment, Ling Xiao removed the disguise on his face and showed his true face. Ling Xiao. Huahua Taisui, Xianxia, and others almost shouted this name at the same time. Haha, I seem to be quite famous. Ling Xiao laughed. Impossible. You fled into the forest of 1,000 ghosts. How could you still be alive? Huahua Taisui shouted in horror. Xianxia and the others were also surprised. It was said that cultivators who entered the 1,000-ghost forest, even if they were Heaven Realm masters, had never come out alive. This Ling Xiao was just an early Transcendent Realm early-stage cultivator, so how could he still be alive? I'm really sorry. I'm really still alive. What can I do? Even the heavens aren't willing to take my life. Ling Xiao shrugged. Kill him. Hurry up and kill him, you bunch of trash. Huahua Taisui shouted at the people he brought. However, none of them dared to approach Ling Xiao. In the hearts of the Xia family's martial artists, Ling Xiao was basically a demonic god. After killing Fairy Ling Long and 2 other experts from the Yuehua school, he fled into the forest of 1,000 ghosts. He had thought that the Fiend Celestial was finished. But today, the demon god had appeared again, and he was still alive and well. He had completely subdued Huahua Taisui with one move. He was not human at all. It seems that your subordinates don't dare to make a move. Ling Xiao chuckled. If you don't make a move now, none of you will live when you return. Huahua Taisui roared angrily. Ling Xiao also looked at those people and said calmly, I'll give you a chance to live. Everyone, come here and stab this guy. Then you can leave. Hero Ling, is what you said true? Of course. Don't you want to kill this villain? Yes. Of course we want to. This Huahua Taisui is unpardonable. We've wanted him dead for a long time. Unfortunately, we're too weak to be his opponent. Then it's easy. Now that I'm giving you such a chance, you must seize it. Ling Xiao stood up and walked to the side, making a gesture of invitation. Huahua Taisui wanted to struggle, but strangely, no matter how he moved, he could not get rid of the 4 swords. Don't waste your energy. Those aren't ordinary swords. They're a small confinement array. Unless you have the strength of 10,000 jin, don't even think about it. Ling Xiao said calmly. Those subordinates of Huahua Taisui walked over with their swords. Huahua Taisui, you deserve this. Do you still remember my daughter who was sold to the brothel? And my wife. Everyone here has a deep hatred for you. Kill. If you dare to touch me, the Beast King Palace will not let you off. Huahua Taisui was anxious and finally mentioned the Beast King Palace. Hee, the Beast King Palace. Will not care about the life of a rapist. As for that Wangxi, I'm going to the Xia castle to take his life. When those people heard this, they no longer hesitated. In an instant, Huahua Taisui's body was stabbed more than 10 times. He looked like he was on the verge of death. Remember one sentence, the heavens are clear and the retribution is not good. After saying this, Ling Xiao cut off Huahua Taisui's head. Looking at the completely dead Huahua Taisui, Xianxia and the others felt a chill in their hearts. This young man is too scary. Demon god! Zhang Long exclaimed. Are you talking to me? Ling Xiao asked with a smile. Brother Ling, please spare my cousin. Zhang Lei hurriedly pulled Zhang Long and Zhang Hu to kneel down. Don't worry, I'm not a bloodthirsty person. Demon god, TSK, I like this title very much. Alright, there's nothing for you here. We're about to reach the Sha castle. You don't need my protection. You can go back by yourselves. Ling Xiao said with a smile. I'm sorry. At this time, Lin Jiaojiao's emotions were a little out of control. She kept kowtowing to Ling Xiao. She was probably frightened by Ling Xiao's decisive killing style. Goodbye. Ling Xiao did not look at Lin Jiaojiao. With a move, he disappeared into the dense forest. Little Jiao, now do you understand why your cousin told you not to be too arrogant outside? Zhang Lei sighed and sat on the ground. Fortunately, he is not the kind of person who kills innocent people. Otherwise, based on what you said to him before, he definitely has a reason to kill you. Cousin, I know I'm wrong. I won't dare to do it again. Lin Jiaojiao cried. She was really scared. She had always grown up in the family and received a lot of care from the elders. She was used to bullying people. She was still like this outside. She could be considered lucky to have met Ling Xiao. If it had been someone else, they might not have had it so easy. Well, don't cry. It's good that you know you're wrong. Remember, after returning to the Sha castle, none of you talk nonsense. Otherwise, you will be killed. Zhang Lei said to the two cousins behind him. Got it, cousin. Early in the morning, the gate of Ling Long's celestial palace was crowded with people. The reason was that a dead body was hanging on the gate of Ling Long's celestial palace. It was Huahua Taisui's. His head had been cut off, but it had been put back together. He looked miserable. He had been stabbed many times, and he was still hanging there. Many people in the crowd were cheering for him secretly. Huahua Taisui had run amok in the Sha castle for many years. He had done many evil things. Everyone had the right to kill him. However, no one had been able to deal with him. Those who were weak could not beat him. Those who were strong did not want to bother with him. However, on this day, this arrogant villain who had done all kinds of evil things was dead. It seemed that he had died a miserable death. I wonder who killed this villain. I will build a golden body for him and build a cultivation temple. A middle-aged man who looked very rich had tears in his eyes as he said excitedly. He used to be a local rich man. However, when he came back from a business trip, his wife and daughter were both dead. He found out it was Huahua Taisui who had killed them. Since he could not force them, he decided to kill them. His wife and daughter were hanging on a big tree at the gate of the Sha castle. They looked miserable. I can do anything for him. Thank you, my great benefactor. Thank you, my great benefactor, for avenging my wife. A young man in his 20s knelt on the ground and cried bitterly. His wife was kidnapped by Huahua Taisui on their wedding night. However, he found her cold dead body outside the next day. He hated it. He had been practicing martial arts for many years. Unfortunately, he was only a martial vein warrior. It was almost impossible for him to take revenge. However, he got what he wanted today. His wife could rest in peace in the afterlife. There were many people like this. Huahua Taisui, this person, owed too many blood debts to be counted. A man walked out of Ling Long's celestial palace. It was Wang Shi. Looking at the dead body hanging there coldly, he asked, "Who did this?" "Palace Lord, there is a name on the dead body. It's Ling Xiao." Ling Xiao. Wang Shi flew into a rage when he heard the name. The reason he came to the Sha family fort was to hunt down Ling Xiao, to avenge his junior martial brothers and sisters, and to avenge his women. However, as soon as he arrived, he began to covet Fairy Ling Long's subdragon martial soul. He originally thought that his plan was flawless, but in the end, he was ruthlessly played by Ling Xiao. Not only did he fail to obtain the dragon subspecies martial soul, but he also watched as Ling Xiao escaped. The anger in his heart was already very strong. But now, Ling Xiao had actually returned. This guy actually came back alive from the forest of 1,000 ghosts. How did he do it? Could it be that this guy really wasn't human, but a ferocious beast? Could it be someone impersonating him? I'm well aware of Ling Zhao's strength. He's at most an early-stage Transcendent Realm cultivator. How could he have killed Huahua Taisui so easily? What's more, there are several Transcendent Realm cultivators following Huahua Taisui. Wang Shi frowned. But immediately, he thought of Tai Shan and Zhang Lu who had been killed by Ling Xiao. Those two had higher cultivations than Huahua Taisui, but hadn't Ling Xiao still killed them all the same? That little brat's strength really couldn't be judged by his cultivation alone, otherwise, he would definitely suffer a great loss. Palace Master, do you think Ling Zhao's cultivation will improve again after entering the forest of 1,000 ghosts for nearly a month? A cultivator next to him asked worriedly. Do you think it's so easy to break through to the Transcendent Realm? Wang Shi angrily said, the higher one reaches the Transcendent Realm, the more difficult it is to break through. Even if his cultivation has broken through in the past 20 days, he's probably only at the middle or late stage of the Transcendent Realm. Even if he's at the peak of the Transcendent Realm, so what? Do you think I'm afraid of him? Although he said so, Wang Shi's heart had suffered a heavy blow. Less than 2 months ago, he learned that Ling Zhao's cultivation was only at the early stage of the Transcendent Realm. But now, he was worried about Ling Zhao's terrifying breakthrough speed. This might be his only chance to kill Ling Xiao. If he missed this opportunity, Ling Zhao's cultivation and strength would become even more terrifying in the future. At that time, it would be absolutely impossible to kill him. I'm actually afraid of that little brat? Wang Shi felt incredulous. But this was his true feeling right now, he was truly afraid. Ling Zhao's potential was simply too terrifying. Put down the bodies and bury them, then wait. I believe Ling Xiao will show up soon, and this time, I definitely won't let him escape. Wang Shi clenched his fists and said, there's a path to heaven, but he doesn't want to take it. Since he wants to die, I'll fulfill his wish. For Wang Shi, sending people into the mountains to search for Ling Xiao was a very unrealistic thing. Because most cultivators now had an extremely strong sense of fear towards Ling Xiao, even if he was 10 times stronger, no one would dare take him on. Therefore, he could only wait for Ling Xiao to show up. Boom! Suddenly, Huahua Taisui's body exploded, and the 2 cultivators of the Ling Long Celestial Palace who were close to the body were killed on the spot. It seemed the explosion had been calculated, and it would not have hurt the innocent. Hateful little brat! Wang Shi gnashed his teeth in hatred. He really hoped Ling Xiao would show up directly on impulse so that he would not have to worry about him in the future. Report. At this moment, a man riding a horse rushed over from afar in a hurry. As he ran, he shouted loudly, Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao has shown up. He got off the horse when he got close. What's going on? Wang Shi asked. Palace Master, Ling Xiao is here. He has shown up in the Sha Castle. The cultivator reported loudly. Where is he now? Wang Shi was pleasantly surprised. He did not expect the idiot Ling Xiao to come to the Sha Castle. Was he courting death? Palace Master, Ling Xiao went to the brothel. Brothel? Heh, this little brat is also a man. He went to the Sha Castle as soon as he arrived there. Wang Shi could not help but burst out laughing. The others also burst out laughing. No, Palace Master, that little brat said he was going to destroy the brothel and set those women free. What? Ling Xiao was not going to be a chivalrous person, but he had no choice. He was really annoyed. Although he could not save all the people in the world by himself, and he did not have such a great ambition, either. But he could do something if he was annoyed. Especially since the brothel was the property of the Beast King Palace. He and the Beast King Palace had been enemies for a long time. Wouldn't it be great to destroy it? Wang Shi said coldly after hearing what the cultivator had said. Did he ask for help? No, Ling Xiao came here alone. I didn't see any help. The cultivator answered. Wang Shi was still confused, but he didn't think Ling Xiao was such a reckless person. But he couldn't figure it out, so he decided to catch the guy first. He was a Transcendent Realm LV8 martial artist, and he had more than 1,000 martial artists under his command, all of whom were recruited from Fairy Linglong. Although these martial artists were generally only at LV3 or LV4 of the Transcendent Realm, they were still a powerful force when they joined forces. Since this guy was courting death, he would let him have his way. When they arrived at the brothel, it had become a ruin. More than a dozen corpses were lying on the ground, all of them belonging to the brothel's martial artists. These people had killed many women. As for the women of the brothel, they had all been released by Ling Xiao, and they were hiding somewhere else. As long as he could kill Wang Shi and destroy Ling Long's celestial palace, these women would have nothing to fear. Ling Xiao was standing on the ruins, holding his sword, looking very handsome. As the breeze blew, his long black hair fluttered in the wind, and his black robe made him look like a legendary demon god. He was mysterious and terrifying. "Brother Wang, you took so long. I have been waiting for you for a long time." Seeing Wang Shi, Ling Xiao said with a smile. "Ling Xiao. I didn't expect you to have the nerve to break into the Sha castle alone. But since you are here today, you will never leave here alive." A ferocious look appeared on Wang Shi's face. His eyes were full of killing intent, and the shadow of a giant python appeared behind him. The giant python was more than 30 feet long and as thick as a bucket. "The giant python martial soul?" Ling Xiao said with a smile, "No wonder you hate me so much. You must have a special relationship with Shimei, right?" "Yes, she is my first woman, and she is also my junior sister apprentice." Wang Shi said angrily. "Oh, I see. By the way, I have a question for you. Where are Wu Yang and Qin Wu from Yuehua School?" "They have returned to Yuehua School. They said they were going to prepare for the pagoda ascension ceremony." Wang Shi answered. "You have asked enough questions. Just come down and die. Accept your death?" Ling Xiao floated down and smiled. "I'm sorry, Brother Wang. I'm not here to die. I'm here to kill you." "Ha ha ha ha, boy, you've got guts. Let's see if you have the ability to do so." Wang Shi sneered, "From the moment you entered the Sha family castle, you lost your last chance to escape. Kill him." For a time, a large number of martial artists appeared out of nowhere. With 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside, Ling Xiao was completely surrounded. Not to mention escaping, it was probably impossible for him to even go out for a breather. The outermost layer was made up of archers. Every one of them held a shiny crossbow in their hands and aimed it at Ling Xiao. Needless to say, these crossbows and arrows must have been coated with poison. Since Wang Shi wanted to kill him, it was impossible for him to be merciful. This was basic knowledge. The cultivators in the middle were all cultivators between the 5th and 6th layers of the Transcendent Realm, all of whom were closely guarded, ready to launch a sneak attack on Ling Xiao at any moment. The frontmost layer was made up of cultivators below the 4th layer of the Transcendent Realm. To put it bluntly, they were cannon fodder, expendable goods. These people were used to weaken Ling Xiao's combat strength. Wang Shi quickly retreated to the middle of the group. Although he was confident he could kill Ling Xiao, he could use the most energy-efficient method. Naturally, he wouldn't choose to fight one-on-one. "Ho ho, such a grand welcoming ceremony, should I be thanking Brother Wang?" Ling Xiao still stood in the middle of the group with his sword in hand, looking at Wang Shi indifferently, not the slightest bit shaken by the sudden change in the situation. "Humph, Ling Xiao, you're too cunning. I won't fight you one-on-one, this isn't a spar. I'll do whatever it takes to kill you." When Wang Shi said these words, his face didn't turn red or his heart didn't race. Obviously, he was a ruthless character. Ling Xiao smiled and said, "I didn't expect Brother Wang to fight me one-on-one. If I wanted to kill someone, the means I used would be even more ruthless than this." Hearing Ling Xiao's words, Wang Shi suddenly felt a little worried. What did Ling Xiao mean by this? Was he bluffing, or was he really planning something else? "Afraid?" Ling Xiao chuckled and said, "Come, let me see your determination to kill me. Today, the winner is the king, and the loser is the bandit. Either you die or I die." He didn't think Wang Shi was despicable. Because if you want to kill someone, talk about fairness and justice, talk about being open and aboveboard, that would be too laughable and pedantic. Since they were already like fire and water, there was no such thing as despicable. Whoever killed the other represented justice, the weak didn't even have the right to choose death. Still not attacking? Wang Shi shouted angrily, kill him. Although he was still a little worried, Wang Shi was confident that his arrangements today were sufficient. Even if Ling Xiao had some kind of plot, he could use the cultivators below the fourth layer of the transcendent realm to pave the way for him. This was the role of cannon fodder in the first place. All of you listen to me, once I attack, I won't show any mercy. If you die, don't blame me when you go to hell. Ling Xiao simply put away the ice dragon sword and coldly glared at the hundreds of cultivators below the fourth layer of the transcendent realm. This was his final warning. If you die, I will give you a large pension. Our Beast King Palace will take care of your families. If you don't attack, I will kill you all. Wang Shi's voice was extremely cold. Kill. Hearing this, the cultivators' eyes suddenly turned blood red and they completely lost their minds. In any case, if they attacked, they would die. If they didn't attack, they would die. They had to choose a more meaningful way to die. Standing there, Wang Shi sneered and quickly declared, Ling Xiao, you have no chance of survival. Today, you must die. Ling Xiao didn't say anything, just calmly looking at the cultivators approaching him, a murderous intent gradually rising in his eyes. Although these people were forced to do so, he would not show them any mercy. Because once he showed mercy, he would be the one to die. He wasn't Buddha, nor was he the Holy Mother. It was impossible for him to sacrifice himself to save others. Behind him, the phantom of a giant hemlock tree appeared. The terrifying power released by this martial spirit caused these cultivators to tremble in fear. Die. Ling Xiao spat out a mouthful of turbid air. The phantom of the hemlock tree trembled and stretched out its branches, covering a radius of several hundred meters. Except for those who were watching the show outside, Wang Shi and his subordinates were all wrapped up. So. Countless spikes protruded from the ground. Screams rang out one after another as cultivators fell one after another. Release the arrows. Wang Shi waved his hand gloomily. He didn't care about the lives of the cannon fodder in front of him. As long as he could kill Ling Xiao, even if all the cultivators here died today, it didn't matter as long as he didn't die. So. Arrows shot out one after another. When the arrows shot by the archers got close to Ling Xiao, it was as if they had hit something. They shattered easily and fell to the ground, having no effect at all. However, the archers were in a miserable state. The sharp spikes flew past the experts in the middle and headed straight for the archers behind them. Another wave of screams rang out. Ling Xiao was the least afraid of numbers. On the contrary, the more people there were, the stronger he would become. In addition to the Mountain River Martial Soul's ability to devour true yuan, there was now a simplified version of the 10,000 Beast Blood Refining Array. The 10,000 Beast Blood Refining Array was not as simple as refining the essence of beasts. It could also refine martial artists. Therefore, the more people that died, the stronger the 10,000 Evil Beast Soul Spear that Ling Xiao condensed would be, and the more powerful its combat power would be. Although this method of fighting seemed a little evil, since the other party was an enemy, he did not feel that there was anything wrong with it. On the ground, there was a strange red glow and some terrifying inscriptions. Not good, let's rush out first. This guy has set up a trap here. Wang Shi was experienced and quickly realized where the danger was. Therefore, he led the group of experts in an attempt to rush out of the Iron Mountain cage. Brother Wang, don't waste your time. Since I dared to keep you here, I won't give you a chance to escape. Ling Zhao's Iron Mountain cage had been strengthened by the Earth's spiritual energy and could continuously absorb the Earth's spiritual energy from the Earth. Unless he was killed, no one could escape. Brat, you actually used such an evil array. If news of this gets out, you're finished. What a joke. If you can bully me with numbers, why can't I use an array? Ling Xiao said disdainfully, you said that my array is evil. Then, what kind of martial arts isn't evil? Unless you don't use it to hurt people. Wang Shi was speechless. He glared at Ling Xiao. Brother Wang, it's time to end this. After killing you, I still have to go back to Yuehua School to participate in the Pagoda Ascension ceremony. I don't have time to play with you here. Ling Xiao smiled and slowly walked towards Wang Shi. Suddenly, the ground bulged, and a sharp claw stretched out from the ground, directly grabbing Ling Xiao's vital point. Those claws were extremely sharp. Under the sun, they actually flickered with a strange cold light. The attack this time was extremely sudden and tricky. If it was someone else, they would have admitted defeat. However, Ling Xiao only smiled faintly. Displaying one slight skill before an expert, he had been releasing the true essence ball all this time, so he had long discovered what was hidden underground. The reason why he hadn't moved was because he wanted to beat them at their own game. When the claw reached out, he suddenly made his move. His right hand had already turned into a dragon claw. He directly grabbed the thing underground and pulled it out. It was a large rat. A large white rat. It was as big as a dog. This was King Snake's pet. He had always relied on this pet. With this pet, he had once ambushed an enemy who was stronger than him and killed him. He was confident that this time, Ling Xiao would also fall for it. However, the reality made him shudder with fear. Hee, it's not good for such a big rat to run around. Let's kill it. Ling Xiao glanced at King Snake and couldn't help but chuckle. The true essence in his hand surged, and a thick chi sword shot out. Little White, be careful. King Snake cried out in alarm. The situation changed too quickly, and his expression hadn't changed yet. He originally thought that Little White's sneak attack could successfully injure Ling Xiao, and then he would launch an attack and definitely kill Ling Xiao. However, the situation now was completely different from what he had imagined. It had even turned around. He had a deep friendship with Little White. This little thing had accompanied him since he was young, from weak to strong. His relationship with him was even deeper than his parents. He naturally didn't want Little White to die. If you don't want it to die, don't let it out. He smiled faintly at King Snake, and then the rat's shrill scream was heard. Squeak, 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 squeak. After you die, remember to choose the right master in the future. Don't mix around with that idiot. The chi sword had already pierced through the rat's body, and blood flowed all over the ground. Squeak. Before the rat died, it actually burst out a dazzling attack. It spat out a cloud of black smoke and shot directly at Ling Xiao's head. Of course, it didn't know what regret was. It was just a brainless rat that obeyed its master. Under everyone's dumbfounded gazes, Ling Xiao actually swallowed the black smoke into his stomach in one gulp. Tsk tisk, it's actually poisonous smoke. The taste isn't very good. I'll return it to you. Ling Xiao frowned, then opened his mouth and spat. The poisonous smoke that was originally inhaled actually flew towards King Snake and the others. Quickly hold your breath. King Snake shouted, but the speed of the poisonous smoke was too fast. Many martial artists were still hit. They fell to the ground and foamed at the mouth. After a while, they lost their vitality. In the sky, there was a figure covered by a cloud. It was actually the Moon Maiden. She originally planned to return to the Yuehua school alone. However, she was really worried about Ling Xiao, so she followed Ling Xiao to the Sha castle. She was almost ready to attack just now, but she didn't expect Ling Xiao to be completely fine. She was worried for nothing. This guy is even more terrifying than I thought. The Moon Maiden shook her head and continued to watch the battle. Unless it was absolutely necessary, she definitely wouldn't attack. Otherwise, it would definitely be detrimental to Ling Xiao's development. Little White. In the blink of an eye, Little White sneaked up on Ling Xiao and killed him. It happened in the blink of an eye. Even if King Snake wanted to save it, it was already too late. Here you go. Ling Xiao threw Little White's corpse to King Snake. However, King Snake didn't catch it. He let the corpse fall to the ground and stabbed into the spikes. Trying to trick me? No way. King Snake said coldly. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly and said, I really didn't play any tricks this time. I just thought that your little pet was not bad, so I wanted to return its body to you. Look at you, you're such a person. King Snake looked at Little White's corpse, and his face turned red and white. In the end, his various expressions converged into a bone-chilling murderous intent. A snake spear appeared in King Snake's hand. He said to Ling Xiao in a bone-chilling voice, no matter what, you will die today. You've said the same thing many times. Even if you don't find it annoying, I'm tired of hearing it. Ling Xiao rubbed his ears and said to King Snake. In fact, he wanted to say the same thing. Today, all the martial artists here would die. He didn't care who was the mastermind and who was the accomplice. Whoever dared to chase after him would die. Tolerating the pursuit of the enemy wasn't kindness, but stupidity. Sooner or later, he would be killed. Ling Xiao hated being hunted down, so whoever tried to kill him, he would make them pay the heaviest price. Even if he couldn't kill them because of his strength, he would make sure they never had a day of peace. La Wangxi looked around. Those who were dead and those who were injured were injured. There was no one who could help him. Even his pet had been killed by Ling Xiao. Now, if he wanted to kill Ling Xiao, he would have to do it himself. The giant python phantom flickered and a layer of green scales appeared on his body. If Yang Kai wasn't mistaken, this should be a defensive martial soul battle skill that used the giant python scales to enhance its defense. It was somewhat similar to Ling Xiao's heavenly dragon scale armor, but because it relied on the power of his martial soul, it was much tougher. However, Ling Xiao no longer relied on the heavenly dragon scale armor. His earth spirit body's defense in its normal state was even more terrifying than the heavenly dragon scale armor. On the green scales, wisps of dark green true yuan gas were emitted. At this time, Wangxi looked like a giant python instead of a human. His eyes were fixed on Ling Xiao, as if he wanted to swallow Ling Xiao whole. The gigantic python's shadow coiled behind him. It also stuck its head out and stared at Ling Xiao with its huge eyes. Although a transcendent 8th layer cultivator was only at the initial stage, the fusion of his martial soul and soul had basically reached a perfect state, so he was much more powerful than the previous cultivators. Ling Xiao looked at Wangxi indifferently, still maintaining an indifferent expression on his face. Indeed, his opponent was an early-stage transcendent 8th layer cultivator. However, the all-evil beast soul spear in his body was a sure kill skill he had obtained from the evil beast Demon King. And even now, it still possessed terrifying lethality. As long as Yang Kai chose the right opportunity to release it, Wangxi would die. The gap in strength seemed great, but in fact, from the beginning of this battle, the outcome had already been decided. Suddenly, Wangxi moved. The serpent spear abruptly pierced out, turning into numerous shadows. Like a poisonous snake, it spat out its tongue and pounced towards Ling Xiao. Although he was still standing in the same place, the snake's shadow had already shot out at an extremely fast speed. In a battle between Transcendent Realm cultivators, even if they didn't engage in close combat, it was still possible to resolve it. The only difference was that in terms of attack power, it was naturally not as great as using a weapon to strike the opponent's body. The snake's shadows went straight for Ling Xiao's vital points, making it impossible for Ling Xiao to dodge. However, Ling Xiao didn't move. He extended both hands, and 6 swords of energy appeared. He had successfully condensed the 6th Qi sword on his way to the Sha Castle. After breaking through to the Transcendent Realm's 6th layer, this matter had become much easier to accomplish. Pa 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 pa, the 6 Qi swords blocked all of the snake shadow's attacks, producing a muffled explosion. However, this did not seem to be beyond Wangxi's expectations. After the snake shadow appeared, he quickly rushed forward and swept the snake spear in his hand towards Ling Xiao's lower body. The terrifying power of the martial soul was added to the long spear, and it actually emitted a sound similar to the hiss of a python. Snake Shadow Spear Art, Python Devour Style. The snake spear seemed to have suddenly transformed into a giant python, opening its bloody maw and biting towards Ling Xiao's lower body. One could even clearly smell the fishy smell coming from it. Cloud Dragon Divine Trek, Illusion Array. Ling Xiao used his movement skill to dodge, but Wangxi once again rushed forward, the snake spear in his hand continuously attacking, forcing Ling Xiao to be unable to counterattack. The two of them exchanged more than 20 moves in a row inside the Iron Mountain cage. Wangxi showed a sneer. He clearly understood Ling Xiao's cultivation, Ling Xiao's moves, and Ling Xiao's reliance. He believed that Ling Xiao's current cultivation was at most the early Transcendent Realm's 6th layer. What Ling Xiao relied on was nothing more than that strange movement skill of his. Since that was the case, killing Ling Xiao would not be a problem. Snake Shadow Spear Art, Snake Shadow Cup. Suddenly, Wangxi's move changed, and the snake spear in his hand flew out like an arrow, shooting towards Ling Xiao's throat. Ling Xiao originally intended to block it, but the moment he was about to react, he suddenly changed his move. Hemlock Martial Soul, 1,000-ton heavy staff. The huge Hemlock Martial Soul merged into the 1,000-ton heavy staff and smashed it into the ground. At that moment, the snake spear piercing towards Ling Xiao's neck disappeared, and another spear shot out from the ground. Is this the snake shadow cup? It's really an exquisite spear art, but unfortunately it's useless in front of me. Ling Xiao smiled faintly, still standing there steadily. Do you think you've seen through me? Do you think you can kill me? Do you think everything is under your control? Wrong, it's just a ridiculous illusion. Ling Xiao's voice sounded in Wang Shi's ears, causing him to panic. Ling Xiao's performance was too surprising. He had no choice but to re-evaluate his opponent. It's time to end this. I don't have time to waste here with you. Thunder and lightning constellation, flying snow. Unknowingly, the ice dragon sword had already appeared in Ling Xiao's hand. Thunder and lightning roared, and the sword in his hand was filled with a ferocious and shocking power. Then, it tore through the air and pierced towards Wang Shi. The cold aura caused Wang Shi's body to tremble. The dark green scales all over his body became even thicker. He clearly knew that he couldn't block Ling Xiao's attack, so he could only defend with all his might. As long as he wasn't hit by Ling Xiao's attack, he shouldn't die. The flying snow was too fast, it was so fast that Wang Shi couldn't react in time. The attack, which was wrapped in the power of lightning, hit the dark green scale armor fiercely. Bam! With a loud explosion, Wang Shi's body was actually sent flying backwards by the terrifying impact. The spikes on the ground were shattered by the dark green scales. Ha ha ha, it's fine. Ha ha ha, Ling Xiao, your attack is only SOSO. Although Wang Shi was in a sorry state, he was so excited that he laughed out loud when he saw that his scales had not shattered. Crack! Just as Wang Shi was laughing out loud, cracks appeared on his scales, and there were still residual electric currents coiling around them. It seems like I'm still lacking a little. Ling Xiao muttered to himself, and without waiting for Wang Shi to react, the sword in his hand thrust it out once again. This time, the sword was even faster. Wind and rain celestial phenomenon, flying snow. The wind-splitting effect and acceleration effect, the rain's corrosive effect, these were the key to Ling Xiao's choice. Break! Ling Xiao shouted softly. Crack! Pa! Finally, Wang Shi, who had just stood up, was knocked down again. Not only that, the cracks on his scales became bigger and bigger, and finally, they completely split open. The remaining sword chi pierced Wang Shi's body. Damn it! Wang Shi felt a sweetness in his throat, and a trace of blood slowly seeped out from the corner of his mouth. He was actually injured. When fighting against martial warriors of the same level, he had not been injured for a long time, but this time, facing Ling Xiao, whose cultivation was clearly much weaker than his, he was actually injured. This is troublesome. Wang Shi had a bad premonition that Ling Xiao had broken his scales and injured him. Novel, Law, N, as expected of an 8th-layer Transcendent Realm cultivator. Although he's only an early-stage cultivator, he's still not easy to deal with. Ling Xiao couldn't help but nod with a regretful look on his face. In fact, if he didn't have to use the All-Evil Beast Soul Spear, Ling Xiao wouldn't have been willing to use it. The All-Evil Beast Soul Spear could only be condensed using the 10,000 Beast Blood Refining Array. Normally, it wouldn't be easy to condense it, so he really didn't want to use it. However, Wang Shi's defensive power was beyond his imagination. The toughness of his scales was terrifying. If he wanted to kill Wang Shi in one go, it seemed that he really would have to use the All-Evil Beast Soul Spear to launch a surprise attack. What's more, he really couldn't waste any more time. He believed that someone had already reported what happened here to the Beast King Palace. It probably wouldn't be long before the disciples of the nearby Beast King Palace arrived. At that time, as long as even one core disciple of the Beast King Palace appeared, he would be in danger. If a Heaven Realm Elder came, it would be even more troublesome. Therefore, he had to end this quickly and then escape. Smelly brat, your strength really exceeded my expectations. Originally, I didn't plan to use my high-grade gold-grade martial skill on a piece of trash like you, but it seems that I have to use it today. Although Wang Shi said that nothing had happened to him, in fact, the 2 consecutive attacks had almost scared him out of his wits. His resentment and hatred for Ling Xiao had accumulated to the extreme, so at this moment, he would rather use a high-grade gold-grade martial skill that he hadn't mastered yet. He believed that Ling Xiao was just an outer disciple of the Yuehua school, so he definitely wouldn't be able to learn such a high-level martial skill. Ling Xiao just looked at Wang Shi indifferently as the all-evil beast soul spear in his body began to prepare. After all, the all-evil beast soul spear was condensed by the evil beast demon king, so it wasn't very obedient. It was like a naughty pet, so if he wanted to control it to attack, he had to prepare a little. Superior gold-grade martial skill? Ling Xiao was a little stunned. As far as he was concerned, a martial skill of this level could only be considered trash. This guy was like a treasure. But thinking about it carefully, Wang Shi's reaction should be the normal reaction. In the Yuehua school, only the core disciples were qualified to practice superior gold-tier martial arts. Even so, it was still very difficult to obtain one. As for the other disciples, it was already very good for them to be able to cultivate a gold-grade precious grade martial art. This Wang Shi was only the weakest core disciple in the Beast King Palace. It must not have been easy for him to obtain a superior gold-grade martial skill. Therefore, in his opinion, this thing was really a treasure. Dai, outer disciple of the Yuehua school. So what if your talent is outstanding? If you aren't a core disciple of your sect, you won't be able to learn such a powerful martial skill. Wang Shi sneered, and the Zheng Yuan wrapped around the snake spear in his hand became denser. At the same time, the giant python phantom behind him became smaller and smaller. In the end, only a green ball was left, which was integrated into this attack. Hiss, the long spear trembled and turned into a living giant python. The dense Zheng Yuan made the onlookers tremble. Is Hero Ling okay? Hero Ling, you must win. Damn it, this Wang Shi actually has a superior gold-grade martial skill. Otherwise, he would have died long ago. There were also powerful people in the crowd. Some people had good eyesight, but they didn't have much talent for cultivation. However, they had a rich understanding of martial arts in the world. There were also some experts who were watching the battle with interest and commented on the onlookers. This move that Wang Shi used should be a special martial soul combat skill. It integrated everything about the martial soul. This is the specialty of the Beast King Palace. They are the best at this. Yes, this move seems to be called Sky Snake Fatal Spear? That's right. Just as the onlookers were discussing, Wang Shi used his attack. The roaring giant python seemed to have grown a pair of thin cicada wings. Its speed was so fast that it was even faster than Ling Xiao's flying snow. In the sky, the moon lady stared at the giant python nervously. As long as Ling Xiao was in danger, she would not hesitate to block the attack. However, she couldn't do that now. She couldn't interfere with Ling Xiao's battle until the last moment. She knew this young man's character too well. If she really did that, it would make Ling Xiao unhappy. Good. A confident smile appeared on Ling Xiao's face. A superior gold-grade martial skill? A core disciple of the Beast King Palace only has this little bit of knowledge. In his body, the all-evil beast soul spear was completely under his control. Then, black smoke appeared around him, as if there were countless vengeful spirits wailing. I will release you now. The black spear appeared directly behind Ling Xiao. The strange black light caused the surrounding space to distort. The all-evil beast soul spear. It was also a spear, but even a fool could see how powerful Ling Xiao's all-evil beast soul spear was. Following a shout, the spear appeared. All kinds of strange inscriptions appeared on the black spear. It was strange and mysterious. What martial skill is that? What is the all-evil beast soul spear? I've never heard of it. How can this martial skill be so terrifying? Is it a superior gold-grade martial skill? That's impossible. Ling Xiao is rumored to be an outer disciple of the Yuehua school. How can he learn a superior gold-grade martial skill? This is too strange. The jaws of the passing experts almost fell to the ground. They thought that Ling Xiao's superior gold-grade martial skill would be enough to suppress Ling Xiao. Who would have thought that Ling Xiao would use an even more terrifying martial skill? It seems that I don't have to worry about this kid anymore. I didn't expect him to be able to subdue the all-evil beast soul spear of the evil beast demon king. What is his martial soul? In the sky, the moon lady smiled wryly. She felt that she was worrying too much. She didn't need to treat Ling Xiao like a baby. He was a mature martial artist who had experienced many life and death battles. Inside the Iron Mountain cage, the all-evil beast soul spear didn't cause any discomfort. Of course, Ling Xiao had spent a lot of time preparing to use the all-evil beast soul spear. Although the all-evil beast soul spear's power was less than 1% of the evil beast demon king's, it was enough to deal with Wang Shi. It was more than enough. Black light danced in the sky. Ling Xiao pushed his hands forward, and the black spear made the sky look ferocious. Wherever the spear passed, the plants on the ground withered rapidly. The original corpses were also sucked dry of blood and turned into withered corpses. Wang Shi stared fixedly at the terrifying black spear. Novel, law, despair flashed across his eyes. He did not expect Ling Xiao to have such a terrifying trump card prepared for him. Master, save me. He let out a shrill roar at the sky. Tens of thousands of miles away in the Beast King Palace, an inner sect elder suddenly opened his eyes and sped towards the direction of the Xia family castle. His cultivation was on par with the flame deity. Although he could not fly, he could glide for a long time, and his speed was not slow either. Therefore, even if he was tens of thousands of miles away, it would only take him about an hour to reach the Xia family castle. Even so, the elder still felt that it was too slow, so he directly used the secret technique scroll that he had kept for a long time. The secret technique scroll could only be used once. Therefore, it was extremely precious. The secret technique scroll in his hand was the 8,000 miles near secret technique, which allowed him to travel tens of thousands of miles in an instant to reach his destination. He had to do this for Wang Shi. Wang Shi was his most outstanding disciple and one of the future hopes of the Beast King Palace. He could not die here. At this moment, in the Iron Mountain cage, Wang Shi poured all his true qi into the sky snake lethal spear. He sensed his master's arrival, so as long as he could stall for time and save his own life, he would be able to wait for his master. Boom! With a loud explosion, the corpse in the Iron Mountain cage was blown to smithereens, and the black spear collided with the sky snake lethal spear. Then, the sky snake lethal spear was easily destroyed like it was made of paper. The black spear pierced through Wang Shi without any resistance. With a scream, Wang Shi's body was sent flying, and he crashed heavily into the Iron Mountain cage. He was nailed to the Iron Mountain cage by the black spear, and blood flowed from his back. However, the early-stage Transcendent Realm 8th level cultivator was still alive. When the smoke dispersed, Ling Xiao was still standing there, unscathed. There was not even a trace of a tear on his clothes. In the sky, the Moon Maiden's beautiful face showed a proud smile. That kind of feeling was like watching her man flaunting his prowess. It was especially comfortable. We won. Some of the onlookers cheered. That king snake is not dead yet. Some people seem to be very vigilant. Even if he's not dead, he should be severely injured. There's no way he can win against young hero Ling, that's true. This time, Wang Shi is completely defeated. This feeling is really great. Ling Xiao looked at Wang Shi, who was nailed to the cage, and said, "As I said, I'm here to kill you today, so you have to die." Ah! Wang Shi roared like a madman. But suddenly, his body began to tremble violently. I advise you not to move around recklessly. The all-evil beast soul spear is the evil beast demon king's famous consummate skill. Its most frightening aspect is not its destructive power, but its ability to continuously absorb the essence of its victims. Ling Xiao looked at Wang Shi and said, "If you don't move, you can still die peacefully. But if you struggle, I'm afraid you'll die a horrible death." Ling Xiao did not feel any pity for Wang Shi at all. Wang Shi had brought all of this upon himself. The arrogant core disciple of the Beast King Palace thought that he could kill Ling Xiao. Hence, he chased after Ling Xiao all the way to Xia Castle and conspired with Fairy Linglong to kill Ling Xiao. In the end, he was killed by Ling Xiao in Xia Castle. It was a story to be told. Bastard, do you think that you can live after I'm dead? Wang Shi roared furiously, "My master will be here soon. When that time comes, it will be your time to die." His voice was filled with endless hatred and anger. Are you talking about this old man? A woman's voice was heard in the sky. Then, an old corpse was thrown down. Moon Lady? Ling Xiao was delighted. He did not expect the Moon Lady to still be here. She's still interested in me. In fact, with Ling Xiao's Mountain River martial soul, he could see Wang Shi's master but not the Moon Lady. After all, the difference in strength was too big. On the other hand, Ling Xiao was prepared to deal with Wang Shi's master. Even if he couldn't win, he could at least run. He had already thought of a plan to retreat. Knowledge didn't expect that when this old man appeared, he would already be a corpse. Master! Wang Shi was in despair. Looking at the smashed corpse, he no longer had the confidence to fight with Ling Xiao. How dare you kill an inner sect elder of the Beast King Palace? Does the Yuehua school not want to exist anymore? Wang Shi was stunned. He could not believe that this was real. So what if I killed him? If the Beast King Palace is not satisfied, then destroy it too. The woman in the sky was domineering. Although she was a peerless beauty, the words that came out of her mouth were really domineering to the extreme. Ling Xiao could not help but laugh bitterly. If he could be as domineering as her one day, he would be a true elite. Did you hear that, Wang Shi? Since your master is dead, you should go with him so that he won't be lonely on the way. No, I don't want to die. As long as you let me go, I can give you a complete set of upper gold grade martial arts. When the shadow of death loomed over him, Wang Shi had completely lost the determination in his heart. He actually begged Ling Xiao for mercy. Upper gold grade martial arts? Haha, but I don't want it. After saying that, Ling Xiao gently hit Wang Shi with his palm. Wang Shi, who was on the verge of death, completely lost his life. His body slid down softly and fell beside his master's tattered corpse. Ling Xiao took Wang Shi's storage ring. However, the Moon Lady took Wang Shi's master's storage ring. In Wang Shi's storage ring, there was only one thing that caught Ling Xiao's attention. It was a secret scroll. Soul fusion? Ling Xiao penetrated the scroll with his soul force and carefully checked its grade and function. It turned out that this secret scroll was a secret scroll that could completely fuse one's martial spirit with a cultivator. The fused state could last for half an hour, and during that time, the cultivator's combat strength would increase by at least 3 times. Furthermore, the cultivator would be able to use some special combat abilities. However, the cultivator had to be at the peak of the Transcendent Realm 8th level or above. Because Wang Shi's cultivation was not high enough, he could not use it for the time being. Instead, it benefited Ling Xiao. Little brat, I'll take my leave first. This time, the Moon Lady really had to leave first. Ling Xiao's performance made her feel very relieved. She did not think that such a cunning little brat would die so easily outside. Ling Xiao looked in the direction the Moon Lady disappeared and removed the iron cage. He then soared into the sky and flew in the direction of the Yuehua school. Wang Shi was dead, and so were the cultivators who chased after him. He did not want to stay in the Xia family castle any longer. After Ling Xiao left, the story of a young swordsman who was half a demon and half a swordsman spread around the Xia castle. He destroyed the Ling Long Celestial Palace and killed Wang Shi, a core disciple of the Beast King Palace. He had saved countless women who had been harmed and allowed the Xia family castle to return to its former tranquility. In fact, not long after this incident, the Yuehua school sent people to take over the place. Of course, they did so only because the Moon Lady had told Chang Yueying to do so. After all, once the Beast King Palace vented their anger on the Xia castle, many people here would die. It seemed that the Moon Lady, who looked domineering and tough, was actually quite meticulous. Before returning to the Yuehua school, Ling Xiao went to the Divine Sword sect and left behind a large number of mundane grade treasures, fine grade treasures, gold and silver, as well as a large number of panaceas. Then he rushed to the Yuehua school. After returning to the sect, Ling Xiao did not meet anyone. Instead, he went back to his cave abode in the outer sanctum and started to make some preparations. First of all, he used the precious grade treasures he got from the evil beast Demon King's cave to condense his 36 Tiangang swords into precious grade treasures. He also condensed the drifting snow sword. So far, his 2 long swords, the Ice Dragon sword and the drifting snow sword, had become precious grade treasures. and his 36 Tiangang swords had also become precious grade treasures. No one in the entire Yuehua school could compare to him. Unfortunately, he had used up all his precious grade treasures. Otherwise, he would have given one to Dai Yuling. However, he still had 3 fine grade treasures. He planned to give them to Dai Yuling, Zhao Ji, and Shang Wanlei. He gave them to Dai Yuling because of friendship. He gave them to Zhao Ji and Shang Wanlei because he wanted to win their hearts. Even though the 2 of them were already inner sect disciples, it was still not easy for them to obtain a fine grade artifact. Especially a defense grade treasure. It was the hardest to get among all the magic treasures, but it was the most useful. After that, Ling Xiao spent a day reviewing and absorbing the battle scenes of the past few days. He converted the experience gained from the battle into his own. Through this hard work, his 9 Meridians Chi sword finally entered a state of enlightenment. The comprehension of the last 3 Chi swords only took 2 hours to complete. This was mainly because he had been trying to use the 9 Meridians Chi sword to fight with enemies these days, and the experience he had accumulated was not just a little bit. Just as he had expected, after the 9 Chi swords were completely condensed, he was able to comprehend the real move from the original chant. After all, it was a gold-grade martial art. It was impossible for it to be a simple Chi sword attack. If that was the case, it would be inferior to the Snow Lotus sword art. Now, he was relieved. In order to comprehend this set of martial arts moves, one had to constantly practice and accumulate experience. Then, one would look at the incantation and gain new insights. It was a pity that he had just successfully condensed the 9 Chi swords, so he had only comprehended one move. This move was formed according to the mnemonic chant and his mountain river martial spirit. He had let his martial spirit avatar test its power in the mountain river world. It was extremely terrifying. Just this move alone was comparable to the power of the last move of the Snow Lotus sword art. The key was that the execution speed was faster, and he could use it without drawing his sword. It seemed that as his cultivation continued to increase, and he became more proficient in various martial arts, the Snow Lotus sword art would gradually be eliminated. However, this was a natural law, and he did not care much about it. From the day he started practicing martial arts, he had already practiced many martial arts. There would always be times when he would be eliminated. However, these martial arts not only provided him with a strong fighting strength at that stage, but more importantly, provided him with some rules and knowledge to practice martial arts. This could also be considered a kind of accumulation. If he had not practiced the Snow Lotus sword art before, then the current him would not have been able to practice the 9 Meridians Chi sword so easily. Other than the 9 Meridians Chi sword, Ling Zhao's shadow sword art had also improved. Now, he could already condense 10 sword spirit avatars. That's right, it was sword spirit avatars, and not sword shadow avatars. Previously in the Dragon Submission Mountain Range, he had obtained a large number of sword-type martial spirits. Therefore, all of the sword shadow avatars had been condensed into sword spirit avatars. In the end, there were still 3 sword spirit avatars left. As long as they were condensed successfully, he would be able to practice the shadow sword art move smoothly. In reality, this shadow sword art was the replacement for the Snow Lotus sword art. It was of a higher grade, more powerful, and also a move that used the sword. In addition, he now had 3 out-of-body stage martial spirits in his body. The Plague Demon King martial spirit, the Fairy Dragon martial spirit, and the Hemlock martial spirit had all reached the 1-point out-of-body stage. It was a pity that the Mountain River martial spirit's grade was relatively low, so it could not be improved for the time being. Other than that, there was also the Evil Beast Demon King, imprisoned, an immemorial golden dragon, and a metal piece that was filled with killing intent that was not inferior to the immemorial golden dragon's aura. As for the other martial spirits, he used a portion to strengthen the immemorial golden dragon's soul, and gave the other portion to the Mountain River martial spirit to devour. The Mountain River martial spirit's grade was too low, so it had to be improved. Otherwise, the other martial spirits would be stuck at the one-day out-of-body stage, unable to be improved. Fortunately, after devouring so many martial spirits, the Mountain River martial spirit had reached the pinnacle of the transparent body, and could break through at any time. This was only a matter of time, because the martial spirits that had been devoured needed a longer period of time to digest. He estimated that after this, the mountain river martial spirit would at least be able to reach the pinnacle of the perfect soul virtual body stage. It might even be able to reach the perfect soul physical body stage. This time, the rewards from the Xia family castle and the Dragon Submission mountain range were simply too great. After finishing these things, Ling Xiao left the cave and prepared to give the 3 defensive treasures to Dai Yuling and the rest. In another 2 days, the Moon Arrival Festival would arrive, and the Pagoda Ascension ceremony would officially begin on the 3rd day after the Moon Arrival Festival. The first 3 days would not be idle, and the main thing was to organize a selection. Other than the seated contestants, the rest of the disciples who had not participated in the Pagoda Ascension ceremony 3 times could participate in the selection. It was said that this time, the Moon Maidens had adjusted the rules of the Pagoda Ascension ceremony. Due to the appearance of the Plague Demon King, the Evil Beast Demon King, and the appearance of the Mountain River Martial Spirit, there was a feeling that the mystic world would undergo a huge change. The adjustment of the rules was to allow more disciples to obtain the qualifications to participate in the Pagoda Ascension ceremony. The previous conditions were too harsh, and the number of disciples who had the qualifications to enter the Moonlight Pagoda would definitely not exceed 20. Sometimes, there would only be 1 or 2. However, it was different this time. The original rules were no longer applied, and the number of people who could participate in the Pagoda Ascension ceremony was increased to 50. These 50 people would be selected through competition. In other words, no matter what, there would not be less than 50 disciples who would enter the Moonlight Pagoda Ascension ceremony. However, even though the number of spots to participate in the Pagoda Ascension ceremony had increased, for many disciples with weaker cultivations, it was more troublesome. Because if they wanted to compete, they would have to compete with their strength. Of course, those with higher cultivation would have an advantage. In the past, they could only pass a certain test by luck. But now, the spots could only be obtained through competition. Naturally, strength was more important. Many people cited this, such as Zhao Ji. Zhao Ji had been diligently cultivating ever since Ling Xiao gave him the martial arts manual. Now, his cultivation had broken through to the peak of the 2nd layer transcendent realm. However, this cultivation level was truly not that high. It would be very difficult for him to enter the top 50. The Yuehua school's inner sect currently had about 200 disciples. About 100 of them were in the 1st layer transcendent realm. The others hadn't been counted yet, so Zhao Ji didn't know his exact position. He could only desperately raise his strength to the limit. If he could snatch a spot, that would be the best. Dai Yuling's cultivation was about the same as Zhao Ji's. But because her cultivation method was more unique, she had already reached the early 3rd layer transcendent realm. These two were just barely qualified to obtain a spot. However, when Ling Xiao handed them a fine-grade artifact defensive artifact, their confidence suddenly increased. Once a cultivator of the same level had a magic artifact, they would be much stronger. Especially a defensive artifact, it could play a big role in a critical moment. Looking at the fine-grade artifact defensive artifact in his hand, Zhao Ji said excitedly, "Senior brother Ling, I can't thank you enough." "I, Zhao Ji, owe you, Ling Xiao. When I inherit the throne, I will definitely protect your family." This was all he could do. After all, in terms of talent, he couldn't compare to Ling Xiao. Saying that he would save Ling Xiao and help Ling Xiao was a bit hypocritical. However, as the most valued prince of Northern Han, he could play a role in the secular world. Protecting the Divine Sword sect was relatively simple. By the way, senior brother Ling, did you get this transcendent artifact from the Divine Weapon Hall? Even though Ling Xiao was still an outer court disciple, how could Zhao Ji not know how terrifying his strength was? Although Wu Yan and Qin Wu did not spread the news of what had happened at the Xia family castle to the public and only told Meng Yuan about it, Zhao Ji could feel that Ling Xiao's aura had changed. Therefore, he had already changed the name of Ling Xiao to senior brother. In the sect, the strong were respected. Other than the fact that the title of master and disciple would not change, the titles of senior and junior brothers, senior and junior sisters, and so on, were all determined based on their cultivation. This was also a kind of incentive measure. Divine Weapon Hall? Ling Xiao was stunned. He did not know that there was such a place in Yuehua School. It can't be, right? Senior brother Ling, there are many good treasures in the Divine Weapon Hall. You obtained so many sect points last time, could it be that you exchanged them all for martial arts secret manuals? Zhao Ji asked in surprise. No, I didn't. I was in a hurry to leave the sect to train, so I didn't use them. Ling Xiao touched his chin. He felt that he really had to make a trip to the Divine Weapon Hall. Transcendent artifacts were not just weapons and defensive equipment. It also included some special items that aided in cultivation and battle. Of course, it also included secret scrolls, which were also considered a type of transcendent artifact. In this period of time, Ling Xiao had seen the power of secret scrolls, as well as the power of many auxiliary and offensive transcendent artifacts. Since he had a lot of points now, there was no need to exchange them for martial arts secret manuals. He might as well exchange them for transcendent artifacts. In this way, his combat power would increase by a lot under the same cultivation level. After all, anything could happen during the Pagoda Ascension ceremony. With more assurance, there would be more chances of success. Thank you for the reminder, junior brother Zhao. I'll go take a look at the Divine Weapon Hall now. After bidding farewell to Zhao Ji, Ling Xiao gave the last high-quality defensive artifact to Shangguan Lei. Of course, he did this secretly and was sure that no one would see it. After that, he asked for the location of the Divine Weapon Hall and quickly went there. The Divine Weapon Hall was the same as the Array Hall and the Medicine Hall. It was one of the more important halls in the Yuehua school. The hall masters of the Array Hall and the Medicine Hall were peak Transcendent Realm Level 9 martial artists. The hall master of the Divine Weapon Hall was a true Heavenly Venerable. Moreover, this hall master was an old acquaintance of Ling Zhao's, Heavenly Venerable Golden Light, who was also Ling Hao's master. Ha ha ha, little guy, we meet again? Heavenly Venerable Golden Light was very friendly when he saw Ling Xiao. Although Ling Xiao had refused to be his disciple, he was not a narrow-minded person. Heavenly Venerable is actually the hall master of the Divine Weapon Hall. Ling Xiao bowed to Heavenly Venerable Golden Light. He had a very good impression of Heavenly Venerable Golden Light. Then, he explained his purpose of coming here. You want a support-type artifact? Sure, no problem. Take your pick. No matter what grade the artifact is, I'll give you a 50% discount for the first item, and a 20% discount for the second and subsequent items. Heavenly Venerable Golden Light said with a smile. Sky Sovereign, you have to think carefully. Last time, I made a great contribution to the sect. All the pills, martial arts manuals, and armaments were originally calculated according to a 20% discount. The discount you mentioned is calculated on the basis of a 20% discount. Ling Xiao smiled. Of course, this Heavenly Venerable knows. However, since the Moon Maiden has chosen you, you are the future hope of the Yuehua school. This Heavenly Venerable only has one request for you, and that is to help Ling Hao as much as you can. Heavenly Venerable Golden Light explained the reason why he was treating Ling Xiao so well. Since Heavenly Venerable Golden Light has said so, this junior will naturally not refuse. Helping Ling Hao was just a small matter, but he could obtain the powerful help of Heavenly Venerable Golden Light. Even if there was no discount, Ling Xiao would definitely agree. Ling Xiao was very clear about this debt. Since that's the case, follow me in. Although you said that you want to choose a support-type weapon, this Heavenly Venerable feels that you should take a look. In fact, even the same weapon will have completely different attributes and uses. As Heavenly Venerable Golden Light led Ling Xiao into the Divine Weapon Hall, he said, this Heavenly Venerable knows that you have 2 treasured swords in your hands. They might have reached the level of a treasured artifact, but your 2 treasured swords are of the ice and snow attribute. This Heavenly Venerable feels that you can choose some treasured swords that are compatible with your attributes. His words reminded Ling Xiao. The 12 Golden Lotus Arts had the power of 12 celestial bodies. However, his Ice Dragon Sword and Floating Snow Sword were both of the ice and snow attribute. This was obviously not compatible enough. What he needed now were 4 swords of the wind, thunder, rain, and lightning attributes. Only then would it be more suitable for him to display the power of the celestial bodies. Of course, it would be even better if he could gather the power of 12 celestial bodies. Junior understands. Thank you for your reminder, Heavenly Venerable. Ling Xiao nodded. He already had a plan in mind. Divine weapons and sharp weapons reflected each other's brilliance, revealing their sharpness. It looked very shocking. Even Ling Xiao, who already had quite a few treasures, was dazzled by the number of treasures and weapons he had to deal with. No wonder so many martial artists yearned for divine weapons. With the same level of strength, once one had a good weapon, one's battle power would increase by a large margin. There wasn't a single common weapon here. Even the worst one was a common grade artifact or a magic weapon. It was just that in the outside world, most martial artists liked to refer to all weapons, defensive equipment, and auxiliary equipment as martial tools, and martial tools of the mortal grade and above as magic treasures. This was also to differentiate between ordinary weapons and weapons. It was not just a difference in name. Of course, since they were not ordinary, the price would not be cheap. Even though Ling Xiao could casually give away mortal grade and fine grade treasures, in reality, even the lowest mortal grade treasures were worth a lot. Ling Xiao took a look. The price of a mortal weapon was 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. These were low-grade spirit stones, not gold or silver. Among the secular sects, only a sect like the Divine Sword sect would have so many low-grade spirit stones. The other sects would not have so many low-grade spirit stones. Fine weapons were even more expensive. The price of one could reach tens of thousands of low-grade spirit stones. Among them, defensive weapons were the most expensive. They could only be bought with tens of thousands of low-grade spirit stones. The price of a treasure weapon was even more ridiculous. The price of one could reach hundreds of thousands, or even millions of low-grade spirit stones. It was simply frightening. There's nothing good here. Let's go in and take a look. Heavenly Sovereign Golden Light was going all out for his disciple, Ling Hao. This could be considered as him trying his best to rope in Ling Xiao. He brought Ling Xiao into this place. All of the treasures were treasured weapons. None of them were below the level of treasured weapons. Unfortunately, Ling Xiao looked for a long time and did not find any immortal weapons. As expected, items of that level should have been divided up by the sect elders. It was impossible for them to be placed here as decorations. Ling Xiao casually glanced around. Not only did these treasures have price tags, they even had detailed introductions. It was truly considerate. The Northern Wood Saber was forged from the treasured saber of the Northern Wood Saber Venerable, a thunder attribute weapon, a rare grade artifact suitable for Transcendent Realm cultivators. It can increase the user's strength by 40% and has a 10% chance of causing double damage. It also has a thunder explosion effect. When used, it would produce some of the domineering aura of the Northern Woods Blade Venerable. The price is 39,800 low-grade spirit stones. Legend has it that the phoenix armor was forged from the feathers and bones of a bird-type beast with an ancient bloodline and some special metals. Its defense is astonishing, and it can increase the strength of one's protective Xianyuan by 40%. It also has the effect of raging flame protection and can reduce damage by 20%, but it consumes Xianyuan. The selling price is 1 million low-grade spirit stones. Dazzling Dragon Gold Brick is a hidden weapon artifact made from the bones of a fire attribute vicious beast. When it attacks, it can produce terrifying flames that can instantly kill a Transcendent Realm 6th layer cultivator. Any cultivator below the Transcendent Realm who is hit by this artifact will be severely injured. The price is 200,000 low-grade spirit stones. Ling Xiao looked at the introductions of these artifacts and couldn't help but feel that he had been really muddle-headed before. Although he had a rare grade artifact, he had never been able to truly exert its power. He had only been using it as a weapon. Therefore, the additional effects were only triggered randomly and were not deliberately controlled. No wonder his attacks would suddenly become much stronger. It turned out that this was the problem. Little fellow, the treasures here are all carefully selected by the sect. Generally, disciples with insufficient loyalty and contribution points don't have the qualifications to purchase them. Heavenly Venerable Golden Light introduced, the craftsmanship and materials used in each of them are very exquisite, as they are as close to perfection as possible, so the price is naturally much higher. Ordinary disciples can't afford them at all, but you can rest assured, if you don't have enough spirit stones, this senior can lend you some. Ling Xiao smiled. He knew that Heavenly Venerable Golden Light had good intentions, but he could accept a discount, but not a loan. he still had quite a number of low-grade spirit stones. Previously in the Dragon Submission Mountain Range, he had killed so many martial artists and obtained quite a number of spirit stones. In addition to those he had obtained from the Plague Demon King's Devil Cave and the Evil Beast Demon King's Devil Cave, the number of low-grade spirit stones was definitely over 1,000,000. But even if it was 1,000,000, it seemed like he could only buy one good item. But it didn't matter. Sect points could also replace spirit stones. Therefore, Ling Xiao's budget was still very ample. This time, Ling Xiao's original purpose of coming to the Divine Weapon Hall was to choose a few secret skill scrolls. However, after listening to Heavenly Venerable Golden Light's words, he changed his mind. He decided to gather all 12 types of treasured swords with the power of celestial phenomenon attributes. Otherwise, he would never be able to fully unleash his strength, and that would be too depressing. Attribute compatibility was a very important thing for a martial artist. Therefore, he couldn't be bothered to look at other things. Instead, he focused his attention on those sword-type weapons. Of course, if there weren't any sword-type weapons, he could also settle for the next best thing and choose other treasures with the corresponding attributes. Of course, it would be best if it was a weapon-type treasure. Because this way, if he used the Mountain River Martial Spirit to condense it, the attributes would be completely transferred to the new weapon. Otherwise, many of the attributes would be wasted. However, his worries were completely unnecessary. Sabers, swords, spears, and bows, these 4 types of weapons were the most popular among weapon-type treasures. Therefore, there were many of them, and there was no need to worry about not being able to find them. Thunder Shadow Sword, Treasure Artifact Level Weapon, Thunder Attribute, can double the power of Thunder Attribute True Chi and increase the speed of sword moves by 20%. It has the special skill Explosive Thunder Flash, which can instantly release explosive thunder to bombard the enemy. It can easily break through the defense of a 7th-level Transcendent Realm martial artist and is a huge threat to Transcendence. The price is 36,500 low-grade spirit stones. This is not bad. A Thunder Attribute Treasure Sword, and it has a special skill. Interesting. I'll take it. Ling Xiao casually picked up the Thunder Shadow Sword and put it aside for the time being. Raging Wind Sword, Treasure Artifact Level Weapon, Wind Attribute, can double the power of Wind Attribute True Chi and increase the speed of attack by 20%. It has the special skill Raging Wind Shuttle, which condenses the power of wind into a shuttle. It is extremely terrifying. The price is 294,300 low-grade spirit stones. This sword's price was slightly lower, but its attributes were also quite good, and it also had a special skill. He wanted it. Ling Xiao took the Raging Wind Sword and put it aside. Golden Light Heavenly Master wanted to say something, but after opening his mouth, he didn't say anything. In fact, sect points were extremely precious. Usually, martial artists would use them to exchange for martial arts manuals or elixirs instead of weapons. Therefore, most people would use spiritual stones to buy weapons. If they could. At most, they would add some sect points. That was because there was no other way. Ling Xiao didn't know what Heavenly Master Golden Light was thinking. He was just choosing according to his own ideas. After the Ice Attribute Drifting Snow Sword was modified, it should be able to be forged into a Rain Attribute Sword. Therefore, he didn't need to choose any more. After all, whether it was ice or rain, they were all water. It was just that there were some changes. The difficulty of modification would be relatively low. Now, all that was left was a lightning attributed sword. The Purple Flash Sword is a precious grade weapon. Lightning Attribute. It doubles the power of Lightning Attribute True Yuan and has a 20% chance of paralysis. It comes with the special skill Purple Flash Shocks the World. It can temporarily upgrade the Purple Flash Sword to an immortal grade weapon. However, it needs to consume the Purple Flash Shocks the World secret technique scroll. It lasts for an hour. After each use, it needs to be maintained for an hour before it can be used again. Otherwise, the sword will definitely be destroyed. This sword is priced at 57,800 low-grade spiritual stones. The Purple Flash Shocks the World secret technique scroll is priced at 10,000 low-grade spiritual stones each. It can only be used with the Purple Flash Sword. Wow, there's actually such a weapon. Ling Xiao couldn't help but be pleasantly surprised. At the current stage, immortal-grade weapons were extremely rare. Even in the entire Yuehua school, it was difficult to find more than a few. However, this purple flash sword could actually be upgraded to an immortal-grade weapon temporarily. This was really amazing. Ling Xiao directly took down the purple flash sword. The sword was glowing with a purple light. When he infused the lightning attribute of the astronomical energy, he realized that the light was even brighter. The material should be the spine of a ferocious beast. In addition, there were some special alloys. He could even feel the aura of a ferocious beast. Little guy, don't tell me you've taken a fancy to this purple flash sword? Forget it. Heavenly Master Golden Light suddenly waved his hand. Why is that? Ling Xiao asked Golden Light Exalted Celestial in confusion. The purple flash sword is indeed outstanding, but its purple flash shocks the world can only be used with a secret scroll. However, I can tell you honestly that our Yuehua school only has 2 secret scrolls for purple flash shocks the world. This means that you can only use this special skill twice at most before it becomes useless. It's not worth it. Golden Light Heavenly Lord explained. Previously, many elders had their eyes on this purple lightning sword, but after considering it over and over again, they ultimately chose another one, because among treasured artifacts of the same level, other special skills are more practical. No wonder no one wants to buy such a good item. Ling Xiao nodded his head, finally understanding. Although the secret technique scroll was a huge problem for others, it was not a problem for him. Based on the price of the purple lightning shocking world scroll, the difficulty of creating this scroll shouldn't be too high. If Luo Yunyang asked his Yuan Venerate Master for help, he would be able to create it himself. In that case, he wouldn't have to worry about not being able to use it. Heavenly Venerate, I have already decided to buy these 3 swords. Furthermore, I also want the 2 secret scrolls for purple flash shocks the world. Ling Xiao smiled at Heavenly Venerate Golden Light. You are always so unpredictable. Forget it. Since you have already made your decision, I won't say anything else. You just have to pay a total of 500,000 low-grade spirit stones for these 3 swords. Heavenly Venerate Golden Light didn't ask why Ling Xiao was so insistent on buying these 3 swords. In his opinion, Ling Xiao was full of secrets, so there wasn't much point in getting to the bottom of it. 500,000? Aren't you at a disadvantage then? How could I be at a disadvantage? This is basically the price after the discount. Furthermore, I will give you a little discount. Heavenly Venerate Golden Light chuckled. This isn't too good, Heavenly Venerate. Won't you be pursued by the sect? Is the sect going to punish this Heavenly Venerate for a mere treasure artifact? Besides, the first 2 swords were personally forged by this Heavenly Venerate. At worst, this Heavenly Venerate won't take a cut. Heavenly Venerate Golden Light said domineeringly. In that case, I won't stand on ceremony. Ling Xiao directly paid 500,000 low-grade spirit stones and placed the 3 swords into the mountain river world. After returning, he just needed to forge the drifting snow sword into a rain-attributed treasure sword. Then, he would have all 4 swords of wind, thunder, rain, and lightning. Little guy, you should be able to easily obtain a spot for the Moon Arrival Pagoda Ascension ceremony, right? Heavenly Venerate Golden Light asked with a smile as he sent Ling Xiao out of the Divine Weapon Hall. Probably. Ling Xiao was very confident about this. Ling Hao should also be participating, right? Of course, after all, the number of spots this time has been expanded to 50, and Ling Hao's cultivation has already reached the peak of the transcendent 4th layer, so it will be relatively easy for him to obtain a spot. However, the Pagoda Ascension ceremony is not so simple. In order to obtain certain opportunities, in addition to luck, the most important thing is strength and intelligence. Heavenly Venerate Golden Light sighed. For nearly 1,000 years, the Pagoda Ascension ceremony has been held every year. Although there are relatively few people participating, there will still be at least 1 or 2 people every year. However, those who can really obtain greater benefits are few and far between. Is it really that difficult? Yes, Sect Master Chang Yueying and the Flame Deity are the 2 people who have obtained the greatest benefits in the past 1,000 years. It is also because of this that the Flame Deity has always been regarded as the only successor to the position of Sect Master. This is also why most of the sect's upper echelons support him. Exalted Celestial Master Golden Light nodded and said, "After entering the Moonlight Pagoda, the opportunities obtained are different, but the most powerful is naturally the martial spirit inheritance. The rest, such as martial arts manuals and divine weapons, are secondary." The Sect Master and Exalted Celestial Master Demonic Flame obtained the martial spirit inheritance. Otherwise, they would not have achieved what they have today. So that's how it is. Ling Xiao smiled. He didn't care much about martial spirit inheritances. After all, the Mountain River martial spirit in his body was the strongest martial spirit. What he wanted to participate in the Pagoda Ascension ceremony this time was a higher-level martial skill. After all, the strongest martial skill the Yuehua school could provide to the disciples was probably a gold-grade martial skill. There might not be any higher-level martial skills. After all, jade-grade martial skills were too precious. Even if he wanted to teach them, he must prove that the disciple was very loyal. In addition, he also needed a large number of dragon race martial skills. After all, until now, he only had a set of finger techniques, which was too weak. The reason he didn't want to transform into the ancient golden dragon form, besides not wanting others to know, was actually related to his lack of combat skills. After bidding farewell to Heavenly Venerate Golden Light, Ling Xiao prepared to return to the cave to condense the drifting snow sword. Unexpectedly, he met someone on the way. It was a very unfamiliar face. However, Ling Xiao vaguely remembered his name. It seemed to be Shen Tianlin. When Ling Xiao met Shen Tianlin, who blocked his way before, this person was the strongest disciple below the 10 core disciples. He was stronger than Zhang Lu, Tai Shan, Wu Yang, and Qin Wu. But why was he blocking Ling Xiao's way today? Ling Xiao. Shen Tianlin looked at Ling Xiao and said arrogantly, "I have already worshipped the flame deity as my master and will be participating in the Pagoda Ascension ceremony this time. When the time comes, I will naturally compete with you." "Is that so? Since you're done talking, can you get out of the way?" Ling Xiao looked at Shen Tianlin and said. Today, he was not afraid of Shen Tianlin, although he had killed Wang Shi by using the All-Evil Beast Demon King's All-Evil Beast Soul Spear. However, now that he had 4 swords that matched his inner force secret art, his combat strength had improved significantly, so he should be able to deal with Shen Tianlin. Of course, Yang Kai could not rule out the possibility that Shen Tianlin had recently broken through and obtained benefits from Elder Jin or the Flame Deity. But even so, he was still not afraid of Shen Tianlin. Competing with him, that was simply looking for a beating. What kind of attitude is this? Is this how you talk to your senior brother? Shen Tianlin was angry. He had never felt that he was worse than anyone. This time, after becoming Heavenly Venerable Demon Flame's disciple and receiving guidance from Elder Jin, his cultivation had broken through to the 8th layer of the Transcendent Realm and he had successfully become the 10th-ranked core disciple. After He Sua's death, Meng Yuan, who was originally ranked 10th, received the full support of Elder Jin and was now at the peak of the Transcendent 8th layer. On top of that, he had consecutively defeated the 9th and 8th core disciple and replaced the 8th position. Of course, one of the 10 core disciples had also been eliminated. This was the competition between sects. If your strength was not good enough, you would not be able to maintain your position. Even if you were stronger than others now, it was difficult to guarantee that you would be stronger in the future, so you must not slack off in the slightest and must continue to cultivate and improve your strength. Shen Tianlin received the task given to him by Elder Jin, which was to kill Ling Xiao in the Moonlight Pagoda. Originally, he disdained to accept this mission. However, in order to consolidate his position, he still chose to help the Tyrant. He became the Flame Deity's disciple. Senior brother? Do you think you're worthy of helping the Tyrant? Ling Xiao glanced at Shen Tianlin and was about to leave. Now was not the time to argue with others. The Tower Ascension ceremony was about to begin. He still had some things to finish, including the refining of the Rain Attribute Sword and the production of the Purple Lightning Shocks the World Secret Technique Scroll. All of this would take time. Whoosh! Shen Tianlin pulled out his long saber and drew a line on the ground. He said coldly, "If you dare to cross this line today, I will kill you." In fact, he did not dare to kill Ling Xiao so openly. He just wanted to scare Ling Xiao. After all, he was the senior brother, and there were so many disciples around, so he had to give face. Humph! Unexpectedly, Ling Xiao just snorted and crossed the line without hesitation. Shen Tianlin's head turned hot in an instant. His face turned red, and the long saber in his hand slashed toward Ling Xiao without hesitation. However, at that moment, the long saber stopped in midair. Bastard, you dare to disobey the orders of Her Highness Moon Maiden? The one who stopped Shen Tianlin was Lan Yuer. Lan Yuer did not know Ling Xiao's current strength, so she was worried that Ling Xiao would be hurt, so she stopped him. Ling Xiao, if you are a man, don't hide behind a woman. Shen Tianlin roared angrily. A cat or a dog wants to challenge me. Do I have to accompany them? You should be a seated player who got a spot. Let's meet in the Moonlight Pagoda. I don't mind killing a dog. After saying that, he looked at Lan Yuer and smiled. Senior sister, I was just looking for you. This time I went out and got a lot of good things. This is for you. Dai Yuling, Zhao Ji, and Shang Wanlei all got gifts, so Lan Yuer was no exception. This is an Earth Spirit Stone. When Lan Yuer saw the thing in Ling Zhao's hand, her eyes turned green. It was like a big pervert who saw beauty. Yes, I was lucky to get a few pieces. This is for Senior Sister Lan. I hope Senior Sister Lan can break through to the celestial realm as soon as possible. Don't let the flame deity continue to be arrogant. Ling Xiao said with a smile. But such a precious thing, how can I take it for free? Lan Yuer wanted it very much, but she was embarrassed. By the way, Ling Xiao, I went out to practice before and found a few phoenix feathers. I heard that they can be used to arrange arrays. I don't know if it's true, but I'll give it to you. My stupid sister, you're simply wasting such a precious thing. You want to use the phoenix feathers to arrange arrays? When Ling Xiao saw the phoenix feathers in Lan Yuer's hand, he swallowed a mouthful of saliva. This thing was too precious. It should be said that it was too precious to him. The phoenix feathers had too many uses. In addition to arranging arrays, it could also be used to condense fire attribute magical treasures, and make flying or attacking secret scrolls. In addition, it could also be used to improve fire attribute or bird-type martial souls. It could be used to speed up the cultivation of fire attribute cultivation techniques. It could improve the cultivation of fire attribute true essence. Of course, more importantly, it had a powerful phoenix flame. It was definitely better than most flames when used to refine elixirs and arrays. It was second only to the 12 sacred flames. Senior sister, this thing of yours is precious. I'll just take one. You can keep the rest. Ling Xiao didn't want to take advantage of Lan Yuer. After all, this senior sister had helped him a lot. He couldn't be so wicked. No, you can take all of them. There are only 3 in total. Anyway, it's meaningless for me to keep them. I might as well give them to you. Lan Yuer shook her head. Her attitude was very firm. When Ling Xiao saw this, he simply took out 2 pieces of Earth Spirit Raw Stones and handed them to Lan Yuer. Senior sister, I can't let you suffer a loss. I'll give you 2 more Earth Spirit Raw Stones. Don't refuse. If you refuse, I don't want the phoenix feathers. Okay. That's it. Lan Yuer gladly accepted. She didn't care how precious the phoenix feathers were. No matter how precious it was, it didn't help her cultivation at all. Therefore, it was meaningless. Senior sister, I still have something to do. I can't accompany you. Okay, then you can go. Shen Tianlin, who was next to them, watched Ling Xiao leave. He was so angry that his teeth itched, but there was nothing he could do. Listening to the whispers of the surrounding disciples, he really wanted to find a hole to hide in. Ling Xiao did not care whether his face was bright or not. After returning to the Immortal's cave, Ling Xiao began to condense a new treasure sword. He used the rain celestial phenomenon to create a rainstorm in the mountain river world. Then, he let his martial soul avatar be in the rainstorm and changed the attributes of the drifting snow sword. After repeated tempering, finally, the originally silver-white drifting snow sword turned into a treasured sword that was as clear as water. Ling Xiao named it Overflow Rain Sword. After the transformation, the attributes of this sword had changed and its function had also changed. Overflow Rain Sword, a treasure-grade weapon. Rain attribute, can double the power of. Rain attribute True Yuan. when used, can increase corrosive damage by 20%. This effect lasts for a long time unless the user is healed. Has the special skill, Corrosive Rain Sword, which can damage enemies in a large area and create a strong corrosive effect. The stronger the sword owner is, the stronger the corrosive effect. The process of condensing the Overflow Rain Sword was not easy. Ling Xiao had originally planned to finish it in one day, but it had taken him 2 days to complete it. However, he had succeeded in the end, which made him look forward to it a little more. He had originally planned to learn the purple lightning shocking the world from the Yuan Venerate, but now he could only put that on hold. Because the Moon Arrival Festival was approaching, the competition for the slots for the Pagoda Ascension ceremony would begin today. In addition to the 10 seeded contestants, there were still 40 slots to be decided among the many disciples. These 10 seeded contestants were basically disciples of various inner sect elders. Of course, their cultivation bases were not weak either. They were basically at least at the 7th level of the Transcendent Realm. 2 of them were even core disciples, including Shen Tianlin. Of course, there was also Li Zonghao, who had just been squeezed out of the core disciples. This person was also one of the seeded contestants. Although he had been squeezed out of the top 10 core disciples, he was still the strongest person below the top 10 core disciples. After leaving the cave abode, Ling Xiao looked at the sky. It was early in the morning, so it seemed like he had calculated the time quite accurately. He walked quickly to the inner sect plaza. After all, most of the disciples competing for the 40 slots included the majority of the inner sect disciples and all the outer sect disciples. Everyone wanted to try their luck. They wouldn't die anyway. Therefore, an ordinary venue would definitely not work. The inner sect plaza would be large enough. Ling Xiao hadn't arrived yet, but many people had already gathered in the plaza. Along the way, there were many moon-shaped colored lanterns, couplets, banners, and so on. This symbolized that the Moon Arrival Festival had arrived. The Moonlight Pagoda stood there, still as mysterious and frightening as ever. What exactly was inside the pagoda that stretched as far as the eye could see? This had always been something that Ling Xiao had been perplexed about. This was an excellent opportunity, and he naturally wouldn't miss it. Not long after, Ling Xiao also arrived at the square and joined up with Zhao Ji, Dai Yuling, and Sheng Wanlei. At this moment, he noticed that the faint blue moonlight on the Moonlight Pagoda had become even more obvious, as if it was draped with a mysterious veil. The Moon Arrival Festival was held annually. The Tower Ascension ceremony was also held once a year. However, every martial artist only had 3 chances. Therefore, for the warriors who came this time, this opportunity was very rare. One less opportunity meant one less opportunity for a carp to leap over the dragon gate. Senior brother Ling, you're the strongest in our outer sect. Do your best to bring glory to our outer sect. We'll cheer for you. Although there were also a large number of outer sect disciples who signed up for the competition, these people were probably only in the first round, so it was basically impossible for them to get a spot. The only one with a chance was naturally the unfathomable Ling Xiao. Don't worry, with senior brother Ling's strength, it's a cinch. Zhao Ji said confidently. Zhao Xi couldn't help frowning when she heard this. She had always looked down on Ling Xiao, always thinking that Ling Xiao was too arrogant, and his methods were too ruthless. Especially when Ling Xiao killed her fellow sect members one after another, her saintly heart was completely enraged. Since then, she had never spoken to Ling Xiao again. However, since she was so arrogant, Ling Xiao didn't bother to pay attention to her. Dai Yuling had now broken through to the 3rd layer of the Transcendent Realm with Ling Zhao's help. Zhao Ji was also at the peak of the 2nd layer of the Transcendent Realm. Sheng Wanlei's cultivation wasn't low, and he was now at the peak of the 4th layer of the Transcendent Realm. On the other hand, Zhao Xi was still at the late 1st layer of the Transcendent Realm. Her cultivation speed is slow as a snail. In fact, Zhao Ji had secretly tried to persuade his sister. But he was helpless. His sister had been spoiled since childhood, always thinking that everything had to be done according to her wishes. Zhao Ji was too lazy to care about it now. As the few of them talked, more and more people gathered in the square. Even the core disciples who weren't participating in the quota competition had arrived one by one. The reason they came was naturally very simple, because the people who won the quota might be their strong competitors in the future, so it was better to observe more here. Except for some disciples who couldn't make it back in time, or who were on secret missions or guarding the mountain gate, basically all the disciples of Yuehua school had gathered in the inner sect square. After all, this was one of the Yuehua school's grandest ceremonies. "Let's go and say hello to senior sister Lan," Ling Xiao said to Dai Yuling. "She's not my senior sister, she's my master." Dai Yuling smiled bitterly, but she didn't slow down. After Shangguan Lei greeted Ling Xiao, he stood behind Meng Yuan. After all, on the surface, he was still one of Meng Yuan's people. As for Zhao Ji, he stood in the same place. He wanted to be Ling Xiao's friend, not a follower. He wouldn't follow behind Ling Xiao. After all, he still had the dignity of a prince. Besides, he wasn't familiar with Lan Yuer. It wouldn't be good if she hated him. Tsk tisk, I'm really envious. Look at that Ling Xiao, he can be so close to Lan Yuer, who is ranked second among the top 10 core disciples. There's no other way, he's in the limelight now. Yeah, it's said that even Her Highness the Moon Maiden wants to accept him as her disciple. Tsk, don't talk nonsense, how is that possible? Yes, Her Highness the Moon Maiden is just joking. Do you really think that Ling Xiao can get first place in the Tower Ascension ceremony with his strength? That's true. Poor Ling Xiao, he was completely played. I wonder how the people who said these words would feel when they learned that Ling Xiao and the Moon Maiden lived together intimately in the Thousand Ghost Forest. Ling Xiao didn't care about those people's comments at all. From the Ling family to the Latent Dragon camp, there were many people who talked about him. Now, those people were just passers-by. However, he had become a popular disciple in the Yuehua school. He even had the qualification to challenge the core disciples. This was a real improvement. Senior Sister Lan, unfortunately, I will also be participating in the Tower Ascension ceremony this time. When I meet this little brother, do you think I should treat him well? Among the top 10 core disciples, there was a seductive woman named Tantai Lingzi. She was currently ranked 6th among the top 10 core disciples, higher than Meng Yuan. If she wanted to make things difficult for Ling Xiao, then Ling Xiao would really be in trouble. If you dare to hurt him, I will kill you, Lan Yuer said coldly. Ling Xiao looked at Tantai Lingzi with a smile. He didn't quite understand why this woman seemed to have malicious intentions towards him. However, since the other party had already threatened him, he naturally wouldn't be afraid. Even if it wasn't Lo, with his current strength, it would be harder for the other party to kill him than to reach the heavens. She wasn't a heaven realm expert, so why was she pretending? The rules of the Tower Ascension ceremony's qualifiers were very simple. They would draw lots to fight. Those who lost 3 times in a row would be eliminated, and the rest would advance until there were only 40 people left. The rules were very simple and clear. They just had to keep winning. Even if they lost, they couldn't lose more than 3 times. Ling Xiao liked this rule the most. It saved him a lot of trouble. After all, it was just a qualifier. It didn't make much sense to make it too complicated. Soon, most of the higher-ups of Yuehua school gathered in the square. The entire square of the inner sect was supported by a spirit array. After all, the inner sect disciples were all above the transcendent realm. Their destructive power wasn't small. Of course, the spirit array on the battle stage was even stronger. As long as their cultivation didn't exceed the half-step heavenly venerable realm, it was impossible to destroy the battle stage. There were a total of 20 battle stages in the inner sect square. 20 battles could start at the same time. In fact, this wasn't considered slow because the cultivators drawn at the beginning might have a big gap in strength between the two sides. The battle might end in a moment. As time passed, the strength of the disciples would be closer, and the battle would take longer. Ling Xiao felt that it was unlikely to encounter a strong opponent at the beginning. Although it was said to be a draw, it was easy for the higher-ups to change the lineup at the last minute. These higher-ups definitely wouldn't allow a strong battle to occur at the beginning. There were many higher-ups here today. Ling Xiao had seen and not seen all of them before, including the sect master, Chang Yueying. However, he didn't see the Moon Maiden. Thinking about it, the Moon Maiden was the most mysterious existence in Yuehua school. She had to be a little mysterious. The Supreme Sect Master has arrived. Suddenly, the sky changed color. In the inner sect square, a gust of wind blew. Between heaven and earth, the fluctuations of spirit chi became turbulent. A white-haired old woman appeared with the help of a girl. Although she walked very slowly, she didn't have any imposing manner. However, the truly powerful martial artists could feel that her entire being seemed to have merged with the surrounding heaven and earth. What a terrifying cultivation! Although they were weaker than the moon girls, they were stronger than the rest of the Yuehua school students. He should be a Grotto Heaven realm expert. Master. When Lan Yuer saw the old woman, she ran over excitedly. So she was Senior Sister Lan's teacher. He didn't expect her to be the grand headmaster of Yuehua school. She should be the previous headmaster. Ling Xiao thought to himself. What made him sigh with emotion was that this Yuehua school was indeed a school founded by women. The 3 strongest people in the school were actually women. Moon Maiden, Supreme Sect Master Chang Yueying. Although the old woman looked old, the strange thing was that there were no wrinkles on her face. Her hands were also very bright. Only the silver hair on her head showed her age. Welcome, Supreme Sect Master. Chang Yueying stood up and saluted the Supreme Sect Master with the rest of the higher-ups. Hee, you're welcome, you're welcome. All of you, sit down. I'm just an old woman who has retired to the second line. I'm here today to see the performance of my second disciple. The Supreme Sect Master's original name was Chang Yueli. In her life, she only took in 3 disciples. The eldest disciple was Chang Yueying, the current headmaster. The youngest disciple was Lan Yuer, who was seen as a strong competitor for the next headmaster. The second disciple's name was Bai Feifei. This girl was said to be the flame deity's adopted daughter. This made Ling Xiao think of a person. That person was Master Bai Yun's daughter. Master Bai Yun had his daughter at an old age. However, on the day of his daughter's birth, his wife was killed and his daughter was taken away. Now, it was confirmed that this matter was done by the flame deity. Master Bai Yun and the flame deity both had the surname Bai and belonged to the same family. This girl also had the surname Bai and was the flame deity's adopted daughter. From this, it could be seen that Ling Zhao's guess was most likely correct. On the surface, Bai Feifei's cultivation seemed to be at the early transcendent realm 3rd layer, but Ling Xiao noticed that she should have cultivated a secret martial art that could hide her cultivation. Her actual cultivation had reached the half-step Empyrean realm, even higher than Lan Yuer's. Terrifying aptitude. She might be older than Lan Yuer, but she was only about 20 years old. It was amazing that she could cultivate to the half-step Empyrean realm. However, thinking about it, it was normal. To be accepted as a disciple by the Supreme Sect Master, how could her aptitude not be good? Bai Feifei had been cultivating with Chang Yueli and had never participated in the sect's ranking competition, so she was not a true disciple. This time, Chang Yueli did not let her enter the seated contestants. Presumably, she wanted to let him, the second disciple of the Divine Palace, show his strength publicly. As for the deeper purpose, it was unknown. Of course, Ling Xiao was too lazy to delve into it. In any case, he had only promised to help Master Bai Yun find his daughter. Now that he saw Bai Feifei was fine and living such a comfortable life, Master Bai Yun must be very happy. Leng Hao, who was standing behind heavenly venerable golden light, also turned his gaze to Bai Feifei, a trace of worry on his face. In fact, his cultivation speed could already be regarded as terrifying. He was definitely a genius among geniuses. His current cultivation was only at the early transcendent realm 4th layer, so the rumors among the disciples could not be completely believed. The flame deity still did not appear, but Meng Yuan, Ming Tian, and Shen Tianlin had all arrived. The 3 of them stood behind Elder Jin. Obviously, while the flame deity was recuperating, Elder Jin had completely become their backer. Ming Tian's cultivation was even more terrifying than Ling Hao's. After all, his cultivation was originally higher than Ling Hao and Ling Zhao's. Now, he was already at the early transcendent realm 5th layer. This kind of cultivation speed was extremely rare. However, facing these 2 so-called geniuses, Ling Xiao just smiled faintly. Thinking back, his goal was to surpass Ming Tian, but now his cultivation had easily surpassed Ming Tian's. Of course, for geniuses like Ming Tian and Ling Hao, cultivation did not represent strength. Even if they encountered an opponent 1 realm higher than them, they could still easily win. but even so, they were still left behind by Ling Xiao. Now, Ling Xiao's goal had become the flame deity. If he surpassed the flame deity, he didn't believe that the Yuehua school wouldn't treat him like a treasure. When the time came, he wouldn't have to worry about the flame deity seeking revenge. Ling Xiao, are you confident you can defeat Ming Tian? Dai Yuling asked. Ming Tian? Ling Xiao didn't answer and just smiled faintly. There were too many geniuses. Even though Ming Tian was very outstanding, Bai Feifei, Lan Yuer, Ren Xingtian, Yu Ren, Tan Tailingzi, and Meng Yuan were not inferior to him. Ming Tian was only one of them. What Ling Xiao should pay more attention to now was Tan Tailingzi, who had an inexplicable hostility towards him, and Shen Tianlin, who had just become the flame deity's disciple. These two people's cultivations were higher, so they were not easy to deal with. And this time, both of them were going to participate in the pagoda ascension ceremony. Although they were seated contestants and would not encounter each other now, once they entered the Moonlight Pagoda, a fight was inevitable. Today is the first day of the Moon Advent Festival. The annual pagoda ascension ceremony is about to begin. Today is the competition for the spots in the pagoda ascension ceremony. Since the contestants have arrived, the competition will begin now. The one who spoke was the inner hall master, Heavenly Eye. Ling Xiao had never seen this person before. Now that he saw him today, he felt that this person's appearance was very different from ordinary people. He actually had a vertical eye in between his eyebrows. It was said that his martial soul caused some changes in his body, but whether it was true or not was unknown. After Heavenly Eye announced the start of the qualification competition, everyone went to draw lots. Junior brother Ling, remember, if you meet my senior sister, immediately declare your surrender. A half-step Heavenly Venerable is not someone you can provoke. Moreover, my senior sister's personality is very similar to the flame deities. She is very cruel and vicious. She relies on her master's favor. Even if she kills you on the spot, no one will dare to say anything. Lan Yuer reminded Ling Xiao before the competition began. I know, senior sister. Ling Xiao naturally knew that Lan Yuer was doing it for his own good. He was not the kind of person who flaunted his superiority. Anyway, as long as he obtained the qualifications, it was fine. It was not like he had to take first place now. A real man knew when to yield and when to stand tall. Facing an undefeatable enemy and forcing oneself to fight was simply the most foolish decision. After the drawing of lots, the competition began. At the beginning, as many people expected, the gap between the two sides was relatively large, so the battle ended very quickly. Basically, the outcome was decided in one move. Some people even won without a fight. It was not until there were only about 100 people left that the competition gradually slowed down. At this time, the competition had truly entered the white-hot stage. If one was not careful, one might be directly eliminated. From the beginning until now, Ling Xiao had not lost a single time. Moreover, all of his opponents were defeated in one move. However, because the opponents were too weak, they couldn't see anything, so they didn't pay much attention to them. After all, Ming Tian, Leng Hao, Bai Feifei, Wu Yang, and Qin Wu had also won using the same method. Ling Xiao was one of the less eye-catching ones among them. The battle continued. Soon, it was Northern Han's Princess Zhao Xi's turn. Zhao Xi had already lost 2 matches in the previous matches. One was against her brother, Zhao Ji, and the other was against Dai Yuling. This was also because she was lucky that she did not meet someone stronger. Otherwise, she would be even more depressed. Therefore, this battle was extremely important to him. Ling Xiao had just finished his battle and was bored, so he stood below the stage and watched. Zhao Xi's opponent this time was the Swordsman King. The Swordsman King had once been defeated by Ling Xiao and was almost killed by Ling Xiao. Now that he had survived, his strength had not regressed, but unfortunately, he had not made any progress. Even so, he was still a second-layer Transcendent Realm cultivator. Zhao Xi's defeat was very simple. The Swordsman King showed no mercy. The most ridiculous thing was that Zhao Xi had once been very dissatisfied with Ling Xiao for injuring the Swordsman King, but today, she had been injured by the Swordsman King to the point that her clothes were in tatters. It was simply a feast for the eyes of the disciples below the stage. Ling Xiao couldn't help but sigh. After this lesson, this woman should understand the dangers of the world, right? After 3 defeats, Xianxia regretfully was eliminated. In the end, she lost in a very humiliating manner. Fortunately, her brother Zhao gave her some clothes to wear and let her cry on his shoulder, otherwise she would have been too ashamed to show her face. The next match Ling Xiao watched was Ming Tian's battle. Ming Tian's opponent was an early 6th layer Transcendent Realm inner disciple. In terms of cultivation, this inner disciple was stronger than Ming Tian. Therefore, as soon as he stepped onto the stage, he confidently took the initiative to attack. However, before his attack could reach Ming Tian, he was heavily injured. His body was sent flying and he fell off the stage. What happened just now? The crowd below the stage was surprised. Because the disciples with lower cultivation and poor eyesight had no idea what had just happened on the stage. TSK, this guy's use of the 9-tailed ninja spirit has become even more skillful. He even combined it with the Yuehua school's internal force cultivation method, truly amazing. Ling Xiao couldn't help but praise. It had to be said, if it weren't for him encountering a freak like him, Ming Tian would really be regarded as the #1 genius under Grandmaster Bai Yun. Unfortunately, with Ling Xiao here, this treacherous Ming Tian who betrayed his master and betrayed his ancestors would eventually meet a tragic end. I think I saw a red light just now. I noticed it too. It's really terrifying. He defeated a cultivator whose cultivation is 1 level higher than his so easily. This guy will probably become the biggest competitor for us core disciples. Tantai Lingzi looked at Lan Yuer and smiled. He's better than the junior brother you like. Lan Yuer ignored her and just smiled faintly. She didn't know how strong Ling Xiao was. But she was sure that Ling Xiao wasn't weaker than Ming Tian. This was a woman's intuition and trust. Ah. Ling Xiao couldn't help but yawn. He was busy condensing the overflow rain sword last night and was a little tired now. However, his yawn was a little too loud and the higher-ups on the stage heard it. Ling Xiao, what are you doing? Do you think you're stronger than Ming Tian? Elder Jean asked in a very displeased tone. Elder Jean, please forgive me. I just didn't sleep well last night. I didn't want to do anything. Of course, it's true that I'm stronger than Ming Tian. Ling Xiao said to Elder Jean with a smile. There was nothing he couldn't admit. He believed that the news of him killing Wang Shi in the Sha family castle would spread to the Yuehua school sooner or later. There was no point in hiding it. Good boy, you're bold enough. I like it. Golden Ray Heavenly Master laughed. Golden Ray, what do you mean? Elder Jean said unhappily. Elder Jean, the little guy just yawned. Why are you so calculative? The competition is still going on. Golden Ray Heavenly Master smiled faintly. Ling Xiao, you probably don't know that Ming Tian's internal strength mental cultivation method is the top gold grade martial art, Hell Lava technique. He can only master it with his 9-tailed ninja. This is a horrifying cultivation method that even core disciples can't master. Do you really think you can do it? Elder Jean snorted coldly. Of course not. Elder Jean was very satisfied with Ling Xiao's words, but he didn't expect Ling Xiao to not finish his sentence. You. Ming Tian's aptitude is top-notch. So what if we make an exception? If you had his aptitude, the sect would make an exception for you too. Elder Jean said loudly. Aptitude? Haha, I wonder what Elder Jin's so-called aptitude is. When Ming Tian was in the secular world, his cultivation was much higher than mine, but now his cultivation is lower than mine. You say his aptitude is better than mine? Isn't that the biggest joke in the world? Ling Xiao laughed disdainfully. Enough, stop talking. Today's competition is not a bickering competition. The sect master, who was also the noblest grand elder in Yuehua school, Chang Yueli sneered, little guy, this old woman's words are correct, right? The sect master's words are naturally correct. Ling Xiao cupped his fists and said. This person was Lan Yuer's master, so Ling Xiao didn't want to have a conflict with him. Since he didn't say anything, Elder Jean, as an elder, naturally couldn't continue to insist. The competition was still going on in an orderly manner. Zhao Ji won with difficulty. He only had 1 loss so far, which could only be attributed to good luck. It was hard to say what would happen next. Dai Yuling also had a hard time winning. The key was that she encountered a relatively strong opponent, a peak Transcendent Realm 3rd layer cultivator. In any case, she won with her powerful martial spirit. She hadn't tasted defeat yet. After all, the opponents she encountered so far were relatively weak. However, the situation these two would face would only get worse and worse. She only hoped that they wouldn't lose 3 times, otherwise they would be eliminated. Shang Guanlei's situation was similar. Although he hadn't tasted defeat yet, his situation was very serious. Bai Feifei, Leng Hao, Wu Yang, and Qin Wu won relatively easily. Especially Bai Feifei. Basically, all her opponents directly admitted defeat and won without a fight. Besides the fact that she was the adopted daughter of Heavenly Exalt Demon Flame and the disciple of the sect master, most importantly, she'd crippled an outer court disciple on her first attack. So, how could anyone dare to fight her after this? The sect master said in a dignified manner that Bai Feifei rarely accepted such a competition, so she didn't hold back and didn't do it on purpose. But Ling Xiao clearly found out that she did it on purpose. He now understood why the flame deity was so proud of himself. He had raised Grandmaster Baiyun's daughter into such a cruel and vicious woman. This was a huge blow to Grandmaster Baiyun. After watching the other battles for a while, it was finally Ling Xiao's turn again. Coincidentally, his opponent was the early Transcendent Realm inner disciple who had just lost to Ming Tian. Ling Xiao smiled and leaped onto the stage. Although he didn't look gorgeous, he looked calm and relaxed. It was obvious that he had cultivated his movement technique to the point of perfection. Among the inner sect disciples, there were very few 7th layer and 6th layer Transcendent Realm cultivators, no more than 10 of them in total. Ling Xiao meeting one was really bad luck. At the very least, compared to Zhao Ji, Dai Yuling, and Shang Guanlei, he was rather terrible. Ling Xiao just stood there and looked at his opponent indifferently before cupping his fists and saying, "Senior brother, please show me your skills." "Humph, you seem to be looking down on me. Don't think that just because I lost to Ming Tian, I will lose to you." The inner sect disciple coldly snorted, "Ming Tian is a genius disciple, you're not." As he spoke these words viciously, the true qi in his body continued to condense. "Oh, is that so? He's a genius, I'm not?" Ling Xiao grinned, "He defeated you in one move, so even if I didn't make a move, you would still lose." "Nonsense, don't try to scare me." How could the inner sect disciple believe Ling Xiao's nonsense? He suddenly condensed his true qi, brandished his saber, and rushed towards Ling Xiao. Mountain-shattering saber art, mountain-splitting strength, Ling Xiao still stood there, not moving. The inner sect disciple was surprised. He didn't think that Ling Xiao was the kind of idiot who wouldn't make a move. There was definitely a conspiracy here. But what was the conspiracy, he didn't know. The saber art had already been used, and it was impossible to withdraw it. He simply gritted his teeth and chopped down with his saber. "Fall." Ling Xiao's eyes were smiling as he softly uttered a word. As soon as he finished speaking, the inner sect disciple was already lying on the ground, as if something had grabbed him and he couldn't move. You actually used demonic arts." The inner sect disciple cried out in shock. "Idiot, still not admitting defeat? That's because he used the array formation of the battle stage." "What demonic arts?" The one who spoke was the array formation hall master. She was surprised to find that the array formation of the battle stage where Ling Xiao was at had already been controlled by Ling Xiao. This array formation originally had a heavy pressure effect. The purpose was to restrain some disciples who suddenly went crazy. She didn't expect Ling Xiao to actually use this. Was this considered a move? It didn't seem to be. This time, even the Grand Sect Master was surprised. She wasn't afraid of how strong Ling Xiao was. Anyway, no matter how strong he was, he couldn't be compared to her disciples, let alone her. However, this kid was actually able to control the array formation of the battle stage in such a short time. This was too terrifying. "I admit defeat." The inner sect disciple's face was red, but there was nothing he could do. He was lying there and couldn't stand up. Therefore, he could only admit defeat. Unfortunately, after admitting defeat, he had lost 3 times and could only be eliminated. He was really unlucky to have met Bai Feifei, Ming Tian, and Ling Xiao one after another. Originally, he thought that losing to Bai Feifei was normal and that he should be confident in dealing with Ming Tian and Ling Xiao. Who knew that he would lose more and more miserably in the last round? There was already a shocking discussion in the audience. Many people were discussing how terrifying Ling Xiao was. When fighting with this kid, I have to be careful of his array formation in the future. It's too hard to guard against it. Shen Tianlin secretly reminded himself. He really didn't need to use one move to defeat the inner sect disciple. Although it was a trick, it's really powerful. If Ming Tian is a genius, he should be considered a genius. Sect Master Chang Yueying secretly nodded. This kid hasn't used any moves until now. In the previous battles, he used ordinary attacks to defeat his opponents. Now that he's met a strong opponent, he changed to an array formation. Doesn't he plan to expose his martial arts? Even Bai Feifei, who originally disdained Ling Xiao, was a little concerned about Ling Xiao now. But if it were me, I definitely wouldn't fall for his trick. Ling Xiao glanced at Bai Feifei and couldn't help but secretly smile. This woman was indeed powerful. However, if he could borrow the battle stage's array formation, it wasn't impossible to deal with her. In fact, he used the array formation to deal with the inner sect disciple just now. The battle stage's array formation had many other functions. More importantly, there were half-step heavenly venerables protecting the array formation with all their might. In other words, he might even be able to borrow the power of these half-step heavenly venerables to deal with Bai Feifei. Although his strength was inferior to the opponent, it didn't mean that he couldn't win. Ever since the trip to the Dragon Submission Mountain Range, Ling Xiao realized the importance of this tactic more and more. Feifei, do you want to help your father vent his anger? Sect Master Chang Yueli asked Bai Feifei, who had already returned to her side. Yes. Since that's the case, I'll have to trouble everyone to arrange a match between Feifei and that little brat. Although the Supreme Sect Master's voice was very low, the elders responsible for arranging the matches did not dare disobey. Although Sect Master Chang Yueying was a little unhappy, there was nothing she could do. Chang Yueli was her master and her cultivation was much higher than hers. As a result, the two people who were unlikely to meet were arranged together, it was just that they would not meet so soon. At the same time, Elder Jin was also arranging two matches. Of these two matches, one was against Zhao Ji and the other against Dai Yuling. As for the rest of the upper echelons, they turned a blind eye to this. In any case, it was not a big deal. As a result, Zhao Ji's next opponent was a peak Transcendent Realm 3rd Layer Cultivator while he was only a peak Transcendent Realm 2nd Layer Cultivator. Dai Yuling's next opponent was an early Transcendent Realm 4th Layer Cultivator while she was only an early Transcendent Realm 3rd Layer Cultivator. Elder Jin did not arrange an opponent that was too excessive, that would be too obvious. He still wanted to maintain his old face. Besides, he felt that an opponent a whole realm higher would be enough to defeat Zhao Ji and Dai Yuling. After all, these two people were not geniuses and it was not easy for them to deal with cultivators in the same realm. Ling Xiao, little beast, if you dare disrespect this king will make all the people around you suffer. He glared at Ling Xiao coldly and thought to himself. The dignified head of the law enforcement hall was actually so narrow-minded, no wonder all the disciples he raised were so disgusting. Ling Xiao paid close attention to all of this. When Zhao Ji's opponent appeared, almost everyone thought that Zhao Ji would lose. Brother Emperor, it's all your fault for insisting on being friends with that Ling Xiao. Now I can see that someone is deliberately messing with you. Zhao Xi had gradually calmed down by this time, but she still felt that it was inappropriate for Zhao Ji to be friends with Ling Xiao. It doesn't matter, if I lose, I still have a chance anyway. Besides, even if I can't participate in the Tower Ascension ceremony, Brother Emperor chose Ling Xiao to be my friend because he is loyal. Zhao Ji said as he was about to go on stage, but he was stopped by Ling Xiao, who whispered a few words in his ear. Really? Zhao Ji asked in surprise. You won't go wrong if you listen to me. Once you're up there, just do that. Ling Xiao nodded at him. Good. I believe Senior Brother Ling's words. Zhao Ji jumped onto the stage. When everyone on Elder Jin's side was waiting to see him make a fool of himself, he suddenly ended the battle with a very beautiful move. Victory in one move, his opponent's weak spot had been completely struck, although it was one realm higher, it wasn't by much. The reason why geniuses were able to challenge those of a higher level was because of their outstanding eyesight. They were able to detect their opponent's weaknesses. Zhao Ji could not be considered a genius, but he had received guidance from Ling Xiao. With his full strength, he naturally won easily. It's Ling Xiao again. Sect leader, isn't this against the rules? Meng Yuan could not help but ask. Impudent, how can you speak to sect leader like that? Wang Han Tianzuan had long been unhappy with Elder Jin's side. He had been enduring it previously, but now he finally exploded. Disciple knows his mistake. Meng Yuan's expression was ugly as he apologized. Alright, this isn't against the rules. There's no problem in giving some guidance before the battle, but after the battle begins, it's not allowed. Chan Yueing reminded. Following that, Dai Yuling's battle process was basically the same. She also won after receiving guidance from Ling Xiao. Although the two of them knew that doing this might be a bit unfair, they just didn't want to reveal their trump cards here. Otherwise, with their strength, they would be able to win. The Tower Ascension ceremony was very important. Even the person with the worst opportunity, as long as they didn't die inside, their cultivation and strength would advance by leaps and bounds after coming out. Thus, the two of them didn't want to miss it. Ling Xiao helped them because of this point. In the next few battles, Bai Feifei, Wu Yang, Qin Wu, Leng Hao, and Ming Tian were still able to win. Bai Feifei, Wu Yang, Qin Wu, and Ming Tian were basically able to defeat their opponents in a single move. However, what surprised Ling Xiao was that he actually got a bye, causing him to be somewhat puzzled. Of course, he didn't think too much about it. The number of people was getting smaller and smaller, so it was possible for him to get a bye. Bai Feifei is the strongest, there's no doubt about it. Wu Yang and Qin Wu are both veteran inner sect disciples, and this is their last time participating in the Tower Ascension ceremony. As 7th layer transcendent realm cultivators, they are naturally the strongest. After them, I'm afraid Ming Tian and Leng Hao are the two great geniuses, right? Hey, don't forget about Ling Xiao. He still has a complete victory so far. If there was a winning streak, he would have already advanced. That's true. Although Ling Xiao is an outer sect disciple, his strength is unfathomable. That guy is also a monster. He's obviously so strong, yet he refuses to enter the inner sect. It's really strange. The audience was discussing one after another, but the focus of their discussion was actually Ling Xiao. Because so far, Ling Xiao was the most difficult person to see through among them. Let's wait and see. Ling Xiao only knows how to play some small tricks. He may not have true strength. Obviously, the discussion about Ling Xiao was divided into two extremes. Those who liked him very much. Those who didn't like him were jealous and unhappy. No matter what, they wanted to find fault with Ling Xiao. When there were only 60 people left, the elimination process became more and more intense. Zhao Ji finally lost another battle, making it 2 defeats. However, Ling Xiao felt that Zhao Ji had made a wise decision. The other party had a treasure-grade artifact, so there was no need for him to fight head-on. In any case, 2 defeats were absolutely allowed. There were only 40 spots left, so there was no reason to exhaust his strength. Perhaps after this round of battles, he wouldn't need to fight again. When Dai Yuling met Ming Tian, she also admitted defeat without hesitation. She wouldn't fight head-on in such an unwinnable battle. Moreover, even if she lost this battle, she had only lost once. As for Shang Wanlei, his luck was extremely good. Of course, it could also be said that Elder Jin had arranged a weaker opponent for him. He won easily, and he still had a complete victory until now. One really didn't know what kind of expression Elder Jin would have when he found out that Shang Wanlei had secretly helped Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao against Leng Hao. Ling Xiao's opponent was actually not weak. He was one of the 2 great geniuses, second only to Ming Tian. The reason why he arranged such an opponent for Ling Xiao was only because the Grand Sect Master wanted to use Leng Hao to see Ling Xiao's strength, so as to serve as a reference for Bai Feifei. After all, although Bai Feifei was strong, she had basically never displayed it against a human. Although she had killed many ferocious beasts, they were still very different from humans. Leng Hao was being used by someone without knowing it. Ling Xiao raised his head and glanced at heavenly venerable golden light on the grandstand. Ling Xiao used his gaze to ask Empyrean Golden Light if he should give in to Ling Hao. However, the voice transmission that Empyrean Golden Light gave him was, "Help this Empyrean wake that guy up properly. This brat's cultivation has advanced a bit now and is a little too arrogant. Have to kill his arrogance." "Alright then." Ling Xiao laughed bitterly. This Empyrean Golden Light was also too much. "You didn't teach your own disciple yourself, but instead made me help you. Sigh. Might as well give it a try." The spectators were all looking forward to this battle very much. After all, Ling Hao was regarded as one of the two great geniuses like Ming Tian. Although his cultivation was slightly lacking, that was because his foundation was weaker to begin with. In terms of cultivation speed, not only did he not lose to Ming Tian, he was even a little faster. Whether Ling Xiao had real ability or fake ability, this battle would be able to see clearly. However, to their disappointment, the battle ended much faster than they had imagined. In their view, even if Ling Hao could not defeat Ling Xiao, he could at least last over 100 moves. But Ling Xiao only used one move to defeat Ling Hao, at any rate, he used a move, Snow Lotus Sword Art Flying Snow. This was Ling Xiao's most commonly used sword move. What he used in his hand was still the Ice Dragon sword. He did not use any special move. This made the Grand Sect Master greatly disappointed. However, it was this move that directly shattered Ling Hao's protective true essence. Then, a bloody hole appeared on his shoulder, and he was also directly pierced, flying out. Ling Hao, who was lying on the ground, simply did not dare to believe this result. He had not even used a move yet and was actually defeated. Elder Jean and the Grand Sect Master exchanged a glance, both seeing the shock in each other's eyes. But Wang Han Tianzuan and Yang Danlin were overjoyed. As for Empyrean Golden Light, he directly went over and mentioned his disciple Ling Hao, muttering something in his ear. It was also unknown what he said. Ling Hao's originally dejected fighting spirit burst forth once more. "Ling Xiao, from now on, Ming Tian is no longer the target that I pursue. You will become my new target to pursue." After saying that, Ling Hao returned to Heavenly Lord Golden Light's side and sat down cross-legged to heal himself. Ling Xiao didn't use too much force, so his injuries weren't that serious. After this round of battles, some more people were eliminated. There were still 50 people left. There were a total of 50 participants in the Tower Ascension ceremony, but because there were 10 seated contestants, the final quota for the qualifiers was 40. Therefore, another 10 people had to be eliminated. It was estimated that after another round of battle, it should be about done. Ling Xiao took a deep breath. He felt that something was amiss. The Grand Supreme Sect Master was looking at him as if he was a test subject. Was he really going to let Bai Feifei fight him? He shook his head. "Let's fight then." "Who's afraid of who?" "As long as you're not afraid of losing face," Ling Xiao sneered. He was actually looking forward to it. Currently, the few people with the best battle records seemed to have powerful backers behind them. Bai Feifei represented the Grand Supreme Sect leader. Ming Tian represented the Flame Deity. Behind Wu Yang and Qin Wu was Elder Jean. Ling Hao represented Heavenly Lord Golden Light. Ling Xiao represented the entire Outer Sect. Naturally, he would receive the support of the Outer Sect Hall Master, Heavenly Lord Wu Go. Of course, he also had the support of Yang Danlin and Wang Han Tianzuan. This was another story. At this point in the battle, although the higher-ups didn't participate in the battle, they were actually competing in their hearts. They all hoped that their disciples would be able to achieve a hearty victory. "Junior brother Ling, as long as you don't meet my senior sister Bai Feifei, Wu Yang, and Qin Wu, there shouldn't be a problem, right?" Although Lan Yu'er was the Grand Supreme Sect Master's disciple, she was obviously a little too concerned about Ling Xiao. "That's true." Ling Xiao smiled. Lan Yu'er was right. Although he could defeat Wu Yang and Qin Wu, he was afraid that he would have to use some extraordinary means. And if he wanted to defeat Bai Feifei, it would be even more troublesome. "Unfortunately, senior sister, my opponent for this round is still your senior sister, Bai Feifei." Ling Xiao shrugged helplessly and showed Lan Yu'er the number he drew. "How could it be?" Lan Yu'er smiled bitterly and said, "Junior brother Ling, you are too unlucky." "Alas, forget it. Anyway, you haven't lost a single battle." When you meet my senior sister, just admit defeat. You are not her opponent. I want to admit defeat, but I'm afraid that she won't give me the chance. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly and said, your senior sister is so strong. If she really forces me to fight, I won't be able to do anything unless I take a blow from her. Then what should we do? Lan Yuer asked worriedly. Forget it. There will always be a way. Ling Xiao smiled and said. The battle resumed. Zhao Zi's last battle was very difficult. In the end, he relied on the defensive fine artifact that Ling Xiao gave him to take a blow from his opponent and then defeated him. It was a narrow victory. He probably knew that this might be the last round, so he went all out. Dai Yuling was more unlucky to meet Wu Yang. Under Ling Zhao's reminder, she directly counted her opponents. So far, she had been defeated twice, but she would not be eliminated. Shang Wanlei's opponent this time was still evenly matched, but with the defensive artifact in his hand, he won in the end. Zhao Zi and Shang Wanlei's victory was really related to Ling Xiao. As for Leng Hao, although he was defeated by Ling Xiao, he won this round cleanly. He defeated his opponent who was stronger than him, and it was obvious that this guy's cultivation had a breakthrough. Qin Wu's opponent directly admitted defeat, so he won easily. Ming Tian's opponent did not admit defeat, but he was still defeated by Ming Tian in one blow. Ming Tian. Ming Tian. Until now, Ming Tian still had a perfect record. Of course, this was related to the fact that he did not meet Bai Feifei, Wu Yang, or Qin Wu, but it was still very dazzling. Therefore, among the spectators, he had too many fans. However, Ming Tian seemed to be unsatisfied. Although he had won, his eyes were fixed on Ling Xiao. His battle intent surged to the heavens, and many people were shocked by it. Everyone looked at Ling Xiao. They thought that Ling Xiao would at least show respect or pay equal attention to Ming Tian. However, he did not. Ling Xiao closed his eyes at this time and did not pay attention to Ming Tian at all. It was because in his eyes, a person like Ming Tian who betrayed his master and ancestors and betrayed him was not worthy of being his opponent at all. Not to mention that Ming Tian was inferior to him now. Even if he was really stronger, he would be too lazy to pay attention to him. What's with Ling Zhao's attitude? He even looks down on the number one genius? That's right. What's so great about him? He just defeated Leng Hao. How can Leng Hao be compared to Ming Tian? A bunch of idiots. Your vision is not as good as a frog at the bottom of a well. Leng Hao scolded disdainfully. Ling Zhao's strength is not what you can estimate. If you don't believe me, who dares to bet with me? Bet on what? Bet on the battle between Ling Xiao and senior apprentice sister Bai. I bet that Ling Xiao will win. Leng Hao's words were simply shocking. Even Heavenly Venerable Golden Light felt that this disciple of his was crazy. Ha 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 ha. There was a burst of laughter from below the stage. Because no one thought that Ling Xiao would win. Including Heavenly Sovereign Golden Light, Wang Han Tianzuan, Heavenly Sovereign Wu Go, Yang Danlin, and others who supported Ling Xiao. I say, Leng Hao, did you lose to Ling Xiao? Is your brain stupid? Shen Tianlin said disdainfully. What does an idiot like you know? I heard that you actually stopped Ling Xiao and said that you wanted to teach him a lesson. I advise you to give up on that idea as soon as possible. Otherwise, you will definitely regret it. Don't forget those idiots in the outer sect, Wang Feng, Su Ying, and He Sua. In the past, Leng Hao was actually quite disdainful of Ling Xiao. In fact, because his master often mentioned Ling Xiao in his ears, he even had a very strong hostility towards Ling Xiao. However, after today's battle, he could be considered to have been enlightened. Ling Xiao was really no longer on the same level as them. This person was not only powerful in strength, but also in that terrifying wisdom. What was Bai Feifei? Although she was strong, she had never experienced actual combat. She would not even know how she died if she was played to death by Ling Xiao. It was precisely because of this that he firmly believed that Ling Xiao could definitely win. Do you dare to bet? Leng Hao asked loudly. However, don't mess around. Come back quickly. Heavenly Sovereign Golden Light shouted sternly. Although Leng Hao was a little unhappy, his master told him to go back. He could only helplessly walk towards Heavenly Sovereign Golden Light. Little fellow, this old woman will bet with you. The sect master suddenly smiled and said, if you lose, your master will have to promise to do something for me. If you win, this old woman will also promise to do something for you. Sect master, why do you have to make things difficult for a child? Heavenly Sovereign Golden Light smiled bitterly. Lung Hao said, master is master, and I am me. Although I definitely won't lose, I can't use master as a wager. Haha, I've long heard that Heavenly Sovereign Golden Light is domineering and straightforward. This old woman also admires it very much. Why is it that when I see you today, you are as timid as a mouse? You are actually inferior to your own disciple? The Grand Sect Master narrowed his eyes and smiled. Let's bet then. Heavenly Lord Golden Light was a rather straightforward person. Even if the other party was the Grand Sect Master, he could not tolerate being forced to such an extent. What a fool, Golden Light. Wang Han Tianzuan smiled bitterly and said, do you really think Ling Xiao can win? It's too difficult. Heavenly Lord Golden Light glanced at Ling Xiao with a questioning look. Ling Xiao was silent for a moment before he finally nodded. The more he looked at the self-proclaimed old woman, the more he disliked her. Since you've arranged for your disciple to deal with me, then don't blame me if she loses. Alright, Supreme Sect Master. Everyone here heard what you said just now. The Golden Ray Celestial Sword Ling Xiao nodded and made the final decision. This young man had given him too many surprises, so he was willing to take a gamble. That Ling Xiao is really a madman. That's right. He actually wants to defeat Senior Sister Bai, who is a half-step Empyrean. Maybe he has some other tricks up his sleeve? Who knows? Anyway, the battle is about to begin. We'll know the result later. This battle was incomparably anticipated. In addition, the battles on the other battle stages had also ended. Therefore, it could be said that everyone present was watching Ling Xiao and Bai Feifei. On the battle stage, Ling Xiao cupped his hands towards Bai Feifei and said, Senior Sister Bai, please show mercy. Show mercy? Bai Feifei snorted coldly and said, whether it's my foster father or my master, they have never taught me how to show mercy. Hearing this, Ling Xiao could not help but be puzzled. Wasn't the difference between the three disciples taught by the same master too great? Well, does Senior Sister Bai know that her biological father is still alive? Ling Xiao asked again. Of course, these conversations were carried out between the two of them through voice transmission. No one else could hear them. Of course I know. No? If you know, why don't you look for him? Ling Xiao was shocked. He had always thought that Bai Feifei was kept in the dark by the flame deity, so she did not know that her father was still alive. It turned out that this woman knew. Humph, a piece of trash is not worthy of being my father. Bai Feifei snorted coldly. Senior Sister Bai, do you know that your mother was killed by the flame deity, and you were also kidnapped by the flame deity? Your father, Master Bai Yun, has been looking for you all these years. Ling Xiao explained. I know all these. Foster father has already told me. Bai Feifei sneered and said, but so what? I'm living very well now. In this world, only the strong have status and dignity. The weak should die. I won't kill you today. Go back and tell that old man to stop bothering me in the future. I, Bai Feifei, only have one father, and that is the flame deity. You're really hopeless. Ling Xiao had thought that after explaining everything, Bai Feifei would cry bitterly and seek revenge on the flame deity. But he was wrong. Who said that people were born good? It was all nonsense. If this woman had not wanted to become like this, the flame deity alone would not have been able to train her to such a state. What's more, even though they were both Chang Yueli's disciples, Chang Yueying and Lan Yu'er were completely different from her. Sure enough, she had chosen this path willingly. Enough nonsense. When the battle begins, I will let you know that in the world of the strong, the weak have no right to speak at all. Bai Feifei looked at Heavenly Eye, waiting for the battle to begin. It's not wrong to respect the strong, but if you forget even the most basic human relationships, then you are no different from a beast. Today, let me, Ling Xiao, beat you awake, stupid woman. Ling Xiao's aura suddenly soared as he fully released his early Transcendent Realm's 6th layer cultivation. How is this possible? This little brat actually broke through to the Transcendent Realm's 6th layer in such a short time. How did he cultivate? Too terrifying, what genius, there's nothing in front of him. This is a true genius. Humph, so what if he's a genius? It's a pity he's too arrogant and doesn't know his limits. Today, he will definitely be defeated by senior sister Bai. For a time, there were all kinds of comments in the audience. Some praised Ling Xiao. Naturally, there were also those who were jealous. There were also those who poured cold water on him and cursed. However, all of this had nothing to do with Ling Xiao on the stage. His battle had already begun. The battle stage's spirit array was firmly in his hands. Not only that, he had also integrated the plague bone dissolving array and myriad beast blood refining array into it. If he did not play with this Bai Feifei this time, he would write his name upside down. Ling Xiao versus Bai Feifei, battle begin. The instant Empyrean Heavenly Eye's voice fell, Bai Feifei abruptly erupted. Obviously, she was not willing to give Ling Xiao any chance to beg for mercy or admit defeat. She wanted to defeat Ling Xiao in the cleanest and most elegant way possible. One move was enough, that was what she thought. Ah! Below the stage, Dai Yuling cried out nervously. Lan Yuer also looked nervous. Zhao Ji was on tenterhooks. Yang Danlin, Heavenly Venerable Wu Go, Wang Han Tianzuan, and Heavenly Venerable Golden Light were also worried. Elder Jean, Grand Sect Master, and the others, however, smiled. What's the use of having a sharp tongue? You're still going to lose. Bang, Bai Feifei's fair palm imprinted onto Ling Xiao's body, and a huge explosion sounded out. His body instantly split apart, shattering into pieces on the ground. Fake? Bai Feifei looked at the fragments beneath her feet in shock, and then, she turned her gaze to Ling Xiao who had already appeared on the other side of the contest ring. Then he laughed disdainfully, interesting, I didn't expect you to be able to condense a Sword Soul clone, but do you really think that you can become my opponent just by relying on this little trick? Don't worry, this is just the beginning. I'll let you know in a while how terrifying this martial arts world is. It's not something that can be understood just by killing a few fierce beasts. Ling Xiao smiled, and ignored Bai Feifei's offensive words. He had already understood Bai Feifei's level. His strength was really strong, the attack power of a half-step Empyrean was definitely not something that he could withstand. Even if his earth spirit body could withstand it, he would definitely be injured. However, this woman's actual combat experience was too poor. She couldn't even see through the Sword Soul clone, so he had some confidence in his heart. Taking advantage of the fact that this woman was still unclear about his methods, he might as well make the first move and gain the upper hand. He would be able to find some flaws in this woman's background. Thinking of this, he suddenly pulled out his Ice Dragon sword. A powerful true essence condensed on it. Bai Feifei was not in a hurry to attack, because she realized that Ling Xiao had no intention of surrendering or begging for mercy. Since that was the case, there was no need to do that. She was also very curious as to what qualifications Ling Xiao had to fight with her. 12 Golden Lotus Arts Rain Celestial Phenomenon. Hua! Suddenly, a torrential rain began to pour down on the contest ring. However, the strange thing was that the entire area where the heavy rain fell was only the contest ring. There was not a single drop of rain in the surroundings. The rain had completely covered Bai Feifei's line of sight on the stage. Only the experts of the Heaven Realm could vaguely see the two figures in the heavy rain. Bai Feifei frowned. She really did not expect Ling Xiao to do such a thing. However, after a moment of surprise, he didn't think much of it. She believed that she was strong enough to disdain Ling Xiao's despicable methods. Even if it was raining heavily and she couldn't see Ling Xiao's figure, as long as he made a move, she would be able to react. She released her true essence in an attempt to sense the existence of Ling Xiao. However, at that moment, she suddenly felt discomfort in her body. Oh no, this isn't normal rain. Bai Feifei was really too inexperienced. Did she think that Ling Xiao had spent so much effort to make this rain purely to hide himself? As the torrential rain fell on her body, she actually felt a burst of palpitations, as if her true essence was rapidly disintegrating. Turning pale with fright, Bai Feifei angrily shouted, "Despicable and shameless thief, your tricks are useless against me." A sword appeared in her hand, and she pierced through the air. A terrifying amount of true essence leaked out and the torrential rain around her seemed to have encountered an obstacle and could no longer land on her body. Even so, Bai Feifei didn't dare to be careless. Now that the problem of the torrential rain has been solved, she still didn't see Ling Xiao's figure. Therefore, she clenched her teeth and continued to stab with her long sword. One has to admit that she was truly strong. The wind phenomenon was completely destroyed by her and the torrential rain on the battling platform stopped. Other than Ling Xiao's disappearance, everything seemed to have returned to normal. Where is Ling Xiao? Where is Ling Xiao? Ling Xiao sure is strange. There is nothing else on the battling platform, yet he was able to disappear right under our noses. How did he do it? Bai Feifei was not the only one who was shocked and flustered. Even the higher-ups who were watching the battle were shocked. Don't panic. Bai Feifei tried her best to calm herself down. She believed that with her capabilities, even if Ling Xiao turned into a mosquito and flew past her, she would be able to detect him. If that was the case, then what was there to worry about? She stood on the battling platform and carefully observed her surroundings. There wasn't even a bug that crawled on the clean stone floor. But Ling Xiao, a living person, just disappeared without a trace. Could it be an array? Bai Feifei was a little nervous. Arrays were far too mysterious. She didn't know anything about them, but she knew how powerful they were. She didn't dare to be careless and didn't even dare to move. Huh. Suddenly, someone below the stage laughed out loud. You are a half-step heavenly sovereign and you claim that you can kill Ling Xiao with one move. But now, you are so scared that you don't even dare to move. The person who spoke was Ling Hao. This kid was really bold. He even dared to laugh at Bai Feifei. However, he was one of the geniuses groomed by the Yuehua school, and he had heavenly sovereign golden light's protection. He really wasn't afraid of anything. Moreover, what he said was the truth. Although the Grand Supreme Sect Master's old face was very smooth, it seemed to have stiffened at this moment. A few wrinkles actually appeared on his face. She didn't expect Ling Xiao to be able to use arrays to such an extent. He was even more brilliant than the array master. Bai Feifei was provoked by Ling Hao's words. She was furious. She gritted her teeth and finally raised her foot. However, at that moment, she suddenly felt an almost imperceptible murderous aura rushing toward her. She didn't panic. Instead, she smiled. Ling Xiao, that brat, really couldn't hold it in anymore. She still pretended to walk in the direction of the murderous aura. She seemed to be defenseless, but her expression was exceptionally focused. When she walked there, she didn't find anything unusual. Ling Xiao was still nowhere to be seen, and the murderous aura had also disappeared. Oh no! Suddenly, she felt a slight fluctuation of true core in the sky above her head. At that moment, she realized that she had made a serious mistake. She only cared about looking around and didn't look up to check. Now that she felt the faint fluctuation of true core, she knew that something was wrong. It was too late to check, so she simply stabbed her sword toward the top of her head and burst out with powerful true core. She was determined to make Ling Xiao, who had ambushed her, suffer a great loss. It would be best if he was killed by her sword. Only then would she be able to vent the hatred in her heart. Whoosh, bang, the sword chi directly collided with the array protective wall of the battling platform, making a dull sound. However, no one screamed. She looked up in great perplexity. However, there was no one there. She had used up a lot of true core to attack, but it turned out that she was just being paranoid. That faintly discernible true essence fluctuation came from the battle stage's array formation. Ling Xiao, that brat, actually played such a trick. Could it be that he wants to exhaust me to death? Bai Feifei thought of a very pessimistic possibility. If that was really the case, then she would lose too unjustly today. What is senior sister Bai doing? Fighting with the air? Someone below the stage asked in confusion. What the hell do you know? We can't see Ling Xiao, but senior sister Bai should be able to see him. Maybe Ling Xiao has already been stabbed. Just as this person's voice fell, a dazzling cold light suddenly stabbed towards Bai Feifei's side with the force of thunder and lightning. The tip of the sword had already pierced through Bai Feifei's clothes. Only then did this proud and vicious woman realize the danger. At that moment, she was so frightened that her soul almost flew away. But after all, she had fought countless fierce beasts. At the crucial moment, she condensed all the true essence in her body to one point and blocked Ling Xiao's sword attack. But even so, her clothes still seeped with dark red blood. Although the injury was not serious, it was still an injury. After Bai Feifei blocked Ling Xiao's attack, she did not dare to be negligent. Her figure rapidly retreated and almost directly fell out of the tournament stage. Only then did she manage to stand still, looking at the place where the sword light stabbed out in shock and anger. In the void, there was actually a deep air cave. The tournament stage's array has the function of allowing cultivators to temporarily dodge attacks. It only comes in handy when the opponent goes crazy. I didn't expect this kid to actually use it, the array hall master said in surprise. She really admired Ling Xiao. This kid really made her, the hall master, feel ashamed of her own inferiority. Ling Xiao jumped out of the cave and shook off the blood on the tip of the sword. He smiled and said, "What a pity. I thought this sneak attack was perfect. I didn't expect senior sister to actually block it. But then again, you should be glad that this is just a tournament and not a Jianghu vendetta. Otherwise, you would already be dead." Ling Xiao had a treasured artifact in his hand. If he really wanted to kill Bai Feifei, he definitely could have done it. He only needed to enter his human dragon form. But he could not kill this person for the time being. Although this woman was hateful, she was Grandmaster Bai Yun's daughter. At most, he could capture this woman alive and hand her over to Grandmaster Bai Yun to deal with. This was a promise that he once made. He would not easily go back on his words. Looking at Ling Xiao's calm and collected manner, he thought to himself. Bai Feifei's originally rosy face turned a little pale. Her heart was still thumping wildly because of the thrill of the sword just now. It was a close call. Although Ling Xiao made it sound easy, she could feel that she had just brushed shoulders with death. Ever since she became sensible, she had only had such an experience once, and that was when she was attacked by 2 peak class 9 vicious beasts. At that time, she was only an 8th order Transcendent Realm cultivator. Now, she was already a half-step Empyrean, but this fear once again occupied her entire body. And the one who gave her this fear was none other than Ling Xiao. It was that Ling Xiao whom she looked down on and disdained. Admit defeat, senior sister Bai. I'll give the Grand Sect Master some face today. I can't let her lose face, right? Ling Xiao looked at the Grand Sect Master on the stage with a smile. This old lady might not have any grievances with Ling Xiao, but her personality was vicious. She didn't need a reason to kill and destroy people. Perhaps in her eyes, Ling Xiao was just a test subject, just like those vicious beasts she had captured and used as sparring partners for her disciples. If he died, he died. If there was a grudge between them, Ling Xiao could understand, but this kind of character who didn't take the lives of others seriously made him feel very uncomfortable. Especially this time, the one being used as a test subject was him. Since you treat this young master like this, don't blame this young master for not giving you any face. He said he wanted Bai Feifei to admit defeat, but in fact, he was simply slapping Grand Sect Master Chang Yueli's face. What a joke, how could I possibly admit defeat? Bai Feifei took a deep breath and gradually calmed down. Although she was still afraid, the same trick would definitely not work in front of her, so she was no longer afraid. At this time, her voice was slightly hoarse and dry because of fear. I admit that as your senior sister, I have underestimated a despicable and cunning little brat like you. You have played this trick beautifully. You are really qualified to make me use my real strength. Without waiting for Ling Xiao to react, Bai Feifei raised the long sword in her hand and pointed it at Ling Xiao. He could feel that her true essence was undergoing some special changes. At the same time, a martial spirit phantom appeared behind her. It was a lute as white as jade, an ancient musical instrument. Pipa martial spirit. Ling Xiao had seen weapon-type martial spirits before, but it was the first time he had seen a musical instrument martial spirit like the pipa. However, no matter what martial spirit it was, there were only 3 functions. First, to strengthen the martial artist's ability in a certain aspect. Second, to help the martial artist attack. Third, to bestow the martial artist with a special ability. Basically, there were only these 3 types, unless it was an extremely special martial spirit, such as the 9 Great Primordial Dragon Soul, which might have other special effects. Ling Xiao stood there with the Ice Dragon sword in his hand, looking for an opportunity to attack. The current by Fei made her feel that she was in danger, so he didn't approach her for the time being. After all, his opponent's cultivation was much stronger than his. A head-on battle was simply courting death. To fight with this woman, one naturally had to rely on wisdom. Demonic sound sword art. Bai Fei slowly spat out 4 short and powerful words. This cold and ruthless voice seemed to come from the depths of hell, bringing with it an extremely terrifying killing intent and a strange feeling. It seemed like this woman really hated Xianxia to the core. This kind of hatred and killing intent was something that could only be displayed by an irreconcilable enemy. As Bai Fei's voice fell, an astonishing baleful aura suddenly erupted from her body. This aura was like a storm, becoming stronger and stronger. It also quickly spread out in all directions, quickly enveloping the entire contest ring. Although Xianxia was already prepared, he was still hit head-on by this sudden and violent aura. He retreated more than 10 steps before he could stabilize himself. What a terrifying true essence, what a terrifying aura, Xianxia frowned, his heart couldn't help but tremble. He was very clear that his sneak attack just now had caused Bai Fei to suffer a loss and lose quite a bit of face. This woman was preparing to use her true trump card. Even calling out his martial spirit was the best evidence. Little bastard, to be able to see my martial spirit and demonic sound sword art, even if you go to hell, you should be satisfied. Bai Fei's furious voice sounded from the contest ring. The spectators could all feel that terrifying aura. Xianxia is in trouble this time. Yeah, he's just a little smart, but he can't beat senior sister Bai's strength. I heard that the demonic sound sword art is a top gold grade martial art. Even core disciples find it hard to learn it. And that Pipa martial spirit, it doesn't seem to be much of a threat, but the more strange the martial spirit is, the more troublesome it is. Right. The sounds of discussion were incessant. However, Xianxia did not listen to a single word. Xianxia was currently an early Transcendent Realm 6th layer cultivator while his opponent was a half-step Heavenly Venerable, an existence that surpassed the peak of the Transcendent Realm 9th layer. Logically speaking, it was impossible for him to be Bai Fei's opponent. But the current situation was in his favor. He could draw a true chi from the half-step Heavenly Venerable guarding the battle stage with the help of the Spirit Array, so his strength was not inferior to Bai Fei's. If it were any other place, he would most likely be forced to flee upon seeing Bai Fei, unless he used his ancient golden dragon form. But the current situation was special, and Bai Fei, this stupid woman's combat experience and adaptability were simply too poor. If he couldn't even win against this girl, then he, Xianxia, would have gotten the Mountain River martial spirit for nothing. He would be too useless. The poor half-step Heavenly Venerable guarding the Spirit Array felt his true chi constantly leaking out and thought that the battle between the two of them was putting too much pressure on the Spirit Array, but little did he know that Xianxia was secretly using his true chi. Standing there, Xiao's expression remained unchanged as he coldly stared at the long sword in Bai Fei's hand, feeling a little surprised. He saw that Bai Fei's long sword was undergoing some strange changes at this moment. Many strange inscriptions had appeared on the originally smooth blade of the sword, giving off a colorful glow. Not only that, but the long sword was also vibrating slightly and emitting a strange sound. This sound might only sound beautiful to others, but in Xiao's ears, it was like the sound of a demon, giving him a strong sense of foreboding. But even so, Xiao's face was still as indifferent as water, as if there were no fluctuations in his emotions. His expression made Bai Fei feel very uncomfortable. In Bai Fei's opinion, once she used her demonic sound sword art and summoned her Pipa martial spirit, Xianxia would definitely be shocked and helpless. Especially with her terrifying murderous intent and violent momentum, against an early 6th layer Transcendent Realm cultivator, it was like using a butcher's knife to kill a chicken. She thought that Xianxia would immediately kneel down and kowtow to admit defeat. However, the reality was far from what she had imagined. I really hate that expression of yours. You're just a trivial early-stage Transcendent Realm 6th layer cultivator. What gives you the right to act so calm in front of a half-step Heavenly Venerable? Why was he so confident? Are you that confident? Bai Fei gritted her teeth and said, "You hypocrite, show me your fear and panic, and maybe I'll spare your life." Oh, really? Xianxia shrugged and said, "I'm really sorry to make you unhappy, senior sister. But I can't help it. seeing your sister's performance really can't make me feel spirited, let alone scared. If this is all you have, then it's really disappointing. Psychological warfare was also a type of battle. To deal with a girl like Bai Feifei who had no actual combat experience, a few words were enough to make her completely crazy and lose her mind. As expected, Bai Feifei's expression became even angrier. She let out a wild howl and leaped up. With a light shake of the sword in her hand, she had already pierced it towards Ling Xiao. Demon Note Sword Art, Heart Slayer. A strange sound accompanied the sword strike as Bai Feifei's Pipa martial spirit began to play. This kind of music intoxicated the spectators and made them want to stand up and cheer for Bai Feifei. But for Ling Xiao, this was music that could kill. Listening to it was like listening to a demonic tune, making him feel extremely uncomfortable. Bai Feifei did not want to give Ling Xiao a chance to play psychological warfare. She knew that she could not win against Ling Xiao, nor was she as cunning as Ling Xiao, so she planned to rely on her cultivation to kill Ling Xiao in one fell swoop. Ling Xiao stood there, his expression unchanged as he watched Bai Feifei's attack. As the mountain and river martial spirit circulated, the target and weakness of Bai Feifei's sword appeared. Seeing that Bai Feifei was already a foot away from him, he suddenly raised his ice dragon sword and thrusted it towards Bai Feifei. He did not defend at all. This sword of his was aimed at Bai Feifei's heart, which was a vital point. If Ling Xiao had used his qinggong to escape or used a formation to dodge, Bai Feifei would have been annoyed. However, when she saw that Ling Xiao was actually planning to exchange blows with her, the flames of joy ignited in her heart, and the expression on her face became ferocious. "Idiot, go and die. Go and repent after you go to hell." She spoke extremely quickly, the sword in her hand changed moves, blocking Ling Xiao's ice dragon sword. However, at this moment, her face revealed a complacent smile. Because under the long sword, a sword light suddenly split out, piercing straight towards Ling Xiao's heart. So her demonic sound sword actually had such a profound ability. Seeing that, Ling Xiao did not dare to be negligent. Holding on to the ice dragon sword in his right hand, he continued to confront Bai Feifei's sword, while his left hand pulled out another sword, the Thunder Shadow sword that he had just bought from the Divine Weapon Hall. Since the opponent used the demonic sound, he would use the thunder sound to break it. Buzz. When the Thunder Shadow sword collided with the sword light, it produced a strange rumbling sound. Many of the disciples below the stage turned pale and spat out blood. There were even many people who fainted on the spot. This sound attack was simply too terrifying. It killed without leaving a trace and was difficult to block. However, Ling Xiao had used the sound of thunder to break the demonic sound, causing Bai Feifei's sword technique to become meaningless. Although the sword technique was broken, a look of surprise flashed past Bai Feifei's eyes. However, her attack did not stop because of this. Demonic sound sword art? Scattering splendor, suddenly, the sword in her hand transformed into dozens of illusions, and the Pipa martial spirit behind her started to play even more hurried music. Countless notes that flickered with light attacked Ling Xiao like a torrential rain. The distance was too close, and the power was even more ferocious. Ling Xiao did not dare to take it head-on. Cloud Dragon Divine Travel? Illusion Array, fully aware that his cultivation was far inferior to Bai Feifei's, Ling Xiao's brows furrowed slightly, but he did not show any signs of panic. In that instant, his entire person suddenly transformed into a faintly discernible illusory figure, speeding up on the stage. Notes that flickered with light constantly bombarded the stage, rumbling loudly. The half-step Empyreans guarding the array also became increasingly pale. Switch with this Empyrean. At the critical moment, the inner hall master Empyrean Heavenly Eye personally took action, protecting the stage's array formation, so as to prevent it from suddenly collapsing and injuring the disciples below the stage. The reason why that whistling sound just now overflowed was most likely because the half-step Empyrean's true essence was insufficient. He could not let the same thing happen again. When Bai Feifei saw Ling Xiao's ghost-like movement technique, her head hurt badly. What she could do now was to continue increasing the input of true essence. The Pipa's sound became even more hurried, like the drumbeats of a battlefield. And those flashing notes became more and more concentrated, virtually not giving Ling Xiao the slightest room to dodge. The spectators all exclaimed that it was marvelous. I originally thought that there was no suspense in this battle, but it was actually so brilliant and peerless. It really greatly exceeded my expectations. Even the headmaster Chang Yueing was also filled with emotion. This kind of battle, who loved to watch, that kind of one-sided battle, although satisfying, it was too fast. There was simply no time to appreciate it. Bai Feifei's attacks became faster and faster, but Ling Zhao's movement technique was too strange. He was sometimes fast and sometimes slow, and sometimes even stopped abruptly. However, those notes were unable to attack him, and could not even touch the corner of his clothes. Only when the notes gradually slowed down and Bai Feifei stopped attacking while panting slightly did Ling Xiao stop. His figure quickly became real, revealing his hateful and indifferent face. Bai Feifei stood there, her chest rising and falling, and the hand holding the sword was trembling. It was obvious that she had consumed a lot of energy after using the powerful sword technique twice in a row. It should be about time to end the battle. Looking at Bai Feifei's situation, Ling Xiao revealed a smile of wisdom. Bai Feifei was extremely unhappy. This guy was actually like this again. Could it be that he had some tricks up his sleeves? Ling Xiao didn't care what she thought. To deal with people who were stronger than him, the first thing he had to do was to avoid their sharpness, then dampen their spirit and exhaust their true essence as much as possible. He had to find a suitable opportunity to completely defeat them with the force of a thunderbolt. Now, it was time. He made an attacking posture and kept the ice dragon sword. Holding the thunder shadow sword tightly with both hands, he aimed it at Bai Feifei. Bai Feifei was not in a hurry to attack. In fact, she had no way to attack first. She needed to recover, so she planned to stall for time. Junior brother Ling, to be honest, the fact that you were able to dodge 2 of my fatal attacks in a row has greatly surprised me, but do you think that if this continues, you will have the chance to dodge my attack again? To tell you the truth, although your movement technique is miraculous, when you used your sword move just now, I already discovered its weakness. Next, if you continue to be stubborn, then I will use an even more powerful sword move to defeat you. I have just mastered that sword move, and I can't even control it myself. Bai Feifei's attitude was as fickle as the weather in summer. Just a moment ago, he had wanted to kill him, but now he was actually affectionately calling him junior brother. This made Ling Xiao feel a burst of disgust, and goosebumps appeared all over his body. Did this idiotic woman really think that she could stall for time or make him underestimate her? Bai Feifei probably didn't know that the more she said this, the less confident she was. Ling Xiao was increasingly certain that the best time for him to end the battle had arrived. He smiled and said, "Thank you for your kindness, senior sister, but it's too late." Bai Feifei's pretty face was filled with a ferocious expression, and her entire body was trembling with anger. This Ling Xiao actually dared to not give her face, actually dared to not do as she said. Damn it. Since you insist on destroying both jade and common stone, then bring it on. She lost her mind once again and forgot that she had used up too much of her energy. She prepared to suddenly attack and kill Ling Xiao in one fell swoop. Idiot who doesn't know what's good for you, go to hell. Bai Feifei suddenly lifted her foot and took a step forward. Heavenly sound step, her figure suddenly disappeared, and in an instant, she appeared at a place about 10 feet away from Ling Xiao. In terms of speed, it was even faster than Ling Xiao's Cloud Dragon Divine Travel, but it was not as strange. Ling Xiao's lips curled into a cold smile. However, the contradictory thing was that shock appeared on his face, and his figure involuntarily retreated backward, with a panicked look in his eyes. The Thunder Shadow sword in his hand also waved out a sword net, attempting to completely protect himself, as if he had instantly forgotten that his cultivation was much lower than his opponent's, and that he could not fight head-on. Idiot! Bai Feifei cursed inwardly, thinking that she had indeed made the right choice in using the heavenly melody steps at the very end. It was obvious that she had given Ling Xiao a huge shock, but that was enough. After that, the long sword in her hand trembled, and directly pierced into the sword net of Ling Xiao's Thunder Shadow sword. Based on her cultivation, she was not afraid of going head-to-head with Ling Xiao, seeing that the long sword was about to break through the sword net and pierce Ling Xiao. Bai Feifei was alarmed to hear Ling Xiao's laughter. That laughter seemed to be somewhat complacent. Not good. A woman's intuition told Bai Feifei that she had fallen into a trap, but what kind of trap? She was completely unclear. Could this be another doppelganger? Impossible. This was definitely the real body. Stupid woman, look around you. Ling Xiao's cold voice rang out once again. Before Bai Feifei had time to look at the situation around her, suddenly the sky-shaking roars of wild beasts rang out from the tournament stage. It was as if countless wild beasts were crying out in grief, and that sound was enough to cause one to completely collapse. Then, Bai Feifei saw an incredible scene. Countless wild beasts, demon beasts, ferocious beasts, and evil beasts rushed towards her from all around the tournament stage. She wanted to escape, but her body couldn't move, as if it was imprisoned by something. Thousand Beast Blood Refining Array, I didn't set it up for nothing. Now it's time to put it to use. Ling Xiao secretly sneered. He didn't intend to fight head-on with Bai Feifei in this battle. He just wanted to win, so he could do whatever it took. He didn't care about how he did it or what he did. In the eyes of the spectators, Bai Feifei was clearly about to attack Ling Xiao, but she suddenly stopped. Then the long sword in her hand was thrown to the ground, and she held her head and screamed in pain. They didn't understand what happened. Because they couldn't see the illusion of the Thousand Beast Blood Refining Array. Feifei, you disappoint me too much. Just when Ling Xiao was sure to win this round, Grand Headmaster Chang Yueli suddenly said. Her voice seemed to be blaming Bai Feifei, but in fact, she used her powerful soul force to break the illusion created by Ling Xiao. At that moment, Bai Feifei woke up from the illusion. She was shocked and angry. She was annoyed that she had fallen into Ling Xiao's trap again and again. She was angry at Ling Xiao's cunning. With the help of Grand Headmaster, she got out of the predicament. She raised her hand, and the demon note sword automatically returned to her hand. Then, she desperately waved the long sword, and her body was wrapped in a layer of musical notes, as if it had formed a protective wall made of musical notes. But Ling Xiao was in trouble. The illusion of the Thousand Beast Blood Refining Array was broken by Grand Headmaster Chang Yueli, and he also suffered a soul attack. That was the soul attack of a Grotto Heaven Realm expert. He actually spat out a mouthful of blood. F***ck your grandfather Chang Yueli. As Grand Headmaster, you are simply shameless to the extreme. Without any hesitation, Ling Xiao directly cursed at Chang Yueli. Chang Yueli had originally thought that by helping Bai Feifei, Ling Xiao would not dare to say anything even if he was at a disadvantage. However, she had not expected that Ling Xiao, this fellow, would be so audacious that he did not care who the other party was. Whatever he had to say, he would not hold back at all. At that moment, Chang Yueli's old face turned red. Ling Xiao was still angry. In any case, it would take a while for Bai Feifei to completely wake up from the illusion. You evil creature, how can you talk to me like that? Chang Yueli had long lost her previous calmness. She was so angry that she actually stood up. IF****** 18 generations of ancestors. You shameless old man. You're really giving your ancestors face. Shameless and despicable. What a disgrace. Ling Xiao's anger still hadn't subsided. Chang Yueying, this is the good disciple you've accepted. As the Grand Master, Chang Yueli couldn't continue to bicker with Ling Xiao. Instead, she pointed her spear at the Grand Master, Chang Yueying. Master, you're wrong. It's not good for us as seniors to interfere in a fight between juniors. His words were a bit too much, but it's understandable for a child to be so angry. Although Chang Yueying was Chang Yueli's eldest disciple, she was also the Grand Master of Yuehua School. She knew very well what Ling Xiao represented. She definitely wouldn't protect her master because of this matter. Otherwise, her position as the Grand Master wouldn't be stable. What's more, her relationship with her master wasn't very good. Back then, because of the fight for the position of Grand Master, they had already broken off their relationship. In addition, Ling Xiao had the support of the Moon Maiden. Even if she didn't give face to Ling Xiao, she had to give face to the Moon Maiden. Of course, the most important thing was that she also felt that her master had gone too far. Originally, Bai Feifei was being raped by Ling Xiao, but she still went to help. No wonder she was scolded. She deserved it. You're not going to do it, right? Then I'll do it myself. Chang Yueli couldn't command Chang Yueying. She was unable to restrain her anger and released her powerful true essence, attempting to kill Ling Xiao through the array formation of the stage. She was a Grotto Heaven Realm expert. She could crush Ling Xiao like an ant. However, she never thought about why Ling Xiao would be so bold to argue with her. If He didn't have anything to rely on. Would Ling Xiao be so stupid? Of course not. In fact, Ling Xiao had already noticed that the Moon Lady had arrived at the scene to watch the battle. Furthermore, she was very angry at Chang Yueli for sneaking an attack on him. Now that Chang Yueli had the intention to kill, how could the Moon Maiden not make a move? Even if the Moon Lady didn't do anything, Ling Xiao could just rebel against Yuehua school. Chang Yueli might be strong, but she was just a layman in array formations. Ling Xiao was proficient in most of the Yuehua school's array formations. It would be easy for her to escape and destroy the Yuehua school's array formations. Chang Yueli, how awe-inspiring. Just as Ling Xiao was thinking about what to do next, the Moon Lady finally spoke. At the same time, an even stronger aura surged towards Chang Yueli. The dignified sect master knelt down in front of almost everyone in the sect. His white hair was in a mess, making him look like a madman. Your Highness Moon Maiden. Chang Yueli's face turned pale. Back then, when she made a mistake, the Moon Maiden removed her position as sect master and supported Chang Yueying. After so many years, Chang Yueli had almost forgotten how terrifying the Moon Maiden was. And now, this terrifying woman had appeared again, all for an outer sect disciple. She was about to break down. I've said before that Ling Xiao is my disciple. Whoever dares to hurt him will be going against me. Didn't you know? The Moon Maiden was cold and majestic at this moment. Almost all the higher-ups in Yuehua school were trembling in fear. I really didn't know. Please forgive me, Moon Maiden. Chang Yueli was annoyed. She really didn't know about this. Otherwise, today's incident wouldn't have happened. Since you've been well-behaved for so many years, I won't kill you. You can continue to be the sect master. Don't interfere in the sect's affairs in the future. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. The Moon Maiden snorted coldly. I'll do as you say. Chang Yueli gritted her teeth. Her heart was filled with fear and resentment. The Moon Maiden. This woman had humiliated her twice and caused her to fall from the clouds into the abyss. She had to find a way to trample on this woman. Even if it meant betraying Yuehua school, she wouldn't hesitate. The Moon Maiden ignored her and looked at Ling Xiao and Bai Feifei below. The battle between the two of you isn't over yet. Continue. No one will interfere anymore. Thank you, Moon Maiden, for speaking up for us. Ling Xiao smiled and turned to look at Bai Feifei. Bai Feifei had already recovered from the illusion of the Thousand Beast blood refining formation and was focused on the battle again. She was unhappy that the Moon Maiden had taught her master a lesson. Although she didn't dare to say anything to the Moon Maiden, she definitely dared to teach Ling Xiao a lesson. Senior sister, you're really lucky. If it wasn't for that old fart helping you, you would have lost. Ling Xiao said with a smile. How dare you disrespect the Supreme Sect Master? I won't forgive you. It was just a moment of carelessness. Bai Feifei snorted coldly. A moment of carelessness? The battle between the two of us has been going on for a bit too long. I reckon that the spectators are a bit unhappy. I said that it's time to end it, so it must end. Even if the Supreme Elder helps you, it's useless. Ling Xiao said indifferently. Bai Feifei didn't know what Ling Xiao was relying on, so she felt a little uneasy. As a half-step heavenly venerable, she actually had such a feeling when facing an early-stage Transcendent Realm 6th level cultivator. This made her feel very ashamed. She was also very angry. If it wasn't for the spirit array on the battle stage, she believed that she could have killed Ling Xiao in one move. Shameless little bastard, you missed the opportunity just now. You won't have another chance to kill me. Bai Feifei tried her best to calm herself down. In fact, these words were just to comfort herself. Oh, is that so? Don't you know that your life is actually in the hands of your junior brother? Ling Zhao's words surprised Bai Feifei and the spectators. What's going on? Ling Xiao doesn't look like someone who would speak without thinking. He's probably just bluffing. In any case, I can't see anything. I really can't see through him. Discussions broke out below the stage again. It seemed that every time Ling Xiao made a move, it would cause a big stir. Ha, you say you control my life and death? What a stupid statement. Do you think I'll believe you just because you say so? After a moment of surprise, Bai Feifei quickly returned to normal and couldn't help laughing. She thought she had exposed Ling Zhao's conspiracy. However, Ling Zhao's next words almost scared her out of her wits. "Senior sister, haven't you noticed? What kind of changes have happened to your body?" Ling Zhao asked indifferently. "Changes? What changes? Don't talk nonsense." Bai Feifei was just about to retort when her expression changed drastically. Although she said she didn't believe Ling Zhao, she still checked her body and found that her true qi was being consumed at a terrifying rate. Not only that, but strange green spots had also appeared on her body. "You! What did you do to me? How can you be so vicious and insidious?" Bai Feifei shouted in fright. "Haha, it's actually nothing much. I just embedded a plague bone formation on the battle stage's formation," Ling Zhao said with a smile. The speaker was very relaxed, but the listeners were shocked. Especially Shangwan Lei, who had experienced the terror of the plague bone formation. "This kid is actually so vicious." Elder Jean could not help but say. "Elder Jean, you're wrong. The plague bone formation is a terrifying formation invented by the plague demon king. If Ling Zhao was really vicious, then he could have killed Bai Feifei. However, he did not do so, which shows that this kid is still kind." Heavenly Venerable Golden Light retorted. Actually, he was wrong. The reason why Ling Zhao had not killed Bai Feifei was purely because he wanted to bring her to Great Master Bai Yun to be dealt with. Otherwise, based on this woman's attitude towards him, he would have long wanted to kill her. "Humph, with the formation you cast, I don't think it's that strong." As Bai Feifei spoke, she was already trying to use her vital essence to force the poison out of her body. "That's right. Because I don't have all the materials, I can only set up a simplified version of the plague bone formation. If senior sister Bai could have discovered it early, perhaps it would have been fine. If you weren't injured and bleeding, it shouldn't be a big problem." Ling Zhao said with a smile. "However, an hour has passed since the battle began. Your poison has entered your body through your wound. Moreover, you have activated a large amount of vital essence, causing the poison to take effect faster. If you don't believe me, you can try to circulate your vital essence again. I guarantee that you won't be able to stand up." Bai Feifei naturally did not believe Ling Zhao's words. However, the moment she circulated her vital essence, she discovered that the poison had already entered her bone marrow. Fortunately, she was a half-step Heavenly Venerable. If her cultivation was weaker, she would probably be lying on the ground, unable to move. "You! Give me the antidote." Bai Feifei was anxious. "Don't worry. As Heavenly Venerable Golden Light said, I naturally won't take your life. However, it's very simple to get the antidote. Just admit defeat," Ling Zhao said with a smile. "You're delusional." Bai Feifei was so anxious and angry that her heart was about to explode. "Alright, if that's the case, then let's just wait like this. In any case, the unlucky one will definitely not be me, Ling Zhao." Ling Zhao shrugged and stood there with a smile. "You could have defeated me. Why? Didn't you just do it?" Bai Feifei said angrily. "Tisk, tsk, tsk. Senior sister Bai's words are too amateurish. If I were to attack you now, wouldn't that give people the chance to say that I'm taking advantage of you?" Ling Zhao said with a smile. "Besides, I like to see a proud woman like you lower your noble head in front of me." He said it. Damn, he actually said it out loud. Although I thought about it, I didn't dare to say it. Among the disciples, there were many who had the same idea as Ling Zhao. Looking at those high and mighty female disciples who disdained them, they would all have such thoughts. It was a pity that they were only imagining it in their minds. Ling shouted it openly and was completing it step by step. "I won't admit defeat. Not even if I die." Bai Feifei roared with a ferocious face. "Don't worry, this plague poison won't kill you. It will slowly corrode every inch of your skin and make your smooth skin crack inch by inch. In the end, you will become an extremely ugly woman." Ling Zhao smiled and said, "Then, it will corrode your martial veins and make your 9 martial veins gradually damaged. In the end, you will lose all your cultivation and become a cripple. But you won't die. You can't die even if you want to because this plague poison has a soul. It can stop you from doing that. Well, what's this called? It's called living a life worse than death, right? No. No. I don't want it. I don't want it. I beg you, please give me the antidote. I admit defeat. I admit defeat. Bai Feifei broke down. Perhaps she really wasn't afraid of death. After being brainwashed, she obviously wasn't that afraid of death. But as a woman, she was most afraid of her fairy-like beauty becoming extremely ugly. And as a martial artist, she was most afraid of losing all her cultivation and becoming a cripple. She knew very well that if that happened, she would have no place in Yuehua school. Even her master, Chang Yueli, would abandon her. So she had to admit defeat, but she wouldn't let Ling Xiao go. She had to kill Ling Xiao. Once Ling Xiao gave her the antidote, she would kill Ling Xiao. Hee, that's right. Won't everything be fine if you admit defeat? Ling Xiao smiled and threw a paper bag to Bai Feifei. There were a few pills inside. Bai Feifei glanced at it and swallowed it without hesitation. Supreme Sect Master, Ling Xiao has already won this battle. Our bet from before still stands, right? Heavenly Lord Golden Light looked at Chang Yueli and asked with a smile. Do I look like someone who goes back on her words? Tell me, what do you want me to do for you? Grand Leader Chang Yueli asked. If someone wants to kill Ling Xiao, I'll have to trouble you to kill him. That's my request. Heavenly Lord Golden Light thought of many requests, but in the end, he still placed all his bets on Ling Xiao. He believed that as long as Ling Xiao could grow, his disciple, Leng Hao, would definitely be able to grow as well. And he himself would also have a higher status in Yuehua school in the future. What request is this? Chang Yueli was stunned. She thought of many possibilities, but this was the only one she didn't think of. What was this Heavenly Lord Golden Light trying to do? Was he trying to curry favor with the Moon Lady? Grand Leader doesn't agree? Heavenly Lord Golden Light asked. This is just a small matter. However, I've been cultivating in the sect all year round. If he gets hurt outside, I won't be able to do anything. Chang Yueli snorted and said, besides, you can't expect me to protect him forever, right? That's simple. Grand Leader only needs to protect him until Ling Xiao advances to the celestial realm. Heavenly Lord Golden Light felt that he couldn't force this old woman too much, so he took a step back and said, as for Ling Xiao getting into trouble outside, we'll help to find out the identity of the murderer. You just need to do something when the time comes. All right. Chang Yueli glanced at the auspicious clouds in the sky. At the end of the day, she was still afraid of the Moon Lady. Otherwise, she might not have agreed to this request. In the arena, Bai Feifei was completely dumbfounded. She had thought of killing Ling Xiao after taking the antidote, but now, her master actually agreed to such a request. Didn't that mean that once she made a move, she would be killed by her master? No, she couldn't do that. No matter how unhappy Bai Feifei was, she didn't dare to make a move now. Since Ling Xiao also wanted to participate in the pagoda ascension ceremony, she would kill him during the ceremony. Bai Feifei had a plan in mind. Ling Xiao knew that Bai Feifei hated him to the core, so how could he not take some precautions? Unfortunately, with that stupid woman Bai Feifei's brain, she probably didn't think of this. She really thought he was an idiot. Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao. After the competition ended, the crowd burst into frenzied cheers. Ling Xiao defeated Bai Feifei. An early-stage Transcendent Realm 6th level martial artist defeated a half-step heavenly master. This caused a huge reaction among the Yuehua school's disciples, and Ling Xiao suddenly became the most popular one. Of course, there were also people who secretly cursed Ling Xiao for being despicable and shameless for using underhanded means to win the competition. However, such voices were soon drowned out by the cheers. After Ling Xiao defeated Bai Feifei, the selection competition came to an end. After a few more battles, the final 40 spots were finally selected. Together with the 10 seated contestants, there were a total of 50 people, all of whom were qualified to enter the Moonlight Pagoda. Among the people Ling Xiao knew, Dai Yuling, Zhao Ji, Shangguan Lei, Leng Hao, Ming Tian, Bai Feifei, Wu Yang, and Qin Wu, all of whom were qualified. Of course, Zhao Ji really did it because of Ling Xiao's secret help. Otherwise, he would have been eliminated. Because of this, he admired and respected Ling Xiao even more. Among the other 10 seated contestants, Ling Xiao only knew 2 of them, Shen Tianlin and Tan Tailingzi. The trouble was that he didn't have a good relationship with these 2 people. However, Ling Xiao just frowned slightly and didn't think about it anymore. He had even offended Bai Feifei, and these 2 people were even weaker than Bai Feifei. What was there to be afraid of? At most, he would be more careful after entering the Moonlight Pagoda. Of course, a quota was only a quota. Although there were 50 people who had obtained the opportunity to enter the Moonlight Pagoda, only a few of them would be able to obtain benefits from the Moonlight Pagoda in the end. There were probably no more than 10 of them. In the next 3 days, the sect will be holding a celebration for the Moon Arrival Festival. The 50 of you can have a good rest and prepare yourselves. Gather here again on the morning of the 4th day. If anyone is late, they will not be able to participate in the Tower Ascension ceremony. The dignified and cold voice of Yuehua School's headmaster, Chang Yueying, reverberated throughout the hall. As the sect leader, he really had to have this kind of aura. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to control people. With that, the powerful auras left one after another. Now that the qualification contest had ended, there were naturally people who were happy and people who were sad. Some of the people who didn't get the qualification looked sad, and some even cried bitterly. This was because they knew very well that the earlier they participated in the Tower Ascension ceremony, the more they would be ahead of the other disciples. Senior Brother Ling, I can't thank you enough. If it weren't for you, I definitely wouldn't have gotten this opportunity. Zhao Ji felt like he was in a dream. Among the 50 people, his cultivation level was the lowest. Even among those who were eliminated, there were many who had a higher cultivation level than him. But he actually passed. Of course, other than his hard work, the most important thing was Ling Xiao's help. If it weren't for Ling Xiao, he definitely wouldn't have been able to make it to the end. Becoming friends with Ling Xiao was the wisest thing he had done since he was born. Although he had some conflicts with Ling Xiao when he first joined the sect, it was fortunate that as a member of the royal family, he was a smart person whose goal was to inherit the throne. He wisely chose not to aggravate these conflicts and even gradually became closer to Ling Xiao. Although they couldn't be considered life and death friends now, they were absolutely considered very good friends. If not for Ling Xiao secretly giving him pointers on his martial arts and giving him martial arts secret manuals, he really wouldn't have been able to reach this step today. In addition, in today's competition, there were clearly people targeting him, but they were also resolved by Ling Xiao. This kindness was really not something that could be clearly expressed verbally. He would remember it in his heart. Although he had a master too, and this master was even the inner sect hall's hall master, Empyrean Heavenly Eye, his imperial uncle. But Empyrean Heavenly Eye had too many disciples under his command. It was simply impossible to focus on imparting martial arts to him. Ling Xiao was more like his master instead. Dai Yuling's thoughts were actually about the same as Zhao Ji's. Actually, Ling Zhao's kindness to her was much greater than Zhao Ji's. When she was in the outer sect, her martial soul was forcefully crippled by someone. It was even Ling Xiao who helped her take revenge and bestowed her an even stronger martial soul. She smiled bitterly in her heart. Perhaps only by offering this life to Ling Xiao could she repay his kindness. Walking together with them, there was also a Zhao Xi. Zhao Xi's heart was filled with intense unwillingness. She did not understand why Ling Xiao, this unscrupulous fellow, would become stronger and stronger, while she, this kind-hearted person, suffered setbacks time and time again, and was even almost killed by the people she had once helped. She really had some doubts about society now. The outlook on life and worldview that she had always established also collapsed with a loud bang. Of course, the one who was most jealous was probably still Ming Tian. Back then, at Master Baiyun's place, he still firmly suppressed Ling Xiao. But now, Ling Xiao could defeat Bai Feifei. Although Bai Feifei, that dumb woman being too stupid, was the biggest reason. But Ling Zhao's cultivation was actually even stronger than his. This made Ming Tian unable to accept it. The intense flames of jealousy in his heart continuously burned. His 2 eyes even became blood-red in color. Head Elder, I agree to your request. I'm willing to listen to your arrangements and do that thing. Ming Tian looked at Elder Jean and gritted his teeth. Are you sure? Once you do that thing, you will lose your human nature. You might even lose your emotions and become an existence no different from a dire beast. Elder Jean narrowed his eyes and asked. Even if I become a dire beast, I want to be stronger than him. Ming Tian nodded heavily. Alright, since you've already made your decision, then follow me. After parting ways with Zhao Ji and Dai Yuling, Ling Xiao went to Yang Danlin's place. Because he still did not understand some details about the pagoda ascension ceremony, he needed to ask this old hall master. Ha ha ha, kid, you're really good. You even defeated that girl by Fei. But you have to be careful. What happens inside the Moonlight Pagoda cannot be seen from the outside. Be careful of her secretly harming you. Yang Danlin was laughing heartily at first. He was very happy, but his expression soon became serious. Don't worry about this, Elder Yang. If Bai Fei obediently doesn't provoke me, nothing will happen to her. Otherwise, when she comes out, she'll be a cripple. Ling Xiao said coldly. Hee, kid, what did you do to her? Forget it, there's no need to talk about the details. It's fine as long as you're safe. Yang Danlin smiled and said, if I'm not wrong, you're here for the details of the pagoda ascension ceremony, right? That's right. What will happen during the pagoda ascension ceremony? And how will the results be determined? Ling Xiao asked. The Moon Arrival Festival was held once a year. Naturally, the pagoda ascension ceremony was also held once a year. Well, actually, the Moonlight Pagoda is very mysterious. There will be all kinds of scenes and assessment content inside. The situation is different every year, so I can't help you with the specifics. Yang Danlin pondered for a moment before adding, however, the results have always been calculated based on survival time. Survival time? Yes, if you die in the Moonlight Pagoda, you won't really die. Instead, you will be directly sent outside. However, remember, even though you won't really die, your soul will still be severely damaged and won't be able to recover for a month or two. Therefore, try not to die if you can. Yang Danlin explained. Generally speaking, the longer you can stay in the Moonlight Pagoda, the more benefits you will obtain. Therefore, the results are also calculated based on this. I see. Ling Xiao nodded. However, old Yang, even if you won't die, you can still be imprisoned inside, right? Yes, that's possible. There was once a disciple who was imprisoned inside and never came out. Furthermore, the people who went in later never discovered his existence. Yang Danlin replied. It sounds rather dangerous. Although Ling Xiao said this, there was a smile on his face. Kid, don't mess around. If you can't do something, try not to do it. Many times, don't rashly snatch things just because the rewards are plentiful. You might end up being killed and sent out immediately. Yang Danlin reminded him. Your eyesight is very good, so you should be able to determine whether it is dangerous or not. Never do anything that you can't do. Otherwise, it won't do you any good. I understand. Master, do you want to go in with me? Ling Xiao shouted at the Yuan Venerate in the Beast Ring. Of course, I also want to see what this pagoda ascension ceremony is all about, the Yuan Venerate said. Absolutely not, the Yuan Venerate said. Absolutely not. The Moonlight Pagoda is very mysterious. If a powerhouse hides in the Beast Ring, he will be detected by it. Yang Danlin said hurriedly. That will ruin Ling Zhao's pagoda ascension ceremony. Unlucky. Forget it then. The Yuan Venerate was helpless. However, he couldn't joke about his disciple's future just because of his curiosity. Ling Xiao released it from the Beast Ring and handed it over to Yang Danlin for safekeeping. After that, he inquired about some things that needed to be prepared before returning to his cave residence to cultivate. In any case, he still had 3 days. Even if he couldn't make any breakthroughs in his cultivation, he could still make breakthroughs in other aspects. Over the past 3 days, although Ling Zhao's cultivation had not broken through, he had already reached the peak of the early Transcendent Realm's 6th layer, so with a little stimulation, he should be able to break through to the mid-6th layer. Let's leave this matter to the Moonlight Pagoda. However, he had successfully condensed 13 sword soul doppelgangers. He could finally begin to cultivate the shadow form sword technique. In addition, his heavenly dragon divine finger and soul dice had also successfully entered the fourth layer in these 3 days. It could be said that he had left the initial stage and entered the advanced stage. These 2 types of martial arts were relatively special. The heavenly dragon divine finger was most suitable for the human dragon form and the primordial golden dragon form. It was extremely powerful and belonged to the dragon race. The soul dice was a martial art of the soul race. It was a martial art that utilized one's soul power. This would be Ling Xiao's powerful trump card and was best used in conjunction with the martial Dao. 3 days later, Ling Xiao arrived at the inner square early in the morning and waited to enter the Moonlight Pagoda. At this time, the 50 disciples had already gathered. The 10 seated contestants stood in the front row, while the rest lined up behind them. Among the 10 seated contestants, only 2 were core disciples. They were Tantailingzi and Shintianlin. Tantailingzi was ranked 6th, and her true cultivation was at the late 8th layer of the transcendent realm. Shintianlin was ranked 10th, and his true cultivation was at the early 8th layer of the transcendent realm. Of course, there was also Li Zonghao, who had been squeezed out of the top 10 core disciples by Shintianlin. His cultivation was also at the early 8th layer of the transcendent realm, but in terms of actual combat, he was inferior to Shintianlin. However, the one who received the most attention was not these 3 people, but rather Bai Feifei. Although Bai Feifei had lost to Ling Xiao in the competition for a spot, her strength was clear for all to see. Ling Xiao had indeed used some underhanded means to defeat her. Therefore, in the sect, many people were full of expectations for Bai Feifei. They felt that the benefits she would obtain after entering the Moonlight Pagoda would be greater than anyone else's. She might even break the record set by sect master Chang Yuing and the Flame Deity. Of course, Tantailingzi, Shintianlin, and Li Zonghao were also placed high hopes on. The 2 geniuses, Ming Tian and Ling Hao, were also highly anticipated. However, the most difficult person to figure out was Ling Xiao, who was not even an inner court disciple. This guy was weak, but he had defeated the insufferably arrogant Bai Feifei. He was strong, but in fact, he had not used any powerful means in the battle. He had relied on some unorthodox methods to win. Therefore, his existence was truly an unknown. Standing in the crowd, Zhao Ji was a little excited. Although he knew that with his strength, he might not be able to obtain any good opportunities, as long as he could enter the Moonlight Pagoda, he would definitely be able to obtain some benefits. Even if it was just a little, he would be content. Senior brother Ling, after entering the Moonlight Pagoda, you have to be careful. Bai Feifei and Shintianlin might not care about an insignificant person like me, but they will definitely target you. Zhao Ji was now worried about Ling Xiao. Thank you for your concern, junior brother Zhao, but it's okay. I know what to do. Ling Xiao smiled and said, after entering, you and Yuling should try to stay close to me. Although I dare not say that I will help you to reach the end, I will at least let the 2 of you obtain some benefits before coming out. Although the Pagoda Ascension ceremony was a trial for the individual. However, in reality, after entering the Moonlight Pagoda, they could also find ways to cooperate. For Zhao Ji and Dai Yuling, he could only try his best to help them. If it really didn't work, then there was nothing he could do. After all, although there were many opportunities in this Pagoda Ascension ceremony, there were also dangers everywhere. If one was careless, even if one's cultivation was strong enough to reach the 9th heavenly layer transcendent realm, it would be meaningless. When it was time to die, they would still die. Therefore, in fact, he was not optimistic about that stupid woman Bai Feifei at all. So what if she was strong? She was inexperienced and did not know how to be flexible, so it was useless. It seems that senior brother Ling has the pearl of wisdom in his hands. I was a little worried. Zhao Ji saw Ling Zhao's confident look and knew that his worries were unnecessary. What he needed to do was to try his best to preserve his life. This was probably the greatest help to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao smiled and did not say anything. He did not know much about the Pagoda Ascension ceremony, but his confidence came from his comprehensive ability. Whether it was strength, cultivation, spirit arrays, alchemy, or the ability to adapt to changes, he was not bad. The Pagoda Ascension ceremony was just a trial, not a suicide mission. The Pagoda Ascension ceremony was a challenge of opportunity, so it shouldn't be prepared to harm the disciples. It would definitely create many opportunities for survival. Moreover, to Ling Xiao, who had the mountain river martial soul and could see through everything, was it so easy for him to be eliminated? Suddenly, a peerless figure appeared in midair. It was the Moon Maiden. A powerful aura enveloped the entire inner sect square and even enveloped all 50 disciples. "Welcome, Your Highness." Under the lead of the sect master Chang Yueying and the inner sect hall master Tian Yen, the 50 participants of the pagoda ascension ceremony bowed. The Moon Maiden nodded slightly and didn't say anything. Her eyes were fixed on the top of the moonlight pagoda as if she could see through the layers of fog and see what was at the top. After a while, the moonlight in the sky suddenly became very bright and offset the daytime sunlight. It was like a golden thread that enveloped the surroundings of the moonlight pagoda. Vaguely, one could see a majestic palace floating in the moonlight. This scene was filled with a mysterious and ancient aura, causing all the disciples to swallow their saliva. Moonlight illuminates the sun, divine palace appears, pagoda opens. The Moon Maiden muttered softly. Her voice was very clear because it was infused with a powerful energy. Then, she pointed to the sky with both hands, and a stream of true yuan pierced through the clouds and shot into the mysterious palace. At that moment, a voice came from the palace, "Allow." At the same time, the moonlight that enveloped the moonlight pagoda gradually changed. A doorway appeared, and the metal door on the pagoda slowly opened. Everyone was paying attention to the moonlight pagoda. However, Ling Zhao's eyes were fixed on the sky. Perhaps only he could see that there were faint figures flashing in the palace, but because it was too far away and there were layers of energy barriers, he couldn't see clearly. However, he was sure of one thing. These people were extremely powerful. Perhaps they could kill the Moon Maiden with a sneeze. Not to mention the higher-ups of the Yuehua school and the disciples who were still ignorant of the world's secrets. The moonlight pagoda has opened. The disciples' exclamations forcefully pulled Ling Xiao back from his thoughts. He vaguely felt that this world might be more complicated than he imagined. Become stronger, I must continue to become stronger, then, he would explore the mysteries of the world. What's going on with that palace? What's going on with those people? I have to figure it all out. Thinking of this, he clenched his fists and tried his best to calm himself down before looking at the open door of the moonlight pagoda. He couldn't see anything inside, only a glaring light. He guessed that he would only be able to see things clearly after entering. At this moment, the Grand Sect Master, Elder Jin, Heavenly Venerable Golden Light, Heavenly Venerable Heavenly Eye, Heavenly Venerable Wu Go, Wang Han Tianzuan, and many other high-ranking members of the Yuehua school were watching this ceremony from a distance. It seemed like it was just a matter of the disciples' encounters, but in fact, it was a secret battle between the higher-ups. Whoever's disciple could obtain a great opportunity would be able to obtain a higher status in Yuehua school. Standing in front of the moonlight pagoda, Ling Xiao could feel a powerful force attracting him, urging him to quickly enter. Behind the blinding light was a world where opportunities and dangers coexisted. He didn't care about the battle between the higher-ups. He even felt that it was ridiculous and ignorant. A group of ants fighting endlessly for power and profit, but they were unwilling to look up and see how wonderful the outside world was. Before entering the moonlight pagoda, Chang Yueying had something to say to everyone. At this moment, Bai Feifei and Shen Tianlin, who were in the crowd, couldn't hold back their strong expectations. They turned around and glanced at Ling Xiao, who was standing behind them. Bai Feifei's eyes were filled with resentment and anger. Shen Tianlin, on the other hand, was disdainful and impatient. It was as if he was eager to show off to his master and gain merit. Tan Tailingzi, on the other hand, was looking at Ling Xiao with a smile. Ling Xiao couldn't guess what this woman was thinking for the time being. Because he didn't know why she was targeting him, he didn't have the time to investigate. In any case, he just had to be careful. The three of them knew very well that after entering the moonlight pagoda, even the Moon Maiden couldn't control them. Although they wouldn't really die after dying in the moonlight pagoda, there were many ways to kill people. However, there were many ways to kill a person. As long as he could bind Ling Zhao's soul before he was teleported out, that would be enough. Not to mention, the three of them had special secret scrolls in their hands that could ignore the moonlight pagoda's rules. Although the three of them had different thoughts, the idea of Ling Xiao must die was absolutely unified. Alright, I've finished speaking. Now, enter the Moonlight Pagoda according to the order. At this moment, Chang Yueying stood to the side and said. Everyone nodded. Then, according to the order, they walked toward the unknown white light one by one and entered the Moonlight Pagoda. The Moon Advent Pagoda Ascension ceremony had officially begun. Ling Xiao stepped into the Moonlight Pagoda. In that instant, from the blinding white light into the darkness, almost everyone's eyes showed different degrees of discomfort. But Ling Xiao didn't. After he entered the Moonlight Pagoda, he closed his eyes and released the true Yuan ball to sense everything around him. This was even more sensitive than his eyes. Feeling that it was about time, he slowly opened his eyes. What entered his eyes wasn't the ground of an ordinary pagoda. The place where they were standing was actually a steel cable bridge. He didn't know how long the bridge was, but he couldn't see the end of it. The bridge was only about 2 meters wide. There were no wooden planks, only some steel cables connecting it. Under the steel cable bridge, there was a surging river, and the waves were turbulent. The moment he opened his eyes, Ling Xiao heard a few cries of agony. 50 disciples participating in the pagoda ascension ceremony. 5 have been eliminated. 45 remain. This was a very cold mechanical voice. It felt like the voice of a mechanical puppet. What? They were eliminated just like that? The disciples who were left behind were also shocked. They hadn't done anything yet, but 5 people had already been eliminated. The Moon Advent Pagoda Ascension ceremony was indeed very difficult. This is the first stage, and also the simplest stage. After passing through the steel cable bridge, the things you encounter may be more difficult than the last. Moreover, everyone's encounter will have different changes. The cold mechanical voice continued to sound. The Moonlight Pagoda will record your performance. The longer you stay inside, the higher your results will be. Of course, the opportunities you encounter, the performance when you encounter danger, and so on are also one of the criteria. However, I must emphasize again. Survive. This is the core mission. Survive, and you will obtain more. When this cold mechanical voice sounded, no one moved. Because everyone wanted to listen carefully to the rules. Ling Xiao suddenly felt a dangerous aura behind him. It was by Fei Fei, this stupid woman. She hasn't even figured out what's going on yet. She wants to start a fight here? Yu Ling, Zhao Ji, you two go first, I'll play with senior sister. Bye. Just as he finished speaking, Ling Zhao's expression suddenly changed and he activated Cloud Dragon Divine Travel, grabbing Zhao Ji and Dai Yuling at the same time. Seeing him run away like this, everyone was stunned. Just as everyone was puzzled, a huge python suddenly opened its maw and bit down on them from the turbulent river. The position this python was in was exactly where Ling Xiao had been standing before. Run! There's a python! At this time, many people had already discovered the python. In fact, this python wasn't very strong, at most a 5th-order vicious beast. Even a 5th-order transcendent realm cultivator should be able to deal with it. However, this python's body was too big, and coupled with its sudden attack, it caused the cultivators to panic, none of them even thinking of fighting back. As a result, 7 or 8 more disciples were swallowed in one gulp, declared dead, and teleported out of the Moonlight Treasure Pagoda. 50 participants in the Tower Ascension ceremony, 12 failed, leaving 38 people. The cold voice sounded again, causing the hearts of all the youths present to thump. They hadn't even passed the first stage yet, but only 38 people were left, and listening to the cold voice, the further they went, the more difficult it would become. What should they do next? Many people had already lost confidence in themselves. In a panic, everyone rushed to the other side of the steel cable bridge, but because of the crowd and mutual hostility, another person was pushed off the steel cable bridge and fell directly into the surging river. 37 people remain. Perhaps it was to increase the pressure on the cultivators who were participating in the Tower Ascension ceremony, but every time someone failed, the cold voice would directly report it. Many thanks. Senior brother Ling Zhaoji stood at the bridge, still in a state of shock. If Ling Xiao hadn't noticed the danger in time and brought him to the bridge, he would likely have died. No need, it's just a matter of convenience. Ling Zhao's attitude was very clear. If he could help, he would do it. But if he couldn't even take care of himself, then he wouldn't meddle in other people's business. Ling Xiao, you damned bastard, why didn't you warn us when you discovered the danger? Shen Tianlin, who had rushed to the bridgehead, roared furiously. What a joke! As a true disciple, could it be that you were inferior to me? Why didn't you remind everyone? Ling Xiao sneered. You. Shen Tianlin's face turned red, but he couldn't say anything. If he said that he didn't sense any danger, it would mean that he wasn't as good as Ling Xiao. However, if he were to say that he had discovered the danger, that would be equivalent to slapping his own face. It was neither left nor right. Everyone, listen up. After crossing the steel cable bridge, I'm afraid there will be greater dangers. Although I don't know what dangers there are, it's best for everyone to be careful. That's all. Ling Xiao had already felt that after crossing the steel cable bridge, there was an aura even more terrifying than the giant serpent locking onto them. However, he didn't know what it was for the time being. The moonlight pagoda was too magical. If many things didn't appear, even Ling Xiao wouldn't be able to detect them. He could only sense a trace of their aura. Jie. As soon as he finished speaking, an ear-piercing cry suddenly rang out in the sky. Then, the terrifying and dangerous aura was getting closer and closer. Jie. That sound rang out again. Everyone noticed that the sound came from the pitch-black sky, but they couldn't see anything. This terrifying and oppressive feeling was really unbearable. What's going on? Bai Feifei also forgot to deal with Ling Xiao at this time. Just now, when she was dealing with Ling Xiao, even she had almost been plotted against, so she had learned her lesson. What on earth was it? This was the question on everyone's mind. Ling Xiao looked up at the sky. His black pupils instantly turned golden. At that moment, his face changed, and then he grabbed Zhao Ji and Dai Yuling and continued to flee forward. After passing the steel cable bridge, there was a dense forest. It was still pitch black, and they couldn't even see their own fingers. However, for these transcendent realm cultivators, they could still see, but their field of vision wasn't as wide as it was during the day. Including Bai Feifei, Tan Tailingzi, and Shen Tianlin, all they could see was a dark shadow. Only Ling Xiao could see very clearly. That thing wasn't easy to deal with, so running away was the best option. Senior brother Ling, let us down. If we keep relying on you, we'll lose the opportunity to train. Zhao Ji suggested. Idiot, this is a place to search for opportunities, not a place for you to cultivate. Outside, I naturally won't interfere with you. But here, if we can help each other, it's better to help each other. It's just that I have some extra strength now. When greater danger strikes and I can't even take care of myself, even if you want me to help, I won't even bother to do it. Ling Xiao said coldly as he ran. Among these people, the smartest were Tan Tailingzi and Ling Hao. When the two saw Ling Xiao running, they turned around and followed without hesitation. Shang Guanlei ran purely out of trust for Ling Xiao. Some other people also habitually followed him. Bai Feifei, that stupid woman, didn't run away. Ming Tian didn't run away either. Shen Tianlin also stood there. It was close, they could see it clearly. In the sky, a huge rock stretched its huge wings and rushed towards them. The rock stretched out its wings, which were more than 20 meters wide. With a flap of its wings, a gust of wind blew, causing people to tremble in fear. Black-winged great rock. How can there be such a terrifying beast here? This is a peak grade 8 vicious beast. Even a 9th layer transcendent realm cultivator has to be wary of it. Shen Tianlin frowned and turned to leave. Who cares if it's a black-winged great rock? Just kill it. Bai Feifei didn't want to run anymore. When they encountered the giant python just now, because it happened so suddenly, she couldn't react in time and ran away. But now, she didn't want to run anymore. She was a half-step heavenly venerable, how could she be afraid of a peak grade 8 vicious beast? So, after saying that, she had already flown up. Senior sister, don't. Shen Tianlin called out, but it was too late. Boom. Bai Feifei collided with the black-winged great rock. However, things didn't develop as Bai Feifei thought. She originally thought that she could kill this bird with one punch, but the result was that she was sent flying and hit the ground. The black-winged great rock's body only shook and paused for a moment. How is this possible? Bai Feifei couldn't believe such a result. Senior sister, let's go quickly. That black-winged great rock seems to have a special array on its body that can make it stronger. Even the Moonlight Treasure Pagoda is helping it. It's too dangerous to fight it. Xianxia ran over and said. Damn it, it's an array again. I hate arrays the most. After saying that, Bai Feifei still ran forward unwillingly. Bai Feifei and Xianxia were very fast, while Ling Xiao was carrying 2 people. Naturally, he was much slower and was overtaken in an instant. Senior brother Ling, don't worry about us. The black-winged rock is catching up. Zhao Ji exclaimed. Ling Xiao put Zhao Ji and Dai Yuling on the ground, but suddenly stopped. Looking at the disciples who had run past him and were already far away, a smile appeared on his face. Senior brother Ling, you're not going to fight with the black-winged rock, are you? Zhao Ji was startled. Dai Yuling was also confused. Junior brother Zhao, your martial soul is too weak. With your strength, you probably won't be able to go too far in the pagoda ascension ceremony, so how about I help you obtain the black-winged rock martial soul inheritance? Ling Xiao said with a smile. Senior brother Ling, don't joke around. Even Bai Feifei was at a disadvantage. Can you do it? Zhao Ji smiled bitterly. Just tell me if you're willing or not. Yes, of course I'm willing. If senior brother Ling can help me, then I will definitely thank you. Zhao Ji nodded. That's good. If that stupid woman Bai Feifei can't do it, I might be able to. Ling Xiao smiled. In fact, he had already begun to analyze the black-winged rock while escaping. This was because he felt that the pagoda ascension ceremony was held to create opportunities for the Yuehua school's disciples to become stronger. Therefore, it was absolutely impossible for them to do such a thing. In other words, although the black-winged rock seemed dangerous, it was actually an opportunity. Through the analysis of the mountain and river martial soul, he was sure that the black-winged rock had the black-winged rock martial soul inheritance. If he gave it to Zhao Ji, then Zhao Ji's cultivation aptitude would not lose to Ling Hao and Ming Tian. He would definitely be a great help to him in the future, unlike now, he could only be a burden to him. Ling Xiao could not always face many enemies alone. He also needed help. And the person who obtained the black-winged rock's opportunity must have knowledge of formations. It just so happened that Ling Xiao had it. It was no wonder that the cultivators who had entered the Moonlight Pagoda to participate in the trials were useless no matter how strong they were. Now, it seemed that the Moonlight Pagoda wanted all-rounders, and not just pure strength. You guys stay here and don't move. I'll be right back. Ling Xiao figured out the crux of the matter, so he didn't clash head-on with the black-winged rock. He leaped up and used his speed to appear on the black-winged rock's back. The bird tried to shake him off, but to no avail. Instead, Ling Xiao easily found a mechanism and poured his true essence into it. Pa, with a soft sound, the originally incomparably ferocious black-winged rock actually turned into a mass of phantoms, trapped in a ball of light. Junior brother Zhao, catch. Ling Xiao landed on the ground and directly injected the ball of light into Zhao Ji's body. He then extracted Zhao Ji's martial spirit and fed it to the mountain and river martial spirit as nourishment. The mountain and river martial spirit, which was about to level up, finally leveled up and entered the second stage of the complete soul, transparent body. It wasn't that Zhao Ji's martial spirit was very powerful, but the key was that he was just short of the last bit of martial spirit energy. Zhao Ji felt the black-winged rock's martial spirit in his body constantly surging with energy. He was both excited and incomparably astonished. He was actually more and more impressed by the young man beside him who was younger than him. To this extent, he had even surpassed his father and his master. Not only did Ling Xiao have the ability to calmly analyze things, but he also had the spirit of daring to take risks. These seemingly contradictory characteristics actually appeared in the same person at the same time. It was truly inconceivable. What shocked him the most was that Ling Xiao had never failed in anything he wanted to do. It was as if he had carefully calculated everything before doing it. I reckon that there will be a lot of danger later on. Let's walk slowly. Along the way, you can wholeheartedly control the black-winged rock's martial spirit. With me around, no one can hurt you. Ling Xiao laughed. I will never forget your great kindness. Zhao Ji already had a plan. He was already very satisfied with obtaining the black-winged rock's martial spirit. Although there might be other good things if they continued, he was very clear. If he didn't rely on Ling Xiao, he wouldn't be able to do anything. Therefore, he planned that if Ling Xiao needed it later, he could directly use his death to repay Ling Xiao's kindness. In any case, he wouldn't really die if he died here. It was just right to give up the opportunity to help Ling Xiao. There was nothing wrong with that. About 2 hours later, Ling Xiao, Zhao Ji, and Dai Yuling met Ling Hao and Tantai on the way. These two people looked at them strangely, as if they had a lot of questions. "Brother Ling, where's the black-winged rock? Why is there no movement?" Ling Hao asked. After the quota competition, Ling Hao was very respectful to Ling Xiao, and would always call him Brother Ling. "I killed it," Ling Xiao said casually. "Killed it?" Both Ling Hao and Tantai looked shocked. However, they didn't have the slightest doubt. Because Ling Xiao indeed had this ability. With Brother Ling's strength, it's impossible for him to be a match for the black-winged rock. "Then, you must have won through some special means, right?" Ling Hao asked. This brat was indeed not stupid. Ling Xiao glanced at Tantai smiled, and said, "Senior sister Tantai, aren't you going to continue on your way?" He could tell Ling Hao, but he didn't want Tantai to know. Tantai glanced at Ling Xiao, and smiled faintly, obviously a little unhappy. However, Ling Xiao wasn't willing to help her, so wasn't it her fault for having an inexplicable hostility towards Ling Xiao? She turned and left unwillingly. Because now, she still didn't want to fight with Ling Xiao. Before she got what she wanted, she wouldn't take any risks. "Ling Hao, the Moonlight Pagoda isn't a dangerous place. Everything that appears here may seem dangerous on the surface, but they all have special meanings." Ling Xiao reminded, "Don't be fooled by the surface. That black-winged rock may seem dangerous, but it's actually an opportunity. Its weakness is those who understand formations and formations. You also have to understand your own strengths. Only then will you be able to reap the benefits." He helped Ling Hao because Ling Hao was the only disciple of Heavenly Venerable Golden Light. He was indebted to Heavenly Venerable Golden Light. Secondly, this brat Ling Hao wasn't obsessed. This brat's attitude towards him had undergone a fundamental change, so he was also one of the people he could rope in. "Thank you for your guidance, Brother Ling." Ling Hao clasped his hands. "You're welcome." Ling Xiao smiled, and said, "Your master has helped me a lot, so it's only right that I help you." Number of survivors, 33. Just as the two of them were walking and chatting, the cold voice suddenly sounded again. "Another 4 people were eliminated?" Ling Hao frowned. "That's normal. Let's be careful. There should be more danger ahead." Ling Xiao reminded them, and then continued forward. Ling Hao, Zhao Ji, and Dai Yuling all took out high-grade true origin pills to replenish their true origin. However, Ling Xiao didn't do so. His true origin was almost completely depleted, and was very sufficient. The group of 4 continued forward. After walking for a while, they found huge footprints on the road ahead. Each of these footprints was 5 to 6 meters long and 2 to 3 meters wide. It felt like a terrifying monster. Ling Xiao squatted on the ground to check the footprints and analyzed. "It's a boulder monster, a level 9 low-tier fierce beast. Its defense is amazing. Those people should have died in its hands." "You can even tell?" Ling Hao asked in surprise. "Senior Brother Ling, you're making a fuss about nothing. Senior Brother Ling's ability is more than that. The more contact you have with him, the more you will find him terrifying," Zhao Ji said with a smile. Ling Hao nodded and did not refute. He had almost no contact with Ling Xiao before, but he had already found out since the start of the quota competition. Ling Xiao, this person, was simply too shocking. Perhaps it was as Zhao Ji said, this person had many abilities that he did not know. "Senior Brother Ling, are we still going forward? Will we encounter that boulder monster directly?" Zhao Ji asked. "Don't worry. Every time this boulder monster kills a group of people, it will pause for a quarter of an hour. Those people just died for only 2 to 3 minutes. Let's speed up. It should be fine." Ling Xiao stood up and increased his speed as he rushed forward. Ling Hao, Dai Yuling, and Zhao Ji followed behind. Xiaoji found that after inheriting the black-winged rock martial soul, his speed had obviously improved a lot. He was even faster than Dai Yuling. But after 3 to 4 minutes, they saw a huge boulder monster standing in the middle of the road. Ling Xiao tried to attack it and said with a smile, "As I expected, when it's not moving, it's almost invincible. It's impossible to defeat. Let's continue." Flying under the boulder monster's crotch, the four suddenly saw a group of people in front of them. They seemed to be looking at something. They stopped and looked from the crowd. It turned out to be a coffin, an open bronze coffin. The coffin was very big, more than 10 meters long. However, there was no one lying in it. There were only a few things placed quietly. There were about 100 upper-tier spirit stones, which were extremely precious. There was also a cauldron. Anyone with a slightly better eyesight could tell that it was an immortal-grade treasure. That cauldron should be used to refine pills, which was extremely useful to Ling Xiao. Beside the bronze cauldron, there were a few gourds. After the gourds tipped over, a few pills rolled out. A top-grade true elemental dan, that was a low yellow-grade medicinal pill. Beside the gourd, there was a book. It looked tattered, and he guessed that it was a jade-grade martial art. After all, he hadn't read the content, so he couldn't make a judgment. The coffin was wide open, less than 10 meters away from everyone. Everyone's eyes were filled with greed. However, no one moved. 2 to 3 meters away from them, there was a corpse. It was the corpse of a martial artist who had participated in the tower ascension ceremony. Although this warrior had already been teleported outside, he would still exist in the form of a corpse inside. This was a bit interesting. The strength of this corpse was around the Transcendent Realm 4th layer, not weak at all, but according to the other disciples, he had only managed to walk 2 or 3 meters before suddenly dying. No one had seen how he died. It would be great if there was no danger. If we can obtain the things in this coffin, our opportunity would be better than that of Sect Master Chang Yuing and the Flame Deity. Idiot, how could it be so easy? If it was so easy, how could people as powerful as the Sect Master and the Flame Deity only obtain such an opportunity? But the thing inside the coffin might be a top gold-grade martial art, or even a jade-grade martial art. And that bronze cauldron, it's obviously not an ordinary item. At the very least, it should be an immortal-grade artifact. In the midst of the discussion, Tan Tailingzi, Ming Tian, and Shen Tianlin were somewhat tempted. After all, for them, if they obtained such a good thing, it would mean that this tower ascension ceremony would end smoothly. Even if they couldn't obtain anything later, it would be enough to satisfy them. Ling Zhao's judgment was the same as these people's. It might be dangerous, but it was also full of opportunities. Senior brother Ling, if I go to die, can you see the flaws or loopholes and get those things? Zhao Ji transmitted his voice to Ling Xiao. Of course, that's not a problem, but do you really plan to do so? Ling Xiao asked in surprise. Anyway, I have already obtained the black-winged rock martial soul, so I need to concentrate on my cultivation. Otherwise, I will miss the best time to cultivate. Since I'm going to die, of course, I have to die meaningfully. Zhao Ji smiled. Well then, let's split the things we get. Ling Xiao transmitted his voice. Zhao Ji didn't argue about this matter. After he went out, he didn't want it. If he argued here, the giant stone monster would wake up. Okay, I'm going. Zhao Ji took a deep breath and directly walked over to the coffin. Then, a black shadow faintly appeared behind him. It was a black rock with a terrifying aura. Suddenly, Zhao Ji's figure flashed and rushed to the coffin at his fastest speed. He wanted to make his death meaningful, so he had to come into contact with the coffin. Otherwise, it wouldn't be meaningful. Although he had a flying-type martial soul and couldn't fly, it greatly increased his speed. In addition, he used all his true essence on his movement technique and didn't care about anything else. His speed had reached his limit. However, even so, after crossing 6 meters, he still fell down. Senior brother Ling, I'll take my leave first. A white light flew away from his body. That should be the real person who was teleported out. The corpse left in the Moonlight Pagoda was probably condensed using some illusion technique. The number of survivors is 32. The cold voice sounded again. This kid is really crazy. Leng Hao smiled bitterly. Not only is he crazy, but he's also an idiot. Shen Tianlin sneered. Idiot? Hee, who's the idiot? Ling Xiao glanced at Shen Tianlin and suddenly rushed to the coffin. No one thought that Ling Xiao would watch Zhao Ji be killed and still dare to do so. This Ling Xiao is the real crazy. Is this guy's brain flooded with water? Bai Feifei also felt incredulous. Ming Tian's eyes widened. This junior brother of his had always acted in a way that others could not see through. However, what he did today was still too unexpected. He's fine? Ling Xiao stood steadily on top of the coffin, and there was nothing unusual about it. Ha, I understand. When Zhao Ji went over, he must have cracked the dangerous mechanism. This Ling Xiao is really cunning. As he spoke, two figures dashed over in an attempt to snatch the treasures. However, the number of survivors is 30. Those two reckless idiots died inexplicably after walking for 2 meters. What the hell is going on? Ling Xiao, how did you do it? Bai Feifei questioned. What a joke. My good brother Zhao Ji risked failure to open up a path for me. Do you want to take advantage of it? Hand over the things you got, or I'll kill her. Suddenly, Bai Feifei appeared behind Dai Yuling in an instant and grabbed Dai Yuling's neck with one hand. Ling Xiao sneered, you idiot woman, so what if I kill her? She won't really die here. When the time comes, I'll just share the things I get with Dai Yuling, and you will go to hell. Humph, I have a magic treasure that can imprison the soul. I can make her really die here. Bai Feifei shouted. Oh, is that so? Then try it. I want to see if you, Bai Feifei, or Dai Yuling, will die first. Ling Xiao calmly packed up the things in the coffin. He didn't look at the other things carefully. Anyway, the pill cauldron was better than he imagined. It was actually a divine treasure. Its name was Myriad Spirit Cauldron. Although it didn't have any offensive effects, but with this thing, it would be easier for him to refine high-quality pills in the future. In a sense, compared to those magic treasures used for attacking, it was more outstanding. Bai Feifei hesitated. Looking at Ling Xiao's calm demeanor, she really didn't dare to act rashly. Senior Sister Bai, let's forget about it. There must be better things waiting for us in front. Why bother with him for those things? Shang Guanlei stood up to smooth things over. This was equivalent to giving Bai Feifei a way out. Otherwise, once they made a scene, it was really unknown what would happen. No. Ling Xiao, did you do something to me? Bai Feifei, this stupid woman's brain was bright. So what if I did? You are so sinister and vicious woman. If I don't guard against you, won't I be killed by you? Ling Xiao sneered, but don't worry, after the pagoda ascension ceremony is over, I will naturally help you get rid of these troubles. You won't dare to go back on your words. Otherwise, I swear that I will kill you and everyone around you. Bai Feifei thought about a lot of things in an instant. In the end, she gave up on holding Dai Yuling hostage. Because if she really killed Dai Yuling, it would probably be hard for her to escape death. Ling Xiao, this brat, was too cunning. She did not dare to not believe his words. Seeing Bai Feifei let go of Dai Yuling, Ling Xiao put away everything and returned to the main road. In that instant, as many as 5 attacks came from different directions. Ling Xiao snorted coldly. With a gentle wave of his right hand, 5 streaks of sword light shot out, piercing the throats of the 5 people before returning to his world of mountains and rivers. The imperial sword technique was very useful in dealing with such a sneak attack. Its speed was fast and its lethality was great. It was simply too wonderful for words. 25 survivors. Less than a day had passed since the start of the Tower Ascension ceremony, but half of the people had already been eliminated. Of course, these 5 fellows who were targeting Ling Xiao did not fail because of the checkpoint, but because of their greed. Is there anyone else who wants to make a move? Ling Xiao looked at the surrounding people coldly and asked nonchalantly. The martial artists who originally planned on attacking together all gave up such a plan at this time. Ling Xiao, this fellow, was very strong. They had to wait until he was trapped or injured before they could make a move. The giant stone monster is about to wake up. Let's go. Ling Xiao gave Dai Yuling a glance, then rushed forward. Outside the Moonlight Pagoda, at the entrance, many people had already gathered. Because too many people were eliminated, this really made people feel that it was too abnormal. Swoosh, suddenly, 5 figures were directly thrown out of the Moonlight Pagoda. Another 5 eliminated? Chen Juang frowned and muttered to herself. The other upper echelon's expressions were not too good either. This time, the Moon Lady deliberately increased the number of people entering the Moonlight Pagoda. But who knew that only half of them were eliminated so quickly? What was the point of this increase in numbers? What happened? How did the 5 of you get eliminated? Elder Jean asked in a cold voice. It's Ling Xiao. One of them said with righteous indignation, Ling Xiao, that fellow ambushed us. That's right. That person is too despicable. He saw that we obtained good things and ambushed us from behind when we weren't paying attention, snatching our things. Another person said. Bastard. Vile spawn. Beast. Scum of the sect. For a moment, several voices cursing Ling Xiao sounded out. It was none other than the Grand Sect Master and Elder Jin's side. Everyone, why are you so agitated? It's merely a one-sided story. The Inner Sect Hall Master Empyrean Heavenly Eye slowly said, this seat's disciple, Zhao Ji, was delighted to obtain the Black-Winged Rock Martial Soul. It was given to him by Ling Xiao. If this Ling Xiao has such a character, why would he give my disciple such a precious thing? Because of Zhao Ji, the originally neutral Empyrean Heavenly Eye also started to have a favorable impression of Ling Xiao and did not believe these 5 people's words. That's right. The 5 of you still haven't confessed the truth. What in the world is going on? Empyrean Golden Light shouted angrily. What he disliked the most was the guilty party. Complaining first. 2 Empyreans, what we said is all the truth. Otherwise, with the strength of the 5 of us, how could we possibly be eliminated so easily? Obstinate in going about things the wrong way. Empyrean Heavenly Eye gave a cold snort. His right hand's index finger and middle finger joined together, lightly pointing at his vertical eye. After that, a ray of white light shot out from the vertical eye. The events that these 5 disciples experienced were displayed one by one in front of everyone. Humph, indeed, the guilty party complaining first. Elder Jean, what else do you have to say? Empyrean Heavenly Eye looked at Elder Jean and asked, you're the head seat of the Law Enforcement Hall. How should you deal with this kind of disciple who attempted to harm fellow disciples and even complained first, obstinate in going about things the wrong way? Come, men. Cripple the 5 of their cultivations and expel them from the sect. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Elder Jean had no way of shielding these 5 fools either. With a word of command, there were long ago law enforcement disciples of the Law Enforcement Hall who came forward and crippled the 5 people's cultivations. No matter how those 5 fools pleaded for help, it was to no avail. Naturally, Elder Jean hated Ling Xiao to the core in his heart. And those sect upper echelons who cursed Ling Xiao previously all shut their mouths and did not say a word either. On this matter, they really lost too much face. Inside the Moonlight Treasure Pagoda, Ling Xiao and the rest fled into a medicinal garden overflowing with fragrance in order to shake off the pursuit of the giant stone monster. The enormous medicinal garden occupied a full several thousand miles in radius. One could not see the edge at a glance at all. Auspicious clouds of all kinds of colors shrouded the sky. Looking into the distance, it actually seemed like one rainbow after another. Remnant numbers, 23 people. Another 2 people were smacked to death by the giant stone monster. That giant stone monster also temporarily entered a state of recuperation. Everyone stood in the medicinal garden, attempting to use this opportunity to see if they could obtain some benefits in this medicinal garden or not. In the center of the medicinal garden, there was a towering tree. On the tree grew strange fruits. On the ground, there were even some strange-looking medicinal herbs. Although the people who recognized these things were not many, just the kind of spiritual energy released from them was sufficient to make people endlessly agitated. That's a longevity fruit. It can increase one's lifespan by 100 years. Although everyone can only eat one in their lifetime, it's still a hot topic outside. Someone recognized the fruit growing on the tree. Novel, law, one had to know that even a transcendent realm cultivator could only live for about 200 years. If it could increase one's lifespan by 100 years, it would be a lot. It was equivalent to the lifespan of a Heaven Realm cultivator, *Pung. Finally, someone couldn't resist the huge temptation of the longevity fruit and tried to break in. However, when he hit the 7 colored clouds, not only was his body bounced back, but countless colorful lights suddenly flew out from the 7 colored clouds and directly turned this disciple into a hornet's nest. The 7 colored lights were extremely fast, not inferior to Ling Zhao's flying sword. It could be said that among the cultivators present, not many could block it. 22 people remain. Another person had been eliminated. This caused the people standing outside the rainbow clouds to hesitate once more. They were all considering whether or not there was a need to barge in for the longevity fruit and waste this trial opportunity. Ling Xiao pulled out the angry wind sword with a clang. This was a treasure artifact he bought in the Divine Weapon Hall. It could be used to complement his 12 Golden Lotus Arts Wind Celestial Phenomenon. Wind originally possessed the most terrifying cutting attribute. In addition, the Angry Wind Sword could double the power of his wind attribute True Qi and increase his attack speed by 20%. It also came with the special skill Angry Wind Shuttle, which condensed the power of wind into a shuttle. It was very terrifying. Presumably, tearing apart the 7 colored clouds shouldn't be a problem. The surrounding people looked at Ling Xiao, the madman. He dared to do something that others didn't dare to try. Without any hesitation, Ling Xiao swung his sword and slashed at the rainbow clouds. A terrifying tearing sound rang out. It was as if a small hole had been cut open in the 7 colored auspicious clouds. However, at that moment, several rays of light shot towards him, trying to kill him and eliminate him. Ling Xiao used the Cloud Dragon Divine Journey and easily avoided these rays of light. Just now, he had already analyzed it. Although the multicolored light was fast, it was very direct. Therefore, as long as he controlled his body well, he could completely avoid it. What an interesting thing. It's actually a cloud formed by a mixture of energy and metal elements. Its defense is quite strong, but Ling Xiao smiled faintly and suddenly stabbed out with his sword again. Wind Celestial Phenomenon, Raging Winds. Ling Xiao, there's no need for you to waste your effort. This rainbow auspicious cloud isn't something that your lousy sword can cut open. Shen Tianlin's words came to an abrupt halt. Because of the shocking scene in front of him, he couldn't say the rest of his words. The raging wind sword in Ling Zhao's hand condensed the power of celestial phenomenon into the shape of a shuttle, directly piercing through the 7 colored auspicious clouds, and instantly enlarging the gap by a lot. Although the gap was trying its best to heal itself, Ling Zhao's speed was simply too fast. Whoosh! When the gap was completely closed, he was already inside the 7 colored auspicious clouds. Bastard, how can he go in? Shen Tianlin's eyes were as wide as copper bells. He was simply shocked and angry. If this little brat can go in, so can I. Bai Feifei secretly said in her heart. Then, she condensed her true essence on her long sword and followed Ling Zhao's method to penetrate the 7 colored auspicious clouds and enter the medicine garden. After all, she was a half-step heavenly venerable. As long as she mastered the method, it wouldn't be difficult for her to enter. After that, a total of 10 people, including Tan Tailingzi, Ming Tian, Shen Tianlin, Li Zonghao, Wu Yang, and Qin Wu, entered one after another. Among these people, except for Ming Tian, were all cultivators above the Transcendent Realm's 7th level. Ming Tian's situation was a little strange. A strange inscription appeared on his forehead. No one knew what it meant. In any case, this guy was only arrogant and irritable before, but now he gave off a cold and terrifying aura. Leng Hao, Dai Yuling, Shang Wanlei, and the others could only wait outside helplessly. They couldn't enter, and there was nothing they could do. The situation in the medicine garden was a little strange because it was too quiet. After Ling Xiao entered, he didn't act rashly. Instead, he opened the True Essence ball to observe the situation around him. Although the longevity fruit was less than 100 meters away from him, he knew very well that he couldn't eat hot tofu if he was impatient. What if he lost his life because of carelessness? That would be really miserable. Meridian strengthening grass. Ling Xiao suddenly sped up. About 4 or 5 meters away from him, there were 4 or 5 strange herbs. They were dark green in color and had no flowers. Generally, they only had 9 leaves, not one less, not one more. Therefore, they were also called nine-leaf grass. People in the secular world didn't understand the preciousness of the meridian-strengthening grass. They just regarded it as a beautiful symbol. However, they didn't know that each of the 9 leaves of the meridian-strengthening grass was similar to a cultivator's martial vein. Even the way the spirit chi inside it circulated was exactly the same. If this meridian-strengthening grass was sold at the Yuehua school's market, it could be sold for tens of thousands of low-grade spirit stones. If it was refined into a meridian-strengthening pill with auxiliary materials, the price could be increased by 10 times. It could reach a total of 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. Most importantly, you might not be able to buy it even if you wanted to. For a cultivator in the mystic world, the most fundamental thing was the 9 martial veins. Once there was a problem with the martial veins, the best-case scenario would be that one couldn't use true core strength. The worst-case scenario would be that one would become a cripple. The most wonderful thing about the meridian-strengthening pill was that it could not only repair the damage to the martial veins, but it could also strengthen the martial veins so that they wouldn't be easily damaged. TSK, I didn't expect to find a 1,000-year-old meridian-strengthening grass here. This is already enough to refine a low-grade yellow-grade pill. Another type of flawless grade pill can be refined. Not bad, not bad. Although Ling Zhao's martial veins were stronger than ordinary cultivators, they were still very fragile. This was because martial veins were the weakness of all cultivators. However, it was also the most important part. Just like a mortal's heart, it was obviously very fragile, but it was the most important part of a mortal's body. Once it was damaged, the consequences would be unimaginable. Keep, Ling Xiao waved his hand and stored a total of 5 meridian-strengthening grasses into the mountain river world. After this trial was over, he would collect the materials and refine the meridian-strengthening pill. With the myriad spirit cauldron, not only would the success rate be higher, but the quality of the pills would also be better. After collecting the meridian-strengthening grasses, Ling Xiao was about to continue walking forward when he suddenly heard exclamations from behind him. I didn't know before coming in, but every herb here is no worse than the longevity fruit. Yeah, it's so brilliant that it's dazzling. It turned out that Bai Feifei and the others had followed him in. When they saw the scene inside, they were all excited, their faces filled with joy. Hurry up, we can't let that little brat Ling Xiao snatch the longevity fruit. Let's go get the longevity fruit first. The 3 7th-layer Transcendent Realm disciples glanced at each other. Regardless of what Bai Feifei and the others were doing, greed had already taken over their bodies. The 3 men who rushed out did not have any of Ling Zhao's calmness and caution. They were like perverts who had seen a sexy beauty and pounced on her without any regard for their lives. Novel, la, ah. When the 3 of them were less than 10 meters away, 2 of them screamed. Their hearts were pierced by the leaves that suddenly came out from the ground, and they died on the spot. The number of survivors is 20. When the cold voice sounded, the crowd realized it. Although the so-called experience could bring many benefits, if you wanted to get a benefit, you had to bear the danger. Out of 50 people, only 20 were left. It was really quite miserable. Fortunately, they were not really dead. Otherwise, the Yuehua school would have suffered a great loss this time. The 3rd person who rushed out hurriedly ran over. When he looked carefully, he found that it was a blade of grass that attacked him from behind. That's the mad blood grass. Although it's a plant, it has the characteristics of a ferocious beast, which is equivalent to a late-stage level 9 ferocious beast. Its leaves are as sharp as swords and can easily destroy a fine-grade precious weapon. Moreover, it's highly poisonous. Once touched, you'll be eliminated. Ling Zhao's voice sounded slowly. If you don't want to live, you can try. Anyway, I don't have any objections. Ah. Finally, the disciple who was exhausted from running for his life also screamed and was eliminated. Although his skin was only grazed by the leaves of the grass, he was still poisoned and died. Then, he was eliminated. In an instant, his body turned into a pile of thick blood, which looked extremely disgusting. Senior sister, what should we do? There's a mad blood grass beside the longevity fruit tree. Among these people, I'm afraid you're the only one who can deal with it, right? Shen Tianlin looked at Bai Feifei and asked desperately. There were 5 longevity fruits in total. He believed that if Bai Feifei could get one, he could get one. What can I do? The mad blood grass is highly poisonous. It's useless even if I'm strong. I'll still die, won't I? No matter how stupid Bai Feifei was, she couldn't help but want to retreat when she saw the mad blood grass. The mad blood grass is coming. Suddenly, Li Zonghao shouted. Everyone turned pale with fright. Tantai Lingzi hesitated for a moment, then hurriedly turned around and fled from the seven-colored auspicious cloud. Then, Shen Tianlin, Bai Feifei, Wu Yang, and Qin Wu also rushed out. They didn't even have the time to gather any medicinal herbs because the frenzy blood grass's attack had already arrived. Only Li Zonghao, who was the first to discover the frenzy blood grass, didn't run away. Instead, he squatted on the ground, trying to grab a handful of herbs and leave. Poochie, in just a moment, a green light flashed. Li Zonghao didn't even have time to scream before his head fell to the ground. He was dead. 19 survivors. Ling Xiao didn't run away. He just stood there like a plant, not a person. The Mountain River Martial Spirits model was so powerful. Not only could it hide one's aura, it could also change one's aura. Ling Xiao was still familiar with the ferocious frenzy blood grass. Among the terrifying poisonous plants under the heavens, it was definitely one of the best. It was said that no one below the celestial realm could resist it unless they had the antidote. However, the frenzy blood grass had a fatal weakness, which was that it didn't have the facial features of a ferocious beast. It judged the enemy entirely by the aura and heat emitted by the human body. Ling Xiao was motionless at this moment. His aura had completely merged with the surrounding flowers and plants. Naturally, the frenzy blood grass wouldn't attack him. The frenzy blood grass is a late-stage 9th-level ferocious beast. Under normal circumstances, I'm definitely not its match. Moreover, I can't move. Once I move, even if I have the model, it'll be useless. This guy will automatically lock onto moving things. No matter if it's an insect or a wild beast, everything will be poisoned to death. My strength is at most on par with the blood dragon snake. If I want to get the dragon blood grass, I need to come up with a strategy. Ling Xiao stood there, carefully analyzing the current situation in order to come up with a countermeasure. He didn't run away like Bai Feifei and the others, nor did he act foolishly like Li Zonghao. No matter what the situation was, he could always remain calm and wouldn't make mistakes that he shouldn't make. Even if his body could resist the majority of the poison, the frenzy blood grass's poison was too terrifying. He didn't have the confidence to resist it. Moreover, even if the frenzy blood grass didn't use poison, just its leaves that were as sharp as treasured artifacts were enough to take a person's life. The frenzy blood grass didn't possess any intelligence. It was a low-level creature that only relied on its instincts to fight. Therefore, schemes and plans were useless in front of this thing. Because it would be like playing the lute to a cow. However, Ling Xiao had an advantage, that was the Sword Soul Doppelganger. The current Ling Xiao had already condensed 13 Sword Soul Doppelganger. In the eyes of the frenzy blood grass, it was simply impossible to distinguish between the real and the fake. He could use the Sword Soul Doppelganger and his superb movement technique to forcefully seize the longevity fruit. There were a total of 5 fruits. Naturally, he would keep one for himself and give one to his grandfather, Hong Qi. The remaining 3 would be stored temporarily. In any case, there was no need to worry about them rotting in the Mountain River realm. When the time came, he would give them to whoever needed them the most. His younger brother Ling Luo, his friends Ling Yixue, Cold Plum, Dai Yuling, Lan Yuer and Yang Danlin might all need them, but they might also not need them. Therefore, he didn't need to make a decision so quickly. The Moon Lady definitely wouldn't need them. She had lived for so many years, so these things shouldn't be of any use to her. His master, the Yuan Venerate, was just a spirit, so he wouldn't need them either. No matter what, these 5 longevity fruits couldn't be wasted. If possible, he would even transplant that tree into the Mountain River realm. This way, he would be able to make use of the 1001 time difference in the Mountain River realm to cultivate longevity fruits. After making up his mind, Ling Xiao suddenly pushed his quintessential origin energy to the maximum and his body pounced forward like a phantom. Whoosh! Whoosh! The moment Ling Xiao moved, the frenzy blood grass discovered him. Then, 5 or 6 snake-like leaves pounced on Ling Xiao across the air in an attempt to kill him like Li Zonghao. Bang! Bang, bang. As he dodged continuously, the leaves of the frenzied blood grass pierced the ground and rocks. Wherever it was pierced, a large area of decay and withering would appear. Even the rocks were no exception. What a waste. Ling Xiao couldn't help but sigh as he looked at the withered herbs. However, he couldn't even protect himself at the moment, so he simply didn't have the time to care about these things. He could only increase his speed continuously. The frenzied blood grass couldn't kill Ling Xiao, so it split off more leaves. I can't dodge it anymore. Sword Soul Clone. Suddenly, Ling Xiao split into two Sword Soul doppelgangers. One of them blocked an attack for him while his main body dashed out. The other Sword Soul Clone attracted the attention of the frenzied blood grass, allowing Ling Xiao's main body the opportunity to flee hundreds of meters away in an instant and reach the longevity fruit tree. Ling Xiao used the Sword Soul doppelganger to dodge the frenzied blood grass's attack. Novel, law, however, the frenzied blood grass reacted quickly. It directly pierced through the remaining Sword Soul doppelganger. The remaining hundreds of leaves shook at the same time and shot toward Ling Xiao. It was as terrifying as a storm. A level 9 ferocious beast is already troublesome enough. This guy even has poison. How troublesome. Ling Xiao only plucked one longevity fruit and didn't have time to pluck a second one. Continue, Sword Soul Doppelganger. Ling Xiao released 3 more Sword Soul Doppelganger to attract the frenzied blood grass's firepower. His main body secretly hid beside the longevity fruit tree and entered the state of plant aura. The frenzied blood grass should be a monster guarding the herb garden. It might not care about other herbs, but it seemed to be avoiding the longevity fruit tree in its attacks. This gave Ling Xiao the perfect opportunity. Ling Xiao's defense was shocking and he had the earth spirit constitution. However, he did not want to fight a level 9 ferocious beast head-on. Naturally, he had to use the smartest and most energy-efficient way to solve the problem. Seeing that the frenzied blood grass began to attack the Sword Soul doppelganger, Ling Xiao finally moved again and put the 2 longevity fruits into his bag. At this time, no matter how fast the frenzied blood grass was, it would not be able to attack in time. However, at this time, the situation changed unexpectedly. The remaining 2 longevity fruits fell into the hands of another person. This person's speed surprised Ling Xiao. The most terrifying thing was that this guy was decisive and chose the right time to attack. Even if he was prepared, the other party still succeeded. Junior brother Ling, I'll kindly accept these 2 longevity fruits. Ming Tian, the voice came from not far away, but Ling Xiao could not chase after it. When Ming Tian took the fruits and left, he used a secret scroll to leave a wall of flames in the path that Ling Xiao was chasing. The flames reached as high as the top of the rainbow auspicious clouds. It was impossible to pass through. Behind Ling Xiao was the frenzied blood grass. Ming Tian, you stole my things and even tried to kill me. You know that you'll have to pay a heavy price for this. Ling Xiao didn't know what had happened to Ming Tian, but in any case, this little brat's strength seemed to have suddenly advanced by leaps and bounds, actually reaching the Transcendent Realm's 7th layer. What was even more puzzling was that the aura released from this fellow was no longer the familiar aura of Ming Tian, but the aura of a ferocious beast. What a terrifying beast. Even so, since Ming Tian dared to snatch his things, he definitely wouldn't let him off. At this moment, it was obviously not too possible for him to exterminate the violent blood grass. Thus, he opened his mouth and inhaled. The wall of flames left behind by Ming Tian was actually sucked into his mouth. Then, Ling Xiao aimed at the frenzied blood grass and sprayed it. The raging flames were what the frenzied blood grass feared the most, and it actually retreated quite a distance because of this. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Ling Xiao uprooted the longevity fruit tree and threw it into the mountain river world. He then sped up and chased after Ming Tian. Ming Tian's speed was very fast, but compared to him, it was still nothing. Cloud Dragon Wonderland, Golden Light Dragon Wings. Ling Xiao used the Golden Light Dragon Wings for the first time in the sect. His speed instantly increased and he blocked Ming Tian's path in an instant. Ming Tian, hand over the longevity fruit or I'll kill you. Hearing Ling Xiao's voice, Ming Tian was really shocked. However, after the transformation of his body by Elder Jin, he was now very confident. Ling Xiao wanted to kill him? He didn't believe it. Junior brother, don't be stubborn. You've already gotten 3 longevity fruits and I've only gotten 2. Let's call it quits. Otherwise, I'll have no choice but to kill you. Ming Tian stopped in his tracks and sneered. Nonsense. I've worked so hard to create this opportunity, and you've already taken it. How dare you threaten me? Ling Xiao frowned. The longevity fruit belongs to the virtuous. No matter what method I used to get it, I've already gotten it. Ming Tian said indifferently. Very well. In that case, there's no need to talk nonsense. Go to hell. Reasoning with an unreasonable person was the most foolish thing to do. Therefore, Ling Xiao could only choose to make a move. Moreover, he had long wanted to teach Ming Tian a lesson. However, he felt that he wouldn't die even if he killed someone in the Moonlight Pagoda, and it would be a waste of true essence. Therefore, he didn't do it. However, it seemed that he had no choice now. 9 meridians Qi sword, 9 swords in one. Ling Xiao suddenly pointed with his right hand and a thick Qi sword broke through the air. The entire space was torn apart like a piece of paper. Qi sword? It can pierce through space? Looks like you've learned a lot of good stuff. Ming Tian's pupil suddenly shrank. He couldn't dodge in time and directly struck out with his palm. The blood-red demon fox feather coat appeared again, but it was thicker and more flexible than when he was in Tianfeng City. Bang! A blood-red claw appeared on Ming Tian's palm and wrapped his entire body in it. The terrifying Qi sword collided with the blood-red giant claw and emitted a dull boom. True essence sputtered in all directions and fell to the ground and actually started to burn. Ming Tian's figure retreated a few steps and then planted his foot on the ground to stabilize himself. He looked at Ling Xiao with a cold expression and said, I originally didn't want to waste my strength. Since you're courting death, I'll fulfill your wish. In fact, he had the same idea as Ling Xiao. He didn't want to face Ling Xiao here. Killing him was the same as not killing him. Instead, he had to exhaust his true essence. This was definitely not worth it. However, the premise was that Ling Xiao didn't deal with him. However, he had no way out now. Ling Xiao was clearly determined to get back those 2 longevity fruits. I gave you face, but you didn't want it. If you were obedient, you could still be a genius. But now, don't even think about it. Ling Xiao's eyes were filled with dense killing intent. Although the 9 meridians Qi sword couldn't kill Ming Tian in one move, it was within his expectations. However, this guy wasn't injured. This was beyond his ability. Could it be that Ming Tian's body had undergone some changes? No matter what changes he had, he would still kill him. Junior brother Ling, I just received Elder Jin's full help and implanted the sacred beast QB into my body. My body and soul are almost 70% merged. Now, I don't have a martial soul, but I'm stronger than people with martial souls. Ming Tian sneered and said, however, after obtaining this power, I haven't fought with anyone. Since you want to be the first test subject, I won't refuse. Ninja Beast Fusion? Ling Xiao had heard of an extremely cruel and evil secret technique among the ninjas. It could fuse living beasts with humans, including the fusion of soul and body. 8 out of 10 people who received this kind of secret technique died. The survival rate was extremely low. However, those who survived would become extremely powerful. They would no longer be humans but half-beasts. No wonder Ming Tian's cultivation suddenly increased so much, and his body was constantly emitting the aura of a ferocious beast. He must have used this evil ninja secret technique on Lin Yun. This guy is really cruel. In order to become stronger, he would do anything. He didn't even let Lin Yun off. Half-beast? How stupid. Ling Xiao sneered, the use of the martial soul is the best method of borrowing the power of external objects that human warriors have proven through countless tests and battles 100,000 years ago. I didn't expect you to be willing to lose your personality in order to increase your strength in a short period of time. It doesn't matter if I laugh or not. Anyway, you'll never catch up to me. Ming Tian said indifferently. That's not necessarily true. Then let's do it. Ming Tian looked over. The wall of flames was still burning, so the frenzied bloodgrass wouldn't dare to come over. That secret technique scroll was the only one he had that could stop external objects from chasing after him. It was given to him by Elder Jean before he entered the Moonlight Pagoda. He didn't expect that it could only temporarily stop the frenzied blood grass. He had to end this quickly, otherwise, it would be troublesome if the frenzied blood grass escaped. Ming Tian made his move, and a cold light shot out from his hand. The cold light entered the void, and in the blink of an eye, it quietly approached Ling Xiao's throat. Upon closer inspection, one would realize that the cold light was actually a ninja's special weapon, a kunai. And it was a treasure-level kunai. There was a red thread on the kunai. It wasn't a physical object, but Ming Tian's blood-red fox vital energy. However, the red thread was intertwined with the seven-colored light, and it was almost impossible to see it. Ling Xiao had already noticed the existence of the red thread when Ming Tian attacked. However, Ming Tian was too fast, and he couldn't dodge it. But since he couldn't dodge it, he had other methods. With a light flick of his right hand, an energy sword broke through the air and collided with the kunai. Clang, the kunai was blocked by the energy sword, and its speed slowed down a lot. However, a cold smile appeared on Ming Tian's cold face. The kunai, which had slowed down, suddenly sped up. The entire kunai was wrapped in the blood-red fox vital energy. It was still aimed at Ling Xiao's throat. He still wanted Ling Xiao's life. Clang. Clang, Ling Xiao quickly retreated, but the kunai was like a maggot in his bones, always entangling him. His protective true essence had been easily torn apart. In front of this kunai, it was like a piece of paper. Fortunately, Ling Xiao had the earth spirit body, which allowed him to block the attack. Flying snow. Ling Xiao, who had finally recovered, suddenly pulled out his ice dragon sword, and a blinding sword light shot out. Demon Fox Claw. While controlling the kunai to continue attacking, a red light separated from Narukami's body and turned into a claw, directly hitting Ling Xiao's sword chi. Then, both of them shattered in midair. Ling Xiao couldn't help but frown. After the other party made the first move and gained the upper hand, he was completely suppressed. This Ming Tian was truly worthy of being called a genius. Coupled with the evil ninja beast fusion technique, Naruto's vision and judgment improved a lot. For a moment, he was actually on par with him. In fact, he even had the upper hand. Naruto was not that stupid woman, by Fei. Not only was this guy rich in battle experience, he was also very cunning. Every time he attacked or defended, he would be able to use the most suitable moves and the most suitable true essence. He wouldn't waste it, but he could also suppress Ling Xiao. If Bai Fei had this kind of ability, then on the contest ring that day, Ling Xiao would definitely be doomed. Beast trapping flames. Naruto's eyes flashed with a strange light, and then with a pull of his right hand, the kunai turned into dozens of kunai, and burned with raging flames. The burning flames formed an invisible ring, trapping Ling Xiao inside. Naruto was rapidly tightening the ring. As long as Ling Xiao was restrained, even if he didn't die, he would be seriously injured. Naive. Seeing that the ring was about to cut Ling Xiao in half, Ling Xiao's face revealed a smile. If you want to kill me, it's useless to use this kind of trick. Next, it's my turn to counterattack. Form displacement shadow, the voice came from behind Naruto. Ling Xiao's main body and clone changed positions, and with a shake of the ice dragon sword in his hand, he directly stabbed towards Naruto's back. Snow Lotus Sword Art, Ice and Snowstorm. In order to speed up the execution, Ling Xiao did not use the power of Celestial Phenomenon. However, as the strongest sword move in the Snow Lotus Sword Art, the power of the Snow Lotus Sword Art was still terrifying. In an instant, the entire medicine garden turned into a blizzard, and a violent tornado condensed into a blade of ice and snow, attacking Ling Xiao. Not good. With Naruto's current eyesight, he could naturally see how terrifying this move was. He didn't dare to be negligent in the slightest. He withdrew his kunai, slapped his hands on the ground, and muttered. Ninja Secret Art, 9 Gates of Hell. 9 consecutive thick stone gates appeared on the path of the ice and snowstorm. Boom, the power of the ice and snowstorm was too terrifying. Even the 9 gates of hell was instantly blasted into powder. Earth splitting. Seeing that the 9 gates of hell could not block Ling Xiao's attack, Naruto's hands turned into huge demon fox claws, directly lifting up the ground, and then drilled in. But even so, the crazy ice and snowstorm had already left several wounds on his body. It was precisely because of this that he was so flustered and used such a pathetic method to dodge the attack. Ling Xiao coldly snorted, and the ice dragon sword in his hand became even more vigorous. The range of the ice and snow storm was even larger and more terrifying. It had almost drilled open the ground. The place where Naruto was hiding just now had almost turned into a frozen ruin. Dense cold air continuously emerged from the ground that was riddled with holes. Demon Fox Bullet. Naruto, whose entire body was dripping with blood, drilled out from the ground. His entire body had actually completely transformed into a demon fox. How was he still human? He was simply a vicious beast. He spat out a blood-red ball from his mouth. Its power was extremely terrifying, as if it wanted to destroy the entire medicine garden. Thunder and lightning constellation, ice and snowstorm. This time, Ling Xiao had already made sufficient preparations. The power of the celestial phenomenon was integrated into the ice and snowstorm, and its power was even stronger than before. Within the blizzard, there was actually thunder and lightning that came crashing down like rain. Boom, the lightning storm bombarded the blood-red sphere. One possessed a terrifying destructive power, the other possessed a terrifying destructive power. The two types of energy interweaved together, forming a huge energy storm, enveloping Ling Xiao and Naruto, as well as the entire medicine garden, including the frenzy blood grass. Although the frenzy blood grass was powerful, facing the condensation of the two people's energy, it still hid underground. Puff, Naruto spat out a mouthful of blood. His body was on the verge of collapse, and he directly fell into the cracks on the ground. Ling Xiao's entire body flickered with golden light. The combination of the golden sky dragon scale armor and the earthy yellow earth spirit body formed a powerful defensive power. Wind celestial phenomenon, flying snow. The dazzling sword light was cold and eerie, but it was also very fast. It was like a cold white light. The reason why he used flying snow was because he didn't want to give the other party a chance to react. Although flying snow was not as powerful as ice storm, it was faster. Crack, the ground was directly split open by the sword chi and rushed towards Ming Tian. Bastard, how can this guy be so powerful? Ming Tian really couldn't understand. He had risked losing his human identity to force himself to become stronger, but in the end, he was still suppressed so miserably by Ling Xiao. He used the demon fox claws to drill into the ground, trying to avoid Ling Xiao's attack. However, Ling Xiao's attack contained the wind celestial phenomenon. It had a powerful cutting power and was extremely fast, chasing Ming Tian until there was no way to escape. Fight. Ming Tian knew that it was impossible to escape Ling Xiao's pursuit, so he might as well go all out and take out a treasure he had obtained from the flame deity. This thing was originally intended to be used at the most dangerous time, but he didn't expect to use it now. Ming Tian, who had made up his mind, took out the treasure from his storage ring. It was a transparent square crystal. This crystal was not more than a foot in length, width, and height, but it gave people the feeling that it was as heavy as a mountain. Ming Tian desperately poured a large amount of true essence into the square crystal, and then his entire body was wrapped in it. The crystal finally grew to the extent that it could accommodate Ming Tian's entire body. The surroundings looked transparent like glass, but it was very tough. Ling Xiao stabbed out 2 times as a test, but the sword chi didn't leave the slightest mark on this thing. A defensive-type magical equipment? It's rare. Ling Xiao didn't waste any more true essence, but paid close attention to Ming Tian. He wanted to see what Ming Tian wanted to do. Is this a quasi-immortal artifact? Ling Xiao found that Ming Tian didn't look at him at all. Instead, he threw a large amount of high-grade true essence pills into his mouth, obviously to speed up his recovery. He used his mountain river martial spirit to analyze the square crystal and made a judgment that it was obviously stronger than a treasure, but not as good as an immortal artifact. That old bastard heavenly venerable devil flame was really willing to spend money on his disciple. He even gave such a treasure to Ming Tian. Ling Xiao, how about we discuss it? Ming Tian looked at Ling Xiao and said, I'll return the 2 longevity fruits to you, but you can't attack me again. After fusing with the ninja beast, he became more practical. At this moment, he knew that he was only relying on this quasi-immortal grade artifact to struggle at death's door. It was impossible for him to be Ling Xiao's opponent. And this thing needed to be constantly infused with true essence. He didn't have as many high-grade true essence dawn as Ling Xiao, so he simply couldn't afford it. Deity, 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 deity. Are you serious? Although Ling Xiao really wanted to kill Ming Tian and eliminate him, he didn't want to do so. However, he also encountered a problem. That quasi-immortal artifact wasn't something he could break in a short time. If he really wasted time here, he might delay the trial. Since that was the case, he just needed to get the 2 longevity fruits. There were still many chances to eliminate Ming Tian, so he didn't care about this time. Of course. Ming Tian said. I can promise not to attack you here, but in other places, that might not be the case. Ling Xiao said indifferently. No problem. Ming Tian had already decided to stay far away from Ling Xiao after leaving this place. He didn't believe that Ling Xiao would waste time chasing after him. After saying that, he threw out the 2 longevity fruits. Ling Xiao carefully identified them and confirmed that they weren't a trap. Then, he kept the 2 longevity fruits in his mountain river world. How is it, junior brother Ling? Although Ming Tian was a little worried and anxious, he remained calm on the surface. Junior brother Ling, you probably understand the current situation. I'm no match for you, but you can forget about breaking through the defense of this square crystal. Since you've obtained the item, it's time for you to leave. Don't worry, I'm not the kind of person who goes back on his words. Ling Xiao didn't bother to pay attention to Ming Tian. The reason he attacked Ming Tian was none other than for the 2 longevity fruits. If he attacked Ming Tian forcefully and forced him into a corner, who knew what crazy things he would do? It was better to avoid doing things that would lead to a life and death struggle. Ling Xiao absolutely believed that Ming Tian must have a backup plan. Thinking of this, he directly left the herb garden. At this time, the herb garden had basically become a piece of scorched earth. There was nothing worth taking out. Seeing that Ling Xiao was powerful, Ming Tian heaved a sigh of relief. Looking at Ling Xiao's back, his eyes were uncertain. Ling Xiao is indeed a smart person. If he insists on taking my life, then I can only use a move to perish together with him. At most, we'll both be eliminated. He still had this bit of confidence. Yu Ling, let's go. After Ling Xiao left the herb garden, he didn't stay for long. He had 5 longevity fruits on him. Now, these people were afraid of his terrifying strength when he defeated Ming Tian. However, if more time passed, that might not be the case. Birds die for food and men die for wealth. Sometimes, greed could definitely make a person completely crazy. At this time, the giant rock monster's recuperation time was over and it chased after them again. Everyone didn't have time to think and followed. However, Tan Tailingzi, Shen Tianlin, Bai Feifei, Wu Yang, and Qin Wu's eyes flickered with a sinister light. They would keep an eye on Ling Xiao. Once Ling Xiao exposed a flaw, they would use all their strength to eliminate him or even kill him. However, Ling Xiao was also very clear about their thoughts. In fact, Ling Xiao was also thinking of ways to find an opportunity. He definitely wouldn't be so passive as to be targeted by others. As long as there was a chance, he would get rid of these people. In any case, he would get rid of as many as he could. After they all left, Ming Tian came out of the herb garden and followed behind them. He didn't dare to get too close to Ling Xiao. With Bai Feifei and the others around, Ling Xiao might not dare to directly target him. However, he really couldn't predict what that lunatic would do, so he had to be very careful. Just like this, Ling Xiao and the others were chased by the giant rock monster. Ming Tian followed behind them. Along the way, probably because the first stage was coming to an end, they didn't encounter any more treasures. Ling Xiao's battle with Ming Tian had consumed quite a bit of his energy, so he had been walking and stopping every now and then. If he encountered a special situation again, he naturally had to ensure that his true essence could be fully recovered. This way, no matter what special situation he encountered, he wouldn't have to worry. Quickly look at what that is. Suddenly, a cry of surprise broke out in the silent crowd. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice. Ling Xiao's eyes shone with a bright light. What everyone saw was a pitch-black tunnel. Even Transcendent Realm Masters could only see 1 meter ahead of them. They couldn't see anything further than that. Let's go. Ling Xiao grabbed Dai Yuling's hand tightly. the darkness that was terrifying to others was nothing to him. Although his vision was also limited, after releasing the true Yuan ball, he could definitely see clearly within a range of at least 10 meters. Let's follow them. Ling Xiao and Dai Yuling walked at the front. Behind them were Ling Hao and the others. Behind them was the group led by Bai Feifei. Ming Tian was still far behind. When everyone first entered this tunnel, they felt a little strange. It was as if there was a huge pressure directly pressing down on their bodies, making it very uncomfortable for them to walk. Fortunately, after a period of adaptation, they finally didn't feel so uncomfortable. However, the surrounding space still felt like it was constantly shrinking. Ling Xiao found that this wasn't an illusion. It was a real feeling. According to this shrinking speed, they had to pass through the tunnel in a quarter of an hour, otherwise they would be in trouble. Of course, the most unbearable thing in the tunnel was the rotten stench. The entire tunnel was almost covered with stinky water. Floating in the water were some very disgusting things, including rotten corpses and various insects. Bai Feifei, Dai Yuling, and the other female disciples couldn't stand this disgusting smell, so after entering the tunnel, they simply looked ahead and absolutely didn't look at the road under their feet. However, this practice was actually very dangerous. Because no one could tell if something would suddenly jump out of the dirty stinky water. Dai Yuling, on the other hand, was fine. With Ling Xiao around, she only needed to look ahead. Bai Feifei also had Shen Tianlin to please her, so she should be fine. In this way, everyone walked for 5 or 6 minutes and found that the tunnel was a lot narrower, but it was not to the extent of being trapped here. Wait a minute. Ling Xiao suddenly raised his right hand. There's a strange corpse. It's clearly in this stinky water, but it hasn't rotted. Everyone stopped and then looked in the direction Ling Xiao pointed. In order to expand their vision, they had to use fluorescent stones. Where the fluorescent stone's light shone was already at the end of the tunnel. There was a sealed metal door there. Near the metal door, there was a corpse. It was a very clean corpse, and there was no trace of decay. It was very strange. Isn't it just a corpse? Why are you making a fuss? Perhaps because Ling Xiao's performance was too outstanding, coupled with the good things he obtained, it aroused the jealousy of many people. Therefore, when Ling Xiao suddenly stopped, some people directly mocked him. Ling Xiao sneered and didn't say anything. He only tapped twice on Dai Yuling's body to seal her hearing. At that moment, the corpse stood up abruptly, and at the same time, a burst of ear-piercing and very strange laughter was heard. The disciple who had mocked Ling Xiao earlier held his head and died miserably, bleeding from his 7 orifices. The number of survivors is 18. No one cared about the dead disciple. Everyone followed Ling Xiao's example and blocked their hearing. The corpse's head slowly raised, and then its pale and gloomy face was exposed to the light of the fluorescent stones. The light combined with the pale face was really a bit terrifying. Hey, this guy isn't dead, is he? Although everyone here was a transcendent realm cultivator, there were still many who were timid. Listening to this guy's trembling voice, Ling Xiao couldn't help smiling. It's good that he's not dead. Perhaps there is some great opportunity left here. Everyone was talking through divine sense, so even if they blocked their hearing, they could still communicate with each other. After speaking, Ling Xiao gently patted Dai Yuling's hand, motioning her to stay in place before quickly walking towards the resurrected corpse. Seeing Ling Xiao approach, the corpse probably felt that its voice could no longer pose a threat to Ling Xiao and the others, so its eyes flashed with a green light. This was obviously using some other method. Ah! In the crowd, screams sounded again, followed by the sound of fighting. The number of survivors is 17. The number of survivors is 16. 2 people died in a row. The original 50 people were now down to 16. These 2 people who died were both pulled into the stinky water by a pale arm that suddenly stretched out and suffocated. This scene made everyone's mood immediately tense. Fortunately, they were all cultivators and reacted quickly enough to prevent more people from being killed. Idiot, you were actually killed by an illusion. Useless. Shen Tianlin scolded disdainfully. This guy was one of the top 10 core disciples, so he quickly noticed the characteristics of these attacks. If you were not afraid, these things could not hurt you, but if you were afraid, when the fear accumulated to a certain extent, the illusion would become a real attack. Of course, Ling Xiao could see this as well. However, he wasn't that harsh and wouldn't say such annoying words. He glanced back at Dai Yuling and found that she was fine, so he continued to walk forward. Whether it was the terrifying sound or the illusion, it did not affect him in the slightest. In the face of this fear, he did not even have the slightest reaction. He even took out the ice dragon sword and acted as if he could tear this monster into 10,000 pieces at any time. Although this monster did not know what it was, it should have a certain level of intelligence. It sensed that Ling Xiao did not care about its attack at all, so the green light in its eyes flickered again, and a new move was unleashed. In that instant, a terrifyingly pale corpse actually turned into a beautiful woman. She was about 20 years old and wore clothes that were as thin as a veil. Her black hair was draped behind her head, and her pretty face was rosy and gorgeous. She even revealed a charming smile. The most unbearable thing was that faintly discernible feeling. In terms of beauty, this fellow was not inferior to the Moon Maiden. It was just that he lacked the temperament of the Moon Maiden. Behind him, the group of men and women all felt that their breathing was a little difficult. A few male disciples actually walked over in a daze. Ling Xiao was also stunned for a moment, and actually put away the ice dragon sword in his hand. So this Ling Xiao also has a weakness, and that is his lust. If I'm not wrong, this should also be an illusion. He actually fell for it. Shen Tianlin snorted coldly and said to Tan Tailingzi, "Senior sister, with your beauty, if you use a honey trap, you'll probably be able to charm him to the point of infatuation. Idiot, you'll suffer if you look down on him." They both saw Ling Xiao as their enemy, but Tan Tailingzi was a woman who could endure it. After entering the Moonlight Pagoda, she had not done anything harmful to Ling Xiao. However, every time Ling Xiao fought or experienced something, she would try her best to observe it carefully. Bang, just as the two of them were talking, they heard a muffled sound. Crack. Immediately after, they saw the beauty's head being smashed away, her bones cracking. Against this kind of trash, using the ice dragon sword is too wasteful. Just use your bare hands. After doing this, Ling Xiao clapped his hands with a smile, then turned to look at the crowd and said, "I'll be leaving first. It seems that whoever defeats this monster will have the qualifications to enter the door at the back." Creak. As the metal door opened, everyone could see that there were many good things behind the metal door. This bastard, I let him take the lead again. Bai Feifei gritted her teeth and tried to rush through the metal door. However, facing her, the monster had another way of blocking her. In the blink of an eye, it had become a peak level 9 beast, comparable to a half-step Empyrean. However, this monster would not take the initiative to attack others. It would only stay there and guard the metal door. Ling Xiao roughly understood. Facing different challengers, the monster would constantly upgrade its defensive mode. From the initial sound attack to the illusion attack, then to the temptation of beauty, and then to the current powerful strength. If he missed the opportunity in front, it would be even harder to enter later. Behind the metal door, there were tens of thousands of low-grade spirit stones. Ling Xiao directly accepted them. In addition, there was also a dark green jade scepter, which was a rare-grade artifact. Ling Xiao no longer needed a rare-grade artifact, but this item could be sold for money or used to exchange for other things in the future. Such a good thing, there was no need to worry about not having a place to use it. Other than that, there was a gourd of pills. Ling Xiao sniffed it carefully. This was a type of pill used to recover physical strength and relieve mental fatigue. Although it was not a quality item, it was still very useful to martial artists. For example, during this period of time, in order to break through, Ling Xiao had to constantly fight and constantly use his brain, which would definitely cause physical and mental fatigue. This gourd had a total of 50 pills, which was enough. Ling Xiao casually took out a pill and tossed it into his mouth. The pill melted as soon as it entered his mouth and took effect very quickly. A moment later, he clearly felt all the fatigue he had accumulated for such a long time disappear without a trace. Although it wasn't of much help in increasing one's cultivation, it was already very good. Take it. Finally, there was one more thing. It was a very exquisite metal card. On it was an extremely beautiful woman. Her appearance was exactly the same as the final appearance of the monster guarding the metal door. Seal card? Ling Xiao looked at the introduction on the metal card. In the ancient times, the human king created the sacred dynasty. However, in the chaos, the king was worried. A powerful person in the court created the Book of Seals to seal the world's strange objects. In the Book of Seals, every page can be embedded with a card. It is called the seal card. The seal card and the martial spirit are the two great creations of the human race's sacred dynasty. The introduction was also unclear. He guessed that the more detailed content was in the so-called Book of Seals. It was a pity that Xianxia had never heard of the seal card, nor the Book of Seals. It seemed that this was also one of the important treasures that had been buried in history. Perhaps the seal card and the martial spirit had some special opportunity. Thinking of this, he continued to read. It was the method of using the seal card. Only by possessing the Book of Seals can the seal card be unlocked. Every card has a different unlocking incantation. On the Book of Seals, the label is very clear. This card is called Woman of Illusionary Dreams and has a powerful illusory ability. Although Xianxia didn't know what the seal card was used for, he believed that it definitely involved many historical secrets. He would take it first. As for how to obtain the Book of Seals, he believed that as long as the opportunity came, he would naturally obtain it. After all, the world was vast. He hadn't even left the small northern Han, let alone other places. The moment Xianxia put away the seal card, the monster outside suddenly turned into a white light and entered the seal card. This scene was clearly seen by the people outside. That kid seems to have obtained some kind of treasure. Its aura is very powerful. Although Qin Wu was afraid of Xianxia, he and Wu Yang were present. There was also Bai Feifei, Shen Tianlin, and the others who wanted to deal with Xianxia. When they saw the seal card, although they didn't know what it was, to be able to directly take away the monster, it was definitely not simple. Thus, the fire of greed quickly burned in his body. At the very least, it should be a divine artifact. That monster's combat strength was not inferior to senior sister Bai's. It was actually taken away in an instant. Shen Tianlin's eyes were also filled with greed. He originally wanted to deal with Xianxia in the Moonlight Pagoda. However, along the way, Xianxia wasn't able to deal with it. Instead, it allowed Xianxia to obtain many benefits. He'd put up with everything else, but he couldn't put up with that magical metal card any longer. Perhaps he could even snatch other things from Xiao's body. There was a rule in the pagoda ascension ceremony: used items would not be lost after death. However, unused items would be completely dropped after death. In other words, Zhao had already fused the black-winged rock martial spirit into his body. This could be considered as using it. Thus, if he died, it would not be lost. If Xiao died, then his magic treasures, martial arts manuals, longevity fruit, meridian strengthening grass, and the metal card that he had just obtained would all be dropped. In this way, Xiao's efforts would be in vain. He would be making a wedding dress for others. Shen Tianlin had such an idea in mind. He glanced at Bai Feifei, hoping to get Bai Feifei's support. However, Bai Feifei shook her head. Bai Feifei didn't want to provoke Xiao now. She felt that the antidote that Xiao gave her before was mixed with something. She didn't want to die yet. She didn't want to be eliminated so early, so she temporarily endured this. Shen Tianlin was a little disappointed. However, Qin Wu and Wu Yang nodded at Shen Tianlin. These two people were willing to cooperate with Shen Tianlin to kill Xiao and seize the treasures in Zhao's hands. The three of them looked at each other and communicated with their eyes. Then, they made up their minds. When Xiao came out from the metal door, the original tunnel had disappeared. Instead, it was replaced by a flat road. Junior brother Ling, don't you think you're a bit too greedy? Ever since you entered the Moonlight Pagoda, the others haven't obtained anything, but you've already obtained so many things. Don't you think you should share some with everyone? Shen Tianlin, Wu Yang, and Qin Wu directly surrounded Xiao, not giving him a chance to escape. As one of the top 10 core disciples, Shen Tianlin's strength was indeed not to be underestimated. As he spoke, a powerful true essence was released. He also used a sword. A terrifying sword intent emerged from his body. Before he even made a move, the sword intent was enough to kill a martial vein realm cultivator. Even a transcendent realm cultivator would tremble in front of his powerful sword intent. Shen Tianlin's strength was even stronger than the half-beast Ming Tian. Of course, Ming Tian's potential was better than his. Yes, you have to share something with everyone. Otherwise, don't even think about leaving today. Qin Wu and Wu Yang also said in unison. At this time, 3 more people stood with Shen Tianlin, Wu Yang, and Qin Wu in the team. Although they had experienced Ling Zhao's power before, with Shen Tianlin, Wu Yang, and Qin Wu, these 3 masters, they naturally became bold again. Haha, Ling Xiao, hate being threatened the most. If you guys are obedient, I might be kind and give you a few things. But now, you want things? What do you want? What do you want? Come and grab it. Let's see if your body is stronger or my sword is sharper. Ling Xiao smiled slightly. Among these people, except for Bai Feifei, Tan Tailingzi, and Shen Tianlin, he did not pay attention to them at all. No matter how many came, he would keep them company. Now, Bai Feifei was obviously unwilling to make a move. Tan Tailingzi also had no intention of making a move. He could kill Shen Tianlin just because he wanted to. There was nothing to be afraid of. Besides, it was not as if he had no support on his side. Dai Yuling stood on his right. Leng Hao stood on his left. Although the 2 of them were not strong, their combat power was much stronger than some of the scumbags. The atmosphere on the field became extremely tense in an instant. But on the surface, Shen Tianlin's side was still a little stronger. Therefore, Shen Tianlin just frowned and made up his mind. Ling Xiao had Wang Han Tianzuan, Heavenly Master Golden Light, Yang Danlin, and even the Moon Lady behind him. But these people were all honorable and aboveboard people and disdained to deal with a small character like him. Besides, he would not really die if he killed someone in the Moonlight Pagoda. He would not become a mortal enemy of those big shots. It was just a competition for opportunities. Presumably, it was allowed during the Tower Ascension ceremony. Therefore, he was absolutely not afraid. Junior brother Shen, it's better to be careful. There's no need to kill each other here. After all, this is only the first stage. There might be even better things later on. At this moment, Tan Tailingzi gently patted Shen Tianlin's shoulder and advised. Ling Xiao noticed that when Tan Tailingzi patted Shen Tianlin's shoulder, there seemed to be a flash of cold light. Although it was only for an instant and no one else saw it, it couldn't escape his eyes. However, Shen Tianlin looked fine, so he didn't pay too much attention to it. Besides, even if Tan Tailingzi wanted to harm Shen Tianlin, what did it have to do with him? Junior brother Ling, we don't want to fight either. You just need to hand over the metal card and split the longevity fruits with us. That's all. You can keep the rest. Shen Tianlin did not dare to offend Ling Xiao too much. If he was too greedy and wanted all the things on Ling Xiao, then today would be difficult to be kind. There would definitely be a fierce battle. Not interested. Ling Xiao sneered and suddenly attacked. In this situation, he had to make a move first to deter the other party. 15 remaining. 14 remaining. 13 remaining. As soon as he attacked, he first dealt with the 3 lackeys on the periphery. Then, he returned to his original position. Now, do the 3 of you still want to continue? Ling Xiao looked at Shen Tianlin and asked. Wu Yang and Qin Wu were obviously stunned by Ling Zhao's ruthless methods. They actually began to think of retreating. The scene of Ling Xiao killing Zhang Lu kept replaying in their minds. The 2 of them gritted their teeth and finally cupped their fists and said, Junior brother Ling, we have offended you. Please forgive us. We were blinded by greed. Very good. Ling Xiao did not want to waste time fighting. Because calculating the time, the stone monster should be catching up to them again. These 2 were both 7th level Transcendent Realm cultivators. Although he was absolutely not afraid now, it would still take some time to deal with them. Shen Tianlin, what about you? Ling Xiao looked at Shen Tianlin and said coldly. Nonsense, even if it's just me, it's enough to deal with you. 2 streaks of red light suddenly appeared in Shen Tianlin's eyes, and then he recklessly pounced towards Ling Xiao. Strange? Although this kid was arrogant, he was not such an idiot. Logically speaking, after the 3 of them were killed and Wu Yang and Qin Wu chose to give up, Shen Tianlin should also give up. Otherwise, how could Shen Tianlin be a match for Ling Xiao, Leng Hao, and Dai Yuling in a 1 versus 3 battle, something was wrong. Ling Xiao raised his eyes and glanced at Tyrant, and a scene flashed in his mind. Tyrant had pierced a silver needle into Xianxia's shoulder. At that moment, she must have done something. One had to admit that Tyrant's acting skills were excellent. She acted as if nothing had happened and was chatting with Bai Feifei, as if whatever happened here had nothing to do with her. Interesting. This Tyrant is too strong and her methods are insidious. I'm afraid she's even more difficult to deal with than that stupid woman Bai Feifei. I have to be careful. Ling Xiao coldly snorted and no longer paid attention to Tyrant, focusing on the battle with Xianxia. Xianxia's cultivation was at the early stage of the Transcendent Realm 8th layer, so he was not easy to deal with. However, he was just an ordinary early-stage Transcendent Realm 8th layer disciple and could not be considered a genius. Ling Xiao wasn't afraid of him at all. Celestial Thunder Phenomenon, 9 Meridians Qi Sword, Fist Sword. The Qi Sword wrapped around his fist, leaving only 3 inches of it outside his fist. This was not a move of the 9 Meridians Qi Sword itself, but a method that Ling Xiao used to adapt the changes of the 9 Meridians Qi Sword. At that moment, the 12 golden lotus arts in his body circulated madly, and his true qi completely transformed into the thunder attribute. Bang! His fist collided with Xianxia's 7-colored sword. Boom! The thunder exploded. Although Xianxian did not retreat, his body trembled violently, and the long sword in his hand almost fell to the ground. Ling Xiao was about to attack again and kill his opponent before he could adapt to the power of the thunder celestial phenomenon. However, at that moment, something unexpected happened. Ha ha ha, junior brother Ling, in the end, you'll still die at my hands. Ming Tian suddenly appeared amidst the laughter. He had been following behind because he was afraid that he would be eliminated after encountering Ling Xiao. However, at the same time, he had been looking for an opportunity to kill Ling Xiao. Because as long as Ling Xiao was dead, he would no longer have to hide. I've been guarding against you, idiot. The reason why Ling Xiao did not use his full strength to deal with Xianxian and only attacked with the 9 Meridians Qi Sword was because he had sensed that Ming Tian was hiding nearby. Thunder Shadow Sword, Rumbling Thunder Flash. The Thunder Shadow Sword in Ling Xiao's hand could double the power of his thunder attribute True Qi and increase the speed of his sword moves by 20%. It also had a special skill, Explosive Thunder Flash, which could instantly release a bolt of lightning to bombard the enemy. It could easily break through the defenses of a 7th-layer Transcendent Realm Cultivator and was a huge threat to all Transcendents. Although Ming Tian was a genius in his half-beast form, he was still only a 7th-layer Transcendent Realm Cultivator. Facing the swift attack of the Explosive Thunder Flash, there was no way for him to dodge. More importantly, Ling Xiao's true qi had completely transformed into the thunder attribute at this time. This Thunder Shadow Sword could double the power of his thunder attribute True Qi, so its attack power could be imagined. What? Ming Tian thought his sneak attack had succeeded, but at this moment, he felt the terrifying power rushing towards him and his expression changed drastically. When he was about to take out the square crystal to defend himself, it was already too late. Senior brother Shen, help me. Ming Tian knew he couldn't block Ling Xiao's attack, so he shouted at Shen Tianlin. However, Shen Tianlin was blocked by Ling Hao and Dai Yuling. Although these two were not Shen Tianlin's opponents, blocking him for a moment was not a problem. You can rest assured that you'll be eliminated, you asked for it. Kong Ka. A thunderous explosion rang out. Ming Tian's body was directly pierced through midair, charred on the outside and tender on the inside. It was a tragic sight. Ling Xiao, I will remember this. I will remember today's hatred. Just you wait. 12 remaining. It's your turn, Shen Tianlin. Ling Xiao turned his head to look at Shen Tianlin. He would not give Shen Tianlin a chance to continue opposing him. This guy had to be eliminated now. You two stand down. Dai Yuling and Ling Hao were not Shen Tianlin's opponents after all. Both of them had suffered heavy injuries. Ling Xiao didn't even look at them and directly threw the gourd he had obtained before to Ling Hao. The pills inside could heal injuries. In addition, Dai Yuling's true qi had a healing effect, so there was no need to worry. Now, he had to focus on dealing with Shen Tianlin. A moment earlier. Outside the Moonlight Pagoda. More and more people gathered around. The faces of the upper echelons of the sect did not look too good. Now, only a day had passed, and there were only 13 people left. Ling Xiao had also become the subject of everyone's discussion. Because the previous 3 people who came out said that they were killed by Ling Xiao. Although the reason was that they were too greedy. However, this was not a good thing for the CEOs. Initially, the reason for increasing the number of people was to allow more people to obtain opportunities. Just Ling Xiao alone had eliminated 8 people. This was really not a good sign. Whoosh, suddenly, another person was thrown out from the inside. It can't be. Another person was eliminated? Elder Jean took a closer look and was instantly enraged. Ming Tian. He had never imagined that the one to be eliminated this time would actually be Ming Tian, whom he had placed high hopes on. Many of the inner sect disciples who were watching the scene were also shocked. Ming Tian and Ling Hao are known as the 2 geniuses of the inner sect. Although their cultivation is not high, their intelligence and adaptability are top-notch. How could they be eliminated so easily? That's right. Ling Hao's strength is not as good as Ming Tian's. He was not eliminated, but Ming Tian was. Someone must have plotted against him. Do you guys think it's that Ling Xiao again? It can't be. Ling Xiao dares to touch Ming Tian? Wouldn't the flame deity tear him apart alive? Idiot. Ling Xiao really killed the flame deity's disciples, Wang Feng and Su Ying. This is nothing. He didn't really die. He was just eliminated. Not to mention Elder Jean, the other upper echelons also looked at each other, unable to understand. Ming Tian, what's going on? Did someone plot against you? Tell me, I will uphold justice for you. Elder Jean roared angrily. It's Ling Xiao. Ever since Ling Xiao entered the Moonlight Pagoda, his greed had become second nature. He took all the treasures for himself. This time, Disciple was only speaking up for senior brother Chen, but I was ambushed by him and his sword pierced through my body. Ming Tian was really angry at this time. Such a good opportunity to train had actually slipped past his eyes so easily. He didn't get anything and was actually eliminated. Bastard, this Ling Xiao is too outrageous. We are all brothers in the same sect. It's fine if he took all the treasures for himself, but he was so ruthless. What is he doing? Is he going to ruin this pagoda ascension ceremony? Elder Jean was furious. He slammed his palm on the ground, causing the whole ground to shake. If it were not for the many formations set up in the Yuehua school, it would have collapsed. One could not blame him for being so angry. One had to know that every disciple only had 3 chances to participate in the pagoda ascension ceremony in their lifetime. It counted regardless of whether they succeeded or failed. Moreover, each time was more difficult than the last. Ming Tian's aptitude was outstanding, but once he missed this opportunity, it would be equivalent to falling behind others. Even if he re-entered the Moonlight Pagoda next year, it would be too late. This Ling Xiao, this bastard, was actually so daring. Humph, you talk so righteously, but you still want to snatch the treasures of others. Serves you right to be eliminated. Heavenly Venerate Golden Light snorted coldly and laughed happily. He was very glad that he had let Ling Hao follow Ling Xiao before the pagoda ascension ceremony. Although Ling Hao's aptitude was outstanding and Ling Xiao's talent was not as good as his, Heavenly Venerate Golden Light was not a fool. Something like talent could be completely changed through hard work. Especially with a mysterious existence like a martial soul, the possibility of change was even greater. Ling Xiao's cultivation speed had far surpassed all the geniuses in the sect. It would be foolish to look down on such a person. No matter what, Ling Xiao has already consecutively eliminated 9 sect disciples. His actions must not be allowed. Sect Master, you have to uphold justice. You can't let him run amok just because Her Highness Moon Maiden is protecting him. Elder Jean roared in anger. Chang Yuang frowned. Although Elder Jin's words were biased, Ling Xiao had already eliminated 9 sect disciples. This was a fact that would not change. This kind of action was extremely disadvantageous to the development of Yuehua school. This Ling Xiao has been acting strangely ever since he entered the sect. We must investigate thoroughly. In the law enforcement hall, Elder Mu, Elder Water, Elder Hua, and Elder Tu all agreed with Elder Jin's words. The 5 Grand Elders and the Law Enforcement Hall's Law Enforcement Elder all said so. Chang Yueying was also under a lot of pressure. Forget it. After the pagoda ascension ceremony, Ling Xiao will be handed over to the Law Enforcement Hall. Are you satisfied? Under immense pressure, Chang Yueying made a compromise. Anyway, Ling Xiao was not her disciple. She did not need to confront the 5 Grand Elders for Ling Xiao. No. Everyone knows that Elder Jean has the final say in the Law Enforcement Hall. This is not fair. Wang Han Tianzuan objected. I also think it's inappropriate. Heavenly Venerate Heavenly I also nodded. How about this? The Law Enforcement Hall will interrogate Ling Xiao while Heavenly Sovereign Heavenly I, Heavenly Sovereign Wu Go, Heavenly Sovereign Golden Light, and Wang Han Tianzuan monitor the entire process. How about it? Chang Yueying thought of a plan that satisfied both sides. Fine, I'll listen to the sect master's instructions. Although Elder Jean wanted to wait for Ling Xiao to come out and kill him with one palm, he knew that it was impossible. Ling Xiao was the disciple chosen by the Moon Maiden after all. No matter what, even if it was just for show, there had to be a fair trial. So what if there was someone monitoring the entire process? The Law Enforcement Hall was his territory. If he said that Ling Xiao was guilty, then he was guilty. Who could fight against him? Whoosh, the higher-ups were discussing how to interrogate Ling Xiao when suddenly, a white light shot out from the Moonlight Pagoda. Another person was eliminated. There were only 11 of them left. What had happened? Could it be Ling Xiao again? Shen Tianlin. Elder Jean let out another ghastly cry. Because Shen Tianlin had just joined the Flame Deity's sect, he could be considered his grand disciple. In this pagoda ascension ceremony, there were only 2 people directly related to him. One was Ming Tian, and the other was Shen Tianlin. Both of them were eliminated. Ming Tian's strength was not strong. His elimination could be considered an accident. But Shen Tianlin was one of the top 10 core disciples. Could it be that Ling Xiao's strength had already reached such a level? Shen Tianlin, what's going on? How did you get eliminated? Elder Jean asked while suppressing his anger. That's right, Shen Tianlin. If you have any problems, just say it. I can help you. Chang Yueying also expressed her stance. Ordinary inner sect disciples would not be a big deal. But core disciples were the true future of the Yuehua school. If it was really Ling Xiao who did it, then she really couldn't cover up for Ling Xiao anymore. Even the Moon Maiden wouldn't be so protective of her own people. Ling Xiao. It was Ling Xiao. In order to take all the treasures for himself, not only did he kill Ming Tian and many other junior brothers, he even joined forces with Ling Hao and Dai Yuling to attack me. In the end, I was outnumbered and killed by them. Shen Tianlin's body trembled as he gritted his teeth and said. Empyrean Heavenly Eye's vertical eye flickered, but he did not speak. Actually, what happened during the process, Empyrean Heavenly Eye was clear in his heart. It was just that now was not like before. The problem was a little serious. He didn't want to get himself into trouble because of a Ling Xiao. Therefore, he didn't want to say anything more. It really was Ling Xiao. What was this guy trying to do? There were a total of 50 people, and he actually eliminated 10 of his brothers. What was he trying to do? This time, even Empyrean Stainless, Wang Han Tianzuan, and Empyrean Goldlight didn't know what to say. Although they really wanted to help Ling Xiao, this matter was really strange. Only Yang Danlin firmly believed that Ling Xiao was definitely not secretly killing innocent people. There must be some misunderstanding. However, although he was the medicine hall master, his words carried little weight. If others gave him face, he would have face. If others didn't give him face, he really didn't care. Now the facts are very clear. This Ling Xiao wants to ruin this pagoda ascension ceremony. If I'm not wrong, there will definitely be more people eliminated, and it's very likely that they will be eliminated by Ling Xiao. Sect Master Chang Yueli coldly snorted and said, there are only 11 people left. Besides Ling Xiao, they are all the hopes of Yuehua school. We can't let Ling Xiao mess around anymore. A genius disciple and a core disciple were eliminated by him. This is a huge loss for Yuehua school. Originally, she didn't want to say anything because nothing had happened to Bai Feifei. However, the more she thought about it, the more worried she became. Bai Feifei originally hated Ling Xiao. What if she was plotted against by this cunning kid? Therefore, she had to make this matter clear and see if there was any way to remedy it. This Ling Xiao is really unforgivable, Elder Jean said fiercely. But this matter is very strange. Ling Xiao is obviously not very outstanding among the 50 people. His aptitude and cultivation are not top-notch. At most, he is at the middle level. Why can he always find treasures and get them? Elder Mu murmured as he stroked his beard. Yes, there must be something strange. Ling Xiao can't be a match for Ming Tian and Shen Tianlin. He can win, there must be someone helping him. Elder Jean said loudly. Don't talk nonsense. Chang Yueying hurriedly dissuaded him. Of course, she knew what these people were suspecting. They suspected that the Moon Maiden was secretly helping Ling Xiao. After all, the Moon Maiden had shown too much protection for Ling Xiao. If not for the Moon Maiden, how could Ling Xiao be so successful? In fact, Chang Yueying also had the same thought. You suspect that I am helping Ling Xiao? Their thoughts naturally couldn't escape the Moon Maiden's eyes. Your Highness Moon Maiden, did you not? Although Elder Jean was afraid of the Moon Lady, the arrow was already knocked on the bow. He had no choice but to say it. Of course not. The Moon Maiden said coldly. If you didn't, then how can Ling Xiao be so powerful? Elder Jean asked. That is his own opportunity. What does it have to do with me? You suspect his strength? Then, after the Pagoda Ascension ceremony, you can test him. If he can't defeat Ming Tian and Shen Tianlin, then I will never step out of the Moonlight Pagoda. The Moon Maiden suddenly sneered. If the truth is the opposite, then suspect me. You should all be well aware of the consequences of framing this consort. After saying that, the Moon Maiden disappeared without waiting for Elder Jin's objection. The Moon Maiden really wanted to help Ling Xiao, but once they entered the Moonlight Pagoda, she couldn't do anything. Therefore, she was very satisfied with Ling Xiao's performance. Elder Jean looked at Ming Tian and Shen Tianlin with a solemn expression. There were still a few days before the Pagoda Ascension ceremony ended. He decided to use these few days to raise Ming Tian and Shen Tianlin's strength to a higher level. He didn't believe that Ling Xiao could defy the heavens. Senior brother Ling, you eliminated Ming Tian and Shen Tianlin. Elder Jean will probably be furious. You have to be careful when you go out. Leng Hao reminded him as he looked at Ming Tian and Shen Tianlin's corpses on the ground. He had also changed his way of addressing Ling Xiao as senior brother. This was because he felt that Ling Xiao was worthy of being his senior brother. Don't worry. In the sect, strength is everything. They protected Ming Tian and Shen Tianlin because they think that they have a better future than me. If I get first place in the Pagoda Ascension ceremony and display my strength, they won't dare to do anything to me. There were some things that Ling Xiao didn't say out loud. All this time, he didn't have the habit of leaving his fate in the hands of others. If someone really wanted to deal with him, then he could only retaliate mercilessly, even if he had to become the enemy of the entire Yuehua school. He wouldn't hesitate. He wasn't that kind of pedantic person. Of course, there were other reasons why Ling Xiao didn't have much affection for the Yuehua school. For example, many of his martial techniques and abilities hadn't been imparted to him willingly by the Yuehua school. Some of them had been stolen by him, while others had been imparted to him by Yang Danlin and Yuan Venerates. Speaking of which, the Yuehua school hadn't publicly imparted any gold-grade martial techniques to someone like him. This was really a pity. Although he was grateful to this sect, he didn't have much affection for it. If everyone got along peacefully, he could even help the Yuehua school. However, if this sect really let him down, then he would rebel and leave the sect. However, it was still too early to talk about this. After all, there were still people in the Yuehua school who supported him. Things wouldn't develop to that extent. That's true. Unfortunately, no one will really die in the Moonlight Pagoda. Ming Tian and Shen Tianlin are really despicable. They actually dared to sneak up on you, junior brother. How despicable. Otherwise, killing them wouldn't have been a big deal. Leng Hao nodded. Suddenly, he saw the boulder monster's huge figure flying over again. Let's go. Let's get out of here first. Ling Xiao told Dai Yuling and Leng Hao. He ignored the reactions of Bai Feifei, Tan Tailingzi, and the others and rushed forward. Now, there were only 11 people left. Ling Xiao, Dai Yuling, Leng Hao, Bai Feifei, Tan Tailingzi, Wu Yang, Qin Wu, Shang Wanlei, Wang Nan, Lu Lai, and Situ Jun. Wang Nan was a third-level Transcendent Realm Martialist, similar to Dai Yuling. However, he was more cowardly, so he hadn't made a move against Ling Xiao and saved his life. Lu Lai and Situ Jun were fourth-level Transcendent Realm Martialists, similar to Leng Hao. The two of them had always followed Tan Tailingzi around. With such a cunning master, nothing had happened to them. The remaining people were all acquaintances, so there was no need to introduce them. Soon, everyone arrived at the entrance of the second stage. The stone monster also stopped its pursuit. It was obvious that the stone monster was only targeting the first stage martialists and wouldn't interfere with the second stage. Standing at the entrance and looking at the huge seal inscription, Ling Xiao knew that the first stage's results were still being tabulated, so the second stage hadn't started yet. However, there was no longer any danger now, so he could recover. Leng Hao returned the gourd of pills to Ling Xiao. He and Dai Yuling had more or less recovered. Ling Xiao had secretly given Shang Wanlei 2 medicinal pills along the way. The rest of the people had nothing to do with him, so he would not waste them. Under such circumstances, the 11 of them were clearly divided into 2 factions. And Bai Feifei, Tan Tailingzi, Qin Wu, Wu Yang, Lu Lai, Situ Jun, Wang Nan, and the undercover Shang Wanlei. Seeing the gourd in Ling Xiao's hand, Bai Feifei felt very indignant. Are you still a disciple of the Yuehua school? Since you got the pill, why didn't you share it with everyone? If more people completed the pagoda ascension ceremony, the Yuehua school would be stronger. She seemed to have forgotten that Ling Xiao had something on her. Noisy. Would you be willing to do it if it were you? Ling Xiao retorted. Moreover, this is a trial, not a charity game. Why should I care about people who have nothing to do with me? Alright, senior sister Bai. Let's focus on recovering. The second stage is about to start. There's no need to worry about these things. Tan Tailingzi persuaded with a smile. This woman was indeed smart. She knew that Ling Xiao wouldn't take out the pill, so she naturally wouldn't waste her energy arguing with Ling Xiao. Humph, Bai Feifei snorted coldly and also sat down cross-legged. About a quarter of an hour later, the cold voice sounded again. Congratulations to all of you for completing the first stage. Regardless of your performance, all of you will receive 100 moonlight points as a reference for the final tally. Moonlight points were points that would only be awarded during the pagoda ascension ceremony. 1 moonlight point was equivalent to 100 sect points. In other words, even if they didn't get the final reward, 100 moonlight points could be exchanged for 10,000 sect points. It was a good reward. Then, the inscription seal shattered, and the passage to the second stage opened. The second stage has begun. Unlike the first stage, the second stage is full of dangers. You are about to enter a monster's lair. Although the level of the monsters has decreased, the number of monsters has increased greatly. If you walk out alive, you will pass the stage. From now on, if you don't leave the first stage within 3 minutes, you will be disqualified. Hearing the last sentence, everyone's expression changed. They had wanted to rest for a while, but it seemed impossible now. It was impossible to go back on the path they had taken. What was missed, and it was too late to regret it. Yuling, Leng Hao, follow me. Ling Xiao activated his mountains and rivers martial soul, and the terrain and details of the entire monster's lair were immediately memorized. He couldn't help but marvel. This monster's lair was not as simple as a lair. It was also a real maze. There were a total of 10 powerful monsters inside, and 5 of them were evil beasts that couldn't be provoked. They were equivalent to Heaven Realm Masters. As long as one entered, it was basically a death sentence. However, these 5 evil beasts were all guardians of very powerful treasures. They were probably prepared for Heaven Realm Masters. The other 5 were still manageable, but only one of them was guarding the treasure. Even if the other 4 were killed, it would not make much sense. In the monster's lair, it was dark and damp. There was water on the ground, and from time to time, the roars of beasts could be heard. It was a little creepy. Those who participated in the pagoda ascension ceremony were all transcendent realm martial artists. Otherwise, this huge mental pressure was enough to make people collapse mentally. As fellow disciples, I need to remind you that this monster's lair is much more dangerous than the first level. There are many monsters that we can't afford to provoke. Don't blame me for not warning you. Although they were competitors, if the other party didn't take action against them, they were still fellow disciples. There was no harm in casually reminding them. Dai Yuling and Ling Hao followed Ling Xiao closely, not leaving him within 1 meter. Shang Guanlei also quietly followed. Although he was still playing the role of the flame deity's people, it did not prevent him from following Ling Xiao. The rest of the people also followed behind. In fact, they had the same idea as Shang Guanlei. They all felt that there should be no harm in following Ling Xiao. After walking for a while, Ling Xiao suddenly stopped. 10 forks appeared in front of him. "Senior Sister Bai, how should we choose?" Ling Xiao turned back and asked with a smile. He naturally did not have a phobia of choice. For him, this so-called monster's lair, even if it was a complicated maze, did not have much significance. With the analysis ability of the mountain and river martial spirit, the moment he entered here, there were no secrets in this place. Everything was clearly marked on the mountain and river martial spirit diagram. On the mountain and river diagram, it included where the treasures were, where the dangers were, and where the monsters were. It was all very clear. Even the number of monsters that would block the way were shown as red dots. Back then, he had relied on this ability to kill so many martial artists who were chasing him in the Dragon Submission mountain range. And now, this powerful ability played its role again. However, he did not want to work for others, so he wanted to let Bai Feifei choose the path first, and then he would go. If they chose the same path, he would follow. If they were different, it would be better. Ling Hao was closer to Ling Xiao, so he could see the strange inscriptions flickering in Ling Xiao's eyes, as if he was analyzing something. He was amazed. No wonder his master told him to befriend Ling Xiao as much as possible. This guy was too strong and too mysterious. Following him was indeed the right choice. Bai Feifei's expression was ugly. Even if her cultivation was high, she had never experienced a maze like this before. She had no experience at all. Haha, these 10 paths must be very dangerous. It's better that we don't split up. It's safer to walk together. Tantai Lingzi suddenly said with a smile. Senior Sister Tantai, you're wrong. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, if we all walk together, we may be wiped out in the end if we encounter trouble. How about this? How about we divide into 2 teams? I'll take Dai Yuling and Ling Hao, and the rest of you will be in 1 team. This will save us the trouble of disliking each other. Although he did not want everyone to enter the same path, he did not want to have too many teams either. It was best to divide into 2 teams like now. In this way, the probability of the other team choosing the path he wanted to take would be lower. No one objected to this proposal. After all, Bai Feifei's team had more people and was strong. Therefore, the teams were quickly divided. Bai Feifei led the others and left first. Ling Xiao then entered one of the paths. Just as the 2 teams entered the path, a figure suddenly appeared at the entrance. This figure was very blurry, as if its entire body was made up of smoke. It was impossible to see its face clearly, but judging from its size, it was definitely a creature the size of a human. The figure hesitated for a moment at the fork in the road before entering the path that led to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao and the others had just entered the fork when suddenly, a fishy smell came from the fork, making them feel an incomparable stench. They all had the thought of retreating. In the cave, a chilly wind blew, accompanied by strange sounds, making people shudder. Ling Xiao had Dai Yuling and Ling Hao follow behind him because he could see the situation clearly. The reason why there was a fishy smell was because the fork was filled with all kinds of poisonous snakes. They were so densely packed that it made one's scalp go numb. Although these poisonous snakes had different appearances, they all had the same dark green inscriptions on their bodies. That's a poison array. This was a type of formation that strengthened poison. When embedded in the body of a highly poisonous animal, the effect of the poison would be increased by at least 2 times. Of course, the strength of the effect was still determined by the standard of the formation and the materials used. The poison array on these poisonous snakes blocking the way could increase the effect of the poison by about 3 times. If they were really bitten, apart from Ling Xiao, the other two would be in trouble. Ling Xiao, leave this to me. Dai Yuling knew that she could not possibly be a match for powerful monsters. Therefore, she was the most suitable person to deal with these fierce beasts that were only around grade 2 or 3. Only to see the cherry tree martial soul appear behind her, shaking off some pollen. When these pollen fell into those poisonous snakes, it actually made the poisonous snakes drowsy and completely lose their combat strength. Sure enough, not only was Dai Yuling's cultivation method unique now, even her combat method had some special changes. Interesting. Originally, Ling Xiao was still worried. But now, he was relieved. Among the snakes, there was a thumb-sized snake that was entirely golden. It had been lying quietly behind the rock, spying on the 3 martial artists who barged in. However, it did not know that Ling Xiao had long discovered its existence. This little snake was actually a grade 7 fierce beast. The poison array's effect was about 10 times. Regardless of whether it was Dai Yuling or Ling Hao, if they were bitten by it, they would definitely die instantly. It was also because Dai Yuling helped to deal with the other poisonous snakes that Ling Xiao had the time to focus on this little golden snake. Just as the other poisonous snakes were about to fall asleep, the little golden snake moved. Its speed was extremely fast, directly scurrying towards Dai Yuling's throat. Whoosh, sword light flashed like lightning, almost instantly piercing through the little golden snake. Smack, the little golden snake landed, its body trembled a few times, and then there was no more movement. Although it was very difficult for ordinary weapons to kill poisonous snakes, Ling Zhao's flying swords were all treasure-grade artifacts. All flying swords had a common characteristic, and that was fast. Double the speed of the sword controlling art. Double the speed of the flying sword. Although it did not have any special skills, in terms of enhancement, it was much more outstanding than Ling Zhao's treasure-grade sword. Ling Xiao was very satisfied with such a flying sword. After all, when he used flying swords, it had always been for surprise attacks. He basically did not use it in a frontal battle. If it was too slow, the effect would not be as good. A treasure-grade artifact was indeed a treasure-grade artifact. In addition, Ling Zhao's sword controlling art was already a bronze scroll, and its power was not inferior to a top-notch gold-grade martial art. If it was weak, it could not even kill a grade 7 fierce beast. It would be better to sell it for money. Thank you. Dai Yuling was really shocked just now. No need. We are all teammates, so we should help each other. Ling Hao was even more amazed. Ling Zhao's methods were not only powerful, but also rich. It was really not something that ordinary martial artists could compare with. While those poisonous snakes are unconscious, let's continue forward. Ling Xiao felt very strange. It seemed like someone had been following him. But he counted back and forth, there were only a total of 11 disciples left. He was very clear about each person's aura. But the aura of the person tailing him was not quite the same. It gave people a very uncomfortable feeling. But the aura was too weak, and it appeared and disappeared at times, making him sometimes think that he had an illusion. However, in accordance with the style of doing things carefully, Ling Xiao did some tricks when dealing with that little golden snake's corpse. Only then did he continue forward with Dai Yuling and Ling Hao. Not long after Ling Xiao, Dai Yuling, and Ling Hao left, a figure appeared sneakily at the place they just left. He raised his foot and was just about to continue tailing when suddenly, a golden light flew up from the ground. It was actually that little golden snake that had already been killed previously. The figure could not dodge in time and was actually bitten by the little golden snake. But what was surprising was that the little golden snake was instantly burned to ashes. It did not cause any harm to this figure at all. I didn't expect that kid to actually be so cunning. He used soul force to inject into the snake's corpse to deal with this sovereign. The figure stood there and muttered to himself, "That's not right. He probably didn't do it to deal with me. He probably wasn't sure if someone was following him, so he wanted to use this method to test us." After a long silence, the figure suddenly snorted and said, "So what if he knows someone is following him? I've been planning for so many years, and every time I climb the pagoda, I'll get some benefits. I can't give up just because I was discovered by this kid." After saying that, he chased after them again. Ling Xiao, who was walking forward, suddenly frowned. It's actually a celestial realm expert. How is that possible? Ling Xiao was shocked. His soul power told him that the person following them was a celestial realm expert. Not only that, but this guy also had the aura of a Yuehua school martial artist. However, he wasn't any of the disciples in this pagoda ascension ceremony. Could it be someone who had stayed in the Moonlight Pagoda before? That was impossible. According to the Moon Maiden, once the pagoda ascension ceremony ended, everyone would be sent out of the Moonlight Pagoda, unless there was an accident and their souls were bound in the pagoda. Could it be the missing Yuehua school disciple? Ling Xiao shook his head and didn't continue thinking about it. Anyway, there was no point in thinking about it. The other party didn't attack them directly, but followed them from behind. It meant that he was afraid. If that was the case, it shouldn't be a problem as long as they were careful. What he needed to care about now was the trial. The fork was very long. Although Ling Xiao was sure that they could kill the monsters at the end of the fork, they still had to be careful along the way. He didn't want to fail miserably at such an easy task. Along the way, the most they encountered were poisonous snakes. However, with Dai Yuling, they had an easier time. After about an hour, Ling Xiao felt that his cultivation was showing signs of a breakthrough. Danger and opportunity really coexisted. From the first stage to the second stage, only a little more than a day had passed, and he was about to break through. It was probably because he had absorbed a lot of spiritual herbs aura in the herb garden. You too, sit down and rest. I'll study these snake gallbladders. Previously, he had used the sword manipulation technique to kill 5 golden snakes. At the same time, he also obtained 5 gallbladders from the little golden snake. This snake gallbladder actually has the effect of strengthening one's martial veins and raising one's cultivation. Interesting. Ling Xiao directly swallowed all 5 snake gallbladders into his stomach. Then, he sat cross-legged and began to cultivate. After Ling Hao and Dai Yuling recovered their stamina, they stood guard for Ling Xiao. Although the monsters nearby had been cleared and there wouldn't be any danger for a while, they still had to be prepared. About 10 minutes later, all 5 snake galls were digested and absorbed. Ling Xiao's martial veins strengthened slightly and his cultivation finally broke through the shackles of the mid-stage Transcendent Realm's 6th layer. The Tower Ascension ceremony did not delay his cultivation. On the contrary, it was helpful. This made Ling Xiao happy. It seemed like it was the right choice to participate in this Tower Ascension ceremony. Then, should he test the strength of the guy behind him? Although he could tell from his soul power that the other party's cultivation base was no lower than the sky tier, he still felt that something was not quite right. You two, come here. Ling Xiao called Dai Yuling and Ling Hao to the side, then drew something on the ground while transmitting his voice to them. That's good enough, can you do it? Don't worry, we'll do our best. Dai Yuling and Ling Hao both nodded. Good, then let's get started. After the 3 finished their discussion, Ling Hao went to pick up all the unconscious poisonous snakes and gathered them together. Dai Yuling was responsible for making a kind of medicinal powder while Ling Xiao began to draw a medium-sized spirit array nearby. The spirit array refining stone in his hand flashed. This was a spirit array refining stone he had refined long ago. The spirit array he was going to arrange now was actually a combination of the Fire Snake Spirit Array, 10,000 Beast Blood Refining Array, and Plague Bone Dissolving Array. Ling Xiao named it the 1000 Poison 10,000 Snake Spirit Array. To arrange this spirit array, they needed a large number of living poisonous snakes. It just so happened that the surrounding environment provided them with this excellent opportunity. After a few minutes, all the arrangements were completed. Everyone hid in the dark and began to wait. Ling Xiao helped Dai Yuling and Ling Hao conceal all of their auras and stayed there quietly like 3 stones. What's that? Suddenly, a figure darted out of the darkness with a somewhat panicked expression. Tens of thousands of poisonous snakes almost completely surrounded him. The plague poison and Dai Yuling's secret sleeping powder worked together. Coupled with 10 times the terrifying snake venom, even this figure who had been very calm all this time was a little overwhelmed. There were as many as hundreds of bites on his body, although most of the poisonous snakes turned into flying ashes the moment they touched him. But there were still toxins and sleeping powder that were sucked in by this person, causing this guy's figure to be a little shaky. Dai Yuling and Ling Hao were shocked when they saw this scene. They originally thought that Ling Xiao was worrying too much, but they didn't expect that there really was someone behind them, and this person's strength was really strong. If it weren't for the help of so many poisonous snakes, the three of them probably wouldn't be enough. It's actually you. The strange fog around that figure gradually dissipated, revealing his original appearance. It was the disciple who disappeared. However, the aura that Ling Xiao felt was from another person. You are the flame deity. What? Dai Yuling and Ling Hao both widened their eyes, not knowing what Ling Xiao was talking about. No, you can't be the flame deity. Ling Xiao then shook his head and said, you are just a puppet doppelganger of him. That's right, I didn't expect that the flame deity actually used the souls and corpses of his fellow disciples to refine such a puppet. No wonder he can get a lot of benefits every time he ascends the tower. So that's why. Before entering the pagoda ascension ceremony, Ling Xiao had heard from Yang Danlin that every time Empyrean demon flame ascended the pagoda, he would always make breakthroughs in his cultivation. Moreover, he would obtain some strange treasures. Ling Xiao had no idea where he obtained them. Although the flame deity explained that he got them from doing a mission outside, Yang Danlin didn't believe it. Now it seemed that this matter was true. Damn it, you actually dared to plot against this sovereign. Aren't you afraid that this sovereign will kill you? The flame deity's puppet doppelganger asked coldly. Afraid, of course I'm afraid. However, with the flame deity's character, if he could really kill us, he would have already done it. There should be a reason why he didn't do it. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and said, if I'm not wrong, I'm afraid that you can't easily attack us because you can't use your full strength. Otherwise, even if you're just a puppet doppelganger, you would still be thrown out by the Moonlight Pagoda. The puppet doppelganger was shocked because Ling Xiao's guess was right. If it wasn't for this, he would have already attacked instead of just following behind. Humph, that's just your guess. I'll kill you now and make you regret it. The puppet avatar snorted coldly. Then do as you wish. We won't really die anyway. You can try. Ling Xiao was certain that he had this guy under control, so he was very calm. And don't you feel it? You're already deeply poisoned. If you make a move now, it will only speed up your death. The puppet avatar's face changed. After hesitating for a moment, it simply turned and left. Brat, just you wait. I'll force out the poison in my body. I won't let you off. The voice echoed in the depths of the fork. Idiot, you're just a puppet avatar. If it was the flame deity's main body, I might be afraid. You're not worthy. Ling Xiao looked at Dai Yuling and Ling Hao and said, let's go quickly. That guy's true essence is very powerful. It's only a matter of time before the poison is forced out. It's best to pass the second round before he catches up. Dai Yuling and Ling Hao had no doubts about Ling Xiao now. No matter what Ling Xiao said, they would listen and believe him. This was because in their eyes, Ling Xiao was simply too powerful. Even an old fox like Heavenly Venerate Demon Flame's painstaking plan had been broken by Ling Xiao. Was there anything Ling Xiao couldn't do? However, Ling Xiao wasn't so optimistic. They had discovered the flame deity's secret. The flame deity would definitely plot to keep them in the Moonlight Pagoda. Their future was uncertain. However, being afraid was useless. It was better to face it calmly. From birth until now, he had encountered danger more than once or twice. As long as he didn't panic, he could always think of a way to turn danger into safety. The three of them continued forward. Ling Xiao no longer took the snake gall because he had just broken through and needed to consolidate his cultivation. It wasn't good to take the snake gall now. Therefore, Dai Yuling and Ling Hao benefited. Because the two of them had consumed a few snake gallbladders, their cultivation had also increased rapidly. Ling Xiao was only at the 6th layer of the Transcendent Realm, so the two of them were at the 3rd layer of the Transcendent Realm while the other was at the 4th layer of the Transcendent Realm. After thoroughly refining the snake gallbladders, Dai Yuling was already an early-stage Transcendent Realm 4th layer cultivator. He had actually broken through a major realm. After all, if one's cultivation was low, one could break through quickly. Ling Hao's breakthrough wasn't slow either, from the peak of the Transcendent Realm 4th layer to the early Transcendent Realm 5th layer. Of course, this was also related to the medicinal pills that Ling Xiao had given them before. Coupled with the effects of the snake gall, the two complemented each other. Naturally, their breakthroughs were faster. Now that the two of them had become stronger, Ling Xiao was able to save himself a lot of trouble. In the following battles, the two of them were basically the ones helping him out. He only had to pay attention to whether there were any stronger monsters hiding in ambush. Senior brother Ling, you're really amazing. It's as if you've been here before. Leng Hao's smooth journey was entirely because he followed Ling Xiao. This made him admire his own choice even more. This isn't some amazing ability, as long as one's soul force reaches a certain level, they can do it. Ling Xiao casually replied. Saying so, he suddenly waved his hand. What's wrong, senior brother Ling? Leng Hao asked curiously. We've reached the end of this fork. After crossing it, we should be able to reach the main road, but it seems that the road has been blocked. Ling Xiao naturally knew what was blocking their path, but he couldn't tell them too much, otherwise it would easily arouse suspicion. It was a giant python more than 10 meters long that had already transformed into a flood dragon. In addition, there were dozens of golden snakes and thousands of poisonous snakes. A single golden snake was already a headache, but dozens of golden snakes were even more troublesome. On top of that, the giant python was a peak level 8 vicious beast, so it definitely wouldn't be easy to deal with it. The three of them continued to walk for a while, and suddenly, they saw a dense swarm of poisonous snakes led by dozens of golden snakes scurrying towards them. Behind the swarm of snakes was a giant python that was roaring. Behind the giant python was a box. Needless to say, it should be one of the opportunities in this monster's lair. The reason why Ling Xiao chose this fork was because of this box. Oh no! Senior brother Ling, run! You should be able to escape with your fast movement technique. I should be able to hold them off for a while. Leng Hao was frightened by the terrifying scene. However, in this extremely dangerous situation, he made a very brave decision. Yeah, Ling Xiao, you should go. Don't worry about us, the two of us will try to stop these snakes. Even if it's just for a moment, you should be able to escape. Dai Yuling also said. Both of them were aware of Ling Xiao's movement technique. They knew that if Ling Xiao ran with all his might, there would definitely be no problem and he could easily escape from here. However, Ling Xiao just smiled and shook his head. No need, the two of you stay away from me. He was a little touched. After all, it was really not easy to have friends who would stay by his side in times of danger. However, his face didn't show the slightest bit of emotion. Instead, a confident smile appeared on his face. What? Dai Yuling and Ling Hao looked at each other and were a little confused. Senior brother Ling, if Zhao Ji can sacrifice for you, so can we. You don't have to care about us. Leng Hao thought that Ling Xiao couldn't bear it, so he said again. Junior brother Leng, Ling Xiao, am not the kind of person to be wishy-washy. When your sacrifice is needed, I won't stop you, but now, there's really no need for that. The two of you stay away from me and stay there. Ling Xiao took a deep breath and said. Let's go. Dai Yuling understood Ling Xiao too well. Since Ling Xiao said so, it was definitely not polite words, but true. He called for Ling Hao to hide far behind a huge rock. After seeing the two of them leave, Ling Xiao took a deep breath and muttered to himself, I've always wanted to try the true power of the 9 Meridians Chi Sword. Since you've delivered yourself to me, it's just right. Ever since he condensed the 9 Chi Swords, he had comprehended another move of the 9 Meridians Chi Sword, but he had never used it. 9 Meridians Chi Sword, Rising Sun Sword Radiance. This was the true move of the 9 Meridians Chi Sword. It was different from the changes in the way it was used. It not only brought about a change in form, but also a change in power. A terrifying true essence was released, and between Ling Xiao's hands, it was as if a rising sun had formed. Then, the light of the rising sun illuminated the entire cave. Countless chi swords shot towards the group of snakes without any gaps. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, pa pa pa, sword light flashed, and countless snakes fell to the ground. After falling to the ground, they turned into pieces without even having the chance to struggle. Ling Xiao stood there like a sword. Divine light illuminated his entire body, and his originally black hair seemed to have suddenly turned golden. It was incomparably shocking. Leng Hao almost couldn't help but kneel down. What made Ling Hao almost kneel on the ground was not just the power of this sword move. The key point was that the aura it gave off made Ling Hao feel that the one standing there was not a transcendent realm cultivator, but a terrifying heaven realm or even paradise realm master. The snakes did not scream. However, the sound of their bodies shattering rang out continuously. Blood flowed and debris flew everywhere in the tunnel, making it seem like a purgatory for snakes. Dozens of golden snakes jointly launched a poison attack, and dozens of poisonous lights shot towards Ling Xiao in an attempt to stop this crazy slaughterer. However, it was useless. The poisonous lights flew out like clay oxen entering the sea, and there was no more movement. Ling Xiao was like an unshakable god. At the same time, it was like a sword that stood upright. No one could shake him, no one could defeat him. The sword lights continued to fly. Ling Xiao showed a satisfied expression on his face. This was just a probing attack. Because before he comprehended this move, he had never used it. Only after trying it out today did he realize how terrifying and powerful this move was. For a time, the snakes in the tunnel were in chaos. They obviously released a panicked aura and kept running around, trying to escape this madman's attack. However, Ling Xiao was in front of them, and the Python King was behind them. They had no way to escape. They could only watch as their bodies were pierced by the tiny sword lights and then shattered, their consciousness disappearing from the world. Roar! The Python King was furious. There was actually someone who dared to slaughter its people in such a frenzied manner. Where was its dignity as the Snake King? Where was its dignity? It roared and pounced towards Ling Xiao, its huge body shaking the cave as if there was an earthquake. Asterisk. Ding ding dang dang. Asterisk. The Python King was really powerful. The 9 Meridian Chi sword was not weak. According to Ling Xiao's estimation, even a peak transcendent realm 8th layer cultivator would not be able to resist such an attack, unless they had a special artifact or defensive martial art. However, it was unable to cause any damage to this peak level 8 vicious beast. Ling Xiao stopped the 9 Meridian Chi sword attack and condensed all 9 Chi swords into one, stabbing towards the python. Clang! It still felt as if he had struck metal, and he did not cause any damage to the Snake King. Bang! However, in the next moment, extravagant hope suddenly stopped. His body even trembled. Ling Xiao smiled. He understood. It was an extravagant hope that its body would be incomparably strong, but soul attacks were its weakness. The energy sword attack just now had 2 layers of power. One was a physical attack, while the other was a soul attack. The first attack did not cause any damage, but the second attack clearly caused the Snake King to suffer. Hee, if that's the case, then it's easy to handle. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Up until now, he had only relied on his own exploration of the use of soul power to advance, which was simply not systematic enough. However, he had experienced the power of this soul martial art, Soul Dice. Back then, he had only used one move, Burning Heavens. He didn't know what kind of points he would get today. Activating Soul Dice, a huge shadow of a dice appeared above his head. Moments later, all 6 surfaces displayed the number 1. The number 4 represented the ability Burning Heavens. When cultivated to the highest level, it could burn everything. And the number 1 represented the ability Tomb of God. Seeing this number, Ling Xiao's face revealed a very strange expression. Because this ability was too special. It was not a direct attack move, but more like a summoning move. As the dice stopped rolling, a huge ancient bronze door appeared beside Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao himself did not know what was inside the door. Gaga gaga. The bronze door slowly opened, and then a terrifying aura came out from the door. Bang, bang, muffled footsteps sounded, as if the ground was about to shatter. At this moment, the python's attack had arrived. Bang, a huge roar sounded. Ling Xiao looked up. This fork was more than 10 meters high, and standing in front of him was a huge skeleton that was 6 to 7 meters tall. The skeleton's body was dark and shiny. It did not have any weapons in its hands, and it blocked the python's attack with its bare hands. Heavens! This guy is actually equivalent to a peak transcendent realm 8th layer cultivator. Even Ling Xiao himself was shocked. What was summoned from the bronze door of the Tomb of God was just a skeleton. However, this skeleton's strength was really terrifying. When the huge skeleton blocked the python, Ling Xiao moved. His terrifying soul force directly penetrated the skeleton's eyes and shot out two phosphorescent lights. Roar! A painful roar sounded. The python's body shook violently, smashing the surrounding stones. Obviously, it was in great pain. Because the skeleton's overall strength was equal to its, and with the help of Ling Xiao's soul force, it instantly hit the python's weak point, causing it to be seriously injured. Don't let it escape. Ling Xiao commanded the huge skeleton to hold the python tightly, and then began to shake it in the fork. Bang, bang, the python was thrown to the ground and saw stars. Its snake gallbladder had obviously moved, and it was on the verge of falling unconscious. Dai Yuling and Ling Hao, who were hiding in the dark, were dumbfounded. They did not know where Ling Xiao had found that huge skeleton helper, and thought that Ling Xiao had some kind of treasure on him. In fact, this was all thanks to the soul dye. It was a pity that Ling Xiao's usage of his soul power was only at the tip of the iceberg, so he was unable to fully utilize his soul power. Otherwise, the skeleton that came out of the Tomb of God would not just be a peak transcendent realm 8th layer skeleton, but a heaven realm master, but even so, Ling Xiao was satisfied. Obtaining an ability that he could not control was a very dangerous thing. If he did not handle it well, it might backfire on him. It's about time. Ling Xiao used his Mountain River Martial Spirits analysis ability to check the python's condition and found that it was on the verge of death. It had been thrown to the ground and walls by the huge skeleton for more than a quarter of an hour. Even if it did not die, it was probably on the verge of death. However, Ling Xiao was cautious and did not approach it himself. Instead, he controlled the huge skeleton to tear open the python's stomach. This time, what he took out was not the snake gallbladder, but the genuine monster core of a peak level 8 vicious beast, which was worth a lot of money. More importantly, the snake was a young dragon, which played a crucial role in the revival of the ancient golden dragon. Okay, you two can come over. The bronze gate of the Tomb of God disappeared, and so did the skeleton. Ling Xiao took a deep breath, feeling extremely tired. The reason why he did not want to use the soul dye often was because it was too uncomfortable. It was probably because the method of using soul power was not scientific enough, so it was like this. Ling Xiao also checked that the use of soul dice had no side effects. If there was a side effect, it would be that the head would definitely continue to hurt for a day or two. It was very painful. Senior brother Ling. Ling Xiao. I'm fine. You two hurry up and peel off the giant python's body. This guy is full of treasures. It is about to transform into a dragon, including its skin and bones. They are all excellent materials. We can exchange them for a lot of good things when we go out. Ling Xiao reminded. Ling Hao and Dai Yuling heard this and began to dissect the body. After they finished dissecting the body, Dai Yuling only left some materials that could be made into medicinal powder. Ling Hao left a bone spur and prepared to ask someone to help him refine it into a weapon. The rest of the materials were all returned to Ling Xiao. They were very clear that the entire giant python was killed by Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao naturally had the right to obtain these things. Ling Xiao did not refuse. Feeling that they had recovered, the three of them continued to move forward and opened the treasure chest directly. In the treasure chest, there was still a metal card, but the drawing on it was no longer the previous Lady of Illusionary, but 1000 Poison Giant Python. In addition to this seal card, there were two other books. One was Poison Scripture, which Ling Xiao gave to Dai Yuling. The other was a superior gold-grade martial art. Ling Xiao gave it to Ling Hao, but Ling Hao also gave him 10,000 low-grade spirit stones as compensation. Ling Xiao asked for the seal card himself. To be honest, Poison Scripture and superior gold-grade martial art were not in Ling Xiao's eyes at all. It was good to use it to win people's hearts. Not to mention that he got 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. It was a good thing. My goodness, this is too terrifying. Who could actually exterminate so many poisonous snakes? The one who appeared near the main passage was Shangguan Lei. He looked a little embarrassed at this time. There were many scars on his body and he was poisoned. The passage chosen by Bai Feifei was more troublesome than Ling Zhao's passage because there was an evil beast at the end of the passage, which was equivalent to a heaven-tier powerhouse. No one was the evil beast's opponent. Therefore, the group scattered and fled. Fortunately, the evil beast only guarded its own treasure chest and did not chase after them. Otherwise, the team would definitely be wiped out. But even so, the evil beast had 2 9th-level vicious beasts as subordinates. Their team was completely scattered. Bai Feifei did not want to protect anyone. She ran away immediately. Tantai Lingzi left with Lu Lai and Situ Jun Wu Yang, and Qin Wu's strength wasn't bad, so they had a chance to escape. Only Shangguan Lei and Wang Nan were in trouble. Fortunately, there were only 2 9th-level vicious beasts. Both of them chased in the direction of the crowd. Instead, the two of them were alone and fled for their lives. Wang Nan's situation wasn't clear, but Shangguan Lei had escaped to the fork where Ling Xiao was. He saw the venomous snakes that had been killed by Ling Xiao's chi sword, as well as some that were only concerned with escaping and didn't attack him at all. Could it be him? Shangguan Lei thought about it and felt that among the participants of the pagoda ascension ceremony, there was no one else who could cause such a shocking result except for Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's cultivation was not strong, but his means were endless. No one knew what he would do next. Shangguan Lei. Ling Xiao's voice sounded from the side. Shangguan Lei suddenly became spirited. Save me. He only had time to say these 2 words before he fainted. Yuling, detoxify him. Ling Xiao said to Dai Yuling. No way, this Shangguan Lei is one of the flame deity's people. Are you really going to save him? Saving a life is better than building a 7th-floor pagoda. Why wouldn't I? Ling Xiao smiled and said. He did not explain too much and Dai Yuling did not ask too much. With Dai Yuling and Ling Hao's intelligence, they naturally knew the reason, but they did not point it out. Moreover, they would naturally keep this secret for Ling Xiao. Many thanks, junior brother Ling. Many thanks, junior sister Yuling. About 7 to 8 minutes later, Shangguan Lei woke up from his coma. Ling Xiao casually threw him a few medicinal pills, and then gave him a snake gall. Eat it, then recover here. Shangguan Lei nodded and did not ask any more questions. As a result, he began to concentrate on his recovery. He was originally a late-stage Transcendent Realm 4th layer cultivator, and after a series of battles, his true chi was almost exhausted, so he was able to absorb the snake gallbladder very quickly. A moment later, the snake gallbladder was completely absorbed. I'll help you again. Ling Xiao tapped the center of Shangguan Lei's martial vein and poured his true chi into it, guiding it to break through. Peak Transcendent Realm 4th layer, Early Transcendent Realm 5th layer, Mid Transcendent Realm 5th layer, Late Transcendent Realm 5th layer. Shangguan Lei had accumulated a lot of true chi in his body, so once he broke through, it was simply unstoppable, directly breaking through from the Late Transcendent Realm 4th layer to the Late Transcendent Realm 5th layer, nearing the peak of his strength. Shangguan Lei did not say anything about Ling Xiao's actions. He felt it was normal because he could entrust his life to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was his master, saying superfluous words of thanks was meaningless, it was better to prove his loyalty with actions. Shangguan Lei, if I eliminated you now, would you refuse? Ling Xiao asked. Of course not. Shangguan Lei shook his head. Very good, prepare yourself, I can kill you at any time and eliminate you because if you follow me for too long, it will arouse some people's suspicions. That will be troublesome, but you can rest assured, before I kill you, I will give you enough benefits. Ling Xiao's treatment of Shangguan Lei was naturally different from his treatment of Dai Yuling and Ling Hao. However, as long as Shangguan Lei was loyal to him, he would not be stingy. Understood. Shangguan Lei nodded, obviously he had no objections to Ling Xiao's arrangements. In fact, even if he did not receive any benefits, he did not care, because this time, his cultivation had broken through to the Late Transcendent Realm 5th layer, which was enough to give him a pleasant surprise. This was a tangible gain. You 3 protect me, I also want to try to break through. Ling Xiao obtained the monster core of the 10,000 poisons python, which was much more useful than the little golden snake's gallbladder. No problem. Ling Hao, Shangguan Lei, and Dai Yuling had all been protected by Ling Xiao when they broke through, so now that Ling Xiao wanted to break through, they were naturally duty-bound. Ling Xiao could feel that the flame deity's puppet clone was still healing, so he definitely had a chance to break through. Inside the Moonlight Treasure Pagoda, breaking through seemed to be much easier than outside, so if he had good things to use here, he would definitely not suffer a loss. After swallowing the monster core, Yang Kai hurriedly circulated the 12 golden lotus arts. This gold-grade top-secret art had a very good auxiliary effect when absorbing the monster core of the 10,000 poisons python. The true chi in Yang Kai's body continued to condense as the 9 cyclones in his 9 martial veins spun rapidly, further improving the quality and density of his true chi. Novel, law, the monster core of the 10,000 poison giant python was worthy of being the monster core of a peak 8th order vicious beast. The energy it contained was definitely not something the little golden snake's gallbladder could compare to. During his cultivation process, Ling Xiao could clearly feel a large amount of energy constantly pouring into his martial veins before being assimilated and transformed. Late 6th layer transcendent realm, peak 6th layer transcendent realm, 7th layer transcendent realm. Finally, after an hour, a terrifying aura spread out from the fork and a violent storm of true chi blew the snake corpses into the air. Ling Xiao was very surprised that he had finally broken through to the last 3 stages of the transcendent realm. This feeling was very strange. It was as if his life force had improved significantly and his vision had broadened greatly. The 7th layer transcendent realm was also known as divine valor. Ling Xiao could feel that his soul, internal chi, and body had become more perfectly integrated, allowing him to become more coordinated in battle. Leng Hao, Dai Yuling, and Shangguan Lei, who were standing next to him, were all under great pressure. The 3 of them actually knelt down at the same time. In front of Ling Xiao, they actually did not even dare to raise their heads. "Get up," Ling Xiao said as he withdrew his terrifying aura. Leng Hao couldn't help smiling bitterly. "Senior brother Ling, it seems I'll never be able to catch up to you in this lifetime." He had just broken through to the early 5th layer transcendent realm and thought he was getting closer and closer to Ling Xiao, but now that Ling Xiao had broken through, the gap between them had widened again. "Even if I can't catch up, I still have to catch up, only then will I have the motivation to cultivate." Ling Xiao smiled and said, "Let's go, let's continue." N. Hearing Ling Xiao's words, Leng Hao's eyes lit up. With such an example, I have no reason to be arrogant and complacent. I can only cultivate as hard as I can. If he desperately tried to catch up, he might still have a chance to catch up. Ling Xiao still walked in front with Dai Yuling, Leng Hao, and Shangguan Lei following behind. Following eldest brother is so cool, there's no need to be afraid. Shangguan Lei couldn't help sighing. This wasn't flattery, but his heart's heart. In terms of cultivation, if he didn't Yang Kai's, he would have to be careful. If he wasn't careful, he would heart chi Yang Kai would have died's heart's Yang. He's a sect's heart, he of Yang Kai's sect, Yang, he. Ling Xiao seemed to be able to see through everything, as if he could foresee everything. This made Shangguan Lei feel more and more that he had made the right decision to rely on Ling Xiao. Yang soul sect, spirit sect Yang. Yang of Yang and of N. Ling Xiao smiled. The 3 of them nodded. Ling Xiao naturally had his reasons for walking so fast. The entire monster nest was displayed on the mountain river diagram, so he could clearly see where there was danger and where there wasn't. He even knew where the traps were. In this way, there was no need for him to be timid and fearful. Walking out of the snake cave, Ling Xiao and the others entered a main road. It seemed that the 10 forks in the path all converged into this main road. As soon as they entered the main road, some strange creatures appeared in front of them. These creatures looked like they were made of straw, but they were very strong. The weakest was a class 5 vicious beast, equivalent to a transcendent realm 5th layer cultivator, while the strongest was a class 7 vicious beast. There were 50 of them. Shangguan Lei, Dai Yuling, and Leng Hao stopped cultivating and prepared to fight. "No need for you, continue cultivating. When it's time for you to fight, I won't stop you." As soon as Ling Xiao finished speaking, a huge flaming monster suddenly appeared behind him. This was the variant martial spirit he had snatched from He Sua, a variant of the ghost flame martial spirit. It was a semi-finished death dark flame martial spirit. However, it was more than enough to deal with these monsters in front of him. The huge flaming monster directly pounced on the straw creatures. In the blink of an eye, the fire spread through the tunnel. The straw monsters were most afraid of fire, so they were quickly burned to ashes. As for the rest, they fled in all directions out of fear of the terrifying flames. So strong. Dai Yuling, Leng Hao, and Shangguanlei were all surprised. They had the same martial spirit, but the power displayed by He Suo couldn't compare to Ling Zhao's. This person was too strange. Ling Xiao chuckled to himself. He was very satisfied with the power of this attack. It seemed that after his cultivation broke through to the Transcendent Realm's 7th layer, whether it was his true qi, soul force, or attack power, they had all undergone a qualitative improvement. If it had been before his breakthrough, it probably wouldn't have been so easy. With a monster like Soaring Xiao around, although they had encountered a few waves of monsters with all kinds of ferocious beasts, they were all killed the moment they saw Soaring Xiao. Almost all of them were killed in an instant. It was just a short pause. When they were about to reach the end of the tunnel, they encountered a powerful puppet beast. Its entire body was made of metal and was equivalent to a 9th-order Transcendent Realm cultivator. Not only that, but it also led thousands of smaller puppet beasts. However, the result was that almost all of the smaller puppet beasts were instantly destroyed by Ling Xiao, leaving behind only a few for the other 3 to practice on. As for the 9th-order puppet beast, Ling Xiao pierced its core with his sword and it instantly turned into a pile of ruins. To Ling Xiao, it didn't matter how many enemies there were. He had too many AoE attacks to deal with. Coupled with the mountain and river martial spirit's ability to devour true qi, the more enemies there were, the happier he would be. After experiencing so much shock, Dai Yuling, Leng Hao, and Shangguanlei finally saw Ling Zhao's power and became numb. This guy's strength had been engraved in their minds and bones, making it impossible for them to forget. This was no longer a monster lair, it felt like Ling Zhao's hunting ground. He was like a terrifying hunter-king, causing all the monsters to tremble in fear. Another hour passed and Ling Xiao and the other 3 arrived at the end of the tunnel. Through the mountain and river diagrams map, Ling Xiao knew that at the end of the tunnel, the final guardian of the 2nd round resided. It was a half-step heavenly venerable. But in terms of strength, it was much stronger than Bai Feifei. Both were half-step heavenly venerables, but Bai Feifei was only a 20% half-step heavenly venerable, while this guardian was close to 90% half-step heavenly venerable and was about to break through to the heaven realm. Ling Xiao thought about it for a while and finally chose to wait. He was not the guardian's opponent alone, so he had to wait for Bai Feifei and Tantai Lingzi to arrive. After another 2 hours, Bai Feifei, Tantai Lingzi, Wu Yang, Qin Wu, Lu Lai, and Situ Jun arrived one after another. However, Wang Nan's whereabouts were unknown. Did you guys kill all the monsters along the way? Bai Feifei looked at Ling Zhao's group of 4, her face filled with surprise. It took them a lot of effort to finally enter the main road. Originally, they thought they would encounter danger, but who would have thought that there would only be corpses along the way? That's right. Ling Xiao said indifferently, the last guardian should be in front of us. I'm sure there will be a lot of rewards after defeating it. You broke through? Bai Feifei did not pay attention to Ling Zhao's words. Instead, she noticed that Ling Zhao's cultivation had improved significantly. Ling Zhao's current cultivation was at the peak of the Transcendent Realm's 6th layer. Although it was not his true cultivation, it was still much higher than when he entered the Moonlight Treasure Pagoda. Therefore, as long as Bai Feifei was not blind, she could see it. Hearing Bai Feifei's words, Tantai Lingzi, Wu Yang, and Qin Wu's expressions turned ugly. Especially Wu Yang and Qin Wu. They had always wanted to avenge their dead brothers, but they had never found an opportunity to do so. Originally, they thought that Ling Xiao might be injured in the 2nd stage, so they could make their move. Who would have thought that not only would this guy not be injured, but his cultivation would also improve greatly? The situation was getting worse and worse. They no longer had time to delay. We can't wait any longer. As long as there's even the slightest possibility, we have to do it. Wu Yang and Qin Wu glanced at each other and had the same thought. This boy is too strange. We really have to think of a way to get that thing. Tantai Lingzi also secretly made up her mind. She had no enmity with Ling Xiao, but she had taken a fancy to something on Ling Zhao's body. If she wanted to get that thing, she would have to kill Ling Xiao. She, who had always been calm, was now beginning to feel anxious. After all, Ling Zhao's cultivation breakthrough was too terrifying. If she wanted to kill him, she had to do it as soon as possible. Bai Feifei's face was also gloomy. Ling Xiao had something on her, so she didn't dare to act rashly. but now, she was a little restless. After all, if she allowed Ling Xiao to develop like this, then the gap between her and Ling Xiao would become smaller and smaller. In the future, even if Ling Xiao did not rely on array formations, he would still be able to defeat her. At that time, things would be very bad. Through the battle with Ling Xiao, she had a strong premonition that people like Ling Xiao had to be eliminated as soon as possible. Otherwise, he would definitely become a hard bone to chew on. This guy was like a tiger cub. If he didn't kill it before it grew up, once it became a fierce tiger, he would be undefeatable. My luck was pretty good, so I accidentally broke through. Actually, it's nothing much. Ling Xiao said with a faint smile. These words were not nonsense. In fact, from the moment they entered the Moonlight Pagoda until now, every minute they persevered, they would gain more. Including Wang Nan, who had yet to appear, the remaining 11 people all had different degrees of improvement in cultivation and strength. It was just that Ling Xiao's improvement was the most terrifying. Next were Ling Hao, Shang Wanlei, and Dai Yuling. After that were Bai Feifei, Tan Tailingzi, and the others. I don't know how many good things you've taken for yourself. I really suspect that someone is secretly helping you. Bai Feifei snorted coldly and did not speak anymore. She still forcefully suppressed her anger and suppressed the thought of fighting to the death with Ling Xiao. That was because she had gone through the tempering of the Moonlight Pagoda, and her strength had also increased. Although it was not as fast as Ling Xiao's, this was only the second stage. She had to wait until Ling Xiao was fattened up before she could kill him. In any case, she did not believe that Ling Xiao could advance to a half-step heavenly venerable in the Moonlight Pagoda. I don't know what everyone thinks of my proposal. Let's not split up and charge forward with all our strength to kill our way out of the monster nest. Ling Xiao did not care if they were friend or foe. Since he could use it temporarily, he would use it. After all, the next guardian was not someone he could deal with alone. I agree. Tan Tailingzi thought for a moment and said, but we must have a detailed plan and investigate the specific situation in the monster nest. Otherwise, it would be tantamount to suicide. At this moment, Wang Nan silently appeared not far away. After approaching, he stood to the side, appearing very low-key. The others did not care about Wang Nan because he was the only one without a backer. Moreover, his strength was the weakest at present. However, when Ling Xiao looked at Wang Nan, his expression changed slightly. Wang Nan's cultivation was only at the Transcendent Realm level 3, the same as Dai Yuling before her breakthrough. Now, it seemed that he had not broken through. However, this guy did not have the slightest trace of injury on his body. This was too strange. Could it be that this guy was hiding his strength? Ling Xiao would not underestimate anyone. He himself had a secret method to hide his strength, so why couldn't others have similar secret methods? We must pay attention to this Wang Nan. Ling Xiao secretly transmitted his voice to Ling Hao, Dai Yuling, and Shang Wanlei, reminding them to stay as far away from Wang Nan as possible and not to speak of this matter to anyone. Although the three of them were confused, they still accepted Ling Xiao's suggestion. After telling them about Wang Nan, Ling Xiao began to continue the previous topic. Senior Sister Tantai, I just went in to investigate the situation in the monster nest. There are a total of 5 types of monsters: poisonous snakes, vampire bats, straw puppets, dark wolves, and gray skeletons. Their strength is between Class 1 and Class 5, and there are about 5,000 of them. In addition, there is 1 golden-inch snake king, 1 blood bat king, 1 straw puppet king, 1 dark wolf king, and 1 gray skeleton king. They are all Class 7 to Class 8 vicious beasts. Of course, the most powerful one is still the Guardian, the 5-faced monster. Its strength is very terrifying and it is a half-step heavenly venerable. Moreover, it has 90% of its strength, much stronger than Senior Sister Bai. What? When everyone heard his words, they were all taken aback. Not to mention the others, just the ordinary monsters alone were enough to make them feel embarrassed, but there were actually 5 king-grade monsters and a powerful guardian. This was simply mind-numbing. Following that, Ling Xiao informed everyone of the situation. After a round of discussion, they finally came up with 3 strategies: top, middle, and bottom. The first plan was for Bai Feifei to attract the Guardian's attention. Ling Xiao and Tan Lingzi, who had outstanding body movements, were in charge of stealing the treasure chests. Wu Yang, Qin Wu, and the others were in charge of dealing with the other monsters. They did not need to hold on for long, and they could run after taking the items. The second plan was to not think about taking anything. Everyone would fight their way out and then rush out. With the strength of these 11 people, it should not be a problem to rush out, as long as they did not continue to fight. The third plan was also the most helpless choice. Whoever had the ability to escape would not help each other. Of course, if they had to choose, the others were willing to choose the best plan. However, there was one person who did not agree, and that was Bai Feifei. She was determined not to fight the Guardian. If she did not agree to cooperate, then the best plan would be useless. Ling Xiao was very disappointed. He had seen through the situation. Instead of working with these people, it would be better for him to take Dai Yuling, Leng Hao, and Shangguan Lei and leave first. That way, he could ensure that the few of them would survive. To be honest, other than the Guardian, he did not care about the other monsters at all. Senior Sister Bai, how about we make a slight change to our plan? Ling Xiao suddenly thought of a good idea. Change? How? Bai Feifei asked. It's very simple. Other than me, all of you are responsible for stalling the Guardian. You should be able to do that, right? Ling Xiao said with a smile. Then what are you doing? What about the other monsters? Bai Feifei asked, puzzled. As long as she was not facing the Guardian alone, she was not afraid. However, she still did not understand Ling Xiao's plan. It's very simple. Leave the rest of the monsters to me. Ling Xiao still had an indifferent expression on his face, as if this was just a matter of waving his hand. Junior brother Ling, you're joking. Tan Lingzi shook her head and smiled bitterly. Even senior sister Bai doesn't dare to say this to me. How can you do it? That's right. Even if you want to brag, you have to choose the right place. Let's work together and break out. I hope we don't alarm the five-faced monster. Bai Feifei also did not believe Ling Xiao's words. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and did not say much. He only secretly transmitted his voice to Dai Yuling, Leng Hao, and Shangguan Lei to act according to his signal and stay close to him. In this way, even if the guardian of the five-faced monster appeared, he was confident that he could escape even if he could not defeat it. Then, Bai Feifei and Tan Lingzi walked in the front. The 11 of them entered the last monster's lair of the second stage. Wang Nan followed at the back, his head lowered. No one knew what he was thinking. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed with confusion and vigilance. However, he did not ask any questions. Perhaps there would be an answer to this question soon. Since the 11 of them were charging forward at the same time, the battle was relatively easy as long as they did not encounter any king-tier monsters. After all, Bai Feifei, Tan Lingzi, Ling Xiao, Wu Yang, and Qin Wu had all reached the Transcendent Realm's 7th layer and were much stronger than the strongest ordinary monsters. It would be too embarrassing if he couldn't kill them in an instant. Even the weakest of them, Wang Nan, was a 3rd layer Transcendent. However, he didn't make a move at all, so it was very easy for him to follow behind. Speed up. If this goes on, I will definitely be able to leave this place before the guardian of the five-faced monster is alerted. Bai Feifei charged faster and faster. She was in the mood to kill. She didn't seem to want the final opportunity of the second trial, as long as she could pass the trial. This woman was too weak. She was too cowardly. If Ling Xiao was a half-step celestial venerate, even if he only had 10% of his accumulated power, he would have fought with the gatekeeper. Tan Lingzi, on the other hand, looked back at Ling Xiao in surprise. Because the situation they encountered was almost exactly the same as what Ling Xiao had described. There were all 5 kinds of monsters, and they all appeared almost at the same time. Their strength was also no different from what Ling Xiao had said. This Ling Xiao was really strange. As the group continued forward, the number of monsters they encountered increased. Sometimes, there were even thousands of monsters appearing at the same time. However, the overwhelming strength of these monsters didn't make them afraid. Shangguan Lei, Leng Hao, and Dai Yuling seized this opportunity to hone their battle skills. Ling Xiao didn't make a move at all. He simply activated the heavenly dragon scale armor and relied on the reflected damage. Whoever attacked him would be unlucky. Suddenly, a golden figure appeared. It's the Golden Inch Snake King, a Class 8 vicious beast. Ling Xiao warned. Die. Bai Feifei didn't use any skills at all. She just casually stabbed her sword and a strange musical symbol flew out from her sword, easily piercing through the Golden Inch Snake. However, it was a king-tier monster after all. Although its strength was inferior to Bai Feifei, its intelligence wasn't low. At the critical moment, it avoided its vital points and fled into the distance. Bai Feifei was really good at dealing with vicious beasts. She was worthy of being a half-step heavenly venerable. Facing a Class 8 vicious beast, she could seriously injure it with a casual attack. Amazing. If she didn't die, this girl would probably become the top of the top 10 core disciples. In other words, she would ascend to the position of the young sect master. Of course, that Ren Xingtian, who was currently ranked first, wasn't someone to be trifled with. When the Golden Inch Snake encountered a strong enemy, it turned around and fled. Can you escape? Ling Xiao sneered. The chi sword in his hand flew out and turned into a glowing rope, dragging the Golden Inch Snake back. This was a Class 8 vicious beast. It definitely had a very good monster core. The snake meat was also very nutritious. He casually threw the Golden Inch Snake's corpse into the mountain river world. He didn't have time to deal with this thing now. Bai Feifei glanced at Ling Xiao, her eyes flashing with intense astonishment. Although Ling Xiao's attack wasn't necessarily powerful, it was just right. Moreover, she had never seen anyone use sword chi in such a way. After the Golden Inch Snake was killed, the venomous snakes immediately became fearful and began to retreat. Everyone, kill the king-tier monster as soon as possible. This way, the ordinary monsters won't attack. Tantailingzi said loudly. Naturally, the rest of the people could see this as well. Ling Xiao, you're not allowed to steal my monster. Bai Feifei naturally knew the benefits of the Golden Inch Snake. She was very dissatisfied with Ling Xiao's attack. No problem. However, if you can't kill it, I won't let it leave. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. How is that possible? You can kill a monster that I can't kill? Ridiculous. Bai Feifei absolutely didn't believe that such a thing would happen. After a while, another king-tier monster appeared. This time, it was the Blood Bat King. The Blood Bat King's body wasn't small. Its huge body whistled as it charged over, its mouth emitting a powerful sonic attack. However, this sonic attack didn't affect Bai Feifei, Tantailingzi, and Ling Xiao. Only the others felt an unbearable headache. Bai Feifei stabbed her sword again. However, this time, her sword stabbed empty air. Unlike the Golden Inch Snake King, the Blood Bat King could actually transform into a bloody shadow. Even if it was stabbed, there wouldn't be any problems. Although Bai Feifei was very strong, after struggling for a long time, she still couldn't harm a single hair on the Blood Bat King. Instead, the Blood Bat King scratched Lu Lai and Situjun. Can you do it, senior sister Bai? Do you want to wait until the five-faced monster is alerted? Ling Xiao said coldly. Senior sister Bai, let him do it. Tantailingzi said anxiously. Hateful. I don't believe you can do it. You do it. Although she was unwilling, Bai Feifei really felt like a fool being played around by the Blood Bat King. Rather than making a fool of herself, she might as well let Ling Xiao do it. She believed that Ling Xiao would make a fool of himself like her. 9 Meridians Chi Sword, Cage. The Blood Bat King struggled left and right, but it could not escape from the cage. This cage was not a physical object, but a cage condensed from true essence. Although the Blood Bat King could avoid grief, it could not escape its fate of being trapped. Collect. With a wave of his hand, Ling Xiao directly collected the Blood Bat King into the beast ring. The Golden Snake King was dead, so it could be stored in the Mountain River world. However, it was better to keep the Blood Bat King in the beast ring. Heavens, I never thought that sword chi could be used like this. What a terrifying true essence control. Leng Hao was so shocked that he was dumbfounded. What's so difficult about this? I can do it too. Bai Feifei was not convinced. However, after fiddling with it for a long time, she could not change the shape of her sword chi. This was Ling Xiao's strength. Of course, it was also thanks to the Mountain River martial spirit. Relying on the Mountain River martial spirit's precise calculation ability, coupled with his perfect control of true essence, he could achieve this. If it were someone else, they would not be able to do it. Hehe, senior sister Bai, you have to admit defeat. Senior brother Ling is smarter than us. Leng Hao looked at Bai Feifei's red face and laughed. It's just a strange skill. Bai Feifei curled her lips and said, it seems that the last part of the monster nest is not that difficult. We've already killed the Golden Snake King and the Blood Bat King. Now, there are only 3 king-tier monsters left. If we kill our way through, we can definitely pass. Of course, the prerequisite is that we don't alert the 5-faced monster guardian. Don't jinx it. Ling Xiao could not help but curse. At this time, everyone also realized that the venomous snake and blood bat that had retreated had returned. While they and the other monsters were retreating, a huge figure was slowly moving over. This figure floated in the air, looking like a huge ball. Around the ball, there were 5 strange faces. They were the snake, the bat, the straw puppet, the skeleton, and the nether wolf. Needless to say, this 5-faced monster must have gathered the abilities of 5 different monsters. Coupled with the fact that it was a half-step heavenly venerable, it would be very difficult to deal with. How could it be like this? It actually startled the 5-faced monster. Oh no! Bai Feifei's expression suddenly changed. She actually took 2 steps back. This guy wanted to escape. Senior sister Bai, there's no turning back. If you retreat to the first stage, you'll be eliminated. Ling Xiao reminded. Then what do you think we should do? Bai Feifei roared. I've already told you the plan. All of you work together to stall the 5-faced monster. I'll deal with all the other monsters alone. Ling Xiao said indifferently. You're still boasting at a time like this? Will you die if you stop bragging? Bai Feifei panicked. Idiot. Ling Xiao did not pay any more attention to Bai Feifei. He felt that it was impossible to reason with this woman, so he could only use practical actions to prove his point. 9 Meridians Chi Sword, Rising Sun Sword Gleam. Suddenly, the entire monster lair radiated golden light. Countless sword gleams shot out in all directions with the glaring rising sun in Ling Xiao's hand. In just a split second, hundreds of monsters were killed or injured. None of the people who were originally surrounded by monsters were injured. I didn't expect your swordsmanship to be so powerful. Senior. Sister Bai, shall we do as he says? Tan Lingzi was a smart person. As soon as Ling Xiao made his move, she knew how powerful he was. Fine. Bai Feifei gritted her teeth and said, Ling Xiao, remember this. We won't be able to stall for long. You only have 15 minutes at most. If you can't deal with it, I'll leave immediately. No problem. I'll help you break open a path. After saying that, the huge flaming monster behind him appeared again. It directly killed hundreds of straw puppets with one punch, opening a path for Bai Feifei and the others to face the 5-faced monster. Let's go. Bai Feifei and the others rushed toward the 5-faced monster through this path. An intense battle was about to break out. 3 monsters attempted to chase after Bai Feifei and the others. However, how could Ling Xiao allow them to do so? Sword manipulation technique, Big Dipper sword formation. 36 Big Dipper flying swords flew out and formed an independent space, trapping all the monsters except for the 5-faced monster. The Rising Sun sword continued to pour down, and low-level monsters continued to be killed. This scene caused the others to be extremely shocked. Ling Xiao actually had 36 treasure-grade flying swords. It was too shocking. In the entire Yuehua school, no disciple had so many treasure-grade treasures, including Bai Feifei and Ren Xingtian, the top 10 core disciple. Ling Xiao executing the Heavenly Dipper sword formation was also done after careful deliberation. Although one should not show off one's wealth, treasure-grade treasures were nothing to the higher-ups. They probably only cared about immortal-grade treasures. As for the disciples of the Yuehua school, Ling Xiao was no longer afraid. Even if he couldn't beat them, no one could take these treasures from him. Therefore, he was fully qualified to use so many treasure-grade treasures. There was nothing to worry about. He would hide what he needed to hide, such as the ancient golden dragon form and the mountains and rivers' martial spirit. However, there was no need to hide. If he needed to use them, he would use them. There was no need to hesitate. At this moment, Ling Xiao controlled the Big Dipper sword formation with his soul. He used the Rising Sun sword with his left hand and the Ice Dragon sword with his left. He used Flying Snow. The sword chi passed through the air and directly penetrated the Underworld Wolf King's body. The Underworld Wolf King was a level 8 vicious beast, equivalent to an 8th level Transcendent Realm Cultivator. However, Ling Xiao was already a 7th level Transcendent Realm Cultivator. Wasn't it a piece of cake for him to deal with a vicious beast of this level? He didn't even need to use any powerful moves. He could easily end the battle with his fastest Flying Snow. Outside the Big Dipper sword formation, Bai Feifei and the others were fighting the five-faced monster. Although they were at a disadvantage, it seemed that they would have no problem holding on for a quarter of an hour. If Bai Feifei used her full strength, she might even be able to kill the five-faced monster. Unfortunately, Bai Feifei had only used 70% of her strength. She even took the opportunity to observe Ling Xiao inside the Big Dipper sword formation. Seeing Ling Xiao kill the Underworld Wolf King with a single sword strike, her heart sank. The stronger Ling Xiao got, the greater the threat he posed to her. She absolutely couldn't let this little brat continue to act so arrogantly. Bai Feifei harbored malicious intentions. She actually retreated while fighting, leading the five-faced monster in the direction of the Big Dipper sword formation. Wu Yang, Qin Wu, and Tantai Lingzi also had the same idea. Fortunately, Ling Xiao didn't expect these people to cooperate with him from beginning to end, so although he was fighting, he was still paying attention to the situation over there. You want to plot against me? I was planning to give you a share of the loot after killing the five-faced monster, but forget it now. Ling Xiao made up his mind and the sword in his hand moved even faster. Ice Storm. This move, which used to require him to pour all of his true chi into it, could now be easily used. The violent blizzard directly swept up thousands of monsters into the air, where they slammed into the Big Dipper flying sword and shattered into pieces. Whoosh! The flaming monster behind Ling Xiao spat out a ball of flame and burned the last king-tier monster, the Scarecrow Puppet King, to ashes. At this point, all 5 king-tier monsters were either killed or captured. As for the thousands of ordinary monsters, only a few hundred were left. Ling Xiao did what he said. Not only did he break the monster's encirclement, but he also slaughtered almost all the monsters except for the five-faced monsters. It could be said that if Bai Feifei, Tantai Lingzi, and the others cooperated with Ling Xiao, they could easily kill the five-faced monsters. In the end, everyone would reap the benefits. Ling Xiao was not a stingy person. If they really cooperated, he would definitely be willing to share the benefits with everyone. It was a pity that his heart illuminated the moon, but the moon illuminated the ditch. Bai Feifei and Tantai Lingzi, these two absolute combat powers, each had their own ulterior motives. Even if Dai Yuling, Leng Hao, and Shangguan Lei attacked the five-faced monsters with all their strength, it would be meaningless. Since that was the case, they would do it themselves. These guys don't even think about getting a single thing. Ling Xiao casually dealt with the remaining monsters. At this moment, the guardian of the five-faced monsters roared angrily and pounced on him. The Big Dipper sword formation began to shake violently, but it did not collapse. Ling Xiao glanced at Bai Feifei, who had lured the five-faced monsters over, and sneered. Then, he removed the Big Dipper sword formation and instantly appeared beside Bai Feifei. The five-faced monster was very angry. All the monsters under its command had been killed by Ling Xiao. Naturally, it wanted to kill Ling Xiao. Therefore, when it attacked, its ferocity was even more ferocious than before. One of the snake faces spat out a highly toxic substance. Although it was also highly toxic, this substance was 10 times more terrifying than the 1,000 poisons giant python's poison. Even Ling Xiao would not dare to take it head-on. Ling Xiao was hiding behind Bai Feifei, so the poisonous thing was naturally aimed at Bai Feifei. In any case, in terms of movement technique, Bai Feifei would never be able to catch up to Ling Xiao. In that instant, Ling Xiao swiftly dodged and appeared behind Tantai Lingzi again. Bastard! Bai Feifei was so angry that her face turned red and hot when she saw the venomous object shooting towards her. She abruptly thrust out her sword, but she used nearly 90% of her strength. She had no choice. If she didn't do that, she would be poisoned to death. At this moment, she even summoned her Pipa martial spirit. A string of resplendent musical notes collided with the highly toxic substance and exploded in the air. The five-faced monster's attack did not stop. The wolf head spat out a black ball and continued to pursue Ling Xiao. In the end, Ling Xiao dodged at the critical moment. This sphere was equivalent to attacking Tantylingzi. Tantylingzi was so shocked that she had no choice but to deal with it with all her might. Ling Xiao, what are you trying to do? Bai Feifei roared angrily. What am I trying to do? You know in your hearts that this is called the evils you bring on yourself are the hardest to bear. Ling Xiao was too lazy to explain. His figure moved again and appeared behind Wu Yang and Qin Wu again. The five-faced monster's vampire bat head spat out countless blood-red little bats, which pounced on Wu Yang and Qin Wu. Damn it, Ling Xiao, you can't do this. We agreed to work together to deal with the five-faced monster. Tantylingzi was anxious. If Ling Xiao continued to cause trouble, they would all die. Is that so? Are you sure? Ling Xiao asked with a cold smile on his face. Agreed. Bai Feifei, Wu Yang, and Qin Wu answered in unison. Their body movements were not as good as Ling Xiao's. If this continued, Ling Xiao would be fine, but they would definitely not be able to pass the second stage. Gritting their teeth, they could only work together with Ling Xiao to deal with the five-faced monster. Well, if that's the case, you have to do something. Otherwise, how can I trust you? Ling Xiao sneered. Bai Feifei was so angry that she stomped her feet. Abruptly, she thrust her sword forward. Taking advantage of the five-faced monster's attack on Tantylingzi, Wu Yang, and Qin Wu, she stabbed the five-faced monster's snakehead. This time, she was truly ruthless. Her cultivation was already high to begin with, and the weapon in her hand was also a treasure-grade artifact. She actually managed to leave a crimson wound on the five-faced monster's head. That's more like it. Ling Xiao laughed. At this time, Tantylingzi also made her move. The five-faced monster was stabbed by Bai Feifei. Behind Tantylingzi, the shadow of a huge spider suddenly appeared. Then, a ball of black liquid shot out from her hand and directly into the wound. Oh? It's a parasitic spider martial soul. Ling Xiao's eyes lit up. Tantylingzi had not summoned her martial soul, so he was still guessing what her martial soul was. Now, it seemed that it was such a troublesome martial soul. Parasitic animal martial souls were very troublesome. Although Tantylingzi might not be able to break the five-faced monster's defense, it was enough for her to leave a mark. There were a large number of small parasitic spiders in the black liquid. Once they entered the wound, they would crawl along the blood vessels and multiply, devouring the enemy from the inside. The longer the battle dragged on, the more parasitic spiders there were, and the faster the enemy would die. Now that everyone was dealing with the five-faced monster together, they felt that it was very reliable. However, Ling Xiao was still cautious. It would be bad if Tantylingzi launched a sneak attack. Let's do it like this. It'll work. Ling Xiao shouted. Although the five-faced monster was strong, it was still only a half-step heavenly venerable. It was still in the category of the transcendence realm. With 11 people working together and Bai Feifei, who was also a half-step heavenly venerable, they could exhaust the five-faced monster to death. Although they were very reluctant, Bai Feifei, Tantylingzi, and the others had to do as Ling Xiao said. At this moment, Ling Xiao had the means to restrain them. For a moment, the originally loose team was forced into a ball by Ling Xiao for inexplicable reasons. Everyone worked together to kill the five-faced monster until it was exhausted. Dai Yuling, Leng Hao, Shang Guanlei, Situ Jun, Lu Lai, Wang Nan, and even Qin Wu and Wu Yang could not withstand more than a few attacks from the five-faced monster in a one-on-one battle. But now, they were only assisting from the side. With Bai Feifei and Tantylingzi as the main damage output, and Ling Xiao in charge of attracting the monster's aggro, they could attack without worry. Even if their attacks did not have much effect originally, as long as they attacked the wounds on the five-faced monster, the effect would be quite good. Snow Lotus Sword Art, Congealing Water. 9 Meridians Chi Sword, Cage. Lightning celestial phenomenon, paralysis. Plague demon king martial soul, plague injection. Ling Zhao's moves were all control skills. He either froze the five-faced monster to slow down its movements, making it easier for the others to attack, or he used the cage to trap it temporarily to protect the others. Then, he used the paralysis effect of the lightning celestial phenomenon to continuously bombard the five-faced monster. Finally, with the powerful plague effect of the plague demon king martial soul, he continuously weakened the five-faced monster. The longer the time, the better the effect. A large number of parasitic spiders had taken effect and began to wreak havoc in the five-faced monster's body. Coupled with Bai Feifei's powerful attack, as long as nothing unexpected happened, this battle would undoubtedly end in their victory. Perhaps seeing that victory was in sight, Bai Feifei and the others became more energetic in their attacks. After all, as long as they could kill the gatekeeper, they would be able to obtain the gatekeeper's treasure chest. This was a great temptation to them. The five-faced monster kept letting out mournful cries. It was obvious that it was getting weaker and weaker, and the wounds on its body were increasing. The snake head was completely smashed, and the wolf head was on the verge of death. The other three heads were also injured to varying degrees. Naturally, the ones who played key roles were Ling Xiao, Bai Feifei, and Tan Tailingzi. The rest could only be considered as support. Ling Zhao's control and plague caused the greatest trouble for the five-faced monster. Bai Feifei's powerful attack was the key to causing the five-faced monster's wounds. Tan Tailingzi's parasitic spiders were the same as Ling Zhao's plague. They were also important factors in weakening the five-faced monster. The five-faced monster, which was in a desperate situation, entered a frenzied state, attempting to carve out a bloody path to escape. However, with Ling Zhao's control skills, its every effort was in vain. Instead, it wasted a large amount of true origin. Finally, after a quarter of an hour of beating, the depressed five-faced monster fell to the ground with a loud thud. Before it died, it indignantly launched an attack at Ling Xiao. However, it was useless. Although this angry attack was powerful, it was not accurate. Ling Xiao had predicted that it would do this, so he had already dodged in advance. As a result, this attack blasted a tunnel dozens of meters long out of the cave. Success. I didn't expect it to actually succeed. That's great. Killing the gatekeeper, the five-faced monster, greatly boosted everyone's morale. They were all extremely excited. Although the process was extremely tiring, it was still tiring. As long as they could defeat the five-faced monster, it would be the greatest victory. Ling Xiao went forward to check and confirm that the five-faced monster was completely dead. He then said to everyone, "Let's take a break." After killing the five-faced monster, the second stage is basically over. Senior brother Ling, you're really too amazing. To be honest, if it wasn't for you, I'm afraid that no one would be able to pass this second stage. Leng Hao said excitedly. Your contribution is not small, but what you said is absolute. Bai Feifei snorted coldly, thinking that she could pass. To be honest, junior brother Leng is right. If it wasn't for junior brother Ling, even senior sister Bai wouldn't have been able to pass. Tan Tailingzi shook her head and said, "Let me ask you something. How did you get past the encirclement of 5 king-tier monsters and thousands of other monsters? And we still have to be on guard against the attacks of the five-faced monsters?" This, Bai Feifei wanted to refute, but she couldn't find a reason to. In fact, the biggest problem in this stage wasn't the five-faced monster, but the sea of monsters. If it wasn't for Ling Xiao getting rid of the other monsters in advance, they definitely wouldn't have been able to deal with the five-faced monster so easily. To be fair, if it wasn't for Ling Xiao, they would definitely have been wiped out in the second stage. No one would have been able to pass at all. However, Bai Feifei wouldn't say such words of gratitude. Even if she thought so, she wouldn't say it out loud. Otherwise, wouldn't it? Prove that she owed Ling Xiao a favor. After resting for a while, everyone continued to move forward. Everyone was very excited because they knew that there wouldn't be any danger in the next stage. There would only be benefits. When the Moonlight Pagoda was placed here, it was used to train the disciples of the Yuehua school. Therefore, the opportunities inside were all arranged in advance. There was no doubt about this. It wasn't like some ruins in the outside world, where you worked hard to reach the end only to find that there was nothing. But here, there would definitely be something, and the quality wouldn't be bad. After about the time it took to brew a cup of tea, everyone suddenly felt that their eyes were filled with jewels and treasures. Taking a closer look, there was actually a large pile of gold, silver, and jewels right in front of the second stage's seal. If it was an ordinary person, they would probably be so excited that they would jump up and down. However, Xianxia was no longer interested in these things, and the others didn't seem to be interested either. After entering the Moonlight Pagoda, everyone was interested in treasures that could increase their cultivation and strength. It was as if these kinds of worldly things weren't in their eyes. Since they weren't interested, Xianxia accepted it with a smile. In any case, he still had the Divine Sword sect and needed a large amount of money to expand his influence. After converting these gold, silver, and jewels, it was at least 1,000,000 taels of gold. It can't be just these things, right? Bai Feifei said in disappointment. No one could answer her question, but suddenly, a figure dashed out. It was actually Wang Nan. This guy's current speed was actually not any slower than Ling Zhao's. This scene left everyone dumbstruck. Only Ling Xiao stared at Wang Nan's back and revealed a sneer. Ha ha ha, it's mine. Wang Nan's voice rang out from the depths of the lair. This guy was holding a small chest in his hand. This should be the treasure chest that the Moonlight Pagoda specially prepared for trial disciples. It might not be so convenient in the outside world, but it was no problem in the Moonlight Pagoda. Treasure chests were definitely present. Brat, quickly hand it over, or I'll kill you. Situ Jun shouted angrily and suddenly pounced forward. Tan Lingzi didn't stop him. Treasures had always been something that only people with strength were qualified to possess. Amir Wang Nan actually wanted to take the treasure for himself. It was simply wishful thinking. However, boom. Suddenly, there was a loud noise, and Situ Jun's body directly exploded in midair. The number of survivors is 10. Wang Nan just lightly waved his palm. Brat, you actually hid your strength. Bai Feifei furrowed her brows. She thought that Ling Xiao was the only cunning guy. She didn't expect that Wang Nan also hid his strength well. So what if I hid it? I'm stronger than all of you. This thing should belong to me. Wang Nan said indifferently. Humph, that depends on whether you have the ability or not. Bai Feifei snorted coldly and suddenly stabbed out with her sword. The sword that contained killing intent was not weak. She really wanted to kill. She couldn't deal with Ling Xiao because Ling Xiao had something on her, but this Wang Nan was nothing. Bang! Her sword could even stab the five-faced monster, but it was still blocked by Wang Nan's palm wind and exploded in midair. The air was filled with a trace of death smoke. How is this possible? Bai Feifei was shocked. Tan Lingzi also intended to attack, but seeing that Bai Feifei couldn't hurt Wang Nan, she was stunned for a moment. Ling Xiao, join forces with me to kill this brat. We can't let him take the treasure for himself. Bai Feifei looked back at Ling Xiao and shouted. Sorry, I'm not his opponent, and I'm not interested in doing so. Coward. Bai Feifei was furious. She wanted to drag Ling Xiao into this mess, but who knew that this guy was not interested in the treasure chest at all? Something's not right. Tan Lingzi shook her head. What's not right? Bai Feifei asked, puzzled. How could Ling Xiao turn a blind eye to the treasure chest? He's not a coward. There's probably something wrong with the treasure chest. Tan Lingzi explained. Hearing this, Wang Nan frowned. He was in a hurry to snatch the treasure chest and did not check what was inside carefully. Now that Tan Lingzi said this, he felt that something was wrong. Gotcha. Wang Nan broke the lock of the treasure chest. Stone. How could this be? The treasure chest was full of stones. It was not a treasure at all. Damn it, Ling Xiao, did you snatch the real treasure chest? Wang Nan snorted and asked. Hey, you have to be reasonable. I've been with you all the time. How could I have the time to snatch the treasure chest? Ling Xiao shrugged. Then why didn't you join forces with me to snatch the treasure chest? You clearly know that there's something wrong with the treasure chest. Bai Feifei questioned. Idiot woman, didn't you notice? This Wang Nan is not the Wang Nan who came in with us. Although he looks the same, his aura is completely different. Ling Xiao said coldly. He's the flame deity. Leng Hao suddenly shouted. That's right. He's the flame deity. He's just a wisp of soul force that the flame deity left in the Moonlight Pagoda. He's only able to exist for a long time by borrowing the bodies of other disciples. Ling Xiao nodded and said, he was injured by me in the passageway. He probably happened to meet Wang Nan when he was healing and took control of Wang Nan's body. The real Wang Nan is probably dead. He's really dead. What? Upon hearing Ling Xiao's words, Bai Feifei and Ling Xiao carefully examined Wang Nan's aura. Sure enough, it was as Ling Xiao had said. Regardless of aura or strength, this guy couldn't possibly be Wang Nan. Now you understand why I refused to make a move. Against the flame deity? There's nothing wrong with my brain. Ling Xiao shrugged. No wonder you were able to break my attack. So it was actually father. Bai Feifei's face was filled with joy. After all, the flame deity was her adoptive father. Father, hurry up and kill Ling Xiao. This brat killed He Sua, eliminated Ming Tian, and poisoned me. He's simply despicable and shameless. Bai Feifei suddenly shouted. Idiot woman, don't count on him. I told you, he's just the flame deity's puppet doppelganger. He's greatly restricted in the Moonlight Pagoda. You still count on him to help you kill me? Stop dreaming. Moreover, senior sister Tantai, senior brother Qin Wu, and senior brother Wu Yang should all stand on my side, right? Since Ling Xiao dared to expose the flame deity's identity, there was naturally a reason. Now that the flame deity's scheme had been exposed, he would definitely choose to silence them. If these people wanted to live, they could only cooperate with Ling Xiao. Everyone was smart. Although cooperating with Ling Xiao was dangerous, at most, they would be eliminated. However, cooperating with the flame deity was tantamount to asking a tiger for its skin. In the end, they would definitely meet a tragic end. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone except Bai Feifei stood beside Ling Xiao, temporarily forming an offensive and defensive alliance. Feifei, let's go. The flame deity was not stupid. On the contrary, he was very smart. He knew that it was impossible to silence them now, so he did not insist. Anyway, as long as he was not captured alive, these people's one-sided words could not be used as evidence. He left with Bai Feifei. The second stage was over, and the sealed door opened. Congratulations to everyone for completing the second stage. Everyone has received 100 moonlight points. Please leave in 15 minutes, or you will be eliminated directly. The flame deity, who used Wang Nan as a puppet doppelganger, and Bai Feifei left first. The remaining 8 people entered a state of mutual vigilance again. Without a common enemy, this was how it was. Junior brother Ling, don't you think it's strange? Anyway, there was still 15 minutes, so Tantai Lingzi was not in a hurry to leave. She looked at Ling Xiao and asked, every stage is rewarded with 100 moonlight points, and it's the same for everyone. Isn't this very unfair? Yes, it's indeed unfair. After all, there will be good and bad performances in the process. Ling Xiao nodded and said, but it doesn't matter, because the performance in the process of passing the stage will also be counted in the reward of moonlight points. It's just that it hasn't been calculated yet. I guess it will be calculated at the end. I see. It's really different to have a good master. I don't have that good fortune. Tantai Lingzi sighed and said. Ling Xiao had investigated Tantai Lingzi before. This woman was considered an anomaly. When she entered the sect, she was accepted as a disciple by an inner sect elder. However, that elder died tragically during a mission. Later, she was accepted as a disciple by another elder. But in less than a month, that elder also died. This process repeated. 5 celestial master elders in the Yuehua school accepted her as a disciple. In the end, all 5 of them died mysteriously when they were out on missions. Even their bodies were not found. As a result, a rumor spread in the sect that this woman was born to be a jinx to her master. From then on, Tantai Lingzi did not have a master. However, her cultivation still progressed very quickly. Because she did not have a master, she did not know much about the pagoda ascension ceremony. Even though she had participated in it twice, she was eliminated at the first stage in a muddle. Only this time did she pass the second stage. "Can I ask you a question?" Ling Xiao suddenly asked. "Junior brother Ling, please ask." Ling Xiao smiled and said, "Senior sister Tantai, why do you have such a strong hostility towards me? I don't think I've offended you?" Ordinary people would not directly ask such a question, because even if they did, the other party would not tell the truth. However, Ling Xiao still wanted to see Tantai Lingzi's attitude. Haha, at the same time that Tantai Lingzi spoke, a cold voice sounded. "The third stage, Life Forbidden Zone, has been opened. This is the penultimate stage of the pagoda ascension ceremony. In the past 1,000 years, only 2 people have passed this stage. One was the flame deity, and the other was the head teacher, Chang Yueying. The rules are the same as the previous 2 stages. Just survive. As for whether you can find the door to the 4th stage, it's up to you. Note, from now on, there will be no time limit. If you have the ability, you can stay in the Moonlight Pagoda and cultivate forever. But that will be very difficult. Because every day, you will be hunted down by stronger monsters. Junior brother Ling, we'll take our leave first." Tantai Lingzi smiled, turned around, and left with Lu Lai. Wu Yang and Qin Wu also left. They did not dare to stay with Ling Xiao. Otherwise, they would not even know how they died. There were still 10 minutes before the second round's deadline. There was plenty of time. Ling Xiao had no intention of leaving. He seemed to be waiting for something. Dai Yuling, Leng Hao, and Shang Guanlei felt strange. However, they trusted Ling Xiao and didn't say anything. They just stood there and waited. Chirp chirp. Suddenly, a huge bat appeared in everyone's vision. "Is that the Blood Bat King?" Leng Hao recognized it at a glance. It was the Blood Bat King that Ling Xiao had trapped in the beast ring. Of course, the most important thing wasn't the Blood Bat King, but the chest in its claws. "Hee, time to split the items," Ling Xiao said with a smile. "No way, senior brother Ling. You actually let the Blood Bat King help you switch the treasure chest? No wonder Wang Nan got a fake chest," Leng Hao said in surprise. "Originally, I planned to split the items equally if they worked together to help me. However, they actually tried to lure the 5-faced monster to kill me. If it wasn't for my outstanding movement skills that forced them to work together with me to kill the 5-faced monster, I'm afraid I would be dead by now." Ling Xiao said coldly, "Therefore, they can forget about getting a single item in this chest." As he spoke, Ling Xiao opened the chest. The Blood Bat King was released by Ling Xiao. However, the Blood Bat King was now controlled by Ling Xiao's soul power. It was equivalent to a hidden chess piece that Ling Xiao had buried in the Moonlight Pagoda. Of course, this hidden chess piece was learned from the Flame Deity. He wouldn't use the bodies of his fellow sect members as puppets. However, he could use the monsters that were already inside. Most of the items in the chest were spiritual fruits and spiritual herbs. There was also a 5-faced monster seal card. Ling Xiao naturally kept it. Among the dozens of spiritual fruits and spiritual herbs, there were 2 that were very good. They were equivalent to low-grade yellow-tier spiritual pills. Its value was even higher than a gold-grade martial art. After all, martial arts would become outdated, but after consuming the spirit fruit, one would be able to enjoy it for the rest of their lives. These 2 fruits were the fire spirit fruit and the water spirit fruit. There were 2 uses for the fire spirit fruit. One was to strengthen and temper the body, giving the body a stronger resistance to fire. The other was to increase the fire attribute inner energy, which could then promote a breakthrough in cultivation. A single fire spirit fruit was enough to allow a cultivator below the 7th layer of the transcendent realm to directly break through an entire great realm. Unfortunately, it could only be used once per person. The effects of the water spirit fruit and the fire spirit fruit were similar. The only difference was that the water spirit fruit increased resistance to the water attribute and increased the water attribute inner force. There were 10 of each type of fruit, for a total of 20. Ling Xiao took 14, and the remaining 6 were given to Dai Yuling, Leng Hao, and Shang Guanlei. He could choose not to share it with Bai Feifei and the others, but he still had to share it with these 3 people. As for the rest of the spirit fruits and spirit herbs, Yang Kai took them all. Although eating them directly wouldn't have much of an effect, they could still be used as herbs for refining pills. In any case, Yang Kai knew alchemy, so if he refined a good pill in the future, he could just give these three a reward. Let's go to the next stage. I'll find a suitable cultivation place for the three of you first. Swallow the spirit fruits and cultivate there. After leaving the Moonlight Treasure Pagoda, all three of you should be able to break through to the 6th layer of the Transcendent Realm. This wasn't impossible. The lower one's cultivation, the faster one's cultivation would be. Not to mention, the world energy inside the Moonlight Treasure Pagoda was 10 times richer than outside, and with the help of spirit fruits and spirit herbs, it was only natural that one would be able to break through quickly. The three of them didn't have any objections to Ling Xiao's arrangement. If they continued to follow Ling Xiao, they would only cause trouble for Ling Xiao in the 3rd stage, so it was better for them to find a safe place to cultivate. The 3rd stage was known as the Life Forbidden Zone, and its natural environment was extremely harsh. However, the harsher the environment, the more beneficial it would be for a cultivator's cultivation. Leng Hao's true essence was of the water attribute, so Ling Xiao brought him to the vicinity of a lake with rippling blue waves. Through the mountain and river diagrams map, Ling Xiao could clearly explore the environment of this Life Forbidden Zone. After all, this Life Forbidden Zone was no more than 50 kilometers in radius, while Ling Xiao's mountain and river diagrams maximum range was 100 kilometers. Therefore, there was no problem. The world energy here is really rich, whether it's the mountains or the water. It feels like there's a constant flow of world energy here. Too amazing. When the four of them landed, Leng Hao exclaimed in surprise. Naturally, the world energy in the 2nd stage is 10 times richer than outside, and the world energy here is more than 20 times richer, so one's cultivation speed will definitely be much faster. Ling Xiao nodded. Many thanks for senior brother Ling's help. After we leave, I, Leng Hao, am willing to sacrifice my life for senior brother Ling. Leng Hao suddenly cupped his hands and said very seriously. It's nothing, I, Ling Xiao, have never been stingy with my friends. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Leng Hao was a genius whose talent did not lose to Ming Tian, and was worth nurturing. In the future, he could help guard the Divine Sword sect. After speaking, Ling Xiao took out a refining array stone, and then took out some materials he brought from outside, and set up a small array around the lake. Alright, Leng Hao, this array may look simple, but it can definitely prevent you from being detected by level 8 and below. However, for level 8 and above, you can only pray for yourself. Understood, senior brother Ling, I will pay attention. After all, I can't always rely on you. Being able to reach the 3rd stage is already lucky, just hold on a little longer. Leng Hao nodded. Alright, you can cultivate now. After Ling Xiao arranged everything, he sent Dai Yuling and Shang Wanlei to a suitable place to cultivate. He believed that these three people would have no problem breaking through at a suitable place for them to cultivate. After consuming the fire spirit fruit and the water spirit fruit, coupled with the supreme grade genuine elemental elixir given by Ling Xiao. However, to what extent they could break through, he did not know. At the same time, in a dark underground city dozens of miles away from him. I didn't expect this to be the underground city of the Queen of Spiders. It seems that I, Tantailingzi, have good luck. The legendary Queen of Spiders was the Queen of the Spider Kingdom in the Desolation era. At that time, the Dragon Clan ruled the entire mysterious world, and all the kingdoms were built by the beasts of the Desolation era. Humans were still in a state of being hunted. The Queen of Spiders was just a queen in the kingdom of beasts. However, her strength was definitely not something that the warriors of today could compare to. Tantailingzi had the parasitic spider martial soul. If she could cultivate here, she would benefit a lot even if she could obtain a trace of the Queen of Spiders' aura. She was already at the peak of the Transcendent Realm 8th layer, so she hoped to raise her cultivation to the Transcendent Realm 9th layer through this cultivation. Of course, the greater the opportunity, the greater the risk. However, Tantailingzi did not intend to let go of this opportunity. From time to time, she would think of Ling Xiao. If she was afraid because of this little danger, how could she crush Ling Xiao? Lu Lai, why don't you train with me? Tantailingzi instructed Lu Lai before stepping into the pitch-black underground city. Time was of the essence. As time passed, the danger would increase, so she had to make the best use of her time. Tantylingzi's luck was pretty good. After entering the third stage, it took her less than 15 minutes to find the cultivation spot of her dreams. However, some people's luck was not as good as hers. Without mentioning Dai Yuling, Leng Hao, and Shangguan Lei, they had Ling Zhao's help, so their luck was naturally the best. Even Tantylingzi could not compare to them. The ones with the worst luck were Wu Yang and Qin Wu. After separating from Tantylingzi, the two of them encountered a level 7 vicious beast. Although the two of them worked together to kill the level 7 vicious beast, they were still exhausted. When the two of them were exhausted, they suddenly saw a small boat floating slowly in the air toward them. The boat seemed to be moving slowly, but it arrived in front of them in an instant. On the boat was a person completely wrapped in black clothes. When he lifted the black cloth on his face, Wu Yang and Qin Wu revealed a horrified expression. On the other side, Bai Feifei and the flame deity's puppet avatar, Wang Nan, were separated. She stood at a crossroad, looking around in confusion, not knowing what to do. At this moment, Ling Xiao had finished dealing with Dai Yuling, Shangguan Lei, and Leng Hao, and began to wholeheartedly search for something. He was not in a hurry to cultivate. Previously, his cultivation had broken through to the early stage of the Transcendent Realm's 7th level, so he needed to stabilize his cultivation base, so he could temporarily put aside the cultivation spot. He was more concerned about the third stage, which was known as the Life Forbidden Zone. What was worth visiting? Since he had the map in the mountain river diagram, it would be a pity not to explore it. He had always suspected that the Moonlight Pagoda was transformed from the Moonlight Fairy's martial spirit. The Moonlight Fairy was once a powerhouse second only to the 12 human immortals of the Sacred Dynasty. She was definitely incomparably powerful, her martial spirit was clearly extraordinary. This time, when he entered the Moonlight Pagoda, he discovered that the martial soul's interior had a myriad of changes. It could actually appear in such a place out of thin air. This definitely didn't seem like an illusion. It was very likely that it had directly moved in from the outside world. Unfortunately, even if he wanted to get to the bottom of this matter, with Ling Zhao's current cultivation, it was simply impossible for him to do so. Even the Moon Maiden couldn't do it, let alone him. It would only be possible if the Moon Maiden could recover to her peak cultivation level. After all, in the ancient times, Yin-Yang realm cultivators were nothing more than ants, not to mention Grotto Heaven realm, and Transcendent realm cultivators. In that era, martial artists at the level of Ling Xiao did not even have the qualifications to be cannon fodder on the battlefield. Giving up on the unrealistic idea of studying the Moonlight Pagoda, Ling Xiao began to focus on observing the third stage. The cultivation grounds of Dai Yuling, Leng Hao, and Shangguan Lei were all places with great fortuitous encounters. However, they were not suitable for him, so he would not return. There was also the place where Tantylingzi was, which was the underground city of the Spider Queen. Ling Xiao did not know that Tantylingzi was there, but he could see the underground city on the map. This was also not suitable for him. He would give up for now. The next place was actually a huge steel warship stranded on land. He could feel an extremely powerful aura from it, but it was not a trial disciple. This place might also have great fortuitous encounters, but it was too dangerous, so he would give up for now. Ling Xiao was not in a hurry. He had just entered the third stage for less than a quarter of an hour, and he had only seen less than 1/10 of the map. It would not be too late to make a decision after he finished looking at all the maps. Time moved forward for a while. Outside the Moonlight Pagoda, another day had passed. The pagoda ascension ceremony had been going on for 2 days. Calculating the time, the second stage should have ended. Whoosh, suddenly, another figure was thrown out of the moonlight pagoda. When the higher-ups saw that it was Situ Jun, they could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. Although Situ Jun was on the list of 50 people, to be honest, no one had much hope for him. As long as it was not Bai Feifei, Tantylingzi, Wu Yang, Qin Wu, Leng Hao, or Shangguan Lei. Situ Jun, what's the situation inside? Sect Master Chan Yueing asked anxiously. She hoped that the remaining 10 people could pass the second stage. In that case, their results would be better than in the past 1,000 years. Sect Master, when I was eliminated, we had already passed the second stage and were waiting for the third stage to start. Situjun did not dare to hide anything and quickly answered. Wonderful. Wonderful. Chang Yueying was overjoyed. The rest of the sect's higher-ups were also overjoyed. Previously, they were worried that all 11 of them might have died in there. After all, the second stage of the pagoda ascension ceremony was more difficult than the first stage. However, so many people were eliminated in the first stage, and the second stage was almost over, but no one was eliminated. They could not help but worry. However, Situjun's expression was not good. Sect Master, I have something to report. Speak. Did Ling Xiao kill you again? Elder Jin asked before Chang Yueying could. Situjun was stunned for a moment, but then he shook his head and said, no. Although he wanted to frame Ling Xiao, this was a matter of great importance. He could not bear such a big responsibility, so he could only tell the truth. No? Then what is it? Elder Jin asked in confusion. The other sect's higher-ups were also confused. The one who killed me was Wang Nan. Situjun explained. That Wang Nan is only a third-layer transcendent realm cultivator and is a coward. How could he be your opponent, let alone attack you? You couldn't have been bewitched by that guy Ling Xiao, right? Elder Jin asked. I dare not hide it from Sect Master, Elders, Wang Nan's situation is a bit strange. His strength seems to be close to that of a half-step heavenly venerable. Situjun's words stirred up 1,000 waves. All the higher-ups' expressions changed drastically. Could it be that a variable has appeared in the Moonlight Treasure Pagoda? What should we do? Your Highness Moon Maiden, can we stop the trial? Chang Yueying stood up and asked. This queen said that once the pagoda ascension ceremony starts, even I can't interfere. Their situation can only be left to fate. The Moon Maiden was also very worried about Ling Xiao, but she had an inexplicable trust in Ling Xiao. The higher-ups who had originally relaxed began to worry again. Because if the disciples did not come out, there were only 2 possibilities. The first was that they had passed and were working hard to pass the trial. This was of course a great thing, and it was the guarantee for the prosperity of Yuehua School. However, there was also the second possibility, and that was that everyone except Situjun was trapped inside, just like the disciple who never came out. This situation was the most troublesome. Moreover, it could cause great losses to Yuehua School. Inside the Moonlight Pagoda, Ling Xiao was still looking at the map of the third stage on the mountain river diagram. Novel, law, a few minutes had passed. He had already marked a few places on the map and was ready to go there one by one to check out the situation. It was not easy to enter the Moonlight Pagoda. Of course, he had to try his best to understand this place. The next time he came, the stage might be completely different. Therefore, he had to try his best not to let go of anything that he could get. Because perhaps this was his only chance. He tried his best to avoid the more dangerous places. At this moment, as he poured more and more true origin into the mountain river martial soul, clear words appeared on the map. When he clicked on the words with his soul power, some intermittent scenes would appear. Interesting. So the underground city is the ruins of the Spider Kingdom. Tantailingzi and Lu Lai are there. Tantailingzi is quite lucky to have found a cultivation place that is most compatible with her martial soul. Ling Xiao could not help but sigh when he clicked on one of the paragraphs. Tantailingzi and Lu Lai were walking in the underground city. Although he wanted to go there and destroy Tantailingzi's cultivation plan, he gave up in the end. There were 2 reasons. First, he had his own things to do and did not have the time to do so. Second, which was also the most crucial point, in the process of reaching the underground city, he had to pass through several footholds of powerful fierce beasts. Unless he transformed into the primordial golden dragon, it would be difficult for him to pass through. The gains would not make up for the losses. Subsequently, he clicked on another paragraph. This was the situation on the steel warship. Wu Yang and Qin Wu have been captured? Ling Xiao was stunned for a moment. He discovered that on the steel battleship, there were actually people wearing jet-black cloaks that covered their entire body. Wu Yang and Qin Wu were kneeling there to be judged. These 2 unlucky fellows are probably finished. He could feel that the owner of the steel warship was at least as strong as the 5-faced monster, or even stronger. Wu Yang and Qin Wu would not be able to get away with it. Looks like I have to hurry. Ling Xiao had a feeling that the black-clothed man on the steel warship would be the biggest problem in the third level, so he had to act now. The map had basically been checked out, and the places that could be visited had been marked with symbols. The next thing to do was to use the fastest speed to explore one by one and get the good stuff. In any case, he still had time to cultivate after he went outside. What he needed now was the benefits. One had to know that the third stage had no time limit, and the door to the fourth stage had to be found by oneself. Ling Xiao could take advantage of the fact that it was still relatively safe to hurry up and find the door to the fourth level. Otherwise, every day he delayed would be another day of danger. This was the rule of the third stage. Every day, there would be stronger monsters coming to harass them. Understanding this point, Ling Xiao made up his mind. While exploring all the secret areas in the third level, he was also looking for the door to the fourth level. That was something that even Headmaster Chang Yueying and the Flame Deity had not been able to do. He felt that it was necessary to give it a try. He believed that the fourth stage, which was the last stage of the Pagoda Ascension ceremony, would have even more generous rewards waiting for him. He might even be able to obtain the inheritance of the Moonlight Heavenly Maiden. That would be a huge profit. He turned around and glanced at Dai Yuling. The girl was concentrating on cultivating. Ling Xiao did not greet her. With a leap, a pair of golden dragon wings spread out from his back as he flew into the distance. With his strength, he was still unable to dominate the third stage. Therefore, he would try his best to avoid the more dangerous places. In any case, with the map of the mountain and river martial spirit, he could easily avoid those powerful fellows. As long as you don't enter their territory, these powerful monsters that guard a certain place won't attack you. Of course, if he encountered a monster that wasn't very strong, he would have to go through a battle. After all, it would be too far to take a detour. Furthermore, for the current Ling Xiao, killing a beast below level 8 was still a very easy task. It didn't take too much time, nor did it consume too much true essence. The monsters in the third stage all had an ancient aura. Although the strongest monster that Ling Xiao had encountered was only a half-step Empyrean, these fellows seemed to have a special array seal on their bodies. Ling Xiao speculated that this might be a huge fortune that the Moonlight Heavenly Maiden had left behind for her descendants before she left. Such a powerful monster was not an illusion but a real ancient monster. Including the black-winged great roc, the giant stone monster, the illusory lady, the 10,000 poison giant python and the 5-faced monster, they were all like this. The ancient monsters had a common characteristic, and that was that they were all extremely large in size. Furthermore, that ancient aura was too obvious. Ling Xiao had the awakened ancient golden dragon in his body, so he could naturally sense this even more. At this moment, the ancient golden dragon in Ling Xiao's body actually opened its eyes and let out a soft roar. This fellow wants the inner core of an ancient monster. Ling Xiao and the ancient golden dragon were telepathically connected, so he naturally knew what this fellow wanted. He hesitated for a moment, then sent the inner core of the 5-faced monster he had obtained in the second stage into his mountain river martial soul for the ancient golden dragon to consume. As the ancient golden dragon swallowed the inner core of the 5-faced monster, one of the dragon scales on the ancient golden dragon's body actually began to glow. Although it was only about 10% of the light, it was more dazzling than the other scales. Originally, the ancient golden dragon scales were dull and lifeless, like gold that had lost its luster. But now, one of the scales had about 10% more light. It was extremely resplendent. No wonder I couldn't let the ancient golden dragon become my martial soul. It looks like my strength hasn't recovered enough. Just strengthening my soul isn't enough. My body needs to be strengthened as well. And the symbol of his body strengthening was the light of the scales. It looked like he couldn't just hide from now on. If he encountered a Class 8 vicious beast, he would kill it. This would help the ancient golden dragon completely recover. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao changed his initial strategy and began to try to kill Class 8 vicious beasts. The first one he faced was a huge man-eating flower. This fellow was over 10 meters tall, and its huge flower disc could probably even swallow a shark, let alone a human. However, Ling Xiao could deal with Class 8 vicious beasts even in his human form. This was a good opportunity to consolidate his cultivation and hone his fighting skills. It was killing two birds with one stone. After killing the huge man-eating flower, he directly threw its inner core to the ancient golden dragon. The light on the scales increased by a little. Seeing that his guess was right, Xiao couldn't help but be pleasantly surprised. He was also determined to continue hunting vicious beasts. Along the way, Xiao had killed another 4 terrifying beasts. 3 of them were level 8 vicious beasts, and the other one had actually broken through the seal on his body. As a result, its strength had soared to the level of a level 9 vicious beast. This fellow was actually a giant elephant. Its body was several hundred meters tall, and as it stood there, it was like a mountain. Xiao almost did not notice it at first. In the end, he relied on his human dragon form to kill it. After the primordial golden dragon consumed the inner core, one of its scales finally lit up completely. It shone with a golden light and looked extremely beautiful. The moment the scale completely lit up, Xiao felt that he should be able to use the power of the primordial golden dragon to fight. However, it could only be used once in a long time. After all, the primordial golden dragon had 108,000 scales on its body, and only one of them had lit up. It was still far from being completely lit up. At most, I'll just treat it as another trump card. Xiao laughed. The more trump cards he had, the more likely he would be able to survive. This was not a bad thing. After the first scale lit up, killing level 8 vicious beasts to obtain the beast core seemed to have no effect anymore. Xiao felt that the gains did not make up for the losses, so he gave up for the time being. He decided to stick to his original plan and head to the secret location to explore. But then again, if not for the fact that the Moonlight Heavenly Maiden had used an array to seal the strength of these monsters, any one of them would have been able to easily destroy the entire Heavenly Dragon continent. This was because these fellows were simply too powerful. Once they recovered, even if their strength was not as strong as the Moonlight Heavenly Maiden from back then, they would not be far off. They were all monsters that could cause earthquakes with just a stomp of their feet. The primordial era was truly powerful, the Great Desolate Era was even more terrifying. The secret of the profound world really made one have the urge to uncover it. Xiao really wanted to know where the human king had gone and why he had never returned. Also, where had the powerful emperors of the sacred dynasty gone, and then there was the true devil lord of the true devil empire, where did he go? Where did that woman who was able to convince the true devil supreme lord with just a few words come from? There were too many questions, and his head was about to explode. Right now, he was really looking forward to the improvement of his strength. He originally thought that the Transcendent Realm was already a powerhouse, but now, it seemed that he was not even qualified to be an ant. Shaking his head, Xiao no longer thought about it. If he could not solve the problem, it would be useless no matter how much he thought about it. It would be better to follow his previous plan and start exploring the secret area on the map. With a flash, Xiao instantly flew several thousand meters away, arriving before a ball of strange light. This light was a little strange. It was as if through it, one could see the vague silhouettes of people inside. Xiao was a little surprised. This was a little too strange. Maybe this was the key to the 4th stage. There was no array above the light, so it should be open to all the trial disciples. However, other than Xiao, there was probably no one else who could reach this place. The key was that this place was too hidden, and there were many dangers along the way. Even Bai Feifei would not dare to barge in. The flame deity's puppet clone was brave, but it was only a puppet clone after all. There were many places it could not enter, such as this place. But so what if he could come? Could it be that Xiao was afraid of him? Thinking of this, Xiao no longer hesitated and directly entered the light. After the light, there was a unique place. Between the towering mountains and steep ridges, a bonfire was burning. Sitting beside the bonfire was an old man and a young man, 2 people. In fact, they could not be called people, because their figures looked more like Xiao in his dragon form. There were many characteristics that belonged to the dragon clan. Young master, you must be careful when you go to Sky Dragon Mountain this time. The Black Dragon clan that currently controls Sky Dragon Mountain has long had rebellious thoughts. They might collude with the black spirits outside and escape from the Moonlight Pagoda. It has been so many years. Although the Moonlight Fairy has not appeared again, her aura still permeates the Moonlight Pagoda and protects us. We cannot be ungrateful. The one who spoke was a silver-scaled silver dragon man. He appeared to be very old, and the secret that he spoke of was something that no one outside knew about. The young man was covered in golden scales. He was a golden dragon person and also a royal member of the dragon clan. Because he was a dragon, it was difficult to judge his age, but he was about the same age as a 14 or 15-year-old human youth. Apart from the golden scales all over his body, he was no different from a handsome young man. The young dragon person smiled and said, "Grandpa Lin, I have heard about the dragon clan and the Moonlight Fairy many times. At that time, there was a great war in the primordial world. The dragon clan was defeated and the human clan won. The human king created a flourishing era where all clans coexisted. However, just as this flourishing era was created, it encountered a threat from the outside world. The myriad races united together to fight against the invaders, but the most terrifying thing is that the human king went missing in this battle. The human race suffered heavy casualties, and lost a large amount of precious martial arts and martial soul cultivation methods. Our dragon race was almost completely annihilated. Fortunately, the Moonlight Fairy protected us in the Moonlight Pagoda before she died, saving our dragon clan and allowing us to survive. Young master, it's good that you know. The Moonlight Fairy has done us a favor, but the Black Dragon clan doesn't think so. They want to leave the Moonlight Pagoda and slaughter the descendants of the Moonlight Fairy. We can't sit idly by and do nothing about this." The old man nodded. "Don't worry, Grandpa Lin. I will act accordingly when I go to Black Dragon Mountain. As long as I become the next Dragon Emperor, I will have a way to change the current situation." The young man said. "Young master is wise, but you still have to be wary of those black spirits. Those fellows are the remnants of the invaders from the outside world. They were sealed in the Moonlight Pagoda by the Moonlight Fairy and have long harbored evil intentions. The Black Dragon clan actually wants to cooperate with them. It's simply asking a tiger for its skin." The old man was very pleased with the young man's performance, but he also reminded him, "Young master is the successor of the Golden Dragon clan. The main purpose of this trip to Sky Dragon Mountain is to inherit the inheritance of the Golden Dragon clan. I reckon the Black Dragon clan won't give up the position of Dragon Emperor so easily. You must be careful." "I understand." Although the young man was young, he did not look foolish. His eyes were sharp as if he was looking forward to something. About 100 meters away from the old man and the young man, there was a bonfire and a strange beast carriage. "Young master, don't worry about old servant's life or death. If there's a chance, run." The old man was obviously prepared to fight to the death, but the other side was too strong, so he didn't know if it would have any effect. I know." Although the young man was panicking, he didn't lose his mind. He understood what the current situation meant, so he absolutely couldn't let down Grandpa Lin's painstaking efforts. A moment later, 3 figures arrived. One of them was General He Luan, who had just left, and the other 2 were actually Transcendent Realm 8th Layer Masters. One was at the Mid-Transcendent Realm 8th Layer while the other was at the Late Transcendent Realm 8th Layer. No matter who these 2 were, they were strong enough to kill Old Lin in a few moves. "Greetings, your highnesses." In the dragon race, the Dragon Emperor had the greatest authority and strength, followed by the 9 great dragon kings. This had been the case since the Great Desolate Era, so this had been inherited. However, the 9 great dragon kings in the Moonlight Treasure Pagoda couldn't be compared to the dragon kings of the Great Desolate Era. The Black Dragon King was one of the 9 great dragon kings and the current Dragon Emperor. He was the Black Dragon King of the Black Dragon clan, the Dragon Emperor of the entire dragon race. The 2 Black Dragon Kings who had suddenly appeared were the Black Dragon King's uncles, so their status was very high. "No need for formalities. Were you discovered on the way?" One of the kings who only had a single dragon horn asked. "Reporting to your highnesses, of course not, it's just that Old Lin is too cunning. He actually guessed that we were going to attack them, so he wanted to escape. Fortunately, your highnesses arrived in time, otherwise things would have been quite troublesome." Scarface reported. Very good, as long as we weren't discovered, it's fine. Our Black Dragon clan can't be too excessive on the surface, otherwise, if we annoy the other 8 dragon kings, things won't be good." The one-horned king nodded and said with a smile. Interesting, it really is the dragon race, and it seems like they're having internal strife. Ling Xiao had already noticed the situation here and originally planned to come over to ask for directions, but on the way, he saw something unexpected happen, so he hid and decided to investigate. Although he didn't know the whole story, judging from the current situation, it seemed that the Black Dragon clan was preparing to completely exterminate the Golden Dragon clan. He couldn't allow that. He had awakened the primordial Golden Dragon, and the blood of the primordial Golden Dragon flowed in his body. It would be a lie to say that they were completely unrelated. He could ignore other matters, but he really had to do something about the Golden Dragon tribe. However, he wasn't in a hurry to make a move. He liked to look for the best opportunity to make a move. If that was the case, he could make the young Golden Dragon even more grateful to him. The following matters would probably be much easier to handle. He couldn't make a move too early or too late. If it was too early, it would seem hasty, and the other party might not necessarily accept it. If he was too late, he might not make it in time. If everyone was killed, there would be no point in making a move. At this moment, he had changed his aura. He was like a weed standing there. No one could sense his existence. "Your Highness, what should we do next?" General Heluan asked. "Is there even a need to ask? Of course, we're going to get rid of him. As long as we kill that Golden Dragon young master, the Golden Dragon clan will cease to exist. Our Black Dragon clan will be able to rule over the entire Dragon clan forever." The one-horned Marquis sneered, "Don't let that old guy from the Silver Dragon clan go either. Deal with him as well to avoid trouble." Hearing this, Elder Lin's expression changed drastically. The thing he was most worried about had indeed happened. "Run!" Elder Lin roared. He grabbed the Golden Dragon young master and fled into the distance. Even if there was a black flame blocking him, he had to do his best to break through it. Scarface blocked his path once again. "Get lost!" Elder Lin, who was in a rage, roared. One of his hands instantly turned into a dragon claw and slapped over. Scarface wasn't his match and was sent flying while vomiting blood. "Idiot, you'll feel better if you obediently accept your death. You actually want to escape in front of me? Dream on." The one-horned Marquis snorted. The black flame suddenly condensed into a dragon's head and pounced toward the young man and the old man. Elder Lin roared. His left hand was still grabbing the Golden Dragon young master. His right hand turned into a dragon claw and struck out in an attempt to shatter the dragon's head. "A grain of rice dares to compete with the bright moon. You overestimate yourself." The one-horned Marquis sneered. He increased his chi and the dragon's head instantly became more solid, as if it was real. Bang, Kacha, Elder Lin's arm was completely shattered, and even his body was sent flying. However, even though he was seriously injured, he still desperately protected the Golden Dragon young master, refusing to let go. "Don't you want my life? Don't hurt Grandpa Lin." Seeing Elder Lin seriously injured, the Golden Dragon young master jumped out and roared. He was young, but his strength wasn't weak. He was already a Transcendent Realm 6th layer cultivator. However, in front of the one-horned Marquis, who was at the late stage of the Transcendent Realm 8th layer, he was still not worth mentioning. "Ha ha ha ha, your filial piety is commendable, but you're just a brute." The one-horned Marquis laughed wildly and pounced on the Golden Dragon young master, his black dragon claw instantly grabbing the young man's neck. "Dying at the hands of this Marquis, you didn't come to this world in vain. Poochie." However, at that moment, a sword light flew over at lightning speed. The one-horned Marquis tried to dodge, but the sword light was too fast. There was no time to dodge or even react. Kacha, one of the one-horned Marquis's arms was cut off. At the same time, a huge sword mark appeared on the ground. It was more than 10 meters long and 1 or 2 feet wide. It was a terrifying sight. "No." The one-horned Marquis let out a miserable howl. He knew very well how tough the dragon race's body was, but he didn't expect a mere sword light to cut off his arm so easily. Who was this person? How could he be so terrifying? Could he be the successor of the Moonlight Fairy? "Bastard, who are you? How dare you attack our Black Dragon race?" The one-horned Marquis looked at the newcomer and roared angrily. In his opinion, although the other party's sword skills were powerful, he was just a human. How strong could he be? He guessed that the other party was strong in offense but weak in defense. As long as he dealt with him carefully, there shouldn't be any problems. Ling Xiao ignored him and stood in front of the young man, throwing him a pill and saying, "Take it and give it to your grandfather. It can save his life." He got the pill from the Moonlight Pagoda and it had a magical healing effect. It was much better than the healing pills he refined. However, he felt that it was worth it to exchange it for a favor. "Thank you." The young man thanked Ling Xiao, then ran to the old man and fed him the pill. There was no doubt about it. Because if this person really wanted to harm them, he wouldn't use such a troublesome method. He could just sit back and watch. They would still die. "Grandpa Lin, are you feeling better?" the young man asked anxiously. "I'm fine, what about you, young master?" The young man shook his head and said, "I'm also fine, a mysterious person saved me." Seeing Ling Xiao ignore him, the one-horned duke was furious and roared, "Smelly brat, you're just a trivial human, yet you dare offend our Black Dragon clan? Be careful you don't die without a burial." Scram. "After 2 breaths of time, if I still see you here, I'll kill you without mercy," Ling Xiao said coldly. "Little beast, I think you're tired of living, daring to speak to the duke like that, I'll kill you right now." Scarface had been injured by Old Man Lin and was still angry, so seeing Ling Xiao act so arrogant, he immediately vented all his anger on Ling Xiao. Scarface's entire body changed, his hands turning into dragon claws and his head, which was originally 70% humanoid, turned into a dragon's head. With a loud roar, Scarface madly released his true chi and rushed towards Ling Xiao like a bolt of lightning, his claws gleaming under the sunlight. Ling Xiao just looked at his opponent indifferently, not even bothering to make a move. His hands were behind his back, his black hair fluttering in the wind, his eyes sharp and domineering. Scarface's claws grabbed Ling Xiao's body, but suddenly, his claws shattered like glass. At that moment, Scarface's eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. In front of him, it was as if what stood before him was not a human, but a towering mountain, an immovable fortress. Pong. The terrifying rebounding force flew out from Ling Xiao's body. Scarface didn't even have the chance to react before his entire body exploded into pieces. He couldn't survive at all. Sure enough, after my cultivation broke through, even my body's defense has become stronger, and the rebound effect of the heavenly dragon golden body is even more terrifying. A transcendent realm 6th layer cultivator like Scarface is no match for me, there's no need for him to even fight. After Ling Xiao's cultivation had greatly improved, he had never faced such an opponent before. This time, he tested the toughness of his body and sure enough, it was extraordinary. What? When Scarface was killed, the expressions of the 2 princes of the Black Dragon clan and General Heilun changed greatly. "Let's attack him together. This brat is a little strange." The one-horned marquis saw that the situation was not right. Naturally, he would not let Ling Xiao continue to be arrogant. At this time, he planned to bully him with more people. He didn't believe that 2 8th-layer Transcendent Realm cultivators and a 7th-layer Transcendent Realm cultivator wouldn't be able to kill this young man. Yes. General Heilun and the other Black Dragon Marquis nodded. They did not feel that there was anything wrong with bullying with numbers. Ling Xiao didn't feel that there was anything wrong with it. There was no reason to talk about a life and death grudge. As long as he could kill the other party, he would do anything. The 3 members of the Black Dragon clan formed a triangle and surrounded Ling Xiao. The 3 of them attacked almost at the same time, but there was still a difference in strength. The one-horned lord's cultivation was obviously the strongest, and his combat experience was much richer than the scar-faced man who had been killed by Ling Xiao. Under his command, the 3 of them did not immediately approach Ling Xiao. Instead, they opened their mouths at the same time and spat out a ball of dragon extinguish. This was the innate ability of the Dragon clan. The Black Dragon clan was a descendant of the ancient Great Earth Dragon. Their dragon extinguish was a black flame of death. It was said that when one's cultivation reached a certain level, this flame of death could even transform into the dark flame of death of the 12 Saint Flames. You really are a member of the Dragon clan. In that case, I shouldn't be afraid of anything in my dragon form in front of you. Ling Xiao smiled. Facing the 3 of them, it would be difficult for him to deal with them in his human form, but in his dragon form, things were different. You're also a member of the Dragon Clan. And a member of the Golden Dragon Clan at that. The one-horned lord saw Ling Xiao in his dragon form and could not help but be shocked. He then grit his teeth and said, "Then you must die." "Haha, do you have the ability?" Ling Xiao sneered and spat out a ball of dragon extinguish. Golden Dragon Clan's dragon extinguish. You really are a member of the Golden Dragon Clan. Boom, just as the one-horned marquis shouted, Ling Xiao's dragon's extinguish collided with his. He didn't expect Ling Xiao's dragon's extinguish to be so powerful. It instantly shattered his dragon's extinguish, and the remaining power even hit his body. The impact shook his body and he almost spat out a mouthful of dragon blood. The one-horned lord hurriedly dodged. At the same time, his body twisted strangely, and a dragon tail that was more than 10 meters long appeared behind him. On the dragon tail, the sharp scales were burning with black flames. It stabbed toward Ling Xiao's chest. Ling Xiao's expression did not change. He instantly retreated. Not only did he avoid the other two's dragon extinguish, but he also pointed his finger. Heavenly Dragon Divine Finger, puff, the Heavenly Dragon Divine Finger pierced through the dragon's aura, causing the one-horned lord to roar in pain. Kill. We must kill him. This guy is more difficult to deal with than the Golden Dragon Young Master. We must not let him live, or our Black Dragon Clan will be in trouble. Black Dragon. Form. Seeing that dragon extinguish could not hurt Ling Xiao, General Heluan knew that he had to use his final trump card. He roared and pounced toward Ling Xiao. At the same time, his clothes were torn and his body kept growing. His figure was getting closer and closer to a giant black dragon. The black dragon was more than 10 meters long and more than 10 meters tall. Its huge body stood there like a mountain. If it was outside the Moonlight Pagoda, it would scare many people. However, Ling Xiao's expression did not change. He had also entered the primordial golden dragon form and knew what it felt like to change. However, there was no need to enter that form to deal with this guy. The human dragon form was more than enough. The black dragon's huge claws slapped down, wanting to smash Ling Xiao into meat paste. Ling Xiao raised his hand and blasted out a palm. Golden light flickered on his palm. It was the palm sword with chi sword attached to it. The small palm blocked the black dragon's huge claws and even cut the scales on the huge claws. General Heluan held in pain. Dragon Strike. General Heluan endured the pain and swung his huge dragon tail at Ling Xiao at a very strange angle. At the same time, his huge black wings flapped, creating a raging wind that wanted to blow Ling Xiao away. What? I wanted to see what kind of Dragon Clan martial arts you know. Don't tell me that you only know how to instinctively attack, like me? Ling Xiao was very disappointed. The reason why he did not immediately kill him was because he wanted to secretly learn some Dragon Clan martial arts. After all, he could only use his body to attack in his primordial golden dragon form. There was no need to talk about any martial arts. The technical content was too low. Bang, Ling Xiao kicked out with his foot. His foot was also wrapped in the power of Chi Sword. Bang bang, although the black dragon's huge body was too heavy and did not fly away, the bones in his chest caved in. The huge dragon spat out a large amount of dragon blood. What a waste. Ling Xiao hurriedly stored the dragon blood into the mountain river world. Novel, law, dragon blood was good stuff. If he soaked it in when he cultivated in the future, coupled with the ice bed, it would definitely be better. Black Dragon's Roar. Seeing that Elder Heluan was holding back Ling Xiao, the other prince took the opportunity to enter his black dragon form. Then, he finally released the Dragon Clan's martial skill that he had been accumulating for a long time. This was an attack that compressed True Yuan to the extreme. Only the body of a huge beast could make this attack reach the extreme. If the body was too small, there would not be much air entering the body, and the power of the roar would be limited. At that moment, the surrounding earth shook. A terrifying black light shot out from the black dragon's mouth and shot towards Ling Xiao at an extremely fast speed. If he was hit by this thing, even if Ling Xiao had the body of Earth Spirit and the celestial dragon golden body, he would still have to bear the consequences of his body being destroyed. However, in the face of such a terrifying attack, Ling Xiao's face revealed a pleased smile. Finally, a dragon clan's martial skill came to him. Although it was a very simple martial skill, its power was not weak. At that moment, he transformed into an immemorial golden dragon. Immemorial golden dragon's roar. The same move was shot out from the huge golden dragon's mouth. It was a dazzling golden light. The two rays of light collided in midair. It was obvious that Ling Xiao's dragon's roar was stronger. Boom, in an instant, the black light was defeated. The golden light continued forward and pierced through the black dragon's body. Roar! The black dragon fell to the ground and held in pain. He gradually returned to his human form. The black dragon form probably consumed too much true yuan. Once injured, he would not be able to maintain this form. Little brother, be careful. The golden dragon youth's voice sounded in Ling Xiao's ears. His voice was hurried and full of concern. This was normal. If Ling Xiao was only human, he would only be grateful. However, Ling Xiao was also a golden dragon and had the aura of an immemorial golden dragon. He was family. Go to hell. Go to hell. It's too late. The one who attacked was the one-horned marquis, who had been the first to be sent flying by Ling Xiao. At this time, he had also entered his black dragon form. Because he also felt how terrifying Ling Xiao was. He also thought of the terrible consequences of not killing Ling Xiao. He had to do everything in his power to kill Ling Xiao. Oh no, it's the coiling dragon trap. Elder Lin was completely awake now. When he saw the unicorn marquis move, he couldn't help but sweat for Ling Xiao. Coiling dragon trap was a technique that all divine dragons and dragons were adept at. It wasn't some complicated martial technique. Instead, it used a strong body to coil around the enemy and strangle them to death. No matter if it was a divine dragon or a giant dragon, they all had very long tails and were very strong. Once trapped, unless one's strength was stronger than a dragon's, one would definitely die. Ha ha ha, no one has ever been able to escape from this prince's coiling dragon trap. You can't do it either, not even in your divine dragon form. The one-horned marquis had no idea where his confidence came from. He tightened his tail and laughed loudly. The human language that came out of a giant dragon's mouth was really rough and dull. It didn't sound good at all. Grandpa Lin, what should we do? The golden dragon youth was very worried. Young master, it seems that only I can help him. That young hero's strength is outstanding. He was just caught off guard and couldn't use his strength at all. It would be a pity if he died. Elder Lin struggled to stand up. His body was also slowly changing, as if he was going to enter his silver dragon form. There's no need to do anything. What nonsense is this coiling dragon trap? It's just a trick to trick children. At this moment, Ling Xiao's voice was heard. Then, 9 rays of bright golden light shot out from his body and actually disintegrated the giant black dragon's tail. No. My tail, my tail. The one-horned marquis screamed and jumped up. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. At this moment, he had already returned to his humanoid dragon form. Therefore, the 9 meridian chi sword could be used. Previously, when he entered the primordial golden dragon form, he only wanted to test the power of the dragon's roar. It wasn't that he couldn't win. If you love your tail so much, then accompany it to hell. Ling Xiao snorted coldly, his right hand suddenly revealing the ice dragon sword, and a bright white light flew out. Thunder celestial phenomenon flying snow. A loud boom resounded. The one-horned marquis, who had already lost his composure due to his injuries, was pierced into pieces by the sword, completely turning into a pile of dragon meat. Run! Run! General Blackwheel and the other marquis were heavily injured, but they were not dead yet. Seeing that the one-horned marquis had been killed by Ling Xiao, they did not dare to stay any longer. After returning to his humanoid dragon form, he flapped his dragon wings and was about to escape. Ling Xiao had already made his move. How could he allow any fish to escape the net? 2 sword beams suddenly flew out from behind him, piercing through the throats of the 2 people, leaving behind 2 dead bodies. It was a pity that these 3 fellows did not have any storage rings on them. It was unknown if they were too poor or if they had left them at home. In any case, Ling Xiao searched once, but there was nothing. At this moment, the golden dragon youth and Elder Lin were still immersed in shock. Just now, Ling Xiao had cleanly killed 3 experts from the Black Dragon clan, as if he was cutting melons and vegetables. Too strong. Little brother, you're so powerful. On the other hand, the Golden Dragon youth recovered first and shouted at Ling Xiao. Elder Lin also came back to his senses and hurriedly pulled the Golden Dragon youth to kneel on the ground. Thank you, young hero, for saving my life. This old man is Lin Bei, and this is our Golden Dragon clan's young lord, Long Chen. Ling Xiao helped the 2 of them up and laughed. No need to thank me, it's just a small matter. To you, young hero, it's just a small matter, but to the 2 of us, it's a life-saving grace. We can't thank you enough, but we still need a gift of thanks. I hope young hero won't reject it, please accept this. Lin Bei was naturally more sensible than the youth, Long Chen. Knowing that someone had saved him, regardless of whether there was a relationship or not, gratitude was necessary. There was no point in saying too much. It was more important to look at the gift. What he took out was a crystal that shone with golden light. Gold Spirit Core. Ling Xiao cried out in surprise. He had obtained the Earth Spirit Core in the Dragon Submission Mountain range not long ago. It could also be called the Earth Spirit Core. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, yin, yang, spacetime. There were 9 types of core crystals in the mystic world, all of which could be used to temper the body. If all of them were successfully condensed, it would be the strongest 9-spirit body. Ordinary people would be extremely lucky to obtain one of the cores. Therefore, after Ling Xiao condensed the Earth Spirit body, he did not expect to find anything else. He did not expect to see the Gold Spirit Core in this Moonlight Pagoda's 3rd stage. Although this object was much smaller than the Earth Spirit Core from before, the abundant energy was completely enough for Ling Xiao to condense the Gold Spirit body. Of course, after successfully condensing it at this stage, if he wanted to advance to the Heaven Realm, he still needed a large number of cores to strengthen. Otherwise, the spirit body would not be so pure. A warrior's entire body would undergo a huge change after a super-level upgrade. The current spirit body would not be enough. Therefore, the 9 elemental cores were needed at all times. That's right, it's the Gold Spirit Core. Lin Bei nodded and said. Ling Xiao did not plan to accept the other party's gift, but he changed his mind when he saw that it was the Gold Spirit Core. It was not easy to get this thing, and he might not have the chance to get it again in the future. If he missed this opportunity, he might not get it again. He was not a hypocrite. Since he needed it, he would accept it. Moreover, he was still in the middle of the Moonlight Pagoda's ascension ceremony. This meant that the Gold Spirit Core could be considered one of his opportunities. Other people might have similar opportunities in the secret areas they entered. How could he give it up? Thank you, Elder Lin. I need this kind of thing, so I'll accept it. Ling Xiao took the Gold Spirit Core and put it in his storage ring for the time being. He needed to find a safer place to use it, and now was not the time. Seeing that Ling Xiao had accepted the item, Lin Bei heaved a sigh of relief. Obviously, people would think that the one who accepted the item would not have any other thoughts. Little brother, are you also a member of the Golden Dragon tribe? Long Chen asked anxiously. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, My name is Ling Xiao, a disciple of the Yuehua school. I only inherited some of the Golden Dragon tribe's bloodline, so I can't be considered a member of the Golden Dragon tribe. I can barely be considered half of one. He had heard some of the conversation between the young man and the old man. He knew that the 2 of them were very friendly to the disciples of the Yuehua school, so there was nothing wrong with saying it. Long Chen and Lin Bei looked at each other, and both of them were overjoyed. I didn't expect that the successor of the Moonlight Heavenly Maiden would enter the land of the dragons. This is great. The conspiracy of the Black Dragon tribe and the Black Spirit race can be dissolved. Lin Bei said excitedly. Can you tell me more about it? Ling Xiao had only heard a few words before, so he was not very clear about the whole process. Lin Bei briefly described the situation to Ling Xiao, and finally said, That's it. Young hero Ling, you must not let the Black Dragon tribe and the Black Spirit race leave the Moonlight Pagoda. Otherwise, the Yuehua school, and even the entire Heavenly Dragon continent will be in trouble. Ling Xiao nodded thoughtfully and suddenly asked, Have you guys never thought of going out? Of course we've thought Black Spirit races. Lin Bei said. But if I say it, you guys are too weak, black spirit race. But to be honest, you're too weak. But if you go, you're is. The dragon clan in the Moonlight Pagoda was completely incomparable to the primeval age. They were even inferior to the Yuehua sect. If they really went out, they would probably be exterminated by those ancient martial art practitioners. After all, the Black Dragon tribe was full of treasures. We can completely transform into human form. We're no different from humans. Longchen said hurriedly. It was obvious that this young man wanted to go out. After all, the Moonlight Pagoda was only so big. It was not as exciting as the outside world. Moreover, we can't cultivate the Black Dragon tribe's martial arts in the Moonlight Pagoda. That's why we're so weak. Only by going out can we continue to grow stronger. The Divine Sword sect flashed in Ling Zhao's mind. If Longchen could lead the Black Dragon tribe to join the Divine Sword sect, it would be a great help to him. Let's talk about this later. If we can destroy the conspiracy of the Black Spirit race and the Black Dragon tribe, I'll try my best to bring you guys out. Outside, you have to listen to me. Is that okay? Ling Xiao asked. Of course. Longchen replied. Lin Bei also nodded. Although he was a little hesitant, Ling Xiao was the only person to enter the land of the dragons for nearly 100,000 years. Moreover, he had the bloodline of the ancient golden dragon. If he did not trust him, who else could he trust? If that's the case, let's go together. Celestial Dragon Mountain. As its name suggested, the entire mountain range looked like a group of dragons guarding it. It was very majestic. This place was also known as the Dragon Emperor Mountain. That was because the Dragon Emperor of the Black Dragon tribe lived here. Moreover, this was where the Dragon Palace was located. Back then, Longchen's father also lived here. Unfortunately, he was assassinated by the Black Dragon King and took over the position of the Dragon Emperor. Although many Dragonians knew this fact, the Black Dragon King was too powerful. Moreover, he had colluded with the Black Spirit race. Almost no one dared to provoke him. Of course, the Black Dragon King knew how to conduct himself. He did not massacre the rest of the Black Dragon tribe. Instead, he used the strategy of bribing and pacifying them. As such, there would not be too many Dragonians who would resist him. There was only one road to the Dragon Palace. It was winding and there were many checkpoints set up. Along the way, there were many people. Most of them were Dragonians of various races. It was said that the Black Dragon tribe did not like the human form. The reason why they stayed in the human form was purely because this form was more suitable for living and could save more true origin. During the primordial age, the spiritual energy between heaven and earth was abundant. Even with a huge body, one did not have to worry about the consumption of spiritual energy. There was also plenty of food. However, the Moonlight Pagoda was only a small space after all. If one continued to live here with such a huge body, they would definitely starve to death. Little brother, Celestial Dragon Mountain is in front. It is basically controlled by the Black Dragon tribe now. Longchen pointed in the direction of Celestial Dragon Mountain and said. Yeah. Ling Xiao nodded. No one knew what he was thinking. At this moment, the entire ground suddenly shook violently. Strong winds blew on both sides of the road. In the forest, there were constant cries and roars of beasts. Vaguely, one could hear the footsteps of huge monsters and the loud sounds of trees breaking and collapsing. What happened? Someone dares to cause trouble near Celestial Dragon Mountain? This aura is so terrifying. The pedestrians stopped. Some lay on the ground, some squatted on the ground and held their heads. Some were ready for battle. They looked around vigilantly with a serious face. Ling Xiao frowned slightly. He released a true origin ball and could clearly sense that there was a huge humanoid monster in the dense forest. It had a single eye and looked very terrifying. A beast? And it's actually a peak level 8 beast. Before he could finish his sentence, the huge monster suddenly jumped up and landed in the middle of the road. Fortunately, this Celestial Dragon Mountain had a special restriction. Otherwise, it would have collapsed. A Cyclops beast. A peak level 8 Cyclops beast. Oh my god, how can it be so powerful? We can't be its match. Why would such a monster appear at the foot of Celestial Dragon Mountain? Wasn't the Cyclops beast tamed by the Black Dragon tribe? As they got closer, Ling Xiao could see more clearly. The one-eyed giant beast was still holding a huge rock in its hands. It was basically a small mountain. If it were to throw it down, it would definitely smash thousands of people to death. Get out of the way, get out of the way. Get out of the way, don't block the way, lest you disturb my pet's search for food. He didn't notice that there was actually a person sitting on the shoulder of the one-eyed giant beast. It was a man. A man in his 20s, covered in shiny black scales, and wearing a strange crown on his head. Young hero Ling, please don't do anything. That should be the only son of the Black Dragon King, the Black Dragon Young Lord. Seeing that Ling Xiao had the intention to make a move, Lin Bei anxiously tugged at his sleeve and reminded him, this time, we are mainly here to destroy the conspiracy of the Black Dragon clan and He Ling. We absolutely cannot fight them head-on. Without strength, dissolving the conspiracy is a joke. Ling Xiao shook his head lightly and said, but don't worry, I won't kill that Black Dragon Young Lord, but this big guy, that might not be the case. While they were talking, the one-eyed giant beast actually smashed the huge rock in its hand towards the ground. Ling Xiao coldly snorted, and immediately soared into the air, throwing a punch at the huge rock. A golden halo flashed violently, and the light of the chi sword wrapped around his entire fist. Boom, the huge rock exploded in the air above the main road, and debris flew in all directions. Ling Xiao was pushed back more than 3 meters. The one-eyed giant beast's strength was truly terrifying. It was obviously above his. It had at least 20 to 30,000 kilograms of strength. In terms of pure strength, he was at most 10,000 kilograms. But even so, the battle was not all about strength. The one-eyed giant beast was obviously not feeling well either. A strange energy came from its arms, causing its entire body to tremble and its head to feel dizzy. Looks like if I want to kill this guy, I have to use a sword. Ling Xiao summoned his ice dragon sword, and then thrust it out 3 times in a row, using the congealing water from the Snow Lotus sword arts. For a moment, 3 parts of the one-eyed giant beast's body were frozen by ice crystals, and its movements became sluggish. For the time being, it was impossible for it to threaten the rest of the people on the main road. Those were all from the Dragon Clan. Since Ling Xiao wanted to bring the Dragon Clan out of the Moonlight Pagoda and let them join the Divine Sword sect, then he had to let these people know how powerful he was and how great he was. If he didn't save them, he would probably be scolded to death. All of you, hide behind me. In order to show the weight of his words, of course, 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 of course. It was the Wei Long and Lin's way. And killing the Cyclops behemoth shouldn't be difficult for him. Especially after he entered his human dragon form, he was almost certain that he would succeed. Roar the one-eyed giant beast. Giant beast, there was actually such a little thing that dared to attack it, which made it extremely angry. Boom, the earth spirit energy from the ground actually started to emerge and condense with the one-eyed giant beast's true essence. In its single eye, it formed a resplendent light. Then, the light shot towards Ling Xiao like a laser. Dragon's roar. Ling Xiao did not use his sword. Instead, he opened his mouth and spat out a ball of golden flames, directly colliding with the white light. The golden light instantly engulfed the white light, and then directly shot towards the one-eyed giant beast's single eye. Roar the one-eyed giant beast covered its single eye in pain, continuously letting out soul-shaking screams. The intense sound waves actually formed a gale, blowing the nearby trees until they were all whistling. Some of the weaker trees were even directly broken. So strong, he can actually use the dragon's roar in his dragon form. This is something that only experts at the Dragon King level can use, right? It's indeed too powerful. That's a peak level 8 beast, yet it was completely suppressed by him. Where did this person come from? I don't know, but he seems to be a member of the Golden Dragon Clan. The Golden Dragon Clan suffered a lot of misfortune, so it's rare to see such a genius surviving. The old Dragon Emperor should be relieved in the underworld. It's rare that this young man is as righteous as the old Dragon Emperor. If it weren't for him, all of us would have died. Yeah, the Black Dragon Young Master is too hateful. He's simply condoning his pet to commit murder. Shoo! Don't talk nonsense, that's the Black Dragon Young Master, we can't afford to offend him. Among the crowd, the strongest was only at the Transcendent Realm's 7th layer. Against a peak level 8 beast, they naturally had no power to resist. It was also because of this that Ling Xiao's appearance in battle had shocked them so much. They were also very impressed. However, the one-eyed giant beast was a descendant of an ancient beast, and a pure-blooded one at that, unlike the hybrids in the outside world. Although the Moonlight Pagoda limited its talent and potential, it was impossible for it to be defeated so easily. It still had a very strong combat ability. The one-eyed giant beast was frightened. But it still has hands and feet. The one-eyed giant beast roared and directly swung its hands towards Ling Xiao. The black dragon young master seemed to be pointing out the direction for it. No wonder this big guy was aiming at Ling Xiao. Celestial Wind, Heavenly Dragon Divine Finger. Ling Xiao did not dodge and directly pointed his finger. Combined with the power of Celestial Wind, the Heavenly Dragon Divine Finger produced a strange effect, like an inverted tornado, completely enveloping the one-eyed giant beast's hands. Asterisk cha-cha-cha. Asterisk before the one-eyed giant beast's attack arrived, its hands seemed to have been cut by countless knives, leaving behind only bones and pieces of flesh. Blood dripped down. Die. Ling Xiao suddenly used the Cloud Dragon Divine Leap and soared into the sky at an extremely fast speed, the Ice Dragon sword in his hand condensing the true chi needed for the ice storm. He wanted to use this attack to completely kill the one-eyed giant beast. Stop. You dare to let this young master's pet, are you tired of living? Finally, the black dragon young master opened his mouth. After fighting for a long time, it was obvious that the one-eyed giant beast had suffered a huge loss. Could Ling Xiao stop now? Could he listen to him? Of course not, since he wanted to show off his might to the Black Dragon clan and show off his strength. He could not stop his attack just because of a single sentence from the Black Dragon young master. Ice Storm. The Ice Dragon sword in his hand pierced out without hesitation. The terrifying ice storm engulfed the entire one-eyed giant beast. The wind raged and the one-eyed giant beast turned into a huge ice sculpture in an instant. A moment later, the ice sculpture crumbled and turned into pieces on the ground. Bastard, you actually dare to hit this young master? The Black Dragon young master still had some ability. He hurriedly escaped before Ling Xiao's ice storm arrived. Of course, this was also because Ling Xiao did not plan to kill him. Otherwise, his cultivation was not even as strong as the one-eyed giant beast, and Ling Xiao would be able to kill him if he wanted to. So what if I hit you? If I kill you, I guarantee that the Black Dragon King won't be able to do anything to me. Ling Xiao had already inquired about it. In the Dragon Clan, the strongest was only a half-step Empyrean. The Black Dragon King was a half-step Heavenly Venerable who had accumulated 10% of his strength, so he was weaker than Bai Fei and couldn't compare to the five-faced monster. Laid rest were mostly cultivators below the Transcendent Realm 9th layer. Of course, only the Dragon Kings were in the Transcendent Realm 9th layer, while the rest were below the 8th layer. To be honest, for the current Ling Xiao, in his human form, cultivators below the early Transcendent Realm 9th layer were almost no threat to him. Only those above the mid-Transcendent Realm 9th layer could pose a threat to him. But even so, no one could do anything to him. Not to mention, he still had his human dragon form, ancient golden dragon form, mountain river martial spirit, and many other trump cards. Because of this, he could do whatever he wanted in the land of dragons. If he really killed the Black Dragon young master, the Black Dragon King wouldn't be able to do anything to him. How dare you be so arrogant? Although the Black Dragon young master said so, he was very afraid of Ling Xiao. If Ling Xiao could kill the Cyclops, he could definitely kill him. The reason why he was so arrogant just now was because he thought Ling Xiao would be afraid of his father, the Black Dragon King. But obviously, he was disappointed again. Ling Xiao wasn't afraid at all, and he didn't even put his father, the Black Dragon King, in his eyes. This was too arrogant. Arrogant? When the Black Dragon King assassinated the old Dragon Emperor and massacred the Golden Dragon clan, he was even more arrogant than me. Ling Xiao sneered. You. Don't talk nonsense. The Black Dragon young master shouted. Whether I'm talking nonsense or not, you'll know when you ask your father. Go back and tell the Black Dragon King that the Golden Dragon clan's young master is here. Does a trivial black dragon like him deserve the position of Dragon Emperor? Quickly abdicate and you can still live. Ling Xiao didn't plan to kill the black dragon young master. This kind of trash could be killed whenever he wanted. The key was still the black dragon king. After all, that guy was a half-step heavenly venerable and was not easy to deal with. He made such a big fuss because he wanted to let the other dragons know about this matter. This way, those dragons who were afraid of the Black Dragon King and didn't dare to speak the truth might stand up or take the initiative to contact him. Of course, the prerequisite was that he had to kill the Black Dragon King or defeat him. Otherwise, it would be impossible. In the end, it was all about strength, the strong were respected. Whether it was outside the Moonlight Pagoda or inside the Moonlight Pagoda, it made no difference. Just you wait. The Black Dragon young master turned and ran up Sky Dragon Mountain. Before he left behind some harsh words. However, Ling Xiao just laughed it off. Wait and see with this kind of behavior, young master will wait for you. Welcome, young master Dragon Emperor. After Ling Xiao landed on the ground, before he could say anything, all the pedestrians suddenly knelt down and shouted at him. Just as he was about to explain, Elder Lin stopped him. Young hero Ling, you also have the bloodline of the Golden Dragon tribe. Why don't you just be the young master? Long Chen is young and his strength is far from yours. Why don't you lead the dragon tribe? It will be more convincing and reassuring. Do you really think so? Ling Xiao asked calmly. Lin Bei nodded and said, this old servant dares not speak carelessly. Moreover, this old servant has his own selfish motives. Young master is young. If he offends the Black Dragon tribe, I'm afraid he will die without a burial place. Young hero Ling's strength is outstanding. I don't think you are afraid. Alright, then let me pretend to be the young master Dragon Emperor for the time being. However, when Long Chen is strong, I will return it to him. Ling Xiao was not attached to the position of the Dragon Emperor. He just felt that this young master Dragon Emperor would be more beneficial to him, so he did not object. Thank you, young hero Ling. No, thank you, young master Ling. You don't have to be so polite. I will be resting for a while. Contact me when you reach the Dragon Palace. After Ling Xiao finished speaking, he got into the beast carriage. Through the battle just now, he was more proficient in the Dragon Clan's roar, the Dragon Clan's martial skill. This martial skill was very special. It belonged to the Dragon Clan's innate martial skill. It did not have a rank and was mainly used in conjunction with Dragon Extinguish. The ancient Golden Dragon's Dragon Extinguish was a fusion of the other 9 ancient Divine Dragons' Dragon Extinguish. There were a total of 12 Dragon Extinguish. In addition to the 9 ancient Divine Dragons' Dragon Extinguish, the other 3 were unique to the Dragon Emperor, which added up to 12 types. Interestingly, these 12 types of Dragon Extinguish corresponded to the 12 sacred flames. There was a rumor in the mystic world that the 12 sacred flames were originally formed from the 12 types of Dragon Extinguish over hundreds of thousands of years. The dragon roar that Ling Xiao was using now was not authentic at all. This was a dragon roar that was released with his true essence, not Dragon Extinguish. If he wanted to cultivate a more authentic dragon's roar, he would have to possess the true dragon's breath flame. He thought about it and prepared to start with the Black Dragon Clan's Deathly Dragon Extinguish. At the current stage, the Deathly Dragon Extinguish was only the Deathly Flame. Only when it was promoted to the highest level would it become the Deathly Dark Flame. However, Ling Xiao had a little Deathly Dark Flame in his body. It was easier to condense the Deathly Dragon Extinguish than other Dragon Extinguish. And the key was that he knew that the Deathly Dark Flame martial soul was in the Flame Deity's hands. He must defeat this person, and that Deathly Dark Flame martial soul would be his sooner or later. In this way, his Deathly Dragon Extinguish would be strengthened the fastest. Choosing the Deathly Dragon Extinguish was simply a great thing for him to get twice the result with half the effort. Sitting cross-legged in the beast carriage, Ling Xiao took a deep breath. After a moment of communication, Ling Xiao suddenly opened his mouth. Deathly Dragon Extinguish, condense. In that instant, the air in the beast carriage started to distort. The originally transparent air actually turned black in an instant. The black energy continued to distort and finally formed a black ball of light. This terrifying and overbearing energy continued to spread and quickly enveloped the entire beast carriage. Lin Bei and Long Chen, who were close to the beast carriage, couldn't help but shiver. Disperse, dispelling the deathly dragon roar, Ling Xiao couldn't help but smile. I didn't expect it to be so easy. In future battles, I have another trump card. This time, I came to the Moonlight Pagoda to participate in the Pagoda Ascension ceremony. Next, it's time to continue strengthening this deathly dragon extinguish. He could imagine suddenly opening his mouth to release the deathly dragon roar when he was fighting with an enemy and couldn't finish the battle with both hands. At a closer distance, it would definitely be able to blast the enemy into pieces. The Dragon Clan's martial skills that used their mouths were really interesting. Moreover, this deathly dragon roar was a martial skill without a rank. In other words, it would continuously become stronger as Ling Xiao's strength increased. Even if he used it for a lifetime, it wouldn't be eliminated. This was definitely one of the best things he could do. Bang bang bang, someone knocked on the window outside. Little brother, we've arrived at the Dragon Palace City. Should we go directly to the Black Dragon King or find a place to stay? Long Chen's voice came from outside. Let's find a place to stay. Although the dragon race had declined, they didn't lose their luxuries. They didn't throw away the luxuries of the former kings. Law-declining aristocrat was still an aristocrat. In terms of luxury, this dragon palace was 100 times better than Tianfeng City. This place is not bad, but for us, I'm afraid it's a dangerous place. Ling Xiao said as he walked. The two of you have to be careful as well. The Black Dragon clan might not dare to attack you in the open, but that might not be the case behind your backs. After all, they are lunatics who even dared to assassinate the old Dragon Emperor. It is not impossible for them to kill you. Young Master Ling, don't worry. We will be careful. But you angered the Black Dragon young master. With that guy's temper, I'm afraid he won't let you off easily. Lin Bei said worriedly. I'm afraid he won't come. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and said, we came to Tianlong Mountain. The first thing we have to do is to make a big deal out of it. Then, we will destroy the power and spirit of the Black Dragon clan step by step and let the rest of the Dragon clan see hope. I see. But the Black Dragon clan colluded with He Ling. I'm afraid He Ling will take action. Lin Bei said again. If He Ling takes action, it will confirm the fact that they colluded with He Ling. At that time, it will save us a lot of trouble. To be honest, Ling Xiao was still very afraid of He Ling. Because according to Lin Bei, the black-cloaked man he saw on the steel warship outside the Land of Dragons was He Ling. It was a group of terrifying creatures that did not belong to the mystic world. They were more mysterious and powerful than the true Devil Empire. The black-cloaked man on the steel warship was the strongest in the Heaven Realm. If he really took action, Ling Xiao was afraid that he would have no choice but to ask the Moon Maiden for help. After all, at this stage, a Heaven Realm expert was really not someone he could provoke. The three of them walked into a restaurant and chose 2 rooms to stay in. You two just need to protect yourselves. No matter what happens in my room, don't interfere. Otherwise, it will only make things more difficult for me, understand? Ling Xiao knew very well that if he swaggered into the restaurant, someone would definitely come to find trouble with him at night. But he just had to wait. There was nothing to be afraid of. This old servant understands. Lin Bei was a very rational person. He knew very well that he could not help Ling Xiao. Instead of causing trouble, it was better to protect himself. Both parties returned to their respective rooms. At the same time, in the Dragon Palace, 3 people were standing in the conference hall of Dragon Emperor. One of them was a tall man with a crown on his head and a dragon robe on his body. He was the Black Dragon King, the one who stole the throne of the Dragon Emperor. The second person was skinny. His whole body was wrapped in black clothes. His face and limbs couldn't be seen clearly. He was like a ghost. He was a member of the Black Spirit Organization. The third person's appearance was 80% similar to the Black Dragon King, but his figure was slightly thinner. At this moment, his face was filled with anger, and killing intent constantly flashed in his eyes. Ao Tian, I heard that you met the person who killed your 2 royal uncles and General Blackwheel. The Black Dragon King coldly asked. Long Outyin nodded and said, "Father, this person is very powerful." The Cyclops beast was a peak class 8 beast, but he killed it so easily. "I see. Do you think that guy is from the Golden Dragon clan?" Black Spirit asked. "Very likely. That guy has a strong aura of the Golden Dragon clan. It shouldn't be wrong." Long Outyin nodded and replied. "Humph, I didn't expect that there are still 2 surviving members of the Golden Dragon clan. I was too careless." The Black Dragon King coldly snorted and suddenly looked at Long Outyin. "Next, don't go out anymore. The Black Spirit Organization has found a way to break the seal of the Moonlight Maiden. Although it can only break a little of the seal, it is very effective in increasing your strength. Once the seal is completely broken, even a newborn dragon will have the strength of a celestial being. Although it can only break a little, with your talent, your cultivation can at least reach the half-step Heavenly Master level." "Really?" Long Outyin was overjoyed. "Of course." Black Spirit said in a hoarse voice, "It will take some time to break the seal. I don't want any trouble in the process. Black Dragon King, the 2 guys from the Golden Dragon clan are clearly coming for you. Kill them. Don't worry. Even if you don't say it, I will still kill them." Moreover, in the current Dragon clan, not all Dragon Kings are willing to let the Golden Dragon clan kill them. At the very least, the Poison Dragon King is on the same side as me. She is also a Dragon clan expert second only to me. The Black Dragon King sneered. Mere surviving members of the Golden Dragon clan actually want to dominate. What a joke. They are courting death. It's not that I am ruthless. The night was hazy. The lights of thousands of homes were already lit, but they still couldn't drive away the darkness. In the guest room of the restaurant, Long Chen and Lin Bei had already hidden. Ling Xiao was cultivating. Because he was worried that something would happen at night, he didn't engage in high-intensity cultivation. He just consolidated his current cultivation and martial arts. Suddenly, a black shadow flashed by outside the door. Ling Xiao didn't seem to notice it. A small hole was poked in the window paper. A pipe reached in and then white smoke came out. Ling Xiao's body swayed and then fell on the bed. After a long time, as if confirming that Ling Xiao had fainted inside the room, the door was pushed open with a creak. Several black-clothed people walked in from outside. With their skills, it was very easy to hide from the people of the restaurant. Heh, so what if this brat is strong? He was still tricked by us. That's right. He actually dared to offend our young master. He is courting death. Don't underestimate the enemy. Let this old man try and see if he really fainted. One of the old men was relatively fat. This person was very cautious. He stopped the 2 people who were about to approach the bed. Then, he suddenly slapped out a palm. Immediately, a black dragon head condensed and pounced toward the person on the bed. Gotcha, the dragon head bit Ling Xiao and then swallowed him. Ha, success. Retreat. The old man laughed loudly. His mood was clearly extremely good. Since you came, why are you in a hurry to leave? Suddenly, a cold and mysterious voice sounded. The fat old man suddenly realized that the person beside him had fallen to the ground and vomited blood. There was a sharp blade in his chest. Not good. Retreat. The fat old man shouted and hurriedly punched out, trying to stop Ling Xiao. The power of the fist technique is not bad. Unfortunately, it's useless. 9 meridians chi sword between the soul, a chi sword pierced toward the dragon head. Suddenly, a golden light shone in the entire room. In an instant, a terrifying pressure accompanied the chi sword pierced through the dragon head condensed by vital essence and stabbed toward the fat old man. Boom, a huge explosion rang out, and the restaurant, which covered an area of more than 10 acres, actually shook and almost collapsed. In the guest room next door, Long Chen anxiously looked at Lin Bei beside him. Lin Bei shook his head at him. Ling Zhao's strength was so strong. If he was still not a match for the newcomer, then even if the 2 of them went, it would be useless. Instead, they would become a burden. Many people understood this logic, but they might not be able to be rational. Little bastard, you have some skills. The fat old man looked at his broken black scales and his face was filled with rage. His hands turned into dragon claws and suddenly extended, grabbing at Ling Xiao, vowing to crush Ling Xiao into meat paste. He came to assassinate others but was killed first. This made the fat old man lose face, and he could not explain it to the Black Dragon King. That was why he was so angry. Insignificant skill. Ling Xiao sneered, and his body suddenly accelerated, and the two dragon claws grabbed empty air. Looking at Ling Xiao again, he was already in front of the fat old man, and a 1-foot-long chi sword formed in his right hand, shining with a bright golden light. It was sharp and terrifying. How can he be so fast? The fat old man was shocked. In a hurry, he did not have time to retract his arms, and the scales on his body grew crazily, like a hedgehog, wrapping his whole body. The scales were upside down, and each one was like a sharp blade. True yuan surged on them, and they were burning with black flames. If anyone attacked directly, it was tantamount to suicide. But Ling Xiao did not believe it. Kacha kacha, as Ling Xiao's chi sword pierced the scales cracked layer by layer like pottery. Finally, the chi sword pierced through the black dragon scales, and directly pierced the fat old man's body. The fat old man exclaimed, and his body kept retreating. He fell out of the guest room of the restaurant, and landed heavily on the ground. His body was covered in blood. He had avoided a vital point, but Ling Xiao's chi sword true essence was no joke. After wreaking havoc for a while, he would naturally still suffer heavy injuries. Puff, puff, the other two black dragon martial artists who entered the guest room were killed by Ling Xiao. Their strength was far inferior to the fat old man, and in front of Ling Xiao, they had no chance of fighting back. Bang bang bang, 3 corpses were thrown out, and they landed right next to the fat old man. Whoosh, Ling Xiao's body flashed, and he chased after them. Since the matter was already blown out of proportion, he might as well turn it upside down. Lin Bei and Long Chen watched the battle next door through a small hole, and they were shocked. In this battle, the opponents did not even touch Ling Xiao, and 3 of them were killed, and 1 was seriously injured. The 2 of them looked at each other, and their belief in Ling Xiao as the Golden Dragon Clan's young master was strengthened. If they could not revive the Dragon Clan with the help of such an expert, then it meant that the clan's luck were really gone. Outside the restaurant was brightly lit. The night market of Dragon Palace City was still bustling. Compared to the daytime market, it was even more bustling. Compared to the night market in Tianfeng City, it was like comparing a firefly to the bright moon. The fat old man being shot down on the street naturally attracted the attention of many people. Among them was the Black Dragon Clan's patrol. The fat old man took off his veil and revealed his true face. Bastard, what are you still standing there for? Come and protect this king. He was seriously injured and knew that he was definitely not Ling Xiao's opponent. Escaping was impossible, so he might as well use the patrol to help him fight. In any case, the plan to assassinate Ling Xiao was arranged by the Black Dragon King. Ninth King, how did you end up like this? A group of guards quickly surrounded the fat old man, none of them weak, each of them having a cultivation at the 7th layer of the Transcendent Realm. Assassin. An assassin wants to assassinate His Highness Dragon Emperor. The fat old man shouted. As soon as he shouted, many cultivators rushed over. Someone actually dares to cause trouble in Dragon Palace City, they're really courting death. Protect Ninth King, I want to see who has such courage. The one who spoke was a guard captain, a peak 7th layer Transcendent Realm cultivator. Captain, it's best to be careful. The person who can injure Ninth King is definitely not someone to be underestimated. We should immediately send a distress signal to Dragon Palace, perhaps they can stop this person. You're right. Thinking so, the guard captain felt a chill down his spine and hurriedly took out a signal flare and released it. When Ling Xiao came out, he naturally saw the signal flare, but he didn't stop it. The more people who knew about today's matter, the better. He couldn't wait for the Black Dragon King to come out of Dragon Palace. Otherwise, it would be really difficult to assassinate the Dragon Emperor. Get out of the way if you don't want to die. In mid-air, Ling Xiao's fists flashed with golden light and a sort of chi condensed on each of his fists, directly piercing towards the fat old man who was surrounded by the guards. This sword seemed to directly pierce through the void. It even drew in the surrounding world energy. It was as if a huge sharp blade was stabbing towards them, causing the guards to feel as if their bodies were being cut by knives. Audacious! Where did this madman come from? How dare he assassinate Ninth King in Dragon Palace City? Are you tired of living? Stop. We can't, this brat won't stop. Let's join forces to stop him. As long as the masters of Dragon Palace come, this brat will die. Ninth King, are you still able to move? The Black Dragon King had been on the throne for over 100 years, so everyone in Dragon Palace City was basically his people. These guards were the same. Regardless of whether they were right or wrong, whoever dared to attack Ninth King was naturally an enemy of the Black Dragon clan. Naturally, they had to stop them, and they had to stop them. Otherwise, once Lord Zhou died, they would all die. Get out of the way, we'll take over. Suddenly, 4 figures flew over from the distance, all of them Transcendent Realm 8th layer cultivators. The masters of Dragon Palace are here. The guards all breathed a sigh of relief. If they had to face such a ferocious guy, it would have been difficult. Now that 4 Transcendent Realm masters had arrived, the problem was much simpler. For Transcendent Realm 8th layer cultivators, 2. Mid-Transcendent Realm 8th layer late Transcendent Realm. If they weren't generals, they were kings. In any case, their combined strength was no small matter. Ling Xiao had just flown out of the restaurant and hadn't condensed any powerful moves yet, but his fist and sword were actually blocked by these 4 people. However, all they managed to do was block his attack. Ling Xiao slowly landed on the ground, as if he hadn't suffered a single blow. On the other hand, the 4 Transcendent Realm 8th layer masters were all forced back more than a dozen steps, only stopping after they had retreated into the crowd of guards, all of them wearing ugly expressions. This little brat is terrifyingly strong, no wonder he dares act so arrogant. The 4 Transcendent Realm masters all had the same thought in their minds. Whether this young man was a master or not, and how strong he was, once they fought, everything would be clear. Seeing helpers arrive, the fat old man was overjoyed, and after a short moment of healing, with the Dragon Clan's restorative ability and the effects of the pills he had taken, he was almost completely healed, allowing him to once again show off. The 4 of you, this little brat tried to assassinate the Dragon Emperor, but I saw through his plot and decided to kill him to silence him. Fortunately, I reacted quickly enough, otherwise I'm afraid I would have suffered the same fate as these 3 brothers. The 4 Transcendent Realm masters didn't doubt the fat old man's words and didn't even ask why the 3 corpses lying on the ground had their faces covered and were wearing night clothes. Who on earth was the assassin? The masters from the Dragon Palace would not ask or care about this question, because whoever dared to touch the Black Dragon tribe would die. This was the law that the Black Dragon King had told them. One of them looked coldly at Ling Xiao and said, "Thief, your strength is indeed strong, but there are many masters in the Dragon Palace. If you want to make trouble with your own strength, you are asking for trouble. It's better to obediently tie your hands and kneel down to beg for mercy." That's right. If you surrender, I might spare your pathetic life. If you don't obey, we will destroy your cultivation, cut off all the tendons in your hands and feet, and throw you into the nest of the Cyclops to feed. Hey, little guy, our dragon tribe has always been fair. Make a choice quickly. Do you want to destroy your own martial arts or wait for us to do it? Those 4 people spoke one after another, completely treating Ling Xiao as if he was nothing. Yes, Ling Xiao was indeed strong, but not strong enough to defy nature, so the 4 of them were naturally not afraid. 1-on-1 was not enough, 4 against 1 was not enough, then 5 against 1, 10 against 1. If the whole Dragon Palace attacked, would this guy still have a way to survive? They relied on the forces behind them, not their own strength. Are you done talking nonsense? If not, I can give you some time. If not, call your Black Dragon King to chat with us. Anyway, you will die today. If you don't talk today, there will be no chance in the future. Ling Zhao's expression was indifferent, as if he did not hear the words of the 4 people at all. His voice was cold. If there was an expert in the celestial realm in the Dragon Palace, he would not dare to act recklessly. After killing these guys, he would simply slip away. However, a half-step heavenly master who had accumulated 10% of his strength wanted to keep him here. It was completely impossible. In his eyes, those who dared to make a move against him were already dead. The fat elder sneered and said, "Death is at hand, and you still dare to speak without thinking. I have seen arrogant people like you before, but in the end, you were still killed by us, kneeling in front of us and begging for mercy. Oh, is that so? Then I'll make you kneel first. A playful smile appeared on Ling Zhao's face. Then, his true yuan gushed out crazily as he directly entered the human dragon form. The death dragon's extinguishment condensed in his mouth, and a black ball of light instantly took shape. Rumble, with the black sphere as the center, the surrounding air was actually distorted and deformed, forming a huge spiral shape that directly affected the surrounding environment. The ground began to crack, rolling up like noodles. The buildings began to collapse, and they were also easily broken like noodles. Countless onlookers were frightened by this terrifying scene and fled into the distance. They did not dare to look at such a lively scene, or they might lose their lives. For a moment, the streets were filled with shouts, roars, curses, and the sounds of people using lightness skills. Black Dragon Roar. Dragon Strike. Coiling Dragon Trap. Death Dragon Claw. Black Dragon spreads its wings. 5 people, 5 unique skills. 5 huge black dragons appeared on the streets at the same time. Fortunately, the Dragon Palace city was built according to the body of the Dragon clan, so the streets were very wide. Otherwise, it would not be able to accommodate them. Facing Ling Zhao's attack, the 4 experts and the fat old man did not dare to be careless. They desperately displayed their best skills and attacked Ling Xiao at the same time. Death Dragon's Extinguishment, Dragon's Roar. The black sphere in Ling Zhao's mouth turned into a black light and shot toward the 5 people, completely enveloping them. Rumble, the ground was trembling, the collapse of the buildings was even more severe. The huge bluestone slabs on the ground were directly turned into dust. Terrifying true yuan sputtered in all directions, covering a radius of tens of meters. It was simply terrifying. Damn, luckily we escaped quickly, or else we would have been implicated. What kind of scene is this? It's too shocking. Where did that young man come from? How can he be so powerful and know the dragon's roar? I heard that he's a survivor of the Golden Dragon clan. Oh my god, could it be that he's back for revenge? It's possible. Didn't the rumor say that the Black Dragon King assassinated the old Dragon Emperor, stole the throne of the Golden Dragon clan, and almost exterminated the Golden Dragon clan? I didn't expect that they were still alive and now they're back for revenge. F***ck, it turns out that the villain is complaining first. That 9th Wanya is too shameless. Shoo, lower your voice. Do you want to die? Let's wait and see. If the Black Dragon King is really about to die, it won't be too late for us to uphold justice. Let's take it easy now. Don't lose your life before upholding justice. Ling Xiao entered his human dragon form, which made many warriors guess his identity. Judging from their discussion, Ling Xiao's plan was a success. Next, as long as he could defeat the Black Dragon King, the situation would be completely reversed. Although this group of people was easily swayed, one could not expect them to die for the Golden Dragon clan that they did not know, right? That was not realistic. Only when you display great strength will you be able to make others submit to you. Pung. Of the 5 people fighting Ling Xiao, 2 were directly reduced to blood mist under the death roar and killed on the spot. Another was seriously injured and was struggling on the verge of death. Only the fat old man and the other man were only slightly injured. These 2 were quite cunning and had used the patrol guards as shields at the critical moment, otherwise, they would have also been seriously injured. Ling Xiao, who had entered his human dragon form, was extremely powerful. Even if he faced a 9th layer transcendent realm cultivator, he did not fear him, not to mention these 5 people were only 8th layer transcendent realm cultivators, not even worth mentioning. Everyone, don't panic. Fight and retreat, the Poison Dragon King will be here soon. As long as she arrives, she can easily crush this little bastard. The fat old man had already retreated far away, so his words were not very convincing. However, now that things had reached this point, the others had no other choice but to fight and retreat with him while waiting for the Poison Dragon King to arrive. They also believed in the strength of the Poison Dragon King. It was a master second only to the Black Dragon King, far more terrifying than the other 7 Dragon Kings. 2 have already died, you can't let them die alone on the road. Now, I'll have you all accompany them in death. Ling Xiao did not know what the Poison Dragon King was, nor did he care about it. After all, the Black Dragon King was only a half-step heavenly venerable with 10% of his strength, so the Poison Dragon King could not possibly be a half-step heavenly venerable. At most, it would be a 9th-layer Transcendent Realm cultivator. There was a need to pay attention here. The 7th-layer Transcendent Realm was Brave God early, mid, late, peak, and invincible. The 8th-layer Transcendent Realm was Divine Transformation early, mid, late, peak, invincible, and peerless. The 9th-layer Transcendent Realm was Divine Transformation early, mid, late, peak, invincible, peerless, and divine. Ling Xiao was now an early Transcendent Realm 7th-layer cultivator, so he could easily defeat late Transcendent Realm 8th-layer cultivators and even peak Transcendent Realm cultivators. However, facing an 8th-layer Transcendent Realm cultivator would be somewhat difficult, but he could still defeat them. However, facing an early Transcendent Realm 9th-layer cultivator, the difficulty would be even greater, definitely not as easy as before. One had to know that before reaching the Transcendent Realm 6th layer, Ling Xiao could basically challenge cultivators 2 great realms higher than him. Moreover, it was very easy for him. But now, things were not so easy. Of course, this was only his human form. In his human dragon form and ancient golden dragon form, he would become even stronger. In his human dragon form, his overall strength would increase by 50% to 100%, depending on his state and what kind of martial skill he used. Using human martial skills would increase his strength less, while using dragon race martial skills would increase his strength more. In his ancient golden dragon form, his speed would be reduced by 50%, but his other aspects would increase by more than 2 times. This increase in strength was much greater than before, mainly because the ancient golden dragon cells in his body had awakened and the heavenly dragon bloodline in his body had fused more and more. However, Yang Kai estimated that this was not his limit. When the scales of the primordial golden dragon completely lit up, Ling Xiao was absolutely certain that he would possess the terrifying power of the primordial golden dragon that could destroy the world. Even changing the world principles of the sealed world would be easy. That would be true strength in the truest sense. Of course, that was all for later. Right now, he needed to send the fat old man and the others to see the king of hell. First one. Ling Xiao's figure flickered as his target was the guard captain of the patrol team. This guy actually tried to sneak attack him while the 5 old fogies were busy dealing with him. This kind of person was the most intolerable. Everyone block him, don't let him come over. The guard captain was now panicking. The momentum he had just used to sneak attack Ling Xiao had completely disappeared and he quickly turned around to flee. Ling Xiao coldly snorted as his figure flickered, seemingly disappearing in an instant and reappearing in the next, easily arriving behind the guard captain. No. You can't kill me, I am the guard captain of Dragon Palace City, if you dare kill me, you'll definitely die. Feeling the terrifying chill behind him, the guard captain desperately roared, trying to use the Black Dragon King's power to suppress Ling Xiao. Gotcha. However, Ling Xiao didn't even frown. The chi sword slid past his opponent's throat, directly cutting off his head. Second one. Ling Xiao looked at the seriously injured expert of Dragon Palace. It doesn't feel good to be abandoned by your own people, does it? It doesn't feel good to endure pain, does it? I'll give you a quick death. No, don't kill me. You devil. Do you want to challenge the entire dragon race? You can't kill me, you can't. I curse you to die a horrible death. Ling Xiao laughed disdainfully. A chi sword shot out, and that person's body immediately exploded. Curse me to die a horrible death, then I'll let you die without a complete corpse. Challenge the entire dragon clan? You're not worthy. Back then, when you followed the Black Dragon King and killed your own kind, did you ever think that today would come? Ling Xiao sneered, his voice loud. His words were meant for the audience to hear. Sure enough, he's here to avenge the Golden Dragon clan. It seems that the rumors are true. Nonsense, of course it's true. Otherwise, why would this person risk his life to break into Dragon Palace? There must be a blood feud. Next, the third one. What did you just say? You want me to bind my hands? You want me to kneel and beg for mercy? Then I'll cut off your legs. At the same time, Ling Xiao had already arrived in front of this person. The chi sword in his hand trembled, and directly cut off this person's legs like lightning. Ah! Devil! The Black Dragon King won't let you go. He won't let you go. The Black Dragon King? He killed the old Dragon Emperor. Damn it. I'll find you in the underground soon. Don't worry. Puff, the Black Dragon clan warrior, whose legs had been cut off, finally had his throat pierced by Ling Xiao's sword. His eyes gradually lost their light. Ling Xiao originally wanted to let this person kneel for a while longer, but he felt that there were experts in the distance who were speeding up. To avoid any trouble, it was better to solve this quickly. You're the only one left, Ninth King. Ling Xiao licked his lips, showing a cold grin. Today's matter was all because of this Ninth King, so this person must die. What an overbearing and ruthless young man. Killing people like they're cutting grass, decisive and not hesitant at all. If you had a blood feud with him, I'm afraid you would do the same. Not to mention, we're not children anymore. In this kind of battle, it's always either you die or I live, there's nothing to say. That's true, but this young man is really strong. A late-stage transcendent 8th layer cultivator couldn't even resist a single blow from him. So strong at such a young age, if he lives, his future will be limitless. Unfortunately, he won't be able to escape death. And, even if the Black Dragon King doesn't take action, the Poison Dragon King can easily kill him. The Poison Dragon King is an invincible 9th layer Transcendent Realm Master. None of the onlookers were optimistic about Ling Xiao's chances, but they still felt some sympathy for Ling Xiao. Invincible 9th layer? Ling Xiao couldn't help showing a sneer. So this is the strength of the Poison Dragon King? It seems it's mediocre. If it had been a 9th layer Transcendent or 9th layer Soul Conduit, it might have been a bit more difficult to deal with, but if it was just a 9th layer Transcendent Realm Master, Yang Kai could still fight in his dragon form. If he really couldn't, he would simply transform into his ancient golden dragon form. In any case, everyone here was from the dragon race, so they wouldn't make a fuss. The fat old man fled in a panic. Seeing the masters on his side die, he no longer had the heart to fight. But how could Ling Xiao allow him to escape? From the moment you tried to assassinate me tonight, you were doomed to die. Ling Xiao sighed softly, his figure flickering as he arrived near the fat old man. Dragon Scale Transformation. When the fat old man saw that Ling Xiao had caught up to him under the threat of death, he erupted with all the true essence in his body, unleashing his strength to the extreme. Once again, he transformed into a huge black dragon. Dozens of scales flew out from his body, and they grew bigger and bigger. They formed a tight protective layer around his body in a radius of 4 to 5 meters. Each scale was like a glowing enchantment. It looked very sturdy. However, if it was just that, he still couldn't be at ease, so he used his only defensive treasure. In that instant, behind the dragon scale barrier, another layer of golden light appeared, completely enveloping him. If he combined it with the powerful defensive power of his black dragon body, he believed that even if he wasn't a match for Ling Xiao, he would at least be able to wait until the Poison Dragon King arrived. Crack, however, a sword easily shattered his beautiful dream. The dragon scale barrier quickly froze under Ling Xiao's ice dragon sword, and then shattered inch by inch, disintegrating with a loud bang. Pow! Immediately after, the ball of light couldn't withstand Ling Xiao's cold sword light and also shattered in an instant. All the defenses that fat old man had set up with all his might were useless in front of Ling Xiao's attack. That sword was too sharp, there was nothing it could not break. Brat, stop. You dare to kill a member of my dragon clan? I will definitely tear you into pieces. Right at this moment, an old female voice came from not far away. This voice was filled with incomparable viciousness and killing intent, as well as a hint of arrogance. The Poison Dragon King really came. What a pity for that kid. The people watching the battle from afar all shook their heads and broke out in a cold sweat for Ling Xiao. Grandpa Lin, what should we do? Long Chen looked at Lin Bei anxiously and asked. Let's wait and see. If we really can't do it, we'll just go all out. As long as young hero Ling doesn't die, we'll have a chance to take revenge. However, young master, don't make a move. This old servant will risk his life to save young hero Ling. Lin Bei made his decision. However, amidst countless people's cries of alarm, worry, or sneers, Ling Xiao acted as if he did not hear a certain someone's threat at all, and the sword in his hand still pierced out fearlessly. Pucci, the fat old man's defensive treasure, was a treasure. Logically speaking, the ice dragon sword, which was also a treasure, should be unable to pierce through it. However, this was only under the circumstances where both sides were of equal strength. After all, a martial tool was just a martial tool. A person with extraordinary strength, even if it was a flying leaf, could easily kill someone. The strength of the true essence that Ling Xiao instantly exploded out far surpassed the fat old man's. Therefore, this sword strike was as easy as piercing into tofu. Flying snow. Countless snowflakes danced in the air. Fat old man's body seemed to have been sliced into pieces, inch by inch, and in the end, only a pile of meat dregs remained. When the Poison Dragon King arrived, what he saw was this shocking scene. It was impossible to tell his age. However, it should be a female draconess. Her dragon scales were extremely beautiful. Every single dragon scale emitted an incomparably beautiful color, forming a body that looked like a luxurious garment. However, those who had seen a poisonous snake before would know that the more beautiful a poisonous snake was, the more terrifying it was. Just the dragon scales alone were enough to make people feel extremely uncomfortable just by looking at them. Brat, you dare not listen to this king. No one can save you today. The Poison Dragon King did not look old, but his voice was very old and hoarse. He was probably not young. You are the Poison Dragon King? The Black Dragon King sent you here to die, so you obediently came. What an idiot. Facing the Poison Dragon King, Ling Xiao revealed a pitiful sneer, then lightly shook off the blood on the ice dragon sword and said indifferently. What an arrogant thief. But you won't be so arrogant after this. The Poison Dragon King had already entered his poison dragon form. The poison dragon's body wasn't as huge as the black dragon's. It was more like a huge poisonous snake, but if one looked carefully, it did have the characteristics of a divine dragon. Wisps of black smoke were emitted from the beautiful scales on its body. Her eyes emitted a sinister red light. On her forehead, there was a crystal that looked like an emerald, as if it had been there since birth. It was very dangerous. Ling Xiao could feel that this Poison Dragon King's strength far surpassed any dragon he had encountered before. The aura of the ancient dragon race spread out from his body, causing people to tremble. However, a moment later, the primordial golden dragon in his body opened his eyes, and a vast aura of an emperor spread out, filling his entire body. The dignity of an emperor was not to be provoked. Even though the awakened primordial golden dragon was extremely weak, it still did not allow other dragons to dare provoke him. Brat, this king will give you a chance to live on account of your outstanding talent. Now, cripple your cultivation, break your own tendons, and obediently follow me back to beg for forgiveness. Perhaps you can leave your dog life behind. Otherwise, this king will let you taste the most painful punishment in the world, the feeling of living a life worse than death. The Poison Dragon King seemed to have also sensed the emperor's aura in Ling Xiao's body, so he did not immediately make a move. Instead, he spoke to Ling Xiao in an extremely arrogant tone. Just now, someone said that he was going to cripple my cultivation and make me kneel. But unfortunately, the one who knelt in the end was him, and he's already dead. Ling Xiao looked at the Poison Dragon King indifferently. The other party's dragon might was already meaningless to him. The strength of the dragon might in his body was even more terrifying than the other parties. If they were to truly clash, the one who would suffer would absolutely not be him. Stubborn. The Poison Dragon King's eyes revealed a crazy killing intent. Brat, you've already angered this king. Next, not only will you die, but you will also die very miserably. As an expert in the dragon race whose strength was second only to the Black Dragon King, the Poison Dragon King was considered the Black Dragon King's most loyal lackey. Of course, it did not rule out that this Poison Dragon King and the Black Dragon King had that kind of relationship. There were also rumors about this in the Dragon Palace, but no one knew whether it was true or false. This Dragon King could be said to be above tens of thousands of people below one person. No one had ever dared to disobey her. But today, a mere descendant of the Golden Dragon race actually dared to speak to her like this, which made her furious. She could choose not to avenge the dead dragons. She could also choose not to care that Ling Xiao was a member of the Golden Dragon race. But she could not ignore that someone dared to disobey her. This was the key to her wanting to kill Ling Xiao. Wuxia Gale suddenly appeared. The Poison Dragon King's huge body was actually so agile. In an instant, it had already arrived in front of Ling Xiao. Then, its claws, which contained highly toxic poison, fiercely slapped towards Ling Xiao. This speed is probably faster than my Cloud Dragon Divine Travel, but it's not as good as my Golden Light Dragon Wings. Ling Xiao had long been used to fighting at an extremely fast speed. Therefore, when the Poison Dragon King moved, he was already prepared. A sword appeared in his hand. It was the Thunder Shadow Sword, Rumbling Thunder Flash. The moves that he used were naturally not as fast as the moves that came with the weapon. Now that it was a fight of speed, Ling Xiao naturally had to use a faster speed. Boom! The sword light collided with the huge dragon claw, but it was actually unable to pierce through. On the huge dragon claw, there was a strange multicolored true essence that continuously spewed out. It was as if it had transformed into dozens of poisonous dragons that continuously tore apart Ling Xiao's sword chi. Then, it pounced towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's pupils suddenly constricted, and then his body suddenly retreated. He could feel that not only was the Poison Dragon King's cultivation powerful, but his combat experience and methods were also much more brilliant than the fellows he had encountered before. If he did not retreat from that attack just now, his life would be in danger. Humph, your mouth is not bad, but your strength is only so. Go to hell now. The Poison Dragon King's original worry disappeared after forcing Ling Xiao to retreat repeatedly with a single claw. In her opinion, Ling Xiao was just so. The Emperor's aura that she had sensed earlier should have been an illusion. As a result, the huge claw pounced once again. This time, the power was even more ferocious than before. It simply caused the earth to shake and the mountains to shake. Thunder Celestial Phenomenon, Rumbling Thunder Flash. Ling Xiao's expression was still indifferent. The move that he used this time was exactly the same as before. However, it fused with the Thunder Celestial Phenomenon. For a time, thunder rumbled. It was as if there was a huge rumbling sound between heaven and earth. It was the same sword, but the power could not be mentioned in the same breath. As if carrying the wrath of the Thunder God, this sword directly slammed onto that enormous dragon claw. Boom! The vital essence on the dragon claw shattered and collapsed. Ling Xiao's sword energy actually still had remnants, leaving a very shallow scratch on the Poison Dragon King's dragon claw. Your vital essence is rather strange. I didn't expect that there was actually such a peculiar internal force cultivation method in this world. I was careless. The Poison Dragon King's brows were tightly knitted. She originally thought that the battle could be resolved in an instant, but she did not expect that an unforeseen event would occur again. However, if it was only like this, she still had nothing to be afraid of. The conditions can be changed. If you're willing to hand over this internal force cultivation method, I might spare your life. Otherwise, even if you're blessed with heavenly talent, you'll definitely die today. Don't you think that it's too much of a pity? Although the Poison Dragon King was a dragon man, she could enter human form and naturally could use human martial arts. Greed arose in her and she urgently wanted to obtain Ling Xiao's martial arts. Sorry, not interested. Looks like you really want to die. The Poison Dragon King no longer held any illusions. This brat in front of her was simply a fellow who was impervious to oil and salt. Looks like she could only use force. Thinking up to here, she suddenly opened her enormous mouth, and a ball of multicolored light condensed in her mouth. Poison Dragon's Roar. Amidst the roar, a multicolored light shot out from her enormous mouth, instantly spreading across the entire street. In an instant, the entire street fell apart because of this. Poisonous gas even emitted from the damaged traces, looking simply like the scene of the end of the world. Death Dragon's Extinction, Dragon's Roar. Ling Xiao roared angrily, and the dragon's roar was also released at the same time. The same power was ample, and the same scene was shocking. Boom! The roars of the two dragons met in the middle of the street, and then exploded. They were actually evenly matched in their battle. Die for me. Perhaps she had long expected this. The Poison Dragon King's attack did not stop. After the dragon's roar was released, this fellow actually took the opportunity to pounce over. The moment the power collapsed, her huge claws once again appeared in front of Ling Xiao. This Poison Dragon King is truly worthy of being an invincible 9th-layer Transcendent Realm cultivator. Coupled with his dragon race body, he is likely much stronger than a human of the same strength. Ling Xiao mused, but his hands didn't stop moving. He stabbed out with his sword, using the Thunder Constellation in combination with the Thunderous Flash. Since this move could break the old man's Dragon Claw art, then there was no harm in using it a few more times. The only thing he was worried about now was whether this old man had any other tricks up his sleeve. Therefore, he didn't use any moves that were too powerful. After all, he had to keep some trump cards. This sword thrust was actually unable to completely eliminate the opponent's claw power. It seemed like the Poison Dragon King's attacks were getting stronger and stronger. This old man had actually concealed his strength from the start. Sure enough, he was not easy to deal with. The Poison Dragon King's claws kept striking out. In the eyes of the distant onlookers, it was like a giant beast pouncing on a mouse. The scene was a little comical, but the destructive power it brought made everyone unable to laugh. This kind of confrontation was too terrifying. Fortunately, Dragon Palace City was built to be relatively spacious. Otherwise, it would probably be in ruins by now. Dual wield. A sword suddenly appeared in Ling Xiao's left hand. It was the Raging Wind Sword. Thunder Constellation, Thunderous Flash. Wind Constellation, Raging Wind Shuttle. Death Dragon Extinction, Dragon Roar. Ling Xiao launched 3 moves at the same time, attacking the Poison Dragon King's 3 vital points. It had been a long time since someone forced him to use this dual-wield special skill. He didn't expect to use it again today. Pung, the Thunderous Flash was directly blocked by the Poison Dragon King's claws. Boom, the Dragon Roar was blocked by the Poison Dragon King with the same Dragon Roar. However, the terrifying lethality of the Raging Wind Shuttle still pierced into the Poison Dragon King's dragon scales. However, it was only for an instant. The terrifying sword Qi was directly reflected by the Poison Dragon King, flying past Ling Xiao's ear and hitting the building behind him, leaving a very smooth cut. The Poison Dragon King sneered disdainfully, "Struggle, all your struggles are futile. In front of this king, you, a trivial 7th-layer Transcendent Realm cultivator, is not enough to look at." "Is that so?" "I don't think so." Ling Xiao smiled faintly. The other party didn't seem to notice that he hadn't summoned his martial spirit yet. Could it be that the dragon race didn't know about the existence of martial spirits? It seemed normal. After all, martial spirits were created by humans to fight against powerful ancient beasts. It was normal that they didn't understand. Boom, terrifying True Qi rose rapidly and the phantom of the Plague Demon King martial spirit appeared behind Ling Xiao. In the outside world, Ling Xiao was unwilling to use this martial spirit easily, mainly because he was worried about causing unnecessary trouble. But here, he didn't have such scruples. Martial spirit? How can the dragon race have martial spirits? Is this brat a human? Idiot, the dragon race already has a human form, so it's not strange for them to have martial spirits. How could the rich golden dragon aura on his body be fake? That's true, but what kind of martial spirit is this? It feels so terrifying. Seeing Ling Xiao summon his martial spirit, the onlookers were all shocked. The Poison Dragon King on the other side was also clearly stunned. "Now, try the power of my sword technique." Ling Xiao withdrew his Thunder Shadow Sword and Furious Wind Sword and summoned his Ice Dragon Sword. Flying Snow. As the Plague Demon King martial spirit's body emitted a strange light, Ling Xiao's sword light actually had a strange dark green tinge to it. The sword light was too fast. In an instant, it arrived in front of the Poison Dragon King. The Poison Dragon King responded indifferently. Although she could no longer block this sword, because she was caught off guard, the attack was extremely fast. However, Pucci, this time, the flying snow actually pierced into the Poison Dragon King's huge body without any hindrance, causing a burst of crimson dragon blood to spurt out. Fortunately, the Poison Dragon King had dodged at the last moment and avoided being hit in her vitals. Otherwise, this sword would have seriously injured her. She might even die a miserable death. What? The Poison Dragon King looked at his bleeding wound in shock, unable to believe that this was actually true. He had actually been injured by a 7th-layer Transcendent Realm cultivator. It's a pity that I wasn't able to kill you. Otherwise, you would have suffered less. Ling Xiao revealed a helpless expression as he stood there, as if lamenting the fact that his sword was not as effective as it seemed. Forget it, against an expert of your level, it's normal that I can't kill you with a single sword strike, but the more it's like this, the more painful it will be for you. Little thief, don't get carried away. Just now, this king was just careless. This time, how can I allow you to hurt this king? The Poison Dragon King was furious, and a terrifying dragon pressure spread throughout the entire street, causing countless creatures to tremble in fear. The seemingly invisible and colorless dragon pressure had become the Poison Dragon King's most terrifying trump card at this time. However, Ling Xiao stood there as if he didn't feel anything. Facing the Poison Dragon King's dragon might, Ling Xiao seemed to not feel anything at all. It was as if he was looking at a rabbit baring its fangs and brandishing its claws in front of a tiger. It was actually somewhat laughable. Use your trump card. Otherwise, you will definitely die with this sword strike. Ling Xiao really wanted to steal something from the Poison Dragon King, but other than having a lot of experience and strength, the Dragon Clan's martial skills were also very poor, causing people to sigh. He gripped the Ice Dragon sword tightly, and an ice-cold aura that covered the sky and covered the earth began to spread. Within this ice-cold aura, there were actually traces of dragon might, causing the Poison Dragon King to involuntarily tremble. Wind Celestial Phenomenon? Ice and Snowstorm. Ling Xiao stood there, his extremely strong true essence surging out from the Ice Dragon sword, forming a huge tornado that grew bigger and bigger. Within the tornado, snowflakes danced in the air. It was bone-chilling cold. Poison Feather Robe. Finally, the Poison Dragon King sensed the threat of Ling Xiao's sword strike that was enough to kill her. She used her own creation, Poison Feather Robe. It could be used to defend and attack. The crazy 5-colored true essence actually turned into a huge piece of clothing that draped over her body. The barrier formed by the poison was 4 to 5 meters thick. Ling Xiao's Ice and Snowstorm and the Poison Feather Robe were entangled for a full 3 to 4 minutes before the outcome was decided. The originally sure-kill attack had been slowed down and its power had been weakened. When it landed on the Poison Dragon King's body, blood splattered everywhere. It caused the Poison Dragon King to turn into a blood dragon. However, he was unable to kill it. You are indeed very obedient. However, it's a pity that I don't care about this move of yours. There's no point in learning it. Ling Xiao was completely disappointed. He decided to kill the Poison Dragon King. So, the Ice Dragon sword in his hand continuously attacked. Bang bang bang, the Poison Dragon King's dragon claws continued to wave to block, and on top of the shroud, his flesh and scales continued to fall, his injuries becoming more and more serious. Poison Dragon King, you just said that you wanted me to cripple your cultivation, right? How about now? Do you feel very aggrieved? As Ling Xiao attacked, he continued to break down the Poison Dragon King's mentality. Your strength is passable. At the very least, you are much more powerful than many human warriors in the same realm. However, it's useless. I only summoned 1 martial spirit and you are already at your limit. If it were 2 or 3 martial spirits, you would only be killed in seconds. Bastard! How dare you look down on this prince? The Poison Dragon King was furious. She, who was high and mighty, had never been humiliated like this before. She couldn't take it anymore. Her anger had reached its limit. Dragon Balls. The Poison Dragon King suddenly opened his mouth and spat out a colorful ball. Unlike the energy sphere of Dragon's Roar, this sphere looked real. The Dragon Pearl, which was the Dragon Clan's Niden, could also be called the Dragon Core. Basically, when the Great Wasteland beasts reached the end of the fight, they would spit out Dragon Balls as a final counterattack if they knew that they were no match for their opponent. The Dragon Pearl was the core power of the Dragon Clan. It was extremely powerful, but when used to attack enemies, once damaged, it would cause permanent damage. In the best-case scenario, his cultivation would plummet. In the worst-case scenario, his cultivation would no longer be able to progress and his body would suffer all kinds of injuries. Therefore, no Dragon Clan member would do this until the last moment. Now, the Poison Dragon King was obviously forced into a corner by Ling Xiao. Kill! The Poison Dragon King took a deep breath and roared in his loudest voice. Her body glowed with a colorful light, and at the same time, her face obviously aged a lot. As for the red crystal on his forehead, it directly shattered and turned into energy that merged into the Dragon Ball. The Dragon Pearl released a dazzling light and blasted towards Ling Xiao at lightning speed. Shadow Clone, Ling Xiao saw that the situation was not good and hurriedly sent out 13 Sword Soul clones. While the Dragon Pearl was flying, a huge hole appeared in the ground and it collided with the first Sword Soul clone. The Sword Soul clone had about 70% of Ling Xiao's strength and could be considered a Transcendent Realm Master, but in front of this Dragon Pearl, it was so weak that it couldn't even withstand a single blow. It exploded in an instant. Ling Xiao couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Fortunately, he dodged, otherwise, if the Dragon Pearl hit him, even if he didn't explode into a bloody mist, he would definitely be smashed into pieces. Boom, with another bang, another Sword Soul doppelganger was destroyed. Then the third, the fourth, the fifth, the Sword Soul clones exploded one after another. It wasn't until the 13th Sword Soul clone was shattered that the power of the Dragon Pearl weakened a lot. Ling Xiao saw the opportunity and revealed a greedy look. He opened his mouth and swallowed the Dragon Pearl directly into his stomach, and then sent it into the mountain river world. Even though the Poison Dragon King's Dragon Pearl was very powerful, it still couldn't cause any trouble after entering the mountain river world. After taking the Poison Dragon King's Dragon Pearl, the Poison Dragon King was half dead. Ling Xiao originally planned to kill it. However, at this moment, he felt a powerful aura coming from afar. Black Dragon King? No, there were two people. Ling Xiao felt that something was wrong and instantly spread his golden dragon wings, bringing Long Chen and Lin Bei into the distance. The Black Dragon King was a half-step heavenly venerable with 10% of his strength, and the other black-robed man was probably an expert of the Black Spirit organization. His strength was actually on par with the Black Dragon King. Ling Xiao had a 20 to 30% chance of dealing with one of them, but against two, even he couldn't win. Therefore, it was wise to leave temporarily. So fast, why did he escape? The onlookers were confused. A moment later, the two figures landed on the ground. Only then did they understand why Ling Xiao escaped. It's actually the Black Dragon King. And the Imperial Preceptor. No wonder that Golden Dragon youth escaped. So he had already sensed the danger. The Black Dragon King is 10 times stronger than the Poison Dragon King, not to mention the Imperial Preceptor accompanying him. However, this child can be proud. He actually survived the attack of the Poison Dragon King's Dragon Pearl and even snatched it away. The Poison Dragon King can be considered crippled. That Dragon Pearl needs over 1,000 years to cultivate into an embryonic form, and 10,000 years to have the ability to attack. The Poison Dragon King has lived for over 10,000 years, but he fell in the hands of a youth. Yeah, he's strong, and his ability to escape is even stronger. He actually has the ability to sense danger. I'm afraid it won't be easy for the Black Dragon King to kill him. Bang, the Black Dragon King landed on the ground, and a crack appeared on the ground. His human dragon form was actually very tall and mighty, simply like a small giant. Poison Dragon King, what's going on? How did you become like this? The Black Dragon King asked with a gloomy face. He originally thought that with the Poison Dragon King taking action, he could easily kill Ling Xiao, Long Chen, and Lin Bei. But he hadn't expected that in the Dragon Palace, he would suddenly feel the Poison Dragon King's aura become extremely weak, so he hurriedly rushed over. However, he found that the scene was a mess. The 4 masters of the Dragon Palace, including his 9th brother, had all been killed. The Poison Dragon King was also half dead. Even his Dragon Pearl had been snatched away. Hateful, that little brat actually has the Dragon Emperor's dragon pressure. I can't suppress him. Black Dragon King, you must help me take back my Dragon Pearl, otherwise I'll be crippled. The Poison Dragon King gnashed his teeth in anger. Rest assured, I will. The Black Dragon King still needed the Poison Dragon King as his henchman, so he naturally wouldn't abandon him so easily. He wanted to see if a trivial 7th-layer Transcendent Realm cultivator could overturn the heavens. Deep in the forest, between mountains and rivers, There was a hidden valley. After settling Lin Bei and Long Chen down, Ling Xiao began to cultivate here. He could feel that his current strength was not enough to defeat the Black Dragon King and the Imperial Tutor, so he had to become stronger. At present, there were 3 ways to improve his strength. First, he needed to improve his cultivation. After several days of fighting, his early Transcendent Realm's 7th layer cultivation had completely stabilized, so there wouldn't be any harm in trying to break through. It seemed he could now consume the Fire Spirit Fruit and Water Spirit Fruit. Second, refine the Poison Dragon Pearl and make it his own magic weapon. This shouldn't be a problem, but he needed to use the ancient Golden Dragon to tame the Dragon Pearl first, which would take some time. Third, improve the level of the Mountain and River Martial Spirit. Although Ling Xiao had several martial spirits, his core martial spirit was the Mountain and River Martial Spirit. This had never changed. The other martial spirits could only be used for fighting, but they could not improve his overall strength. The Mountain and River Martial Spirit was different. When the level of the Mountain and River Martial Spirit increased, the 9 abilities would also increase, including his overall strength. This was closely related to him. He didn't know if he had enough time. Although this place was hidden, it was still in the Land of Dragons. The Black Dragon King had been the Dragon Emperor for so many years, it was only a matter of time before he found this place. Let's do it one by one. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao ate the Fire Spirit Fruit and Water Spirit Fruit he had obtained before. Others needed to eat one by one, but his body's absorption ability was too strong, so there was no need for that. He could still digest them all. Not far away, Long Chen and Lin Bei were also cultivating, but they were just cultivating in passing. More importantly, they were protecting Ling Xiao. The 2 of them could see that if the Golden Dragon clan wanted to regain the imperial power, or even if the entire Dragon clan wanted to rise again, they absolutely couldn't do without Ling Xiao's help. As long as Ling Xiao was well, they would naturally be well. At the same time, Dragon Palace. Inside the main hall of the Dragon Palace, the Black Dragon King's dark eyes flashed with killing intent. He slammed the dragon throne and said, "Investigate. Use the power of the entire Dragon clan. Even if we have to turn the entire land of dragons upside down, we must find this Ling Xiao. Your Majesty Dragon Emperor, what should we do after we find them? Inform me immediately. Don't act rashly, lest we alert the enemy." The Black Dragon King was still rather rational. Even the Poison Dragon King was not a match for Ling Xiao, so there was probably no one under him who could defeat Ling Xiao. That was why he ordered his subordinates to inform him as soon as possible. Understood. Everyone left, leaving only the Black Dragon King and the Black Spirit Imperial Advisor in the hall. Is the plan going well? The Black Dragon King asked. Don't worry. We have already contacted one of the inner sect elders of Yuehua School. He has already agreed to help. However, in order to prevent any unforeseen circumstances, this Ling Xiao must die. As for the other Yuehua School disciples, none of them can be spared. The Black Spirit Imperial Preceptor's eyes flashed with strong killing intent. It was still the same dense forest. It was still the same valley. From the outside, it was very difficult to discover that there were actually people here. Huh. Ling Xiao abruptly opened his eyes, and 2 beams of golden light shot out from his eyes, piercing through a nearby tree. This golden light was condensed from his true qi and was extremely powerful. Middle 7th layer Transcendent Realm. It seems that after entering the 7th layer, every small realm is extremely difficult to advance. Ling Xiao took a deep breath. After spending a full hour and consuming a large number of fire and water spirit fruits, his cultivation had only advanced by a small realm. However, the fire and water spirit fruits had brought him other benefits. They had increased his fire and water resistance by a lot. If a Transcendent Realm cultivator attacked him with fire or water attribute attacks, the damage would be reduced by half. If it was a Heaven Realm cultivator, it was unknown. However, it was estimated that it would be reduced, perhaps by 10%. After all, a Heaven Realm cultivator was a Great Realm cultivator, so the situation was completely different. The effect of the Earth Spirit body was basically the same as the effects of these 2 fruits. In other words, among the 5 elements, the damage caused to him by fire, water, and water attribute attacks had been greatly reduced. In addition, this was only an increase in his resistance. In terms of attack power, the power of fire, water, and water attribute attacks had also increased. Basically, as long as Ling Xiao did not break through to the heaven realm, the power of his attacks would increase by about 50%, which was equivalent to a significant increase in his attack power. After breaking through a small realm, Ling Xiao did not stop cultivating. He took out the gold spirit core Lin Bei had given him and began absorbing its energy. The fire and water spirit fruits could help him advance by a small realm, so the effect of the gold spirit core was basically the same. Another hour passed and the gold spirit core in his hand completely disappeared. At this time, his cultivation really broke through again, reaching the late 7th layer transcendent realm. Not only that, but he had also condensed the gold spirit body, which gave him metal attribute resistance as well as an attack bonus. Metal, water, fire, earth. Currently, among the 5 elements, Yang Kai already had 4 resistances and attack bonuses. As long as he obtained a wood attribute treasure, whether it was the wood spirit fruit or the wood spirit core, he would have all 5 resistances and attack bonuses. At the same time, the people from the dragon race were conducting a thorough search for him and were currently approaching the valley. Ling Xiao judged that there was still time, so he had to proceed to the second step, which was to refine the poison dragon pearl. The poison attribute was an extension of the wood attribute, so if he could refine or tame it, he would really have all 5 elements resistances and attack bonuses. Moreover, the poison dragon pearl contained the poison dragon king's life's work. If he could really refine it, his cultivation would increase, and even his mountain and river martial spirit would be enhanced. This was even the 3rd step. Thinking so, Ling Xiao was slightly excited. However, he still forced himself to calm down. Taking a deep breath, Yang Kai said to Long Chen and Lin Bei, who were responsible for guarding the valley, "I'll have to trouble the 2 of you. If enemies come, can you help hold them off for a while?" "Young hero Ling, little brother, don't worry." Ling Xiao nodded his head and closed his eyes again, sensing the poison dragon pearl in the mountain and river world. At this moment, the poison dragon pearl had already been completely suppressed by the immemorial golden dragon's dragon might. Originally, it was still rampaging in the mountain and river world, but now, it was obediently waiting there, not daring to move at all, like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Great! This is the time. Ling Xiao allowed his soul power to envelop the poison dragon pearl and then began to refine it. The poison dragon pearl began to tremble violently, but the immemorial golden dragon's dragon might was too strong, so it still did not dare to move. An unending stream of energy and the dragon race's soul power poured into Ling Xiao's body and his mountain and river martial spirit. This feeling made him feel extremely comfortable, as if he was using a straw to suck coconut juice from a coconut. It's starting. Ling Xiao was overjoyed. He could clearly feel that the true qi in his martial veins was constantly rising, gurgling like boiling water. This was clearly the precursor to a breakthrough. At the same time, the mountain and river martial spirit also underwent a strange change. Ling Xiao could feel that it was also growing. Originally, it was only an incorporeal body, but it quickly condensed into a solid body and continued to grow. As expected of the poison dragon king who had lived for more than 10,000 years. Although her strength was not very good, that was because of the seal in the Moonlight Pagoda, not because she was weak. All her strength was bound to the poison dragon bead and could only slowly seep out through the small opening in the seal. If there was no seal, this poison dragon king's cultivation would be at least at the yin-yang realm, definitely not lower than the Moon Maiden. Ling Xiao thought to himself. This Moonlight Maiden was really powerful, actually sealing the dragon race just like that. However, it was impossible not to seal them. If these dragons were too strong, even the Moonlight Pagoda would not be able to trap them, which would be troublesome. Kong. Suddenly, a powerful force soared into the sky. Ling Xiao had broken through again, this time after 2 hours. Peak of the Transcendent Realm's 7th layer, Ling Xiao opened his eyes, revealing a look of ecstasy. Just refining 1% of the poison dragon bead's energy allowed my cultivation to break through to the peak of the Transcendent Realm's 7th layer. More importantly, my mountain and river martial spirit has evolved to the leaving body stage. Although it can only last for a breath of time, this is simply a great improvement. Ling Xiao sensed the changes in his body and his face was filled with joy. In addition, he also obtained a resistance to the poison attribute, but unfortunately, although the poison attribute was an extension of the wood attribute, it did not seem to be able to obtain the full effects of the wood attribute. Of course, even so, Ling Xiao was already satisfied. His plague demon king martial spirit basically used poison attribute attacks, so being able to increase his poison attribute attacks was not bad. Moreover, this was actually a small matter. Ling Xiao discovered a strange phenomenon. After the mountain and river martial spirit advanced to the leaving body stage, one of its abilities also changed. His martial will had become the will of mountains and rivers. After obtaining a martial soul, martial will seemed to have become useless. However, now that it had changed and become the will of the mountains and rivers, the meaning was completely different. He could feel that the so-called mountain-river will was the invisible energy that could be integrated into the mountain-river world in all attacks. When the enemy fought with him, it was like fighting with nature. That kind of feeling was just too awesome. Although he could not directly use the mountain-river martial soul to fight, with the mountain-river will, he was not far from using the mountain-river martial soul. Currently, his mountain-river will was only about 10%. However, this was only achieved after absorbing 1% of the poison dragon pearl's power. This will could still be improved. This kind of will of mountains and rivers was not illusory. It was condensed into a martial skill and could greatly increase Ling Xiao's battle prowess. It was extremely terrifying. If he could stimulate the will of mountains and rivers with his soul force, he could easily kill cultivators below the Transcendent Realm's 6th layer. The mountain river will was only one of the abilities of the mountain river martial soul, yet it was already so terrifying. Then, how could the overall upgrade of the mountain river martial soul bring nothing to Ling Xiao? He could feel that whether it was his attack, defense, soul, or aptitude, they had all undergone a qualitative change. If he encountered the Poison Dragon King again now, he could basically kill him in a single move. There was no need for him to fight for so long. More intuitively, the upgrade of the mountain river martial soul had increased his overall strength by nearly 50%. Not only that, the mountain river will could also increase his attack power by nearly 50%. Adding all of these together, his attack power had doubled. What a terrifying boost this was. Although his cultivation was still at the peak of the Transcendent Realm's 7th layer, facing the Black Dragon King and Imperial Teacher Black Spirit, he was absolutely not afraid at all. Go! Suddenly, Ling Xiao's right hand shot out a sword of qi. The mountain river will merged into it and gushed out, turning into a dazzling beam of light. Kacha. A frightening scene appeared. One of the cliffs that originally surrounded the valley was actually directly pierced through by the sword. The cut was smooth and bright, revealing its sharpness. It actually extended for more than 30 meters. Good. Ling Xiao was very satisfied with this attack. In the past, when his soul force was merged into his attack, it could only produce a second attack, but it couldn't increase his attack power. But now, it was different. His soul force could greatly increase his attack power through the mountain river will. That was real damage. In the distance, Long Chen and Lin Bei glanced at each other, their eyes filled with horror. Ling Xiao's sword was too amazing. In the dark night, Dragon Palace was filled with killing intent. There was a huge disagreement within the Dragon clan. Some of the dragon men who had submitted to the Black Dragon King's tyranny were discussing plans in their homes. They were waiting for the situation to clear up. Because everyone knew that the descendants of the Golden Dragon clan had returned to seek revenge from the Black Dragon King. Although they were young, they were very powerful. However, the Black Dragon King would not let these two youths go. The intensive search outside was the best example. Unless the two descendants of the Golden Dragon clan escaped under Lin Bei's lead, a battle was inevitable. Either the Golden Dragon clan would be completely exterminated, or the Black Dragon King would be killed. The air was filled with a tense atmosphere, making it difficult for people to breathe. Report. The Black Dragon King has found the hiding place of the Golden Dragon clan. Such reports rose and fell one after another in Dragon Palace. Therefore, countless experts came out in full force. They wanted to witness this historic moment. Would the Golden Dragon clan regain the throne, or would the Black Dragon King completely eliminate the potential enemies? Tonight, the answer would be revealed. Outside Dragon City, on a spacious road, a figure suddenly appeared. The dragon wings on his back were folded. He quickly fell to the ground, but when he landed, he was as light as a feather. He didn't even startle any birds nearby. This was the only way to the valley. Ling Xiao let Long Chen and Lin Bei wait for him in the distance, while he came here to welcome the Black Dragon King and the others. The decisive battle would end tonight. He had 2 swords in his hands. One was the purple flash sword, the other was the overflow rain sword. The overflow rain sword could be strengthened with the help of the water attribute. It also had a special skill that could produce a terrifying group attack effect. The purple flash sword had the special skill, Purple Lightning Shocks the World. It could upgrade the purple flash sword to an immortal grade precious weapon in an hour. The attack of an immortal grade precious weapon was needless to say. Long black hair. A pair of pitch black pupils. Long black robe. He was like a demon god who had walked out of hell. He stood there quietly, staring ahead. Strike first and gain the upper hand. This was Ling Xiao's battle strategy all along. Ling Xiao believed that instead of waiting for the Black Dragon King and the others to kill him in the mountain valley, it would be better to prepare everything here and ambush them. Lathe effect would be better and the battle would be easier. His cultivation had just broken through to the peak of the 7th layer transcendent realm and his mountains and rivers martial spirit had just been upgraded, so what he needed now was a hardy battle to temper his cultivation. In fact, he could raise his cultivation to a higher level, but he chose not to do so. There was no benefit in raising his cultivation base. As such, he was actually suppressing his cultivation. Once this battle was over or after he fully adapted to his cultivation base at the peak of the 7th layer transcendent realm, he would be able to fully release this strength. At that time, he would become an invincible 7th layer transcendent realm cultivator. He would truly be invincible in the same realm. On both sides of the dark road were dense jungles and lush mountain ranges. There were no signs of human habitation, only the low roars of wild beasts could be heard in the night. It was a moonless and windy night. It was time to kill. Suddenly, Yang Kai looked into the distance and saw a blurry figure rushing over. For a long-distance raid, even the Black Dragon King would not rely on his movement skill, he would definitely have a mount. Yang Kai could see a large number of Cyclops being used as mounts as they galloped over. Most of these Cyclops were level 7 vicious beasts, with some being level 8 vicious beasts, so they were not very strong. However, they were so large that an average person would probably feel their legs go soft before they even started fighting. Ling Xiao's pupils turned golden, and even from several dozen kilometers away, he could clearly see several dozen Cyclops and several hundred earth dragons. These were a kind of dragon subspecies, and outside the Moonlight Treasure Pagoda, they were definitely powerful beasts. However, inside the Moonlight Treasure Pagoda, just like the Cyclops, they were affected by the seal and were generally only level 6 or level 7 vicious beasts. However, they were very fast and ran smoothly, making them very suitable mounts. Further behind, there were thousands of mounts of various colors. They didn't look like the subordinates of the Black Dragon King, but more like they were here to watch the show. That was because they were quite far away from the hundreds of people in front of them, and even the flags they hung were different. This was clearly telling Ling Xiao to treat them differently. No matter what, the Black Dragon King and his subordinates had finally arrived. Ling Xiao let out a long breath of turbid air. He didn't like to wait. Fortunately, he didn't have to wait for long this time. Stop. When they were about 1 mile away, the Black Dragon King suddenly raised his hand, indicating for the entire army to stop. However, due to inertia, they still moved forward several hundred meters before finally stopping. The Black Dragon King's soul force had already completely locked onto Ling Xiao. Among the people who had come, the Black Dragon King's cultivation was the strongest, and his perception ability was not weak. This was normal. If he didn't have this ability, how could he have killed the old Dragon Emperor and ascended to the position of Dragon Emperor? The Black Dragon King's black gem-like dragon eyes emitted 2 ominous glints. In the darkness of the night, they looked like 2 will-o'-the-wisps. Ling Xiao could feel that the Black Dragon King's eyes were emitting a powerful dragon might that wanted to intimidate him. As expected of the Black Dragon King. As expected of a half-step Empyrean who had been tempered on the battlefield, he was much more powerful than that stupid woman, by Fei Fei. You seem to have broken through? Middle Transcendent Realm 7th layer? Ling Zhao's model was set to the middle transcendent realm's 7th layer, so there was no need for the other party to know his true cultivation. This way, it would be easier for the other party to underestimate him, allowing him to carry out his plan more easily. No matter how powerful the Black Dragon King was, he still couldn't see through the mountain and river martial spirit's model ability. He couldn't see through it before, and now he couldn't see through it. After all, Ling Zhao's mountain and river martial spirit had already broken through. Yes, I heard you were chasing me, so I waited here for you. Ling Zhao chuckled. Ha ha ha, don't bluff, do you think this emperor doesn't know? There is no ambush here. The Black Dragon King laughed. Ling Zhao said indifferently, ambush? 2. Deal with you, is there a need for an ambush? I, Ling Zhao, alone am enough. Today, all of you will be buried here. It's that simple. The purple lightning sword and overflowing rain sword stabbed into the ground on either side of him, his eyes filled with determination and confidence. Ha ha ha, countless wild laughs rang out from the Cyclops and Earth Dragon King. Everyone thought this was a joke. Just because Ling Zhao had defeated the Poison Dragon King didn't mean he could be so arrogant and ignorant. The several hundred people who had come were all the Black Dragon King's elite subordinates, and several dozen of them were Transcendent Realm 8th layer masters. Even if Ling Zhao was strong, could he fight against so many people? Your Majesty Dragon Emperor, leave this person to me. The one who spoke was a man in black. The dragon race people only knew that this man in black was a guard brought by the Imperial Grandmaster, but they didn't know that he was a master sent by the Black Spirit Organization specifically to deal with Ling Zhao. This person's cultivation was comparable to the Poison Dragon King's. Although he knew that Ling Zhao had snatched the Poison Dragon King's Dragon Pearl, he thought it was only because the Poison Dragon King had underestimated him. So. The Black Spirit Master jumped down from the Cyclops and like an arrow from a crossbow, he instantly arrived in front of Ling Zhao and sent out a palm strike towards Ling Zhao. His movements were like a fierce dragon and his palm was like thunder. His true chi condensed into a strange vortex, causing a bright yellow light to wildly distort. This punch directly shook the trees around Ling Zhao and caused them to explode. Black Spirit Martial Skill, Earth-Shattering Heaven-Shocking Palm, an invincible 9th layer Transcendent Realm cultivator's aura was extremely powerful. This person's killing intent was condensed from killing countless people. He was not good at anything else, but this set of martial skills had already reached the acme of perfection, to the point of perfection. It was rumored that when a Black Spirit Master reached this level of strength, he could kill an 8th grade vicious beast with a single palm strike. However, in Ling Zhao's eyes, it was as if this Black Spirit Master didn't exist at all. He didn't even move his sword, only casually pointing his finger. This finger strike seemed weak and powerless, completely lacking in spirit. Compared to the Black Spirit Master's earth-shattering heaven-shocking palm, it was simply incomparable. Ha ha ha, the Poison Dragon King actually lost to a weakling like you. With your true chi, with your cultivation, you actually dare to say you can kill the Black Dragon King? What do you mean by overestimating yourself? What do you mean by a mantis trying to stop a chariot? It's talking about idiots like you. The Black Spirit Master's face was filled with disdain and arrogance as he madly laughed. Poochie, however, in the next moment, just as he finished speaking, before his laughter stopped, Ling Zhao's finger strike suddenly changed, like a dragon's roar, like a bolt of lightning descending from the heavens. A terrifying aura spread out from Ling Zhao's body. The Black Spirit Master felt as if at this moment, he was facing the entire world. Ling Zhao hadn't even used the Mountain River Will, he had only used the 9 Meridians Chi Sword after his strength had increased. It was just an ordinary finger strike, yet it created such a terrifying effect. The Chi Sword pierced through the void and instantly arrived in front of the Black Spirit Master. Don't. The Black Spirit Master was shocked. He gave up on attacking and condensed all his chi into his protective chi, trying to defend himself. The Black Spirit Imperial Advisor, Black Dragon King, jumped up and tried to save the Black Spirit Master. But it was too late. How could Ling Zhao return empty-handed when he made a move? This chi sword directly pierced through the Black Spirit Master's protective chi and pierced through his throat. Blood and flesh flew everywhere. Half of his neck was cut off and his head was on the verge of collapsing. Plop. His corpse fell to the ground. The arrogant Black Spirit Master turned into a cold corpse in a blink of an eye. Moreover, it was an incomplete corpse. At this moment, the Black Dragon King and the Black Spirit Imperial Advisor arrived. One of them was on guard against Ling Xiao while the other went to check on the Black Spirit Master. They tried to save him but found out in despair that the Black Spirit Master's injuries were not only superficial, even his internal organs were destroyed by the sword qi. Even if they were Deluo Golden Immortals, they would not be able to save him. Moreover, they were not good at saving people, they are better at killing people. No one can save the people that I, Ling Xiao, want to kill. He knew that I almost killed the Poison Dragon King but he still dared to come and die. I really admire his courage, but it is a pity that he is just a brute. Ling Xiao stood there with his hands behind his back. The wind blew his long hair and his clothes were also fluttering. He had the demeanor of a master. He was not interested in the others. Only the Black Dragon King and the Black Spirit Imperial Advisor gave him the desire to challenge them. If he killed them, his cultivation would probably increase by another step. He had eliminated too many people in the Moonlight Pagoda, especially Ming Tian and Shen Tianlin. He was very clear what kind of treatment he would receive when he went out. Therefore, he must increase his strength as soon as possible. The stronger the better, so strong that no one would dare to slander him. Strength is a good thing. The stronger you are, the higher your status will be, there will be people willing to believe your words. Moreover, he never forgot about his parents. Hong Qi's grandfather said that unless his strength reached a certain level, he would not be able to get any information about his parents. Therefore, he must become stronger, become stronger. Brat, your methods are so vicious, and your heart is so cruel. Even if you kill someone, you don't have to be so cruel, right? The Black Dragon King stared at Ling Xiao, his eyes emitting dense killing intent. However, Ling Xiao killing a Black Spirit Master made him more cautious, so he didn't make a move immediately. The young man in front of him was really not easy to deal with. If he was not careful, he might fail miserably. Really? The old Dragon Emperor treated you with great kindness, but what about you, Black Dragon King? Not only did you assassinate the old Dragon Emperor, you almost wiped out the entire Golden Dragon clan. What right do you have to talk to me about cruelty? Ling Xiao couldn't help but sneer. Moreover, you actually tried to collude with the Black Spirit Organization to escape from the Moonlight Pagoda and harm the Yuehua school. With me, Ling Xiao, around, I definitely won't let you succeed. Nonsense, what proof do you have? The Black Dragon King said coldly. What a joke, I believe that many people know that you killed the old Dragon Emperor, but they didn't dare to say it out loud. As for colluding with the Black Spirit Organization, do I need to say more? The state preceptor beside you is a member of the Black Spirit Organization, and the person I killed is also a member of the organization. Ling Xiao said lightly. The Black Spirit is different from humans and dragons. Their outer appearance, including their internal structure, can be seen. If you don't mind, Black Dragon King, can you let everyone see the corpse? Humph, you don't have the right. The Black Dragon King snorted. How dare you slander the state preceptor? I'll kill you now and let you know that the dignity of the Dragon Emperor is not to be challenged. Then, he suddenly sent a voice transmission to Ling Xiao. So what if you know these things? I'll kill you first, and then I'll slaughter the Yuehua school. Cut the crap, let's see who's stronger. Ling Xiao was very clear that it was meaningless to reason with an unreasonable person. Instead of talking, it was better to fight. After saying that, Ling Xiao quickly entered his human dragon form and circulated his true origin. A clear dragon roar resounded through the sky. At the same time, behind Ling Xiao, a faintly discernible scene of mountains and rivers appeared. It was the first time he had used the mountain river martial spirit to form a virtual image. However, the image was too blurry, and it was not very clear. What kind of martial spirit is this? Everyone who came here knew that Ling Xiao had a martial spirit, but they had never seen such a magnificent and dazzling martial spirit. It was as if the whole world had been absorbed into the martial spirit. This made the hundreds of elites led by the Black Dragon King change their expressions. The dragon tribesmen who came to watch the show also showed a look of astonishment. Kill. Everyone, attack together and surround this kid, we can't let him escape. The Black Dragon King gave the order. Hundreds of elites moved out at the same time, urging the Earth Dragon and the Cyclops Behemoth to rush out and surround Ling Xiao, forming an airtight encirclement. Righteousness of the underworld? No one cared about righteousness of the underworld. Killing the enemy was the only goal. A bunch of idiots. Ling Xiao suddenly revealed a smirk, and the overflow rain sword in his hand flashed. In an instant, the sky was filled with dark clouds, lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled. Overflow rain sword, rotting sword rain. This move was a special skill of the overflow rain sword. It could kill enemies in a large area and cause a strong corrosive effect. The stronger the sword owner was, the stronger the corrosive effect. It was only limited to the Transcendence realm. In an instant, a torrential rain poured down from the sky. However, it was not water droplets, but sword blades. It was a sharp blade that could corrode everything. Oh no, what's going on? In an instant, screams sounded one after another. In just one move, hundreds of elites were reduced to a few dozen in an instant. The rest had all fallen under the attack of the rotting sword rain. After all, this was a group attack, so its power was slightly weaker. Therefore, the damage it caused to the stronger dragon race cultivators was limited. Bastard! The Black Dragon King attacked in anger. He did not transform into his black dragon form, but instead fought with Ling Xiao in his human dragon form. He opened his black dragon claws and clawed at Ling Xiao. In an instant, black true chi kept churning, like a black mountain pressing down. Black Mountain Claw. This was still not a dragon race martial skill. Ling Xiao suspected that the reason the Black Dragon King maintained his human dragon form was to use this martial skill. It was likely that he learned it from the Black Spirit Organization or the Flame Deity. Ling Xiao did not retreat. He stabbed out with the Overflow Rain sword again and again, destroying the Black Mountain Claw's true chi layer by layer. He stabbed out 7 times in a row. The will of the mountains and rivers accompanied by sword chi pierced out, directly shattering the Black Mountain Claw. In an instant, sand and stones flew, and the mountains collapsed. After the two sides exchanged blows, the Black Dragon King's face turned pale, and his dragon claws trembled slightly. Under Ling Xiao's feet, the ground was almost completely shattered. His face was flushed, and his legs trembled slightly. This time, the two of them were actually evenly matched in this exchange. Black Dragon King, is that all you have? I didn't use any sword moves and only used normal attacks on you, but you were unable to cause the slightest bit of damage to me. You dare to threaten to kill me with just this? Ling Xiao sneered and activated the Heavenly Dragon Golden Body. His body quickly returned to normal, his legs no longer trembled, and his face no longer flushed red. I'm just teasing you. Do you really think you're that powerful? If I want to kill you, it would be like slaughtering a dog or a chicken. Black Dragon King's expression also returned to normal. His true essence suddenly became stronger, and his originally tall and mighty body became even taller. His body, which was originally only 2 to 3 meters tall, instantly grew to 5 to 6 meters tall. Not only that, his entire body had almost completely transformed into the appearance of a black dragon, including the black dragon scales, black head, blood-red dragon eyes, and dragon claws. Black chi surged around his body, and it was actually much stronger than before. The moment this form appeared, all the spiritual energy in the world seemed to surge towards his body, producing some kind of special resonance. In the sky, a pitch-black cloud appeared, and it actually had signs of causing the world to change. Brat, I have lived for more than 10,000 years. Although I am unable to reach a stronger cultivation because of the seal, the amount of battles I have experienced and the amount of time I have cultivated far exceeds yours. This form is something that you will never be able to condense. Black Dragon King stood proudly and said coldly, Today, I will let you know what the dragon race is, what the black dragon is. As soon as he finished speaking, his huge body suddenly pounced forward. A gust of wind actually lifted up a huge rock, causing smoke and dust to swirl around. It was extremely fierce. In this form, Black Dragon King's strength was already close to Black Dragon form, but his speed did not slow down. Instead, his moves were even more vicious and terrifying. Almost every punch would cause a huge crack to appear on the ground. He had a feeling that the current Black Dragon King was 30 to 40% stronger than before. This time, the dragon claw condensed into a fist and punched down. Black flames exploded and a crazy heat wave engulfed the scene. Black Flame Fist. Black flames wrapped around the huge dragon claw, forming a huge fireball that smashed towards Ling Xiao's head like a meteorite. Ling Xiao's expression was indifferent. The Overflow Rain sword in his hand was replaced by the Ice Dragon sword. His body was also gradually changing. His original humanoid dragon form gradually developed in the direction of the primordial golden dragon. He looked 80% like a human and 20% like a dragon. The dragon horns on his head were even clearer. Thunder Celestial Phenomenon, Water Fusion. Amidst the thunderous roar, the force field around them suddenly changed. The Black Dragon King's tyrannical punch actually brushed past the tip of the sword and landed 3 to 5 meters away from Ling Xiao, instantly creating a huge crater burning with black flames. Within the vague shadows of mountains and rivers behind Ling Xiao, the glaciers became more and more real, and then almost seemed to condense into a solid entity. Power of Glacier, Ice Storm. He didn't hold back. Facing the Black Dragon King, Ling Xiao didn't dare to hold back either. Within the violent snowstorm, there was a powerful wall of mountains and rivers. It was like a glacier directly piercing towards the Black Dragon King. The Black Dragon King's expression changed slightly. He knew that his defense could not block this attack. The Black Spirit Imperial Advisor finally made his move. Originally, he wanted the Black Dragon King to kill Ling Xiao alone. This way, it would obviously increase the Black Dragon King's reputation. But from the looks of it now, if he still didn't make a move, the Black Dragon King would probably fall. Black Rope Purgatory. The moment the Black Spirit Imperial Advisor made his move, countless black true essence shot out from his body. These black true essence were like black ropes, entangling the Ice Dragon sword in Ling Xiao's hand. This Black Rope Purgatory was an absolute art of Black Spirit. It was an innate martial art. Like the dragon's roar, it could continuously increase its power as one's strength increased. In the hands of the Black Spirit Imperial Advisor, it had the power of a peak gold rank martial art. True essence condensed into a black rope, entangling the enemy or their weapon. Not only could it inject terrifying illusions, it could also absorb the enemy's true essence. The spectators could clearly see that the range of the black rope was wrapped in a black space. This was a martial skill that involved the power of space. The black rope suddenly tightened, and actually wanted to pull the Ice Dragon sword away from Ling Xiao's hands. At that time, Ling Xiao could even feel that his true essence was being sucked away by the black rope along with the Ice Dragon sword. It's indeed strange. Ling Xiao frowned slightly and suddenly raised the purple flash sword in his right hand. Purple lightning shocks the world. The resplendent purple light soared into the sky, and the pitch-black night sky instantly became as bright as day. Break for me. Ling Xiao faced the Black Rope Purgatory. Although it was a bit troublesome at the beginning, he did not have the slightest fear. The purple flash sword used a special skill to upgrade to an immortal rank artifact, which was enough to cut through the Black Rope Purgatory. Crackle, the purple flash sword emitted the sound of electricity. Lightning Celestial Phenomenon. Boom, under the attack of the immortal rank artifact, purple lightning shocks the world. All of the black ropes were like ordinary ropes. They were cut into pieces and immediately lost their original effect. Even the Black Rope Purgatory was cut open by the sword, revealing a bright light. Crackle, crackle. The continuous flow of electricity shattered the Black Spirit Imperial Advisor's black cloak, revealing his strange face. That face was very strange. It had no eyes, no nose, and no mouth. It was simply a black hole of nothingness. Could it be that Black Spirit didn't have a physical body? Ling Xiao suddenly thought of this. When he killed the Black Spirit expert, he felt it. That feeling was very strange. It was as if the corpse did not belong to the Black Spirit expert. It's really someone from the Black Spirit organization. Our Imperial Preceptor has always been our enemy. The Black Dragon King actually conspired with his enemy to seize the throne. For a moment, the onlookers became excited. Black Dragon King, your plot has been exposed. I want to see how long you can keep your mouth shut. Ling Xiao said with a faint smile. So what? As long as I kill you, what can those cowards do? I am still the Dragon Emperor. The Black Dragon King roared. That's true. It seems like only by killing you can we solve this problem. Ling Xiao took a deep breath and looked at the two experts in front of him. If he wanted to kill these two today, he would have to use all of his skills. Otherwise, it would not be easy for him. Everyone listen to my order. Surround Ling Xiao and set up the dragon trapping array. We must kill this brat. The Black Dragon King's face was gloomy. He did not care about his face anymore. It did not matter if he was the only one who did it. As long as he could kill Ling Xiao, it would be a victory. Those who are watching the show, listen up. Whoever is willing to help will be the hero of the Dragon Nation. Not only will they be given a high position, but they will also be rewarded with top martial arts. The Black Dragon King continued to incite the crowd. If you just watch the show, you will not be rewarded. Of course, as long as you don't help Ling Xiao, you will still have your original position. He did not want to offend those who were watching the show, although he really hated those people. Although the Black Dragon King hated those onlookers, he was helpless. Right now, he didn't dare to completely offend those onlookers. If he really did, those onlookers would instantly betray him and join forces with Ling Xiao to kill him. At that time, it would be too late for him to cry. Kill. Kill. Men die for wealth, birds die for food. In the face of benefits, few people could remain calm. Although Ling Xiao had already shown his strength, some people still felt that the Black Spirit Organization and the Black Dragon King were stronger together. Now, as long as they joined the Black Dragon King, not only would they obtain benefits, they would also be safer. The 30 or so remaining experts under the Black Dragon King, in addition to the thousands of Dragon Clan cultivators who were willing to join the Black Dragon King, released their true qi and poured it into a magic artifact called the Dragon Trapping Pillar. This magic artifact was a rare great artifact. Although it was called the Dragon Trapping Pillar, it could actually trap any living thing. As long as one poured their true qi into it, the Dragon Trapping Pillar would automatically release a dragon trapping array. Arranging a spirit array was very simple, which was why the Black Dragon King had the upper hand in the battle against the Golden Dragon Clan. *1. A strange sound rang out as hundreds of rays of light suddenly appeared on the Dragon Trapping Pillar, interweaving into a strange pattern of a rope trapping a dragon. This pattern continued to hover above the Dragon Trapping Pillar before quickly enveloping everything within a radius of several hundred meters with Ling Xiao as the center. Cracking sounds could be heard from the shattered boulders and trees. The ground continued to sink as if it was being pressed down by something. A dragon trapping array arranged by thousands of Dragon Clan cultivators working together with the Dragon Trapping Pillar was definitely not to be underestimated. According to common sense, this kind of spirit array, no matter how strong a peak 7th layer Transcendent Realm cultivator was, they would definitely be killed. In this way, the Black Dragon King and the Black Spirit Imperial Tutor wouldn't need to act. Unfortunately, Ling Xiao wasn't an ordinary person. He couldn't be judged by common sense. His Mountain River martial spirit was the martial spirit of the first human king, the Sacred Dynasty's divine ancestor. It was a martial spirit that encompassed the entire mysterious world's laws. As the dragon trapping array pressed down, Ling Xiao's pupils turned golden as strange inscriptions and numbers constantly flashed. He was analyzing the dragon trapping formation, looking for its flaws and ways to control it. In the face of such a powerful formation, Ling Xiao was not afraid at all. Instead, he revealed a smug smile. This bunch of idiots, even if they were to join forces to attack him, it would still be better than using a formation to deal with him. This was simply giving him a head on a silver platter. Ling Xiao stood there, allowing the dragon trapping array to fall on his head. Then, at some point, the true essence in his body actually connected with the dragon trapping array. This formed a perfect cycle. Like a fruit on a tree, it began to crazily absorb the nutrients in the dragon trapping array. Kill him quickly, quickly. The Black Spirit Imperial Preceptor had the best eyesight. He saw that something was wrong and his voice became sharp. Unfortunately, he didn't have a face, so she couldn't see his expression clearly. However, from the sound of his voice, she guessed that he was very nervous. Black Rope Purgatory. The Black Spirit Imperial Advisor once again used the Black Rope Purgatory, attempting to combine it with the Dragon Trapping Array to kill Ling Xiao. Black Dragon's Roar. The Black Dragon King. finally used his own dragon's roar. The terrifying energy accumulated to a point. His true essence was like a majestic sun as it shot out, forming an earth-shattering aura that blasted towards Ling Xiao. It was as if an ancient almighty was launching an attack. Pung 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 pung. The rest of the warriors who were free also launched their own attacks, all of which landed on Ling Xiao's body. Ling Xiao's heavenly dragon scale armor began to shatter. After all, these attacks weren't child's play. They were too powerful. If he hadn't secretly controlled the dragon trapping array to weaken the power of these attacks, he probably wouldn't have been able to withstand it. Ha ha ha, are you guys trying to scratch this young master's itch? Although Ling Xiao didn't feel good, he liked this feeling. It wasn't that he liked to torture himself, but because as long as he could withstand the attacks, the dragon trapping array would continuously transfer the energy into his body, becoming an opportunity for him to increase his strength. Shameless boasting. Don't listen to this brat's bluff, continue attacking. He definitely can't withstand it. Don't stop attacking. No one believed Ling Xiao's words. This was of course. Under such circumstances, how could any enemy believe his words? Over 1,000 warriors, each of them had a ferocious and excited expression. As long as they killed Ling Xiao, they would be able to obtain everything they wanted. For those things, even if they had to kill an innocent person, so what? It wasn't like they hadn't done that before. Ling Xiao sneered and didn't say anything. He continued to absorb the energy in a low-key manner. This could be considered the greatest opportunity after entering the Moonlight Pagoda. He definitely couldn't let it go. He could feel that something in his body had changed. The primordial golden dragon cells continued to increase, 31, 32, 40. When 40 primordial golden dragon cells awakened, his strength increased by another 500 kilograms for no reason. Not only that, but the more primordial golden dragon cells in his body, the stronger his strength in his dragon form. Originally, in his dragon form, his strength could increase by 50%. If he used the dragon clan's martial arts, it could even double. And with the awakening of the primordial golden dragon cells, his attack strength increased by another 40%. With this accumulation, his combat strength was close to that of the primordial golden dragon. And things definitely didn't end there. Ling Xiao felt that his cultivation was also constantly rising. Although he didn't take any elixirs, he had consumed the fire spirit fruit and water spirit fruit, and also absorbed the gold spirit core. The medicinal effects hadn't been completely digested yet. He could use this opportunity to constantly temper his original cultivation and then consolidate his realm. On this foundation, he continued to rise. If one could see Ling Xiao's blood now, they would definitely discover that some golden cells had appeared in Ling Xiao's dark red blood, and there were more and more of them. When these cells reached a certain level, his blood would completely transform into the golden primordial golden dragon blood. At that time, he would really be as powerful as the primordial dragon emperor. Boom, his strength had finally accumulated to a certain level, and it was completely a gift from his opponent. Above his head, a dazzling golden light burst forth, like an ancient primordial golden dragon soaring straight into the sky. Early transcendent 8th layer, Ling Xiao had broken through once again. When a cultivator reached the 8th layer divine transformation realm, their entire body would undergo earth-shaking changes, evolving in the direction of a god, almost completely breaking free from the shackles of the human cage. Not good. How did he break through? Isn't he only at the middle transcendent 7th layer? But this doesn't feel like the 7th layer at all. Early transcendent 8th layer. How could this be? Countless people exclaimed. Among the crowd, one person's eyes lit up. She was a descendant of the ancient nature dragon. To be precise, she was only an emerald dragon. However, she was the ruler of the emerald dragons, the emerald dragon king. This boy really is the inheritor of the ancient golden dragon's bloodline, and he seems to have surpassed his father. He actually saw through the dragon trapping array and used it to break through his cultivation. Amazing. Like the emerald dragon king, the other leaders of the dragon race also felt apprehensive and wanted to submit. After all, the golden dragon race was the orthodox race. If Ling Xiao could really defeat the black dragon king, then they would naturally choose to remain loyal to the golden dragon race. Ling Xiao didn't know what these dragon race leaders were thinking. After his breakthrough, he used the power of the dragon trapping array to consolidate his cultivation before revealing a sinister grin. "Since you're helping the Black Dragon King, don't blame me for being ruthless." Dragon's Wrath, the dragon trapping array, which was already under his control, suddenly emitted a dazzling light and released a terrifying shockwave outwards. Rumbling sounds rang out continuously as explosions rang out. Dragon men with slightly lower cultivation were directly blown to pieces. The thousands of dragon race cultivators were basically all killed in this attack. Even the dozens of elites under the Black Dragon King were mostly killed, leaving only 4 or 5 who were still alive, but they were all seriously injured. The Black Dragon King and the Black Spirit Imperial Tutor were also sent flying by the terrifying shockwave, but their cultivation and defense were strong, so they didn't die and only suffered some minor injuries. Ha 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 ha, Black Dragon King. Black Spirit Imperial Tutor. I really have to thank you for trapping me with the dragon trapping array, which helped me break through to the Transcendent Realm 8th layer. Otherwise, I really don't know how long I would have had to wait. Ling Xiao walked out of the smoke like a golden dragon. In order to thank you, I won't torture you anymore. I'll let you all die happily in this beautiful mountain range. So, Ling Xiao's body suddenly moved. Although it seemed like a crazy speed, there was a sense of ease in his movements, as if he was taking a stroll in the park. In an instant, he arrived beside a heavily injured Black Dragon Elite and stabbed out with his sword. This 8th layer Transcendent Realm Black Dragon Elite didn't even have time to react before the purple lightning sword pierced through his body, sending a terrifying electric current coursing through his body. After a short moment, his entire body dried up, and all the blood in his body was burned dry, causing him to become a terrifying dried corpse. Congealing water. The purple flash sword's congealed water was very interesting. It was blue and lustrous like electricity. In an instant, he passed through the bodies of 2 Black Dragon elites. His movements were so relaxed and direct. Bang, the 2 bodies first froze and then shattered. The corpses turned into pieces and fell to the ground. There were still blue electric currents flashing constantly. In the blink of an eye, 3 Black Dragon elites died under his sword. They didn't even give the Black Dragon King and the Black Spirit Imperial Advisor a chance to save them. Damn it. I didn't expect that this kid was actually proficient in formations and instead used our dragon trapping formation to break through. The Black Dragon King watched his elites die one by one. He was so angry that his liver and guts were about to burst. After all, if he wanted to rule the dragon race, he couldn't do it without these Black Dragon elites. Not to mention, many of them were his relatives. He was very worried that his son would also die at the hands of Ling Xiao, so he transformed into his Black Dragon form and arrived in front of Ling Xiao in just 2 steps. "Kid, hand over your life." He hoped that he could stop Ling Xiao and prevent Ling Xiao from continuing to kill. In his huge Black Dragon form, the dragon land actually began to wither. Black energy constantly entered the Black Dragon King's body from under his feet. This guy, has he already refined the dragon land into his own magic weapon? Ling Xiao frowned slightly. He didn't expect this situation, but it didn't matter. He just had to kill the Black Dragon King. The Moonlight Dragon Land is mine. The Black Dragon King's huge black wings flapped constantly. A large amount of world energy and life force poured into his body from the ground, causing his body to constantly expand, as if it was about to explode. Wrath of the Dragon Clan. The Black Dragon King originally planned to continue absorbing energy, but Ling Xiao had already gone to the Black Dragon Young Lord. In order to save his son, he had no choice but to use the Wrath of the Dragon Clan that he had yet to fully condense. This attack condensed all the true essence in his body and the world energy within a radius of dozens of miles. It gushed out in the form of dragon's extinguishment, wanting to turn Ling Xiao into dust. Ling Xiao suddenly turned back. The true essence in his body erupted. Golden light constantly wrapped around his body, and the golden dragon scales flickered with a dazzling light. This could be considered as creating a diversion to the east and attacking the west. He deliberately attacked the Black Dragon Young Lord, but his actual goal was the Black Dragon King. In an instant, his body entered the form of the immemorial Golden Dragon. His huge body was not inferior to the Black Dragon, and it was even more mighty and valiant. Will of mountains and rivers, dragon's roar. Behind him, the image of mountains and rivers was faintly condensed. The martial soul of mountains and rivers was all-encompassing. It could even be used in the form of the immemorial golden dragon. The dragon's roar was already terrifying enough. Coupled with the will of mountains and rivers, it crashed into the Black Dragon King's wrath of the Dragon Clan. In the blink of an eye, the terrifying scene of the Dragon Clan's wrath collided with the dragon's roar under the will of mountains and rivers. An earth-shattering true essence storm appeared at the point of collision. In this storm, there seemed to be a living creature wailing, and a divine dragon roaring. The storm soared into the sky, forming a pillar of golden and black light that pierced through the sky. It was nearly 100 meters tall. The situation was very strange. Ling Zhao's huge body in the form of the immemorial golden dragon rushed out of the true essence storm. His entire body was still shining with golden light, and there was not the slightest injury. However, on the other side, the Black Dragon King's body was torn apart by the angry golden light. He fell from the storm, his body covered in black and red blood. The originally shiny black scales were now covered in dark red marks and scars. How is this possible? You're not from the Golden Dragon Clan. The Black Dragon King looked at Ling Xiao in horror. There was only despair and shock left in his eyes. Even if your talent is outstanding, it's impossible for you to be so powerful. You're an immemorial golden dragon? No. You're the Dragon Emperor of the Great Desolation. His voice was only heard by Ling Xiao in the storm. It's a little too late for you to know now. Ling Xiao sneered, without any emotion. The huge golden dragon claw slapped the Black Dragon King's head, and blood spurted out like a huge fountain. Ling Xiao naturally would not waste it. This was the dragon blood of the Black Dragon King. It was definitely very precious. He kept the dragon blood in the Mountain River world and placed it in a separate place. He also cut out the Black Dragon King's dragon pearl and temporarily placed it in the Mountain River world. Apart from that, he also collected the Dragonland magical treasure. Ling Xiao was prepared to absorb the energy of the Poison Dragon King's dragon pearl before absorbing the energy of the Black Dragon King's dragon pearl. Seeing the terrifying scene of Ling Xiao killing the Black Dragon King, countless dragons trembled. Such a powerful Black Dragon King was actually ravaged by this young man. This young man is too terrifying. Run! The Black Dragon young lord was so scared that he no longer had any thoughts of resisting. He brought the remaining Black Dragon experts and fled in panic. Imperial Tutor, help me take care of my son. The Black Dragon King was indeed from the dragon race. Even though he was injured to such an extent, he still used his last breath to shout to the Imperial Tutor, "This brat must be eliminated as soon as possible. Otherwise, there will be endless troubles. He is neither a human nor a dragon. He is a demon of the desolate era." His voice was mournful and miserable. Hearing it, one's scalp tingled. The Imperial Tutor was already frightened by Ling Zhao's fighting style. Since the Black Dragon King was already dead, he did not want to stay and die. Thus, he quickly fled the scene. You want to leave after acting cool? In your dreams. Ling Xiao flapped his huge wings and instantly flew dozens of miles. With a slap, he turned the Black Dragon young lord and the other Dragonians into meat paste. Then, he stood in front of the Imperial Tutor. The Imperial Tutor was already scared out of his wits. How could he still have the strength to fight? He only cared about escaping. In the end, he was pressed to the ground by Ling Zhao's claw. Then, Ling Xiao shot out dozens of heavenly dragon divine finger until the Imperial Tutor was left with his last breath. Ling Xiao did not kill him. Instead, he kept him in the Mountain River world. This creature was the main culprit behind the disappearance of the human king and other experts 100,000 years ago. He really had to study it carefully. After doing all these, Ling Xiao returned to his human form. Then, he heard the cheers of the dragon race. Sure enough, they were a group of fence-sitters. Ling Xiao secretly sneered. When he was fighting with the Black Dragon King, these guys were just spectators. Now that he killed the Black Dragon King, they immediately chose to submit. However, it didn't matter. This dragon's land had been refined into a magic weapon by the Black Dragon King. If he kept it, he could monitor the movements of these dragons at any time. If there were any who dared to betray him, he would definitely not be lenient. Return to Dragon Palace, Ling Xiao said indifferently. Then, the golden dragon wings on his back unfurled. Long Chen and Lin Bei were already beside him. Lin Bei, after we go back, you will be in charge of all the matters of the dragon tribe for the time being. I still have other things to do, so I won't waste any more time. Ling Xiao did not forget that he was still in the Moonlight Pagoda. Entering the dragon's land had been an accident, and now that he had dealt with the matters here, he had to continue with the pagoda ascension ceremony. Although Yang Kai hadn't found any clues about the fourth stage in the dragon land this time, that wasn't important as he had already obtained a lot of benefits. His cultivation had even broken through to the early stage of the Transcendent Realm 8th layer, and he had also obtained 2 Dragon King's Dragon Pearls. Your Majesty Dragon Emperor, the Emerald Dragon King of the Emerald Dragon Clan and the Silver Dragon King of our Silver Dragon Clan are both loyal to the old Dragon Emperor. It would be more appropriate for them to assist Your Majesty Dragon Emperor. Lin Bei said modestly. Don't argue about this matter anymore. In the entire dragon tribe, I only trust the two of you. In the future, Longchen will be the new Dragon Emperor and will control the Dragon Land. You will assist him. As for the Emerald Dragon King and Silver Dragon King, let's see how they perform first. Ling Xiao still had his own matters to attend to, so he couldn't lead the Dragon tribe to do anything. It was more appropriate to leave this matter to Longchen. As long as Longchen was loyal to him, the entire Dragon tribe would be under his control, which would save him a lot of trouble. Of course, he also had a backup plan. If Longchen was bewitched and wanted to leave or betray him, he naturally had the means to replace him with a new Dragon Emperor. That's right, he wanted to control the Dragon tribe in the palm of his hand. After all, these guys were ancient divine beasts. Once they rebelled, it would be very troublesome. Not long after, the Dragon tribe returned to Dragon Palace City. Ling Xiao publicly announced that the Black Dragon King had been killed and then promoted Long Chen to the position of Dragon Emperor. As for the Black Dragon clan, he had no interest in exterminating them. In any case, as long as they were in the land of dragons, the Black Dragon tribe would be under his control. He hoped that these guys weren't brainless. Otherwise, what awaited them would only be a tragedy more terrifying than the end of the world. After the Dragon Emperor's ascension ceremony ended, Longchen suddenly took out something and gave it to Ling Xiao. Could this be the opportunity of the land of dragons? Ling Xiao felt that his breathing was a little hurried. He clearly saw that it was a book made entirely of gold. It was covered with all kinds of inscription arrays, and there were also 4 clear words, Book of Seals. Little Big Brother, this book was given to the Golden Dragon tribe by the Moonlight Heavenly Maiden for safekeeping. She said that after meeting her successor, it should be returned. Ling Xiao nodded, already understanding in his heart. At that time, the entire mystic world was in trouble. The Book of Seals and the Dragon tribe were put into the Moonlight Pagoda for protection by the Moonlight Heavenly Maiden. That was why it was not taken away by He Ling. He opened the Book of Seals and found that it was completely blank inside. However, there were many grids on it that could be used to embed sealing cards. There were 10 grids on each page, and the Book of Seals had 100 pages. In other words, the maximum number of sealing cards that could be embedded was not more than 1,000. Ling Xiao thought about it and took out the 3 sealing cards that he had obtained earlier. The Lady of Illusionary, the 1,000 Poisonous Giant Python, and the 5-Faced Monster. He then placed them into the grids. The moment the card was placed inside, it flashed with a strange golden light, and some new text appeared. There are 3 types of sealing cards, monster cards, secret skill cards, and item cards. Each card has a limit to the number of times it can be used. After it's used up, the picture on the card will disappear. However, the card will be preserved and can be used to seal other things. Ling Xiao smiled as he read. Monsters, secret skills, and items that are sealed by sealing cards can be completely controlled by the holder of the Book of Seals. However, monsters that are sealed by the holder of the Book of Seals must be defeated by the holder of the Book of Seals. Let's give it a try. Ling Xiao looked at the 3 cards in his Book of Seals. They should be monster cards. Release, Infinite Poison Boa. As Ling Xiao took out the Infinite Poison Boa sealing card, the Book of Seals emitted a dazzling golden light. He then chanted and the infinite poison boa immediately appeared in the dragon palace. Theoretically, such a beast would rush to attack anything that it saw. However, the infinite poison boa was very calm at that moment. It seemed to be waiting for Ling Xiao's order. "Follow me." Ling Xiao ordered the infinite poison boa to follow him to the barren land outside the dragon palace. "Attack that giant rock." The infinite poison boa roared and pounced on the giant rock. It spat out thick venom and the giant rock was instantly dissolved by the venom. Great! Unfortunately, it can only be used once. Ling Xiao could not help but sigh. He realized that among the 3 monster cards, only the 5-faced monster could be used 3 times. Meanwhile, the Lady Dreamless and the infinite poison boa could only be used once. End of chapter 564. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.